In another world. The Li family, a place in a huge family. Li Jun, come here. It's boring to practice by yourself. Let's have a fight. A group of people saw Li Jun practicing basic boxing, and they surrounded him. The young man in the lead was called Li Feng, and he said to Li Jun with a joking face. Li Jun's face turned pale, and he was about to turn around and go home. Li Feng stretched out his hand to stop Li Jun and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. You practice so hard. How can you know what your strength is without a fight, right?" After saying that, he asked some young people around him who were clinging to him. "Yes, just a fight." A group of young people around him said, "Okay, then let's stop at a certain point. Don't hurt anyone, okay?" Li Jun said with a trembling voice, "Okay, come on. There is a dilapidated house next to the family's residential group house. This is Li Jun's residence." At this time, several young people in the room surrounded a bed and looked at Li Jun on the bed. "Hey, you guys, is he dead?" "Impossible, he's still breathing," the onlookers said in unison. Suddenly, Li Jun, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the people around him with confused faces, and asked in a hoarse voice, Where is this? Where are you?" "Ah, Li Jun, you're awake." "Great, you're awake, then there's nothing to worry about. Li Jun, you should have a good rest. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Bye." After saying that, the young man ran away. "Ah, yes, my mom is calling me home for dinner too. I'm leaving too. Bye." The onlookers dispersed in a hurry and left in the blink of an eye. Li Jun at this time is no longer the original Li Jun. He is a young man in the 21st century, an ordinary worker. I went home to play games at night. At the critical moment, I accidentally touched the power socket and the computer restarted directly. He was so angry that he punched the socket and was electrocuted, and then he came here. Li Jun looked around the retro house. He felt pain all over his body as soon as he moved. Then ding! Welcome to the card Cultivation Legend. With a bang, it exploded in Li Jun's mind. Li Jun stared and froze. Various information about card Cultivation Legend was loaded crazily in his mind. After a long time, ding, the game loading was completed. The freezing ended. Li Jun took a long breath and rubbed his sore eyes. "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore." Then he got up and got out of bed, and the injury healed. Then another message came from the original owner. After a long time, Li Jun sighed and said, "Alas, this kid is too miserable. He was originally the young master of the Li family, but he had no qualifications for martial arts. His father was the head of the Li family, but he died unexpectedly. His mother also passed away a long time ago, and he became a lonely man in an instant. His status plummeted. His second uncle took over the position of the head of the family. He took care of him at first, but as time went by, no one cared about him anymore, and he was bullied in the family. This morning he was forced to spar with someone, but he was beaten, unconscious, and died. Brother, go with peace of mind. Since I am the one occupying your body, I will definitely help you get revenge if I have the chance," Li Jun said softly. "The alien world is full of dangers, so I'd better figure out the game system first." Then Li Jun sat on the bed and carefully studied the game in his mind. It was a quiet night. The sky was full of stars, and from time to time there were meteors passing by, illuminating the originally dark Earth. It turned out to be the game I played. Why is it so familiar? Since I have played it before, it's easy to handle, and I can get started quickly. Li Jun sat on the bed and opened his eyes, a face full of confidence. Then he flipped his palm, and 2 iron cards appeared in his hand. The cards were glowing with light, and there were 2 strong men with bare hands. Li Jun knew that these 2 cards were the lowest level because they were made of iron, and their combat power was not high. I just didn't know what strength these 2 people had in this alien world. Of course, there were also copper, silver, gold, platinum, jade, and so on. The higher the cards, the more powerful they were. The characters carved on them were also strange and varied, and there were also birds and beasts, etc., all kinds of things, all-encompassing. Li Jun had already played to platinum before, and almost reached Dongfeng Jade. All the cards he collected added up to as many as 130, ranking second on the list. It's a pity that they are all gone. Li Jun's eyes were filled with tears. My cards, I have been playing for 5 or 6 years. Suddenly, Li Jun turned his palm and shouted softly, "Silver card." There was no movement. A row of crows flew over Li Jun's head. Then he received a system prompt. Due to insufficient materials, the silver card cannot be summoned. Li Jun hurried to check the summoning requirements, and he almost vomited blood when he saw this. Iron metal, required materials, iron ore, any warrior animal fur. Bronze metal, required materials, copper ore, any foundation building animal fur. Silver metal, required materials, silver ore, any Jiden animal fur. Gold metal, required materials, gold ore, any Nescent soul animal fur. Required materials, jade ore, any spiritual transformation animal fur. This is fucking. Let's not talk about whether the materials are easy to get. At least you have to return my previous cards to me. Half of them will do. Or give me 10 or 8 cards. Li Jun is about to cry. Too miserable. As a result, I have to start playing directly from level 0, which is too hard. Fortunately, the system sent him some materials, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to summon the iron card. Wait, refining chi, transforming the spirit. This is a world of cultivation. Li Jun's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "It seems that I have to leave this Li family. They all look down on me, so there must be no materials. I have to go out and find a way myself." Li Jun touched his chin and said, looking at the night outside, it was just right to set off at night. He did it as soon as he said it. After simply packing his luggage, Li Jun sneaked out of the family. The Li family is an ordinary family. There is no strict patrol team, but there are still gatekeepers. Li Jun sneaked to the gate and saw someone guarding the gate. He was slightly stunned and thought, there are still people guarding the gate. What a broken place. Then he took a closer look and saw that it was Li Feng who was guarding the gate today. Li Jun thought about it. Anyway, he had to leave, so he might as well help you get revenge. Although he didn't know how strong the iron card was, throwing 3 cards at once would scare you to death, haha. Li Jun sneaked to the door and attacked directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 cards flew straight to Li Feng. On the way of flying, a white light moved along the outline of the characters. Then the characters on the cards blinked and instantly appeared beside Li Feng. When Li Jun saw the 3 strong men appear, he shouted in his heart, "Wow, so handsome? The 18 bronze men of Shaolin Temple?" After the 3 strong men appeared, they attacked Li Feng directly. Before Li Feng could react, he was hit in the back and flew out with blood spitting out. Before he landed, another strong man punched him in the ribs. There was a cracking sound. Li Feng's body flew in another direction, hit the stone, and bounced to the ground without moving. The 3 strong men came to Li Feng quickly and stood still. Li Jun knew he had it done when he saw the postures of the 3 strong men. It was exactly the same as in the game. After killing the monsters, the card people would not move. Li Jun came to Li Feng and began to search him. He found a purse and a torn book. There was some silver in the purse, so he tightened his backpack. Li Jun flipped through the book and found that it was an introduction to this world. "Hey, it was just right for use. Thank you," Li Jun said to Li Feng's body. Then he looked at one of the strong men, who immediately picked up Li Feng's body and threw it hard. Li Feng's body flew to the woods in the distance. Then Li Jun hooked his 2 fingers and 2 of the strong men turned into particle streamers. Whoosh whoosh, flew into Li Jun's hand and turned into cards. Why did he take back 2? Because Li Jun was afraid that it was too dangerous outside. He had to leave a bodyguard. If he left all of them, it would be inconvenient to hide. Then Li Jun fled away along the road. I didn't expect that this iron card strongman was so strong that he took down Li Feng with 2 punches. Li Jun thought to himself as he ran. Seeing the strength of the strong man, Li Feng felt a little more confident. After rushing for an hour, they arrived at the main city, Qian City. Although it was night, the city was still brightly lit and bustling. All the buildings in the city were antique, and it felt like they had traveled to ancient times. Li Jun found an inn to stay in, and then asked for some food. After eating, he returned to the room and carefully read the Encyclopedia of the Other World on Li Feng's body. So this is how the world is. The weak are the prey of the strong. There are both warriors and cultivators. It seems that there are really many dangers. Li Jun muttered while reading the book. At the end, he found a piece of paper in the book. When he unfolded it, it turned out to be the introduction of Qian City. This is really a pillow for someone to send when you are sleepy. Qian City is just a small border country in the other world. It is basically all warriors, and cultivators are rare. The next day, Li Jun got up and went out to buy some costumes. He dressed himself up as an ancient knight, wearing a big straw hat to cover his face. After returning to the inn, Li Jun ordered some food and sat down in a corner. "Hey, have you heard? Recently, the son of the leader of the Rakshasa gang was beaten to a pulp. I heard that it was done by Yu Lulin, the new genius of the Zhanqi Pavilion. Oh, the Rakshasa gang and the Zhanqi Pavilion have always kept to themselves. The 2 families are equally powerful, so why did they fight? Oh, and I heard that in the East." Li Jun listened with great interest. "I have seen this scene in TV dramas before, and I didn't expect to be there in person. Yeah, there are so many things going on recently. Many young talents have come to Qian City recently. I don't know what's going on." "Brother, you are too ignorant. Some time ago, the head of the Wang family, the largest family in Qian City, invited young talents from around Qian City to come to his Wang family to exchange and learn martial arts. The top 5 can get rewards, whether it is weapons, skills, or materials. So after receiving the invitation, everyone came, whether it is rewards or fame, or making some friends, it is worth the trip." "Oh, I see. In fact, I feel that most of them come for materials," another old man said, holding his beard. "Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Liu?" Another middle-aged man turned to look at Mr. Liu and asked in confusion. "Because some time ago, a batch of copper mines were discovered in their Wang family mine. Copper mines, I don't need to explain to you all." Lu Lao stroked his beard and said slowly, Yes, copper mines are essential materials for our warriors to forge weapons. They are very rare and very expensive. They also have other uses. The others nodded after hearing this. Li Jun frowned when he heard this. It seems that the materials are very difficult to obtain. Copper mines are like this, so wouldn't gold and silver mines be even more difficult later? Thinking of this, Li Jun's eyes flickered. He was alone in a different world, so he had to be strong to be safe, otherwise he would be at the mercy of others, just like the original owner of this body. Since the copper mine was discovered, how could he miss it? Li Jun would definitely not go to participate in the competition of young talents, because that would expose himself, and the people of the Li family would definitely be looking for him. Li Jun went out after eating. He wanted to find out where the Wang family's mine was, and rob it directly. As for the consequences, are you kidding? If you are strong, what consequences are you afraid of? Night falls. 50 miles outside Qian City, the mountains are rolling. At the foot of one of the mountains, the lights are bright, and a large number of warriors are standing on both sides of the road with torches. The sound of ding-dong-dong keeps ringing. One by one, the miners push the minecarts out of the cave and transport them outside. There are 3 carriages outside, and the miners are loading copper ore on the carriages. Li Jun secretly observes from behind a big rock in the distance. Only 3 carriages. How much ore can they carry? Li Jun is a little disappointed. It seems that ore is really a rare item. Seeing that these carriages are loaded and ready to be transported to Qian City, Li Jun gets up and flees far away. There are many people here, and it is not a place to fight. In a forest, Li Jun looks around. The forest is still dense, and it is a good place to rob. This is the only way to the mine specially built by the Wang family. Li Jun hides in the woods and looks at the 3 bald men around him, full of confidence. Soon there was a fire and shouting in the distance. Li Jun winked, and the 2 big men fled to the side. When the carriage came near Li Jun saw that there were only 7 or 8 people escorting it, and he silently said to attack. Suddenly, 2 big trees fell down in front and behind the carriage, blocking the front and back roads. Then the 3 strong men attacked the people escorting the carriage. The guards were shocked to see that they were ambushed, and they drew their swords to deal with it. In an instant, they fought with the 3 big men. Li Jun watched the battle in the woods, frowning slightly, and the fight was a bit slow. Then he waved his hand and swish, swish, threw out 2 iron plates and 2 white lights, turned into 2 strong men and joined the battle. In an instant, the situation was one-sided. Not long after, everything was done. Li Jun smiled and walked to the carriage, put all the copper ores into his backpack, and then hooked his finger, and the 4 strong men turned into cards and were collected by Li Jun and ran to another mountain with the remaining strong man. Qian City, Wang's family. Inside the luxurious hall, 2 people were standing there. One of the old men asked in a deep and dignified voice, "Do you know who did it?" "Father, there is no news yet, but judging from the fight, there should be 5 or 6 enemies. And they are all strong, so they were able to kill 8 of our innate warriors in a short period of time and transport the copper ore." A man in his 30s answered loudly, "5 or 6 people, Order them immediately to investigate this matter strictly. No matter what kind of power the other party has, I will make him pay a heavy price for this." The head of the Wang family, Wang Tianba, had a gloomy face and turned to his son and said sternly, "Yes, father." East of Qian City, about 80 kilometers away from Qian City. Here are undulating mountains and dense forests, and from time to time there are roars from birds and beasts. Behind a towering tree, Li Jun looked out and observed a leopard in front of him that was covered in earth yellow. It was the same size as an old cow and very strong. Li Jun obtained the copper ore, and he bought a lot of cinnabar in the city, which was basically a common thing. The only thing missing is animal fur. So Li Jun came to this mountain to kill the birds and beasts here. After observing for a while, he felt that the leopard in front of him seemed to be nothing special, except that it was a little strong. Li Jun looked at the strong man beside him and touched his chin and thought about it. It is better to let him be a bodyguard beside him. After all, it is a strange place. If a wild beast jumps out and hurts him, it will be useless. With a decisive move of his fingers, 2 cards were in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the 2 cards shot out and transformed into 2 strong men who fell around the leopard and attacked the leopard without hesitation. The whole process was very smooth. Facing the fists and feet of the 2 bald strong men, the leopard had no power to resist and lay down in 2 minutes. Li Jun walked up and put his hand on the leopard's body. Ding! Obtain warrior animal fur +2. Warm tips: 20 warrior animal fur can be synthesized into 1 foundation building animal fur. Li Jun looked at the obtained materials and said, "Oh, it's not a foundation building animal?" Then he thought, "Oh, that's right. This place is for warriors, and it's introduced in the books of Qian City. If I really encounter a foundation-building animal, I probably can't beat it with my current strength. After all, the difference in strength between warriors and cultivators is very large. Then get a bronze medal first. Then Li Jun hunted these low-level warrior animals on the outskirts of the mountains. According to common sense, the deeper you go into the mountains, the higher the level of the animals inside. Li Jun doesn't dare to kill monsters above his level at the moment. After all, he's risking his life now. If he dies, he's completely screwed. Ding, get warrior animal fur +1. Ding, get warrior animal fur +1. Ding, warrior animal fur +3. Digging grass and getting a random amount. System, you are awesome. You don't play by the rules. I admire you. Li Jun muttered after touching the corpse. Finally, he collected enough animal fur to synthesize the foundation building period, and the sky was bright. Ding! Congratulations on synthesizing 1 foundation building period animal fur. Hey, let me see what the bronze card can summon. Li Jun looked at the bronze card summoning interface and laughed. With a thought, a bronze card appeared in Li Jun's right hand. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the bronze card and activating the display of health bar and level. And activate the substitute card. Substitute card. 5 warrior furs are combined into a substitute card. Mind control. Teleport to any place within a radius of 20 miles, and leave an identical substitute at the original place, which lasts for 10 seconds. I was saying that something was missing. It turns out that the health bar level is not displayed. Ha ha ha! It's fine now. I can kill monsters directly by looking at the level. The substitute card is also activated. Haha, so happy. Li Jun looked at the system prompt and laughed happily. Li Jun looked at the bronze medal in his hand. There was an ancient swordsman drawn on it, and the bronze medal also showed that it was at full health, and its strength was at the foundation establishment stage. Note, 50% of the bronze medal summoned each time is at the chi refining stage, and 50% is at the foundation establishment stage. Ha! Not bad, not bad. It's actually the foundation establishment stage strength. Even if it's at the chi refining stage, it's very awesome. Li Jun looked at the bronze medal in his hand and laughed happily. I'm a little hungry, so I'll just roast this demon wolf for him. After eating and drinking, Li Jun continued to kill monsters. Li Jun planned to kill him here for a few days to accumulate more bronze medals to save his life. After all, he robbed the Wang family's ore. As the first family in Qian City, their strength should not be weak. After 3 or 4 days, Li Jun had killed enough fur to summon 5 bronze medals, some substitute cards and iron medals. By a small stream, Li Jun was grilling an unknown big fish, with 2 big men standing beside him on guard. Well, it smells good. It should be ready to eat. Li Jun said with a twitching nose. Well, not bad, not bad. The animal meat in this world is very fragrant. It tastes very good. Commented while gnawing. Suddenly, a big man rushed towards a big tree next to him. Bang! With a punch, the big tree shook, some leaves fell down, and a figure also flashed out from behind the tree in embarrassment. Seeing this, another strong man ran straight to the figure. At this moment, 3 more people appeared, and instantly fought with the 2 strong men. On the other side, 3 masked men came out with knives in their hands, confronted Li Jun. The masked man in the middle said, "Are you Li Jun?" Li Jun took a look at the strength of these 3 people. 2 were in the early stage of Ming Jin, and the one who was speaking was in the late stage of Ming Jin. The 4 in the distance were all innate rookies. Who are you? Li Jun smiled calmly. At the same time, 3 iron plates appeared in his hand. The strong man's strength was in the early stage of Ming Jin, so Li Jun was very calm. What's the use of high strength? He is also garbage in my place. I will kill you with all the people. We won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the Red Soul Jade and you will live. The masked man in the middle said again. Li Jun was stunned and asked, "What is Red Soul Jade? I haven't heard of it. Did you idiots make a mistake?" It seems that he won't cry until he sees the coffin. Go up. After saying that, the 2 masked men in the early stage of Ming Jin rushed straight to Li Jun to kill him. Just when the 2 of them ran halfway, they heard the sound of wind in their ears. They turned their heads and found that it was 2 strong men punching them. The 2 of them hurriedly responded. The masked man in the middle was also stunned. When he turned around, he saw that his 4 innate novices were already dead. Are these 2 bald strong men with bare hands so strong? The masked man in the middle thought. Then he rushed towards Li Jun with murderous intent in his eyes. Huh, I've been waiting for you. Li Jun looked at the masked man running towards him and said playfully. Then he waved his arm and 3 streams of light went straight towards the masked man. The masked man saw the 3 streams of light coming at him and thought they were hidden weapons, so he said, "It's just a trifle." After saying that, he swung his knife to block. Unexpectedly, the stream of light turned into 3 bald strong men in an instant, attacking him from both sides. The masked man was horrified and hurried to respond. Li Jun watched with amusement on the side, holding a bronze plate in his hand. Just in case. Why use an iron plate to hit people? Because Li Jun didn't want to reveal too much. 3 Ming Jin early-stage people beating a Ming Jin late-stage person is not like playing. Before long, the masked man fell into a disadvantage, and his companions were also busy and couldn't help him. The masked man's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He didn't understand where these three strong men came from. He was beaten into a daze. Li Jun looked at the blood bars of the three masked men and felt relieved. As they were all in the early stage of Mingjin, the characters in the game were awesome, and each of them seemed to have been through hundreds of battles, and injuries did not affect their combat effectiveness, which was awesome. But these masked men were almost there, and the more they fought, the more frightened they became. Soon, the two masked men in the early stage of Mingjin died, and it became 1 against 5. The masked man was unable to resist and was knocked to the ground in 2 or 3 hits. Li Jun hurriedly asked 4 of the strong men to stop attacking and asked, "Tell me, who are you? I can spare your life." The masked man stood up with difficulty, then fell to the ground again, looked at Li Jun, moved his mouth, and fell to the ground. Li Jun saw that the man's health bar was emptied in an instant, and hurriedly ran in to check, and found that he had bitten the poison in his mouth and died. Fuck, am I watching a movie? He bit the poison and committed suicide. Li Jun was surprised. Then Li Jun pulled off everyone's face towel and found that they were all young men. The man in the late stage of Mingjin had a G tattooed on his right forearm. Hey, it seems that he is not from the Wang family, otherwise he would not come up and ask about the Red Soul Jade. Li Jun looked at the word pavilion and thought, ding, system prompt, do you want to separate the current corpses? There is this operation. Yes, ding, decompose nearby corpses and obtain 5 bottles of primary healing medicine. Prime can restore some injuries. Li Jun smiled when he saw this. The system is a good person, helping me deal with corpses and giving me potions, so awesome. Then Li Jun sighed and said, "Oh, it seems I have to go back to the city to shop. One of the main materials, cinnabar. The key is that I don't have much money left. It seems I have to go back to the Li family and take back the wealth his father left him. I can't let those inhuman beasts get it cheap." In an antique room, an old man stood in front of the window, stroking his beard, looking at the scenery outside the window. Outside the window were endless mountains and dense forests, with a few birds flying by from time to time. A figure suddenly appeared behind the old man, knelt on one knee and said, "Master, a team that followed the clues to look for the Li family's Red Soul Jade is missing. I sent people to check the location of the team before they disappeared. It was to the east of Chiun City, among the mountains, by a stream. They disappeared here, and there were signs of fighting nearby. I suspect they were killed by someone." The old man didn't even turn his head, and said calmly, "Do the disciples of the Li family have such strength? Now that it has been confirmed that the Li family has a piece of Red Soul Jade, it will be easy to deal with." The old man looked up at the sky and said lightly, "The sky is clouded, and it seems that there will be strong winds and rainstorms at night in the next 2 days." "I understand." After saying this, the figure disappeared. From beginning to end, no one noticed how this figure moved. In Chiun City, Li Jun wore a conical hat and a veil covering his face. Dressed like an ancient knight, he came to a shop and used his last bit of silver to buy cinnabar. After that, Li Jun became a complete pauper. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Jun planned to stay in the city for now and go to Li's house to get his property back tomorrow. The next day, Li Jun went out of the city and walked towards Li's house. Not long after he left the city, he found that there were checkpoints on the road. It's the Wang family. This damn! Li Jun was depressed. If he went directly, it would be very troublesome if he was discovered. Li Jun had no choice but to take the mountain road, but there were birds and beasts on the mountain road. So Li Jun killed monsters while hurrying on the road, and it was night and it started to rain heavily. In this way, Li Jun's speed slowed down a little, but he got some more animal furs. When he arrived at the gate of Li's family, it was already late at night, with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. He thought that if there was a gatekeeper, he would knock him out directly, and then went straight to the Li family treasury. When he got to the door, he found no one. Why is there no one guarding the door? Could it be that I killed Li Feng last time and I'm scared? Li Jun asked puzzledly. He raised his foot and walked inside. No, there is a smell of blood. Li Jun was startled, and then he found a corpse on the side of the road with blood and rain mixed together. What's going on? Why would someone come to my house to kill me? Li Jun frowned and looked at the corpse in front of him. Red Soul Jade? Li Jun's eyes suddenly widened, thinking of what the people who assassinated him yesterday said. At this time, the sound of fighting came from the Li family's land, and Li Jun hurried in. All along the way, there were corpses of Li family members, old and young, women and children, while there were only 1 or 2 corpses of masked men in black. Seeing the corpses of the old, young women and children, Li Jun was angry. Damn it! Even the elderly and children were not spared, damn it! In a courtyard, several people were besieging 3 or 4 young men, and these young men had varying degrees of injuries. The strength was in the early stage of Mingjin, but the opponent was the same as their strength, and there were more people. Several people struggled to support. The leader of the black-clothed man who did not participate in the battle next to him was in the late stage of Ming Jin. When he found that he had not taken down these young men for a long time, he was immediately angry and slapped one of the young men with a palm, directly blasting the young man away, and fell to the ground and died on the spot. One person is missing, and the remaining young men are definitely not opponents, and 2 more died in a few strokes. There was only 1 young man left, and this young man just saw the opportunity to harvest a man in black. "Kill one of you, I'll have done what I have." The young man roared, but he was no longer able to stand steadily. "Tell me where the Red Soul Jade is, and I'll spare your life." The leading black-clothed man said coldly, "You bunch of beasts, our Li family doesn't have the Red Soul Jade you mentioned. You even spared the elderly and children. You will get your retribution." The young man roared with red eyes. However, just as the young man finished speaking, the leading black-clothed man slapped the young man with his palm. The young man blocked it with his sword, but with a bang, the sword broke, and he flew out with blood spitting out of his mouth, and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At this moment, the leading black-clothed man saw a flash of white light in the corner of his eye, and just as he was about to make a move, he found that his body was out of control. Then the body of the black-clothed man was divided into several pieces and scattered all over the ground. The same was true for the other black-clothed men. Li Jun ran quickly to the young man who was just slapped away by the black-clothed man, helped him up and shouted, "Li Hao, it's me, Li Jun." Li Hao reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at Li Jun in front of him. His eyes were moist and his voice was vague. Jun brother, Xiaoling, died, the whole family, all died." After saying that, Li Hao's health bar was instantly emptied and turned gray. Li Jun's veins popped up on the back of his hand, and he tightly grasped the healing medicine in his hand. With tears in his eyes, he raised his hand and gently covered Li Hao's eyes. His mind recalled the time when the two played together when they were young, and behind them there would always be a little girl with a runny nose and who liked to bite her fingers. Li Jun's reaction might have been caused by the original owner of this body. The heavy rain was still falling, and beside Li Jun were 2 men in white clothes, one holding a sword and the other holding a knife. They had extraordinary temperaments and were observing the surroundings and being alert. The rain actually avoided them when it met them. Note, starting from the bronze medal, there are 2 random characters that appear in the summons. One is a swordsman and the other is a swordsman. In the Li family treasury, a group of people in black were rummaging around in the treasury. There were 3 people standing at the door of the treasury, one of whom was an old man wearing a light blue robe, and his eyes were cold as he glanced at the people in black who were rummaging. Suddenly, a man in black came up to the middle-aged man with a wooden treasure box, handed it to him with both hands and said, "Elder Wu, the Red Soul Jade has been found." Elder Wu took it expressionlessly, opened it, and saw that it was indeed a quarter of the Red Soul Jade. He looked at the wooden box again and said in a cold voice, "It seems that the Li family does not know the importance of the Red Soul Jade. Otherwise it would not be placed in such a wooden box. Humph, a group of stupid people who don't know the treasure, they deserve to be destroyed." Elder Wu's eyes left the wooden box, glanced around, and said in a light tone, "Let's go." Hula la, a group of people retreated to the door of the treasury. After leaving the door of the treasury, Elder Wu paused, his eyes fixed on the front. He saw 3 young men in white robes standing on the open ground in front of him. The man in the middle held a sword, and the other 2 held knives. They just stood there in the open space, staring at the group of people at the door of the treasury, and there was no change in their expressions. But it gave people a strong sense of oppression. The 3 people stood in the rain, but the rain actually avoided them one after another, which surprised Elder Wu. He was a half-step master, and he could barely do this, but the 3 people in front of him looked very relaxed. Elder Wu couldn't stand this feeling of oppression, so he spoke first and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Are you looking for us?" After a long time, he found that no one answered him. Elder Wu said with a slightly angry face, "If you don't speak, don't blame us for being rude." Then he winked at a man in black beside him. The man in black understood and waved his hand backwards. Suddenly, 7 or 8 men, black, rushed out from behind him and rushed towards the 3 men in white robes in front. At this time, one of the swordsmen moved. His figure moved, and a series of after-images appeared. The blade glowed with cold light, and instantly came into contact with the 7 or 8 men in black. In an instant, the blade flashed and passed through the 7 or 8 men in black. For a moment, Elder Wu felt that time had stopped for a moment. Then he saw the 7 or 8 men in black being divided into many pieces and scattered on the ground. Not a drop of blood was shed. Then the swordsman returned to his original position as if he had not moved at all. Elder Wu and the others were shocked and trembling when they saw this. "This swordsman is so strong, could he be a late grandmaster? And the other 2 haven't moved yet." Elder Wu was pale, trembling all over, and shouted in his heart, "No, I'm no match for him at all. It's more important to save my life." Thinking of this, Elder Wu ignored the others, used his body skills, turned around and fled in another direction. As soon as he moved, the white-robed swordsman moved. He pointed with his left hand, and a white light shot out from between his index finger and middle finger, instantly hitting Elder Wu's back. Elder Wu was knocked out, fell to the ground and rolled for several rounds before dying on the spot. At the same time, his right forearm was revealed, and a pavilion was so conspicuous. The others were instantly panicked and fled in all directions. The three white-robed young men moved at the same time, and with a flash of swords and shadows, all the black-clothed men were beheaded. At this time, Li Jun walked out from behind a big rock, came to the body of Elder Wu not far away without raising his head, picked up the small wooden box, and put it directly into his backpack without even looking at it. Then his eyes swept over the word pavilion, and Li Jun's figure paused slightly. Then all the bodies disappeared one after another. Obtained 6 bottles of primary healing medicine and 1 bottle of intermediate healing medicine. Not every corpse is given a bottle, but randomly given according to the number of corpses. Intermediate healing medicine can recover from some slightly serious injuries. Li Jun did not hear these voices. The next day, early in the morning, the rain stopped and the sun was shining brightly. Behind the Li family's mountain, at the foot of the mountain, the ground was bulging with earth mounds. Li Jun looked at the graves in front of him, not knowing what to say. After all, he was a time traveler and it had nothing to do with him. However, the original owner of this body was a member of the Li family. Seeing this situation, he actually had a strong reaction, which indirectly affected him. "You can go with peace of mind. I will help you get revenge." Li Jun looked at all the graves and said calmly, "After helping them get revenge, I will be myself from now on." Li Jun said this to the body. After he finished speaking, he felt that his body was much more comfortable. Then Li Jun left here and blocked the only road here with rocks. He came to the Li family treasury and took away everything in it. In addition to the silver, there was also a little copper ore. The rest was of no use to Li Jun. After arriving in Qian City, Li Jun sold all the items he didn't need and exchanged them for silver. He needed to use the silver to buy ore and cinnabar. As for animal fur, he had to beat it himself. Then Li Jun came to the inn. He had to take a rest. Lying on the bed, Li Jun wanted to see what this Red Soul Jade was. Opening the small wooden box, the Red Soul Jade fell into the backpack, and the small wooden box disappeared. Ding, triggering an adventure. Treasure. The Red Soul Jade is the key to open the secret realm of the treasure. After entering the secret realm of the treasure, kill the final boss and get the treasure. Current number of Red Soul Jade 14 net. Reward for completing the adventure, 200 silver taels. After Li Jun read the system message, he didn't react for a while. What does it mean? Dungeon? Digging grass 0Q. Can I still play dungeons in the other world? Li Jun was surprised. System, you are awesome. You really keep up with the times, and you can even make dungeons for me in the other world. I admire you. I admire you so much. Li Jun said with a smug look on his face. It's this reward. Can I buy 2 portions of cinnabar? Or 3 portions of cinnabar? Or can I buy some ore slag? Li Jun said in a long voice. After saying that, he pouted. Oh, there is only 1 piece of this Red Soul Jade. Where can I find the other 3 pieces? That bird pavilion must have it, but I don't know how many pieces there are. I feel there are at least 2 pieces. Li Jun looked at the description of the adventure and thought. At this time, a small hill was full of antique attics, and the tallest attic looked very magnificent. Suddenly, the window of the attic shattered with a bang, and a figure flew out, spitting blood and falling from the hill. As an author, I guess that this person is probably dead. In the early morning, Li Jun opened the window of his room on the 2nd floor, breathed in some fresh air, and looked at the people coming and going on the street. At this time, there were several shouts from the other end of the street. Following the sound, they found that it was the Wang family's ore-carrying carriage. After the last robbery, the number of guards increased dramatically, and there were actually 20 people. Li Jun looked at the carriage slowly passing by, smiled faintly, and closed the window. Alas, the copper mine is gone again. I thought I could summon 5 copper medals, but only 3. This system is sometimes a pit, muttered to himself as he went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he found that the good seats were basically full of people. Li Jun had to sit down in the corner, ordered some snacks and wine, and started eating and drinking. Hey, have you heard that a family around Qian City was wiped out? A thin man at the table next to him whispered to the other 3. Is it true, Monkey? Where did you hear that? One of the fat people looked at Monkey and asked softly, Of course it's true. Can I make this up? Monkey looked at the 3 people with a firm face and answered softly, Alas, I've heard about this too. This kind of thing happened 2 years ago. The person who did it was too cruel. Another older man sighed as he looked at the food and wine on the table. That's right. I don't know what kind of deep hatred they have to kill the whole family. It's simply insane. Another strong man drank the wine in one gulp and put down the wine glass. At this time, the people at a table closer to the four heard the conversation. One of them, who was carrying a knife, turned around and said to the four people easily, "I heard it was for something called Red Soul Jade." Red Soul Jade? What kind of jade is that? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I remember that the Wang family won a piece of it at an auction a few years ago. It seems to be called Red Soul Jade, but it's only a few thousand taels. It's not worth anything at all. Li Jun was drinking and eating calmly, but his heart was active. If it's true as these people say, the Wang family has one, and the remaining two must be in the hands of this bird pavilion. It seems that I really have a chance to get all four pieces. But for now, let's get some copper ore first, and then go to the Wang family mine to see if there is any chance. At night, the sky is dotted with stars. The Wang family mine is still brightly lit, but there seem to be more guards than last time. Li Jun hid behind a big rock, and seeing that there were so many guards at the mine, he was in a dilemma. If he went in forcefully, he could get the ore, but he would definitely be exposed. Just as Li Jun was thinking about how to get the ore, a large number of people in black suddenly appeared near the ore, and without saying a word, they directly attacked the Wang family. In an instant, the two groups fought in a group. On the Wang family side, one of the bearded strong men, who seemed to be a leader, shouted to someone next to him, "Go report to the head of the family." After that, he roared and rushed up with a machete. Li Jun was a little confused by this sudden situation. They dared to fight with the first family of Qian City in such a fierce battle. This is too awesome. Then Li Jun quietly moved to the vicinity of the mine. On the battlefield, the guards of the Wang family could not hold on. The bearded man was suppressed by a man with a spear and retreated step by step. Suddenly, there was a loud shout in the distance, and then a figure fell into the crowd, instantly knocking 2 or 3 people away. Then this person raised his palms, bang, 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 a series of noises, and knocked away 5 or 6 men in black. Wang Yuanfeng was looking for something on the battlefield while fighting. Suddenly, his eyes focused and locked onto the man who was fighting with the bearded man, and then he rushed towards this person. The man in black with the spear felt that someone was attacking him from behind, and directly forced the bearded man back with a set of combos, and then retreated instantly. When Wang Yuanfeng saw this man retreating, his speed increased a little bit, and he slapped the man in black with the spear. The man in black had no choice but to fight with Wang Yuanfeng. Wang Yuanfeng was in the late stage of dark energy, only 1 step away from becoming a master. The man in black with the spear was, obviously, no match for him, and he was at a disadvantage after just a few moves. Wang Yuanfeng saw the right moment and hit the man in black with the spear in the chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Wang Yuanfeng took the opportunity to capture this man alive. Suddenly, a strong wind came from the side, and Wang Yuanfeng turned around and hit him with his palm. Bang! The 2 palms met, and the 2 men each took 3 steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Wang Yuanfeng took a closer look. "Qi Yunfei, it turns out that it is you, the Rakshasa gang, who are causing trouble." After seeing this man clearly, Wang Yuanfeng frowned. "Haha, Brother Wang, how are you?" Qi Yunfei laughed. "Qi Yunfei, what do you Luosha gang mean?" "It doesn't mean anything. Everyone knows that copper ore is a good thing, but only your Wang family can take it, and the rest can only be bought from your Wang family." "Brother Wang, do you think this is appropriate?" Qi Yunfei said with a smile. "This mine has always been the property of our Wang family. You find such an excuse to perfunctorily deal with me. Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" After hearing this, Wang Yuanfeng said with a gloomy face. He felt that things were not that simple. "Since you and I know it well, I won't talk nonsense." As soon as the voice fell, Qi Yunfei launched an attack on Wang Yuanfeng, and the 2 of them fought fiercely in an instant. Qi Yunfei was also in the late stage of dark gold, and the 2 fought evenly. At this time, Li Jun had sneaked into the mine cave and collected ore without saying a word. There was a constant ding-ding sound for a while. "Brother Wang, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your skills have improved a lot." Qi Yunfei was repelled by Wang Yuanfeng with a palm, and said to Wang Yuanfeng with a smile, "Stop talking to me and die." Wang Yuanfeng said angrily. Then he slapped Qi Yunfei several times, glanced at the surrounding situation, and felt that it was almost time. Yi dissolved Wang Yuanfeng's palm power and ordered to retreat. In an instant, the people of Luosha gang retreated like a tide. The Wang family wanted to chase them, but they were stopped by Wang Yuanfeng. He was afraid that the other party had an ambush. Li Jun was in the mine and found that the people of Luosha gang suddenly retreated. Li Jun was so angry that he cursed, "Damn it, retreat without calling me." There was no choice but to rush in. Li Jun didn't want to fight, and he planned to run towards the distant woods after leaving the cave. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by Wang Yuanfeng. Wang Yuanfeng was immediately furious. There were still people trying to fish in troubled waters. He tapped his toes and caught up with Li Jun in a few steps. Then he fought with the strong man next to Li Jun. The strong man didn't have much blood, so he was killed by Wang Yuanfeng in a few rounds and turned into particles and drifted away. Wang Yuanfeng was stunned when he saw the strong man turned into particles and scattered. At this moment, a white light swept over. Wang Yuanfeng was shocked and hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his chest with both hands to resist. Boom bang! Wang Yuanfeng was hit by the white light and flew out. Wang Yuanfeng fell to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and there was a deep knife mark on both arms that could see the bone. Wang Yuanfeng could feel in his heart that the opponent did not use any ruthless force, but just swept casually. If he had used all his strength, he would have been cut into 2 pieces. The true energy was released, and the opponent was always in the late stage. This was Wang Yuanfeng's inner thought. At this time, Li Jun had already entered the woods. In the previous knife attack, Li Jun did not let the swordsman kill him. He did not want to make a mortal enemy with the Wang family at the moment, because he felt that the Luosha gang must have a conspiracy to attack the Wang family's mine. He didn't know what the specific conspiracy was, because the Luosha gang's overall strength was not as good as the Wang family, and he didn't know why they suddenly attacked the Wang family. Wang Yuanfeng returned home and told Wang Qianba about the matter in detail. Wang Qianba frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. He also felt that the matter was not simple. Why did the Luosha gang suddenly attack the Wang family? After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. He could only send more people to protect the ore. At the same time, he distributed Li Jun's portrait to Li Jun. Knowing that the Wang family was looking for him with the portrait, Li Jun changed his clothes and put on a mask. Anyway, there were many people wearing masks in the city, and he didn't need one more. Li Jun wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could sneak into the Wang family and get the Red Soul Jade. If not, he would have to go to another city to avoid the limelight. The adventure given by the system, the final reward must be something that Li Jun can use, so he doesn't want to give up. Li Jun can only summon up to 5 card people now. If he robs them, he will face so many people. What if someone sneak attacks him? Even if there is a substitute card, it is estimated that it is not enough to die. After all, he is a fragile batch. If he dies, it will be really dead, so Li Jun dare not mess with his life. In the next few days, Li Jun went out in the late night, and each time he went to check the location of the Wang family's treasure house. This day, Li Jun came to the Wang family again, and according to the experience of the previous few times, he climbed over the wall and entered directly. Maybe because of the mine, there were fewer guards in the Wang family. This has been the case for several days. Li Jun decided to sneak into the treasure house tonight. Just as he passed by Wang Qianba's attic, he suddenly heard a low curse from inside. The Luosha gang is looking for death. In this case, I will obey their wishes and slaughter the Luosha gang tonight. Let's go. After listening to the report from his men, Wang Qianba took a group of people to support the mine. When he walked to the door, he turned around and said to the old housekeeper beside him, "You stay and guard the treasure house. I feel something is wrong." "Okay, master." Li Jun was in a dark corner in the distance. Seeing Wang Qianba taking people to support the mine, he was very happy. There was such a good thing. Then he moved stealthily towards the treasure house. The Wang family occupied a large area, and they had to avoid patrolling guards so they couldn't move fast. After more than an hour, they finally reached the treasure house. Li Jun thought to himself that he should be successful tonight. Looking at the gate of the treasure house, he found that in addition to the guards, there was also an old man in a gray robe at the gate. He was hunched over. If Li Jun hadn't seen his strength, he would have thought it was an old man sweeping the floor. This old man turned out to be in the early stage of the Grandmaster. I thought it was very simple. Just kill the guards and go in to grab the treasure, but I didn't expect another old man to come out. Li Jun touched his chin and stared at the old man with a flickering look. Suddenly, 2 men in black came out from the roof of the treasure house and rushed to the old man to kill him. The old man was startled, and the next moment the Grandmaster's aura burst out, and he instantly fought with the 2 men in black. For a while, the earth and wood flew everywhere, and Li Jun hurriedly hid to the side. After a few people were far away, Li Jun came back and ran straight to the treasure house. He found the body of the guard at the door, and it was not good to be preempted by others. As soon as he rushed in, he saw a man in black putting a jade box into the bag on his back. When the man in black saw the person coming, he threw 2 small black balls at the wall without saying a word. There were 2 explosions, and one wall of the treasure house was blown up. The man in black ran out directly. Li Jun was also chasing behind him. He saw that this person had the strength of the early stage of dark energy, but his body skills were special, and he ran so fast. But Li Jun was embarrassed. The strength of this body was still a congenital rookie, and he couldn't catch up with him at all. He could only see a small black dot running around in the distance. Li Jun gritted his teeth in anger and chased while talking nonsense. After chasing for dozens of miles, he found that there was a shouting and killing in front of him, and Li Jun immediately slowed down. A closer look showed that it was Wang's mine. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and the man in black had already entered the battlefield. Li Jun didn't dare to go forward, hiding his body and watching from a distance. Near the Wang family mine, Wang Qianba had already joined the battle and was fighting an old man, but the old man was weaker and was beaten by Wang Qianba. After a few more rounds of fighting, the old man was hit by Wang Qianba's palm, spitting blood and flying backwards, but was caught by an old man in a white robe and with white hair coming from behind. Wang Qianba took a closer look. "Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang, what are you doing in my Wang family mine?" Wang Qianba said with a gloomy face. "Brother Wang, what is Jian coming to do, don't you see?" After saying that, he flashed and came behind Wang Yuanfeng, who was fighting with Qi Yunfei, the second leader of the Luosha gang, and hit Wang Yuanfeng in the back with a palm. Wang Yuanfeng flew straight out and fell to the ground, and died on the spot. "No." Wang Tianba's eyes suddenly turned red and he roared. Then he took a pill and his aura suddenly soared to the late stage of the Grandmaster, with the same strength as Jian Wushuang. "Old bastard, give me back my son's life." After saying that, he stepped on the ground, and with a bang the ground exploded, and he rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Wang Tianba jumped into the air and released his true energy. He launched a series of chain palms, and transparent palm prints hit Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang didn't expect Wang Tianba to have such a pill. It must have cost a lot. Instantly his breath reached the extreme, and with a wave of his hand knife, the knife shadow instantly hit the palm print, and a series of explosions sounded. Then he jumped up and faced Wang Tianba. The two of them instantly fought in a ball. The true energy collided, and the wave spread. The two groups of people avoided it one after another. Those who couldn't dodge in time were swept by the wave and vomited blood and died. The late stage of the Grandmaster is really powerful. This destructive power is invincible. It's more exciting than watching a movie, Li Jun said softly while watching the battlefield from a distance. After Wang Qianba took drugs, he only wanted revenge. Otherwise he would be crippled by the side effects, so he fought in various ways. And sometimes he basically returned injuries with injuries. Jian Wushuang was frightened by this kind of fighting style, so he was constantly suppressed by Wang Tianba. Before long, both of them were injured to varying degrees. As the battle time became longer and longer, Wang Tianba felt that the effect of the medicine in his body was almost exhausted. He suddenly glared and spit out blood. His attack speed instantly increased by another 3 points. Jian Wushuang was panicked by Wang Tianba's state and was immediately hit by a palm, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jian Wushuang was also angry, with veins on his forehead bulging, and he chopped at Wang Qianba one after another with his qi knives. Wang Qianba struggled to hold on, but eventually the effect of the medicine dissipated, and he was chopped by the qi knives and died on the ground. Seeing Wang Qianba dead, Jian Wushuang's face turned red, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. "I thought it would be easy to take down Wang Tianba, but I didn't expect to pay such a high price," Jian Wushuang said with a pale face. "Master Jian, are you okay?" Qi Yunfei saw Jian Wushuang's pale face and ran over to ask softly, "It's all right?" At this time an old man ran over from a distance. "Master, I have brought all the Red Soul Jades." After saying that, he opened a large jade box, which contained 3 Red Soul Jades. This old man was Elder Zhao, who had just fought with Wang Tianba. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Zhao." Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 Red Soul Jades, his eyes flickered, and then he said with a firm face, "Let's go to the secret realm." After saying that, a group of people walked towards the north. Li Jun thought behind him, why go to the secret realm now? Isn't it to open the 4 Jades? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Looking at Jian Wushuang and the others who had already walked away, Li Jun decided to follow them to see. When they were near the secret realm, it was already dawn. The crowd passed through the dense forest, and in front of them were rolling mountains. There was a road in the middle of the mountains, leading to the valley. This is the only way to enter the secret realm, and the entrance to the secret realm is in the valley. But this road is not easy to walk. Looking along this road, you can vaguely see wild beasts walking in the distance. The terrain of this secret realm is gourd-shaped, with the mouth of the gourd at the entrance of the gourd, and the waist of the gourd is the entrance of the secret realm. Wait a moment, let me recover from my injuries. After saying this, Jian Wushuang took a pill and sat cross-legged. After a while, Jian Wushuang stood up and said seriously, "Go in and kill them." A group of people rushed along the road to the valley. After entering the valley, wild beasts of various levels appeared one after another, and Jian Wushuang and his men also suffered heavy losses. Only Jian Wushuang and 2 elders and the 3 late-stage dark energy subordinates brought by Qi Yunfei were left, and the rest were masters. Near the entrance of the secret realm, a beast with the strength of the late dark energy, White Cloud Tiger appeared, 2 meters tall, 4 meters long, and 4 as thick as a human. The body is snow white with black stripes. Although it is in the late dark energy, the beast's own conditions are much stronger than humans, so all aspects are added up, and the strength is actually advanced to the middle stage of the master. Zhan Wushuang and the others watched from a distance, but did not move forward. After judging the strength of Baiyunhu, they retreated a long distance. Then Zhan Wushuang exchanged a color with the others, and they dispersed in an instant, forming a huge encirclement that surrounded Li Jun. Then Zhan Wushuang shouted with his inner strength, "Li's back, since you are here. Why don't you come out and have a chat?" At this moment, Li Jun was behind a big tree and heard Zhan Wushuang's shout echoing in the valley. I was wondering why they came with only 3 pieces of Red Soul Jade. It turns out that they had planned it and expected me to come. Then take me down, and the 4 pieces of jade will be complete, and the secret realm will be opened directly. Ha ha! It's a good idea. Li Jun did not show up either, but directly released 5 iron plates strong men, and then ran in one direction, and then found a person in the late stage of dark energy. Without saying a word, they fought 5 against 1, and instantly the person in the late stage of dark energy screamed and died. A scream came, and Zhan Wushuang and the others were startled, not knowing what was going on. Then he killed the other 2 dark energy noobs. Qi Yunfei heard the screams and rushed over immediately. As expected, he found Li Jun with 5 bald men. Li Jun saw another person coming to die, and then saw the master. Then he waved his hand, and the 4 strong men rushed to kill Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei was not weak either. He used his internal energy in his fists to fight with the 4 strong men. Li Jun watched from the side and found that the master was indeed different. These 4 strong men in the early stage of bright energy seemed to be unable to do anything to him. After all, the realm difference was too great. One of the strong men was almost out of blood. He was hit by Qi Yunfei's punch and turned into particles. Qi Yunfei was stunned and said in surprise, "What kind of trick is this? Puppet?" At this time, a white light slashed towards Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei felt threatened and dodged quickly. He looked and saw that it was a swordsman in a white robe. There are accomplices. Qi Yunfei was shocked and felt that he was no match for him. He hurriedly called for others. With the addition of the swordsman, Qi Yunfei's pressure doubled. He was injured several times by the swordsman in a few strokes. Li Jun sighed beside him. It's not the foundation building stage. The card player in the Qi refining stage can't kill the master so quickly. Hearing Qi Yunfei calling for people, Li Jun immediately cheered up, and at the same time recalled an iron plate, and a bronze plate appeared in his other hand, observing the surroundings. "Brother Qi, don't panic. Zhang Feng is here to help you." As soon as the voice fell, a figure flew out from the woods next to him. Li Jun saw this man and threw his hand directly, and the bronze plate went straight to Zhao Changfeng. "Let you pretend." Zhao Changfeng was about to save Qi Yunfei, but he saw a white shadow stabbing him, and Zhao Changfeng turned around to deal with it. Qi Yunfei saw another puppet? He wailed in his heart. He was already seriously injured. Sure enough, not long after, with a scream, Qi Yunfei was hacked to death by the swordsman. At the same time, Zhan Wushuang and another elder Liu rushed over, and saw that the swordsman hacked Qi Yunfei to death. They were also shocked. They didn't expect that there was an accomplice. Seeing that Li Jun was not far away, they rushed directly to Li Jun, but were blocked by the swordsman halfway. There was no choice but to deal with the swordsman first. But as soon as they fought, they found that this swordsman was very strong. Li Jun watched with a smile on his face, followed by 3 strong men. "If you want to play, I will play with you." After saying that, he recalled an iron plate, and then the bronze plate appeared in his hand. Then he threw it, and the bronze plate turned into a stream of light and rushed to Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang had been keeping an eye on Li Jun, looking for an opportunity to attack him. Unexpectedly, Li Jun threw a white light, which suddenly turned into a swordsman stabbing him. This made his face change drastically, and he was as shocked as Qi Yunfei. Puppetry? Li Jun saw the summoned person and sighed. Why is it still Qi refining? What's wrong with this 50% probability? Looking at the 3 people fighting in the distance, Li Jun whispered, "Let's end the battle quickly." After saying that, he recalled the 3 iron plates, and then got 3 bronze plates. The moment he got them, he threw them towards Zhan Wushuang, and suddenly there were 3 more white lights. "I'm lucky this time. I can quickly end the battle with a foundation building stage." Li Jun smiled. Zhan Wushuang saw 3 more white shadows coming towards him, and his face turned pale. He turned around and ran away, but the foundation building stage swordsman didn't give him a chance. A white light penetrated Zhan Wushuang's body, and his blood tank was instantly cleared. The remaining 2 elders were also covered in wounds. Li Jun cleaned them up with a thought. He asked the system to collect the bodies and obtained 2 bottles of intermediate gold wound medicine. Li Jun looked at the 4 Red Soul Jade in his backpack with a smile. Then he looked at his body and took a long breath and said, "Brother, the one who destroyed the Li family was Zhan Wushuang. I have avenged you. You can report to your clansmen." Then Li Jun walked to the entrance of the secret realm. I was going to brush the dungeon. When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, this white cloud tiger was no longer meaningful and instantly became Li Jun's material. Then he placed the Red Soul Jade on the 4 openings of the stone door of the secret realm. Suddenly the stone door vibrated, then slowly opened, and some dust fell. Li Jun carefully let the cardman go in first, and after finding that there was no problem, he went in himself. When he went in, he found that the environment was no different from the outside. There was a main road with stones and woods on both sides. There were beasts on the main road, but their strength was much stronger than outside, and they were all masters. But for Li Jun, there was no pressure. He now had a foundation establishment stage and 4 chi refining stage fighters. They just attacked in one go. Then Li Jun found that there was actually a copper mine inside. This made Li Jun very happy. He slowed down his monster killing speed. He wanted to look around here to mine. After all, this thing was really scarce. Linan saw the treasure. At the end of the road was a spacious platform with a huge treasure chest on it. There was a saber-toothed tiger in front of the treasure chest, and its strength was actually in the chi refining stage. If Zhan Wushuang and the others came in, with their number and strength, they probably wouldn't be able to take it down. It might take several late-stage Grandmaster players to kill this chi refining stage saber-toothed tiger together. But for Li Jun, it was like watching an immersive short movie for free, and it was the kind with explosive special effects. Li Jun waved his hand and the saber-toothed tiger was confused and fought 5 people at once. Li Jun watched from the side. Every time the Foundation Establishment stage swordsman attacked, the saber-toothed tiger's health bar would drop a piece. Just like that, within a few minutes, the saber-toothed tiger died. Li Jun went forward and turned its body into materials. He came to the huge treasure chest and pressed the switch. The lid on the treasure chest slowly opened. The light inside the treasure chest also shot out as the lid opened, which was extremely dazzling. Li Jun didn't look closely and put all of them into his backpack. Let the system interpret them so that it is efficient. Congratulations on completing the adventure mission. Get a reward of 200 silver taels. Li Jun curled his lips at the reward. Then he browsed the treasure items. This made Li Jun surprised. They were all cultivation items. Oh my, this is so happy. Ha ha ha! Foundation building animal furt. Cultivation secret book. Jade's slip. Li Jun looked at the cultivation secret book. It said that you can become a foundation building strongman by using it directly. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a foundation building cultivator. Li Jun felt the change in his body and felt very comfortable. Then he looked at the jade slip and said, "This big treasure chest is a simple teleportation array, which can directly teleport you to the world of cultivation. It is much faster than walking there." At this time, the system prompt also sounded. You are about to go to the world of cultivation, and you are given a foundation building technique, fireball technique. A flying sword is convenient for use on the road. It also greatly increases the character's movement speed. The system does not want the protagonist to be hunted down and killed as soon as he goes there. Li Jun looked at the system prompt with a black line on his face, as if I was a badass. If a warrior obtains these treasures, he can cultivate into a cultivator, and I was given a green channel by the system. Including the items in these treasure houses, the system helped me convert them to be more suitable for me. After learning everything, Li Jun also saw that there was nothing worth lingering, so he was ready to go, so let's retreat. After that, he lay down in the big treasure chest. Suddenly the light was bright, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Then the canyon collapsed and turned into a ruin. In a group of mountains, the highest peak in the middle seemed to have been deliberately cut off, turning into a huge platform. At this moment, there were pillars of light falling from the platform from time to time. Each pillar of light that fell was a warrior from a small place on the edge of the other world. They all successfully broke through to the chi refining stage and were teleported here by the city lord using the formation, unlike Li Jun who came here through the secret realm. A pillar of light fell, and Li Jun landed steadily on the platform. Ding! System prompt. This is GI, the entrance to the world of cultivation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the system has hidden your cultivation level for you, and you are displayed as chi refining stage. Tips: it is recommended to find a sect to hide first and slowly explore the map, otherwise it is easy to die. You can also fly away with a flying sword to explore the map. Li Jun saw the system prompt and decided to hide first. To be honest, he was afraid of death. At this time, the pillars of light had stopped falling, indicating that all those who could come had come. On the huge platform, many people from various sects were recruiting and introducing their own sects. As for how everyone would choose, it was up to them. Li Jun walked around and finally came to a sect with slightly fewer people, Tianqin sect. located in the Tianqin Mountains. At this moment, a guide was introducing it non-stop, with spit flying all over the place and foaming at the mouth. Li Jun wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, because Li Jun saw the other party's strength, the Yuanying Master. Hello newcomers, let me introduce myself first. I am Li Tianming, from Tianqin sect. You have all seen the banner behind me. I started out just like everyone else, from a small place on the edge of our world, and broke through to the late Grandmaster stage. If you are willing to join our sect, then you can call me Senior Brother Li, otherwise bye. Then the rest of the situation will be explained after entering the sect. There is still some time now. Everyone can exchange ideas with each other and think about which sect to join. After that, Li Tianming sat on a chair and began to sip tea carefully. At this time, 3 people came to Li Jun, stood in front of Li Jun and said arrogantly, "Brother, I am Lin Jifeng. Brother, you seem to be alone. Why don't you join us and be my younger brother? I will follow you in the future." "Sorry, I like someone," Li Jun replied calmly. After that, Li Jun walked to the other side and was suddenly stopped by 2 lackeys of Lin Jifeng. "My young master invited you. It's your blessing. Don't be ungrateful." One of the lackeys shouted sternly. Li Jun turned his head to look at Lin Jifeng and found that he was looking at him with a smile on his face. "Who I don't want to join, but you forcibly stopped me from joining. Isn't it a bit too much?" Suddenly, a woman came over and said to Lin Jifeng with a hint of anger. Lin Jifeng looked at the woman in front of him with disdain and said, "What does it have to do with you? Since you are a woman, I will let you go. Get out of the way." "You." The woman wanted to say something, but was pulled back by her companions. Li Jun took a look at the woman, who was dressed in yellow and holding a sword. Her face was covered by a veil. She was obviously a beauty. Then Li Jun shouted at the 2 lackeys, "How much shit have you eaten? You are so foul-mouthed. You want me to join you?" "Fuck, you dare to scold us, I'm fucking you." The other lackey's breath burst out and was about to attack. Suddenly, an invisible energy came and separated Li Jun and the others. "No fighting is allowed here. Everyone be quiet," Li Tianming said calmly while holding a teacup in his hand and sipping tea without raising his head. Seeing Lin Jifeng leave, Li Jun looked at the woman who had just spoken and said, "Thank you." The woman looked at him and said nothing. Li Jun was a little embarrassed. The plot shouldn't be like this. Finally, the time was up, and there were 19 people who agreed to join the Tianqin sect. Li Tianming smiled. "Not bad. This number of people is acceptable." Then he waved his hand, and a flying boat appeared. It carried everyone to the Tianqin Mountains. The Tianqin Mountains are composed of 3 equally high peaks and 4 equally high small peaks, with 2 small peaks on each side of the 3 main peaks. The flying boat landed on the main peak in the middle, and everyone got off the flying boat one after another, looking at the magnificent architecture of the Tianqin sect, with a look of mountain artillery entering the city. Some disciples flew back and forth on flying swords in the sky. Then everyone paid homage to the head of the sect, and then distributed everyone's accommodation. As for entering and leaving the sect, you need to register with the duty elder. Time flies. A month has passed, and everyone has become familiar with the affairs of the sect. On this day, Li Jun came to the duty elder to receive the task of killing the monster. After completing it, he can choose various rewards. Li Jun must want the silver mine. After receiving the task, Li Jun went down the mountain to hunt monsters. Li Jun was doing the task in a dense mountain. Here were chi refining monsters. Going deeper, he could occasionally encounter foundation building monsters. Most disciples were doing tasks on the periphery, but Li Jun was not afraid of the foundation building period, so he killed monsters all the way and went deeper. Suddenly, a cave appeared in front of him, and there was a sound of fighting inside. Li Jun did not dare to move forward rashly, but found a place to hide and observe. Soon 3 people appeared from the cave, one of whom was a black-robed man, and the other 2 were Li Jun's fellow disciples. Li Jun saw that the black-robed man was seriously injured, and his strength was at the foundation building period. It was because of his injury that he was surrounded and beaten by 2 chi refining period people. The black-robed man gradually became exhausted and was beaten back step by step. Suddenly, the black-robed man seemed to use some secret method, which made his injuries healed all of a sudden, and the battle situation was reversed in an instant. The 2 men didn't react for a while, and were hit immediately, spitting blood and flying backwards. Li Jun came out from the side in time, and took a foundation-building swordsman to block them, and shouted at the same time, "Run!" The injured 2 people didn't have time to think about why. A fellow disciple suddenly appeared to rescue them, and turned around and ran. Li Jun saw that the 2 men had already run away, so he laughed and said, "Kill this black-robed man and see what treasures he has." With a flick of his hand, 4 more cards flew out. The black-robed man thought he could kill the 2 men, but he didn't expect an accomplice and a white-robed swordsman to appear halfway. This swordsman was as powerful as himself, but his attack was very experienced, as if he came from the battlefield. In close combat, He also brought various sword chi to attack from a distance. The black-robed man became more and more frightened. Unexpectedly, 4 white-robed men suddenly appeared, and their faces turned pale. Facing the siege of 5 people and 2 foundation-building monks, the black-robed man was no match at all. He didn't hold on for long before spitting blood and dying. Li Jun walked up and picked up the other person's storage bag. The system automatically displayed the contents in the backpack. He found that there was basically nothing he could use. Only some silver ores were useful to him, and then he decomposed the body. Ding successfully decomposed the evil cultivator in the foundation building stage and obtained a bottle of intermediate healing medicine. Huh, it turned out to be an evil cultivator. I really got rid of harm for the people. After saying that, Li Jun returned to the sect to hand in the task. Not long after Li Jun left, 3 black-robed men flew in from a distance, one of whom was actually in the nascent soul stage. Li Jun returned to the sect to hand in the task and exchanged it for a little silver ore. Then back in the room, Li Jun lay on the bed, looking at the summoning interface and muttered, "Impossible to get a silver card in a short time. I need the fur of a Jindan stage animal. My only way now is to synthesize it. It takes 30 foundation building stages to synthesize 1 Jindan stage. It's a bit of a ripoff. I'll go a little further this time and get the silver card first." After a short rest, Li Jun left the sect again and entered the depths of the mountains. Not long after walking, he heard the howling of a bear in the distance. Li Jun approached quietly and found that it was a foundation-building stage black bear wandering. After observing the surroundings and seeing that there was nothing wrong, it was safe. Just go and kill him. Use 4 bronze cards and directly crush the big bear. Congratulations on getting a foundation-building stage animal fur. System prompt: do you want to consume a foundation-building stage animal fur to strengthen the bronze card? The percentage of characters summoned after strengthening is the foundation-building stage. Li Jun saw that this must be strengthened. The probability of 50% is too rip-off. It's not enough in the world of cultivation. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Li Jun smiled. This time it was very awesome. It not only improved the efficiency of killing monsters but also ensured safety. In this way, Li Jun started to kill monsters nearby. He didn't dare to go too deep. That was the base of the Jindan stage. A month passed in a flash. With the fall of a giant python, Li Jun successfully killed 30 foundation building stage furs. Without saying anything, he directly synthesized. Then he moved his fingers slightly, and a beautiful silver card appeared in his hand. Silver-white silk threads emerged from the card, flowing around the card, and accompanied by a little starlight. Very beautiful. There was no painted figure on the card this time, but a greeting. System prompt: starting with the silver metal, the species summoned are all strange. The strength is all in the Jindan stage. Li Jun looked at the system prompt and murmured, "This is the same as when I played before. I don't know what it is when it is summoned. It's just that the system made it a silver metal to start, and when he played the game, it started with an iron metal." Looking at it, he missed his more than 130 cards again. "Damn, my silver mine!" Li Jun yelled. He had accumulated some silver mines during this period, and thought that it would be enough for 2 or 3 cards, but it was gone after summoning 1. "Did you also smelt the ore, and then extract pure silver? You are a system, not a silver refining workshop." Li Jun felt very uncomfortable. It was already difficult to deal with, and you played this again. Li Jun wanted to cry. "Oh, forget it. It seems that I have to go out and travel." As soon as Li Jun left the mountains, he saw cultivators flying around and everyone looked very serious. Could something have happened? Li Jun thought to himself. "My fellow Taoist, what happened?" Li Jun saw a cultivator running all the way, so he chased him and asked. The cultivator stopped, looked at Li Jun with a serious face, and said, "Yes, evil cultivators have appeared recently and have killed several fellow Taoists. The major sects have sent disciples to search for them in a large area." After the cultivator finished speaking, he bowed to Li Jun and left. Li Jun also responded with a salute. Evil cultivator? Li Jun fell into deep thought. He thought of the 2 fellow disciples he had rescued more than a month ago, and the one he had killed was an evil cultivator, as indicated by the system. It seems that it is a bit dangerous outside, so he should disguise himself. Li Jun came to a small town and found that the people in the town all had serious faces and moved in groups of 3 or 5, probably because they were afraid of being attacked by evil cultivators. It is safer to form a team. There is only one main road in this town, which leads to Chengyuan City. The road is quite long, so everyone walks together. At this time, 2 cultivators came towards them, one male and one female. The leader, wearing a green robe, said to Li Jun indifferently, "This fellow Taoist, I am Mo Qing, and this is my junior sister Qingyu. I believe you are also going to Chengyuan City. How about we team up together? Everyone is traveling together to defend against evil cultivators." Li Jun saw that both of them were in the foundation building stage. "No, I like to be alone, more kindness," Li Jun said and bowed to the 2 of them. "In that case, it is Mo Qing who is abrupt." Mo Qing said with an apologetic look. After speaking, he also bowed to Li Jun and left. After walking a long distance out of the town, the main road was basically cut off, so everyone used flying swords to take their own ideal route. Li Jun flew over a dense forest and heard a sound of fighting in the forest ahead. He landed in a hurry and went to check secretly. When he arrived at the place where the fight was taking place, the fight was over. It turned out to be two evil cultivators with a faint black aura coming out of their bodies. After a closer look, he found that they were the two people who invited him to form a team in the town, Mo Qing and Qing Yu. At this time, the two killed a casual cultivator. They should have invited this casual cultivator to form a team together, and then came here to kill him. The dead casual cultivator's body was shrunken. Li Jun opened the attribute display, and sure enough, blood bars and the words Evil Cultivator appeared above the two people's heads. If I open the attribute display during the day, maybe I can stop them. Li Jun looked at the shrunken body and thought to himself. But now it's time to get rid of the harm for the people. Li Jun's eyes were sharp at the two evil cultivators. With a flick of his hand, 4 white-robed monks appeared in the stream of light and attacked and killed the two evil cultivators. The two were shocked when they saw the 4 foundation-building cultivators suddenly appear. They thought they were discovered and came to encircle them, so they turned around and ran. But they didn't run long before they were surrounded by 4 people and fought together. The two evil cultivators did not hold back during the fight. Black air gushed out, and black talismans were frequently cast, and explosions were heard. The 4 white-robed cultivators shot out various sword lights and sword chi, which were accompanied by lightning and lightning, specifically to counter the evil cultivators' black air. Li Jun saw that the health bars of the two evil cultivators were falling, so he found an opportunity to shoot a fireball from the side, hitting Mo Qing, directly hitting the blood tank to 0, and the body burned. The evil cultivator whispered that his brother was burned to death by a fireball from nowhere, and was immediately shocked. At this moment of panic, he was hit by the sword chi and died directly. Triggering the regional mission. Clear the evil cultivators nearby. Reward, 1 Foundation Establishment Animal Fur. Current progress, 215. Mission, haha, that's great. Eliminating demons and defending the Tao is the duty of a cultivator like me. I will complete the mission. Li Jun said with a smile. The evil cultivators nearby. This place is not far from Chenyuan City. According to the nature of the game, it should be around the main city. Li Jun muttered as he looked at the mission interface. Then Li Jun carefully searched around the main city. There was a sound of fighting in a stone forest, and then it became quiet. Thank you for your rescue, fellow Taoist. A young cultivator was supported by his companion and thanked the man in front of him. You're welcome, you guys go quickly, the man replied. Goodbye. The man glanced at the mission panel and found that there were still 3 left. Li Jun searched for several days before finding one. Later, Li Jun found some lone cultivators, or those with small teams, and followed them. In this way, the evil cultivators would attack them, and Li Jun would just take them down. As expected, he succeeded, and had killed 7 of them, all of whom were in the foundation building stage. Li Jun shuttled back and forth in the mountains and jungles, looking for targets. Now he couldn't fly because the flying targets were too big. In this way, Li Jun came to a canyon. The canyon was filled with the sound of talismans exploding, various fireballs, ice cones, and colorful special effects which dazzled Li Jun. This is too cruel. Although everyone is a foundation-building cultivator, everyone has a lot of talismans and skills. It seems that they are some elite disciples of the sect. Li Jun muttered in his heart. Li Jun hid above the canyon and did not act rashly. He was worried that if he took action, his secret would be exposed and cause unnecessary trouble. At this time, 3 more evil cultivators came from another direction of the canyon. With the addition of these 3 new forces, the sect immediately fell into a disadvantage, and as time went on, the sect suffered casualties, and there was a tendency of defeat. At this time, a slightly older female monk was not afraid of the black mist sprayed out by the evil cultivator. She slapped her waist and a small purple gourd flew to her head. The gourd mouth sucked the evil cultivator's black air, and all the black air was sucked into the purple gourd. At the same time, the female monk moved her fingers, and 5 small fireballs appeared, instantly shooting towards the evil cultivator in front. The evil cultivator was a little flustered when he saw this, and hurriedly summoned a shield to resist. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the shield was blown to pieces. The evil cultivator was startled and wanted to turn around and leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw a white-robed swordsman swinging 2 sword chi at him. He barely dodged one, but was hit in the chest by the other one. He immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground and slid 3 or 4 meters away. Seeing this, another evil cultivator wanted to come to rescue, but was stopped by the person in front of him, and could only watch the female monk end the life of this evil cultivator. The enemy that Li Jun saw. Li Jun asked two card people to join the battle while he was playing sneak attacks on the side, throwing fireballs from time to sneak attack these black robe evil cultivators. Li Jun had a system-given movement speed bonus, so he was very fast. These evil cultivators found him but couldn't catch him, and they were furious. But Li Jun's fireballs were powerful. Unlike those fired by these cultivators, they were very powerful and had a burning effect. It took a lot of effort to extinguish them when they hit the body. It didn't take long for Li Jun to complete his mission. Due to Li Jun's participation, these evil cultivators saw that the situation was hopeless, left more than a dozen corpses, and ran away. The group of elite disciples of the sect suffered heavy losses, so they didn't chase them. After the battle, the female cultivator just now, who was the senior sister of this group of people, came over with a group of people. "Thank you, 3 Taoist friends, for your help." The female cultivator bowed to Li Jun and the 2 card people beside him and thanked them. Li Jun looked at the card people on both sides and saw that they didn't react. They were just alert to the surrounding situation. "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It's our duty to eliminate demons and defend the way." Li Jun also bowed and smiled. The female monk looked at the 2 card people in confusion and asked, "Who are these 2? "Oh, haha. These 2 are my senior brothers. They are not good at communicating," hurriedly explained. "Everyone is injured. I think we should return to the city as soon as possible." Li Jun said again, Yes, I neglected it. Let's return to the city as soon as possible." After saying that, the female monk released the flying boat, and everyone boarded it and flew to Chengyuan City. After returning to the city, Li Jun said goodbye to the group of people, and then went to the shops in the city to see if there were any ores for sale. As a result, there were indeed some, but they were extremely expensive. Silver ore actually cost 10 spirit stones per piece, and no one knew how much one piece was. Anyway, the store owner said that one piece was enough to make a weapon, even a big axe. After all, silver ore is the main ingredient, and with the auxiliary ingredients, weapons can be made. Li Jun killed so many evil cultivators and only had 100 spirit stones, so he bought 10 pieces. Li Jun opened the summoning panel to see if it was enough to summon another silver metal. Then he found that the system actually told him that he needed 15 pieces of silver ore to summon a silver metal. Li Jun had nothing to say except cursing his father. The system must have been revised according to the situation of this world. The required materials have increased. Li Jun wanted to gather all the ores. There was a very low probability of encountering them in the wild. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so Li Jun decided to go to the mountains to mine. When he came to the mountains, he searched for ores while fighting monsters. At night, Li Jun found a very hidden cave and lived in it. He planned to continue searching during the day, because the risk factor was too high at night. Li Jun was meditating and resting in the cave. Suddenly, he heard a heavy object falling to the ground. Li Jun was startled. Someone was coming. Then he heard a voice. "Brother, this person is dead and useless." A charming female voice said, "He is really dead. Since he is dead, junior sister, you see this place is good. Why don't we have a weekend here?" The man looked at the junior sister in front of him and said with a smile, "No, senior brother. Master said that we evil cultivators must practice the devouring art to perfection." The woman said hurriedly. When Li Jun heard this, he was shocked that they were evil cultivators, so he went to a gap at the entrance of the cave and looked out. There was indeed a man and a woman, and their health bars showed that they were evil cultivators. The man slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, how could I forget about this? Oh, senior brother, since you want it, I can give it to you in other ways." After the woman finished speaking, she touched her belt and wanted to undress. At this time, the stone wall next to them suddenly shot out 2 sword beams, which came straight at the 2 people. The 2 people were also alert and immediately dodged. Then 2 white shadows rushed towards the newcomers. The 2 people were suddenly filled with black air and faced the 2 white-robed people. At this time, Li Jun saw the door and said with a smile, "You still want to sneak attack me. If I hadn't seen your names turn red, I would have been fooled by you." It turned out that the 2 people discovered Li Jun's existence and wanted to pretend to attack and kill him, but they didn't expect to be discovered. Seeing the blood bars of the 2 people dropping, Li Jun exclaimed, "It's really amazing. They are both in the foundation building stage, and the system gives them strength. Well, let's end the battle quickly." After saying that, he sent a fireball spell to the evil man. The evil man was struggling to deal with the swordsman in front of him, but he didn't expect that a fireball suddenly came and arrived in the blink of an eye. He was hit directly and his body was burned in an instant. The evil man screamed. Then he was taken away by the swordsman with a sword. The other female evil, cultivator, was the same. After getting rid of the 2 people, Li Jun found another cave and stayed there for a night. The next morning, he received a letter from the sect, saying that he would participate in a secret treasure hunt between sects, which contained various rare materials and so on. Li Jun saw that he had come to the dungeon again, and he happily hurried back. After returning to the sect, I was notified that the preparations for the secret realm would be arranged in 3 days, and I had to wait for the fellow disciples who had not returned. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash, and the head of the sect personally arranged to help everyone build their foundation. The head of the sect brought a group of chi refining disciples to the sect's forbidden area, and each of them was assigned a cave. Just like that, according to the head of the sect's requirements, everyone began to practice. Li Jun himself was in the foundation building stage, and his aura was hidden by the system, so he worked hard to form a pill. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. All the new chi refining disciples successfully entered the foundation building stage. In the sect square, there were 20 disciples who signed up for the secret realm, and Li Jun was definitely going to go. A middle-aged man flew in the sky and landed on the steps. He looked at the disciples in front of him and said loudly, "Okay, everyone, be quiet. According to seniority, I am your uncle, and I am in the early stage of the nascent soul stage. You can call me Uncle Liu. I will lead the team to the secret realm this time. But I want to make one thing clear. Although there are many natural treasures in the secret realm, it is very dangerous and you may lose your life. And the surrounding sects will send disciples to go there. It is normal to kill people and rob treasures in the secret realm, so I want to tell you in advance that if you are afraid and want to quit now, you can stand up. It is a normal thing. I won't say anything. After waiting for a long time, I found that no one quit. Very good. No one quit. Then let's go." After speaking, he released a huge flying boat. Everyone jumped on the flying boat, and then the flying boat took off and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. A day later, the flying boat landed on a cliff. There was a huge platform here, and at the edge of the cliff was a light gate twisting in the void. This gate was the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone got off the flying boat. "Okay, everyone, take a rest on the side first. The time is not up yet. People from other sects will come later. We will go in together." Not long after, a big sword flew from the sky and landed on the platform in the blink of an eye. A group of people jumped down one after another. Everyone was wearing a green robe with a sword embroidered on the chest of the robe, and each person also carried a sword on his back. They were the people of Li Jun's sect. The middle-aged man in the lead walked up to Uncle Liu and said, "Brother Liu, how are you?" "Haha, Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. Nice to meet you," Uncle Liu said happily. "Originally, Brother Wang was the leader, but he had something to do temporarily, so I came. Brother Wang, Wang Jiwan, with his 2 tricks he is still leading the team. I guess he can even turn over the flying sword," Uncle Liu said with a look of disgust. This cultivator Zhao knew that the 2 of them had a little conflict, so he didn't talk about it in depth. He smiled happily. At this time, another flying boat from the sect came in the sky. Sun Moon Sect. The flying boat of this sect is in the shape of the moon, with the blessing of the formation, and there is a faint starlight trailing when flying, which is very beautiful. A large group of men and women stood on it wearing dark blue robes with the sun, moon, and stars embroidered on them. The leader was an older female monk who was very beautiful. The flying boat stopped, and a group of people got off. The leading female monk came to the 2 of them and said with her almond lips slightly opened, "Hello, 2 senior brothers." The 2 of them hurriedly returned the greeting, "Fairy Lan Yue." At this time, several more flying boats came from the sky, and a group of people came down again. Uncle Liu greeted them one by one. They are the Thunder Sect, the Heavenly Tao Sect, and the Tyrant Sword Sect. The Thunder Sect practices thunder magic, infusing thunder magic into talismans and shooting out talismans with a little lightning. The Heavenly Tao Sect is Taoist magic. Everyone is dressed as a Taoist priest with a sword on their back. The Ba Dao Sect uses knives, and each disciple carries a big knife on his back, which looks very imposing. Li Jun observed the situation of each sect and the strength of these disciples one by one, and showed their attributes. All of them were in the foundation building stage. "Okay, everyone, get ready. The secret realm is about to open," Uncle Liu shouted to everyone. After hearing this, everyone looked up at the light gate on the cliff. Not long after, the light gate suddenly shone brightly, very dazzling, and everyone closed their eyes or blocked it with their hands. The dazzling light did not last long and disappeared, and the light gate changed. It was pitch black in the middle, and the outer edge was indeed shining. "The secret realm is open. Everyone hurry to go. It will be closed soon." Uncle Liu glanced at everyone and shouted. After hearing this, the disciple stood up and jumped into the light gate. Li Jun also jumped in, and a burst of light flashed, and Li Jun appeared in the secret realm. Surrounding it was a swamp, emitting a pungent smell. The stones next to it were all black, most of the plants were rotten, and there were some animal skeletons. Li Jun was a little scared when he saw the scene in front of him. He glanced around and found that there was no one. Li Jun immediately summoned 2 bronze cards, which was safer. "Ding! Congratulations on entering the Crocodile Dirt secret realm. Kill the final boss, Crocodile Dragon, to get a reward of silver mine." Li Jun smiled as he looked at the task introduction. It's great that you gave me the silver mine. I'm still short of 3 pieces. You even sent me a secret map. System, you are awesome. Li Jun smiled and gave a thumbs up. The secret map is quite large. It seems that everyone was randomly teleported. Li Jun's mind flashed the map and found that he was in the swamp in the south of the map. The monsters in this place are some snakes, toads, etc. The strength of the monsters in the secret realm is all in the foundation building stage. There is a pool in the center of the swamp. There may be some herbs around it. Take them to the sect to exchange for some silver mines. Li Jun carefully went to the center of the swamp. Not long after walking, weeds more than 1 person tall appeared in front of them. Looking at the map, they should be able to reach the destination by crossing the weeds. The 2 card players were 1 in front and 1 behind, and Li Jun was in the middle. They slowly moved forward. After walking about 7 or 8 miles, they finally came to the big pool in the center of the swamp. The pool was very large, and the water was black and emitted bursts of stench. Li Jun took a breath and said, "Ugh! What kind of broken place is this? This smell is too sweet." Li Jun covered his mouth and cursed in his heart. Then he scanned the surroundings and found that there were indeed more than a dozen small grasses. The grass was black and emitted black gas, and there were faint white light spots floating out. System prompts found medium quality poison pitcher plant. Jun saw that it was medium quality, so it should be good, so he started picking. Just after picking 2, he saw the weeds in front of him shaking. Li Jun quickly dodged and hid in the weeds next to him, looking forward. A person dressed as a Taoist priest came out of the weeds, and he was obviously a member of the Tiandao sect. The man held a sword in his hand, carefully observing the surroundings while moving towards the poison pitcher plant. When he got near the poison pitcher plant, he quickly collected it, and soon collected 5 or 6 plants. Then he did not stay, and disappeared into the weeds he had been in before. Li Jun was stunned. This guy was too fast. Suddenly a scream was heard, and Li Jun was shocked and said, he was killed. Then 2 people appeared in the weeds opposite. Li Jun saw that the 2 people were from the Tyrant Sword sect, with big swords on their backs. "Haha, senior brother Zhang, our luck is too good. We just complained that we didn't get anything, and we met this unlucky guy. Ha ha ha." A young man laughed happily. "Yes, we have been around this broken place, and there is really nothing. It seems that we are lucky to meet this unlucky guy. Ha ha ha." Senior brother Zhang glanced at the young man, and the 2 of them laughed again. "Let's pick all the poison pitcher plants first," Senior brother Zhang said as he looked at the poison pitcher plants on the ground. After that, he started to collect. Li Jun listened to the conversation between the 2 people, and his mind became active. He showed the detailed attributes and found that the 2 people were in the early stage of foundation building, but his card man only showed foundation building stage. What's the situation? Li Jun frowned and was puzzled. Who cares? The system's product must be a fine product. Just do it. Li Jun said with relief. Then the 2 card men rushed to attack the 2 disciples of Badao sect in front. The white light struck, and the 2 were shocked. The young man was obviously a newbie, with little combat experience and slow reaction. He was hit by the sword light and flew out with spitting blood. But senior brother Zhang reacted quickly, dodged the sword light, and fought with the swordsman. After the young man vomited blood, he was seriously injured and could not fight at all. He was directly harvested by the swordsman, and then attacked senior brother Zhang with a sword and a knife. In the early stage of foundation building, he was no match for the 2 experienced card players. He was killed by the 2 men before he could use a few talismans. Senior brother Zhang died with hatred, and he didn't know which sect the 2 men were from until he died. Li Jun came out and happily collected the storage bags of the 2. If the system didn't upgrade him in the later stage, he could only rely on these resources to improve himself, so he had to keep them. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Jun hurriedly left. His ultimate goal was the boss. After walking for several hours, he found several corpses along the way, from various sects, and their deaths were quite miserable. The boss is in the center of the map. Don't be too impatient when you get there, because there are too many people. Be careful. Li Jun took a breath at the bottom of a cliff, and then ran to the center of the map, using the terrain to conceal his whereabouts. At the same time, above the cliff where Li Jun was resting, 2 groups of people from the Tyrant Blade sect and the Sun and Moon sect were fighting each other. They were meeting on the same path, and both wanted to eat each other and get each other's storage bags. But when they started fighting, they found that everyone's strength was about the same. But in terms of magic tools and talismans, because the Sun and Moon sect was a large sect with a strong family background, the Tyrant Blade sect was defeated in the end. An older disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect saw that there was no chance of winning, so he gritted his teeth and used his only means of survival, the intermediate talisman, Earth Escape Talisman. Except for this person who escaped, the rest of the army was wiped out. On Li Jun's side, Li Jun ran to the mouth of a canyon. He had just entered and had not run far when he was surrounded by 3 people. Looking at the 3 people holding talismans in their hands, there was a faint lightning flash. I knew that the 3 were from the Thunder Sect. At this moment, the 3 were looking at Li Jun and his 2 friends in a joking manner, with a confident look on their faces, thinking that they could defeat Li Jun and his 2 friends. Li Jun didn't understand where the 3 people got their confidence from. Without saying a word, the 3 of them started to fight, and the talismans were shot at Li Jun and his 2 friends. Li Jun moved his mind and the 2 card people were dispatched. 3 to 3, Li Jun also participated in the battle to experience it. After all, he had a way to save his life. If it didn't work, he would summon a bronze medal. Li Jun relied on his fast movement speed to launch the fireball to bombard his opponent from a distance, and his opponent was very angry. Because his speed was not fast enough, he could only throw talismans to attack from a distance. Some of the talismans that trapped people were dodged by Li Jun's fast movement. So this person was very distressed, staring at Li Jun with his eyes like spitting fire and firing his talismans. The ground was blown up with a bang. Li Jun's skills were also single, just a fireball technique, and he didn't learn any talismans, so he fired while moving, just like playing a shooting game, and this made Li Jun very excited. It felt very exciting. On the other side, the 2 disciples of the Thunder Sect were in a difficult situation. They felt that the white-robed monk was too strong, and they were obviously no match for him. At this moment, their situation was already very dangerous, and they were at risk of being killed at any time. At this time, Li Jun moved over and happened to see one of them with his back to him, and a fireball flew over. "Get out of the way!" Li Jun's opponent saw it and roared, and this man was also quite skilled. In an instant, a layer of light yellow light shield appeared on his body, which was a defensive talisman. Bang! The fireball hit him and exploded. The light shield flashed and shattered. It can be seen that Li Jun's fireball was extraordinary. The man was frightened by Li Jun and broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly he screamed, "Not good!" In an instant, a white light penetrated his body and was directly killed by the swordsman's sword energy. The remaining 2 people were shocked and scared to death. For a while, they were full of loopholes and were harvested by Li Jun and his men in a few strokes. Looking at the 3 storage bags in his hand, he had gained quite a lot. Li Jun looked at the map and found that he was already at the edge of the center of the map. He walked inside and slowly entered the center of the map. It is estimated that there has been a massacre inside, in order to compete for various resources. Li Jun decided to explore carefully. At this moment, in the secret realm, the various sects have indeed started killing. The closer you go to the center of the map, the more tragic the battles between the sects. On a grassland, 2 disciples of the Tyrant Sword Sect, waving their swords, beat a male disciple of the Sun and Moon Sect and made him retreat step by step. Suddenly, one of them jumped up, and the sword glowed with a faint blue light and chopped down at the man fiercely. The man blocked it with his sword, and the sword broke immediately, and his body was split in half. On the other side, the 4 disciples of the Li Jun sect confronted the people of the Tiandao sect. The 2 sides fought to the death, but they were discovered by the people of the Thunder Sect who passed by. They were immediately drowned by the Thunder Talisman. After a burst of explosions, only a group of charred corpses were left. One of the Thunder Sect members laughed and said, "This is interesting. How boring it is to travel all the time. We have to keep an eye out for this kind of situation and come to help them." Seeing this, the other Thunder Sect disciples sighed and shook their heads, ignoring this person and continuing on their way. Li Jun was also traveling cautiously. He had expected this kind of fighting. After all, when people compete for the world boss in games, they all fight among their gangs. Whoever is more powerful can get it. Just as Li Jun was traveling in the bushes, he heard fighting on the left. Li Jun stopped and looked through the bushes. He found that it was actually people from his own sect fighting with people from the Heavenly Tao sect. Seeing the people from his sect, Li Jun decided to save them. Seeing that the 2 sides were evenly matched, Li Jun took back the card man, then rushed out, casually shooting a fireball at one of the opponents. The man immediately stepped back to dodge the fireball and put on a protective shield. The people of Tianqin sect were delighted to see that the person coming was their fellow disciple. They were full of fighting spirit. One of the brothers put on a rain cover for himself and then slapped his storage bag. 5 small swords flew out and angrily attacked the opponent. The others also showed their magic weapons and shot at the opponent. The people on the opposite side were not weak either. One of them was a middle-aged Taoist priest with a beard. He took out a thing similar to the Bagua mirror and threw it forward. Suddenly, a tortoise-shell protective shield appeared in front of him, covering 3 or 4 people and resisting all the spells attacking them. At this time, a senior brother shouted, "Everyone be careful. There may be too many magic weapons on the other side." Li Jun saw the magic weapons of the other side and heard what his senior brother said. He sighed in his heart. "These magic weapons are really varied. I am dazzled. It seems that I have to get more later. Li Jun relied on his fast body movements and his fireball technique, which had high damage and caused a lot of casualties to the other side. The middle-aged Taoist priest was furious when he saw that several people on his side were killed or injured, and he was the only one left intact. He slapped the storage bag directly, and a tortoise shell flew out, instantly wrapping himself tightly. Then the middle-aged Taoist priest quickly formed seals with his hands, and some yellow bubbles appeared from the tortoise shell. These yellow bubbles were very flexible. When flying swords, flying knives, and other magic weapons attacked, they were wrapped by bubbles. As for some spells, they were destroyed by bubbles one after another, and even Li Jun's fireball technique was blocked. Seeing this, Li Jun wanted to release the cardman to kill him, but when he saw that there were still 4 or 5 people on his side, and there was only this middle-aged man on the opposite side, and the rest were injured and fell to the ground, Li Jun gave up the idea of summoning the cardman. After all, it was his own secret. Not good. The other party actually took out a top-grade magic weapon. Everyone be careful. A senior brother shouted with a slightly trembling voice. Li Jun heard it and complained in his heart. What's wrong with the top-grade magic weapon? There are so many of us, and we can't kill him. What the hell are you yelling about? Look at that cowardly look. Then Li Jun saw the middle-aged Taoist priest release a golden crystal ball from the storage bag. As soon as the crystal ball came out, it shone with golden light, and then flying swords were continuously shot out from the crystal ball to attack Li Jun and his group. Seeing this, the others immediately released the defense shield, then dodged, and at the same time released spells to attack the flying swords. Block the flying swords from attacking themselves. Li Jun relied on his body skills to dodge, and at the same time sent out fireballs to attack the flying swords. For a moment, the two sides were actually fighting with magic, and it seemed that they were going to see who would use up all their strength first. At this time, the senior brother who had just shouted again. Another top-grade magic weapon. We can't beat it. Let's run. After saying that, this person actually ran away, and the others immediately panicked. When one person ran, the second person ran. For a moment, the formation was in chaos. 3 people were killed by the flying sword of the middle-aged Taoist priest, and 2 people ran away. Suddenly, Li Jun was left alone. Li Jun was so angry that he cursed. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? The middle-aged Taoist stopped firing the flying sword, looked at Li Jun with a ferocious face and said, "Hand over all the treasures obediently, and I will leave you with a whole body." Li Jun stopped, looked at the middle-aged Taoist and smiled. Since you want to die, then I will play with you." After saying that, he swung the bronze plate, and a white light shot out, instantly transforming into a swordsman, and a sword beam rushed towards the middle-aged Taoist. The yellow ball, floating on the tortoise shell of the middle-aged Taoist, hurried forward to block it, but it was pierced by the sword beam in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! A series of piercing sounds sounded, and the sword beam hit the tortoise shell of the middle-aged Taoist with undiminished power. Bang! A ripple appeared on the tortoise shell. The middle-aged Taoist was surprised to see that the sword beam was so powerful. "In that case, you can die now," the middle-aged Taoist said with a ferocious face and viciously. Then the golden crystal ball began to shoot flying swords to kill Li Jun and the swordsman, but all the flying swords were quickly shattered by the swordsman, and then the swordsman's sword energy hit the crystal ball away. The middle-aged Taoist priest was horrified when he saw this. But the swordsman did not stop attacking, and sword energy flew towards his tortoise shell, and cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. Li Jun also shot several fireballs at the side, and the tortoise shell was shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged Taoist priest turned around and ran. "Don't you want to kill me? If you have the ability, don't run, you little chicken." Li Jun saw that the middle-aged Taoist priest actually ran away and cursed from behind. The middle-aged Taoist priest didn't run far before he was caught up by the swordsman. After a few swipes of the sword, the middle-aged Taoist priest was torn into pieces. This middle-aged Taoist priest was called Yu Shu. He was notorious at the foundation building stage. He looked ordinary on the outside, but he was extremely evil and cruel on the inside. Moreover, this person will never give up, and any enemy who falls into his hands will be tortured to death by him. But when he meets a master, he will pretend to be a grandson and escape in time. His covert means are quite sophisticated. Some masters have a hard time finding him, so after a long time, those masters gave up looking for him. This made him even more arrogant. This time in the secret realm, he thought he could have a great harvest with his means. At the beginning, it was indeed the case, but he did not expect to meet Li Jun. A villain with a far-reaching reputation fell. Let you pretend to be cool, die, good guy, there are really a lot of materials. Li Jun came to the corpse, said arrogantly to the corpse, and then opened the storage bag. "This is his tortoise shell, the top-grade magic weapon Xuanwu shield." Li Jun put all the supplies into the backpack and checked them. "This operation is so good, The display game switches back and forth, or it is more comfortable to look at the equipment introduction in the game. Li Jun browsed the equipment attributes in his mind and said happily, "Try this turtle shell." Li Jun's mind moved, and suddenly a golden light flashed. The basalt shield was activated, wrapping Li Jun inside, and there was also an equipment skill, that is, the golden bubble, which can resist the attacks of others. Li Jun was very satisfied, and then continued to browse. Huh, why is his golden crystal ball gone? Did it get broken? Li Jun looked in the backpack and was immediately puzzled. It's gone, let's continue to go to the center of the map. Used his body, skills, and ran to the center of the map. After running for about dozens of kilometers, he found something abnormal on the right side out of the corner of his eye, so Li Jun stopped and went up to check. It turned out to be the brother who had escaped before. At this time, his body was pierced through with a big hole in his chest, and it was already cold. Looking further away, he found another body, which was split in half. It was the two brothers who ran away before, but they still couldn't escape death after all. Alas, why do you have to do this? If we had killed that old Taoist priest with a big nose together, we could have all survived. Now it's good. I'm the only one alive. After Li Jun finished speaking, he threw 2 fireballs and burned the 2 people. Go with peace of mind. I'm going to the center to make a fortune. To the north of the center of the map, thousands of kilometers away from the center area, this place is actually a very cold place. The nearby grass and trees are all ice and snow, and there are sporadic snowflakes in the sky. Ah! Puff! A dire wolf was beheaded by a big knife, and blood was scattered all over the ground, adding a touch of color to the flawless white snow. Brother Nalan's swordsmanship is great. The sword tactics of your Ba Dao sect are really powerful. The dire wolf who's wearing frost armor can be killed with 1 sword. I admire you. Seeing this, a middle-aged Taoist priest immediately praised. Ha ha, Brother Wang praised it immediately. If it weren't for the proper cooperation between you and me, how could it be so easy? The man with the big knife laughed. Hey, strong is strong. Although you and I are the same, I have to admit this. The middle-aged Taoist said with a smile. Okay, then don't be polite. I'll treat you to a drink after we go out. Let's collect all the frost grass first. The man with the big knife said as he looked at the dozen small grasses on the ground in front of him that were emitting a hint of cold air. Okay, let's collect the herbs first. With our strength, we can still get some gains in the periphery, but it's hard to say when we enter the central area. The secret realm is very cruel. The man with the big knife said as he collected. Yes, after entering the central area, if I encounter any accidents, I hope Brother Nalan can help me a little. The middle-aged Taoist stopped collecting herbs and bowed to the man with the big knife. You and I have known each other for many years. Don't worry, I will definitely help you if you are in trouble. The man with the big knife looked at the middle-aged Taoist and said. After saying that, he turned around and continued to collect herbs with a twinkling look in his eyes. On the other side, the terrain was slightly flat. 2 people from the Sun Moon sect were attacking a man from the Li Jun sect. The man was holding a sharp sword and holding a talisman in one hand. He actually fought back and forth with the 2 men. Once the distance was pulled away, the man threw the talisman to attack from a distance. The attack moves were very slippery, which made the 2 people from the Moonland sect jump up and down in anger. However, the man knew that his magic power was not enough to fight a protracted battle with the 2 men. He directly slapped the talisman on his body, and the man went directly into the ground and disappeared. The 2 people from the Moonland sect naturally knew that this was an earth-entering talisman. This kind of talisman could not move fast, so it depended on whether they could find it. The 2 people used the earth nail technique to pierce the ground. Where did this guy go? Is this the incarnation of a turtle? A man said with a murderous look on his face. That's right, when we catch him, we must torture him to death for letting him delay me for so long. Another woman with a good-looking and hot body said viciously. Then the man looked at the sky and said to the woman, Junior sister, we have to go. It's almost time. Don't delay the important matters of the sect. But senior brother, I can't swallow this breath if you leave like this. We are from the Sun and Moon sect, but we were fooled by a disciple of a small sect. If this is reported back to the sect, those little bitches will laugh to death. The woman looked at her senior brother and said with anger, There is no way. The sect is a big deal. Let's go. After saying that, the man got up and ran forward. The woman followed. But after running a few steps, the woman turned around and threw a talisman at the place where they were just now. Suddenly, it started to rain in that area, but the raindrops pierced into the soil like a sharp sword. After throwing the talisman, the woman ran forward without looking back. A green light suddenly flew out from under the soil, and the green light enveloped the man who had just been buried. All the raindrops were blocked by the green light. Little bitch, you still want to kill me? I will kill you if I get the chance. The man cursed in the direction where the woman disappeared with a pale face. Then he turned and ran in another direction. Behind a small mound, Li Jun watched the people from both sides leave, and also heard the loud conspiracy of the two people from the Sun and Moon sect. It seems that their gang wants to snatch the boss. No, it's their sect. If everyone goes to snatch it, maybe I can benefit from it. Li Jun looked at the direction they left and thought. After a day of rushing, it was finally the next morning. Li Jun was very close to the center of the map. At this time, in front of Li Jun, a stone wall appeared. The stone wall was so high that it could not be seen at the end. In the distance, there was a stone cave. Li Jun looked at the map and saw that there were 5 such stone caves, and the stone wall was a big circle, enclosing the contents inside. Li Jun came to the entrance of the stone cave and found several monster corpses nearby. Damn, there are really liver emperors. Are they working day and night to snatch the boss? Li Jun looked at the monster corpse in front of him and complained in his heart. Looking at the stone door, Li Jun raised his hand to summon 2 card people. Safety is the most important thing. After all, he didn't have a magic weapon, so he just picked up a turtle shell. Li Jun and his 2 companions entered the stone gate, and the scenery in front of them changed. Oh, the scenery is so beautiful, with blue sky, white clouds, birds singing, and flowers blooming. It is much better than the dark and gloomy environment outside, Li Jun said happily while looking at the scenery in front of him. Where did you come from? You look like you have never seen the world. Since you like it here, stay. A rough voice sounded. Li Jun jumped in fear. Then the 2 swordsmen ran towards the source of the sound, and the sound of weapons banging rang out. Li Jun turned around and saw that it was a man from the Tyrant Sword sect. He was tall and had a full beard. He was controlling his broadsword and fighting with the 2 swordsmen. At this moment, the big man regretted it very much. He thought that a sneak attack could kill these people. After all, he was not weak and was in the middle stage of foundation building. But the 2 swordsmen's attacks were too strong, and they released various sword chi from time to time. It was hard to defend against. He felt like a veteran master, although his attacks were simple, that is, close combat and sword chi. But even so, the big man had no temper at all, and gradually sweat broke out on his forehead. Hey, weren't you boasting so much just now, and didn't you want to kill me? Why are you so weak now? Li Jun mocked the big man as he watched him gradually fall into a disadvantage. The big man was so angry that his eyes turned red when he heard Li Jun's words, and then he slapped his storage bag, and a golden tripod flew out. The moment it flew out, the golden tripod became bigger and hit the 2 swordsmen. Seeing this, the 2 swordsmen did not panic at all, and instantly knocked the big man's sword away, and then the sword energy rushed out and hit the golden tripod. After a burst of metal clanging, this top-grade magic weapon, the golden tripod, was actually shattered. Seeing this, the big man's face turned pale and turned around and ran away. Seeing the big man turning around and running away, Li Jun cursed from behind. Don't run if you have the guts. You are not awesome. Come and fight. You are a little chicken. You can't run away. Li Jun's curse did not slow down the big man's escape speed. Instead, it increased. However, the 2 swordsmen were faster than him and caught up with him in a blink of an eye. 7 or 8 sword energies flew towards the big man. The big man turned around and controlled the big knife to resist. Bang, bang. The big knife was broken with 2 sounds. The rest of the sword energy went straight to the big man and was cut into several pieces in an instant. Li Jun flew over, picked up the big man's storage bag, looked at the big man's body and said, "Why rob anyone else? Why rob me? Alas, I don't deserve to die. Go with peace of mind." After Li Jun killed the big man who attacked him, he came to this rocky area. This place is a bit strange. Li Jun carefully scanned the area. There were rocks everywhere and it was dry everywhere. If someone attacks, there are hiding places everywhere. And there is no straight road. After walking a few dozen meters, there is a big stone blocking you. Yukan moved his mind, and the basalt shield protected himself. The 2 card people before were also there, so his safety was very guaranteed. This area is very large, walked for a long time and didn't find anything special. If he hadn't looked at the map and found that he was moving forward, he would have suspected that he was trapped here, like a maze. So Li Jun continued to move forward carefully. After walking for another hour, some changes finally appeared. Some piles of stones below the waist appeared on the ground. Li Jun walked up to take a look and found that there was nothing special. He walked forward a few hundred meters and found that the pile of stones in front of him was a little different. Li Jun walked up to take a closer look and found that it was silver ore. It was not the entire pile of stones, but only a few pieces. This also made Li Jun happy. After all, silver ore is very difficult. Li Jun checked the stone piles one by one and found that most of them had a few pieces. This made Li Jun very happy. This could also yield a lot. Although it was small, it would add up to a lot. It was much better than outside. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rolling stones on the right. Li Jun walked over and found that it was a monster that looked like a pangolin. But it was very big, at least 3 meters tall. At this moment, he was digging the ground. There was a pile of stones around him. Li Jun could see that many of them were silver ores, and the quantity was relatively large. Li Jun was tempted. This guy looks a little silly. Can I secretly go behind him to pick up stones? Li Jun muttered as he looked at the pangolin. Then Li Jun gave up this idea and decided to kill it directly. This would be safer. Although there would definitely be a lot of noise, there was no other way. As soon as he said it, Li Jun stood up openly and blasted the pangolin with a fireball. Looking at the attributes of the mid-stage foundation building, he lost a little blood after being hit by the fireball. Damn it, this is an elite monster, isn't it? It has a lot of health and high defense, right? Brothers, go up and chop it to death for me. Li Jun was very arrogant and ordered 2 swordsmen to rush up. The pangolin stopped digging after being beaten. It turned its head and looked at Li Jun and his friends while spitting out some gravel from its mouth. The gravel was extremely fast and whistled towards Li Jun and his friends. The 2 swordsmen continued to move forward, smashing the gravel with their swords, and then rushed up to fight with the pangolin. The swordsmen hit the pangolin, sparks flew everywhere, and the pangolin's health dropped very little. Li Jun was not idle either. He also had to participate in the battle and train himself. Fireballs were thrown at the pangolin one after another. After a few hits, it was found that they all hit the pangolin's back shell. This didn't work. Then Li Jun started to bombard the head with fireballs, which really had some effect. At this moment, the swordsmen's swords were no longer ordinary. Their swords actually emitted a faint blue light, as if they were buffed. Every time they hit the pangolin, it would cause considerable damage to it. After a period of time, the pangolin was already scarred, and its attack moves were just like that. In addition to spitting gravel at the beginning, it used its tail to sweep across. The power was quite strong, but it was not enough to face 2 swordsmen. In this way, a pangolin who was digging the ground was killed by Li Jun. Li Jun happily began to pick up his favorite silver ore. Just when Li Jun was happily picking up the ore, the rest of the place was not peaceful. After all, it was close to the central area, and the masters of the major sects would inevitably meet each other. After all, everyone was rushing for the treasures of heaven and earth. A rob is inevitable. On the edge of a cliff, more than 1 person above the ground, there are several fiery red herbs called red fire grass. On the ground is a giant python that has been dead for a long time. Near the python, 3 people were facing each other. They were secretly trying their luck, but none of them took action. They were all watching each other with vigilance. You 2 are a bit shameless. You said that if you killed the python, I would take the lion's share, but you actually went back on your word. If it weren't for my cold light knife, would you have been able to kill this mid-stage foundation building python? The young man asked angrily. This young man was a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. He had a handsome face and a straight figure. He held a large knife with a cold light in his hand. It should be the cold light knife he mentioned. It was cold and pressing. No wonder there was a layer of white frost on the wound at the 7-inch point of the python. It turned out that this person killed it. Haha, don't panic, brother. It should be that the 3 of us discovered the spiritual herbs together, so we should share them equally. One of the young men said with a smile. Judging from their uniform attire, they should be from the Li Jun sect. Brother Li is right. Since we discovered it together, we should share it equally. Another young man dressed as a Taoist priest nodded in agreement. The disciple of Ba Dao sect was immediately furious. These 2 villains had said good things before the fight, but now they went back on their word and seemed to want to join forces to deal with him. However, although the disciple of Ba Dao sect was furious, he did not lose his mind. If the 2 opponents really joined forces, he would have no chance of winning. So he said with an angry look on his face, "If you 2 do things like this, won't it bring discredit to the sect if it gets out?" After saying that, his eyes flickered slightly, and I don't know what he was calculating in his mind. Brother, if you don't agree, you can leave. We 2 won't make things difficult for you. The disciple of Li Jun sect said with a serious face, and at the same time took the sword on his back in his hand. The disciple of Ba Dao sect did not respond to him, but turned around and ran towards the spiritual medicine. He wanted to take the spiritual medicine first and then escape. Brother, you are so brave, the young Taoist said when he saw this. Then the talisman in his hand instantly appeared in front of the disciple of Ba Dao sect. The disciple of Ba Dao sect was not panicked and waved the cold light knife in his hand with a serious face to break the Taoist's talisman. When he came to the spiritual medicine, he took away 3 of them and then fled away quickly. It's really a good knife. My immobilization talisman has no effect in front of it. The Taoist sighed, and then he also collected 3 and ran after the disciples of Ba Dao sect. The disciples of Li Jun sect were 1 step slower than the 2. Seeing that the 2 had collected 3 and he had only 1 left, he immediately cursed. "Old Taoist with a big nose, you dare to trick me. You will die a horrible death." After saying that, he slapped 2 blue talismans on himself and then quickly chased after the 2. It seemed that his speed was a little faster than the 2 who left. In an underground cave, a group of people walked slowly and silently, both men and women, with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars embroidered on their clothes. At first glance, they were members of the Sun and Moon sect. As expected of a large sect, the strength is really strong. After so many days of fighting in the secret realm, they can still gather so many people. The leader was a young girl who looked like a fairy. At this moment, she looked solemn and exuded a majestic aura. The disciples following her were all trembling with fear, without the ruthlessness of fighting outside in the past. Suddenly, something happened in front of her. The young girl stopped, and the disciples behind her also stopped. The space in front suddenly opened up, and there was a large pool. There were some animal skeletons near the pool, and some spiritual herbs scattered in other places. "It looks like what was recorded. Are you sure it's here?" The young girl asked a female disciple next to her with a serious face. The voice was like the sound of nature, very pleasant. "Yes, senior sister, it's exactly the same as what was recorded. This is the habitat of the high-level monster, deep water monster crocodile." The female disciple next to her bowed her head and answered very respectfully, "Yes, I know." After hearing this, the female disciple retreated to the back. "When we fight the deep water demon crocodile later, we will attack it according to the formation, Linglong formation we learned before. As long as we don't make mistakes, it will not be difficult to kill this monster. Then kill other monsters one by one. The natural treasures guarded by these monsters are enough for our sect to reach the next level." After the woman finished speaking, the disciples behind her responded one after another. They were full of fighting spirit. Then the woman flew down first and released a huge ice cone at will, which pierced into the pool with a bang. An angry roar suddenly came from the pool. Then a deep-water demon crocodile, covered in black, flew out. As soon as it came out, it was trapped by the Linglong formation performed by other disciples before it understood what was going on, and it could not move. The deep-water demon crocodile fought back, and its huge body rolled back and forth, but it was trapped by the formation, and everything was in vain. The young woman looked at the deep-water demon crocodile coldly. She stretched out her jade hand and a red light circle flew out, instantly trapping the deep-water demon crocodile. With a flash of light, the deep-water demon crocodile died. This powerful treasure is obviously a magic weapon. The other disciples were excited to see how easily a high-level demon beast was killed. They were very happy. Other areas all saw senior disciples killing high-level demon beasts. In the end, they all took out their trump cards. Li Jun's mind flashed with the map, and he looked at his position and said, "The boss is in front. I don't know if the other sects have started to kill it, or if no one has come. Because it is getting harder and harder to get to the center, there are too many high-level demon beasts and sect elites along the way. Maybe everyone has already lost, and there are not enough people to kill the boss." Li Jun walked forward for a distance and saw from a distance that the terrain in the area ahead had changed. It was surrounded by mountains, rocks, and dense forests, one circle after another. Li Jun ran away quickly. Just when Li Jun arrived, a group of men and women from the Sun Moon sect had already arrived near the boss. In front of them was a large, stinking pool of water, where the final boss, the crocodile dragon, was. Crocodiles? They just like this kind of stinking ditch. "Is this where the crocodile dragon hides?" The sweet voice of the young girl rang out. "Yes, senior sister. This crocodile dragon is too powerful and very difficult to deal with. Basically, all the sects are unwilling to come here to run into a wall. Let's be careful." The female disciple next to him whispered, "I am free to do things in moderation and don't need your extra reminders." The young girl's face suddenly sank and she said seriously, "Don't dare! Don't dare! Everyone, act according to the plan. First trap it with the formation and then kill it." The young girl's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every disciple. "Yes, senior sister." Everyone answered in unison. Then everyone stood in place, and the senior sister waved her hand and a huge ice cone appeared, piercing directly into the mud, and then immediately took out the red light circle and prepared. The mud rolled, and with a roar, a low roar sounded, and a huge monster appeared. It was black all over, with armor, shiny black, strong limbs, a bloody mouth, teeth gleaming coldly, and a huge tail. With a light touch, a huge rock was crushed. The crocodile dragon jumped lightly and fell to the ground. With a thud, the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect ran away. A red light circle appeared, and it instantly grew larger and trapped the crocodile dragon. "Everyone, quickly form a formation. I can't trap it for long." After seeing the strength of this monster, the eldest sister said with a serious face. So everyone took action. 3 or 4 people formed a small formation, and then the small formation shot out a blue light to quickly lock the limbs and tail of the crocodile dragon. The elder sister saw this and shouted, "Close it!" Instantly, the red light circle began to rotate, and a wisp of flame emerged. The light circle tightened. It rotated and rubbed against the black scales of the crocodile dragon, and dazzling sparks suddenly emerged. At this time, Li Jun had already arrived and was lying on a hill in the distance, watching, thinking in his heart, Sure enough, a gang came to open the boss, and it is from the Sun and Moon sect. The strength is really strong. Ow! The crocodile dragon roared. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, and his body struggled violently. The disciples of the Sun and Moon sect suddenly felt the pressure doubled. The red light circle also showed signs of being thrown away. Seeing this, the elder sister immediately summoned a huge golden sword and was about to pierce it. The crocodile dragon roared, and then rolled violently, and the red light circle was thrown away, and at the same time broke free from the magic ropes of the disciples. Obviously, the people of the Sun and Moon sect underestimated the strength of the crocodile dragon. After the crocodile dragon broke free, it swept its tail gorgeously. "Get out of the way quickly, don't resist," the eldest sister shouted anxiously. However, there were still a few people who used defensive talismans on themselves and chose to resist. As a result, they were swept by the crocodile dragon's tail and flew out and died on the spot. The eldest sister used all kinds of means and threw all kinds of talismans and magic tools like they were free. But the rest of the disciples were in a difficult situation. They were weak and had few magic tools. They were all used up soon and were very tired. The eldest sister was also anxious when she saw this situation, but her strength was limited. She had no choice but to watch one disciple after another being sprayed to death by the swamp venom sprayed by the crocodile dragon. More than an hour passed, and all the disciples were killed by the crocodile dragon. The eldest sister was also exhausted physically and mentally. She was swept by the crocodile dragon's tail and repelled several feet away. Then the crocodile dragon pounced on her with its bloody mouth. The eldest sister looked at the crocodile dragon flying towards her with despair on her face. Just when the young girl was in despair, a figure suddenly jumped out and carried her away, and then two swordsmen flew out and fought with the crocodile dragon. Li Jun held the young girl and landed on the ground. Then Li Jun pushed her with his hand, and the young girl fell to the ground. Li Jun paused and then rushed to kill the boss. "Kill the boss first, we'll talk later. You should recover your mana first," Li Jun said. The young girl was angry. She was originally out of mana and weak, otherwise she would not have fallen, and she fell so hard. But she was stunned when she heard Li Jun's words. "Boss? What boss? Thin Silk? Ba?" Then the girl began to meditate to recover her mana. Li Jun was prepared to fight the crocodile dragon normally. His fireball technique caused limited damage to the crocodile dragon. It was all due to the output of the two swordsmen. He scraped the whole time. The crocodile dragon is indeed the strongest monster in the secret realm. It is indeed different from other high-level monsters. It has thick blood and high defense and has some skills. Li Jun, a practical rookie, is also slowly working hard to learn and increase his practical ability. He is also growing very fast. Li Jun saw that the spoils he had looted before had various magic tools, so he started to use them. He made seals with both hands, and 6 blue beads suddenly appeared in front of him, emitting blue light. Low-grade magic tool, Toad Fragrance Bead, disposable magic tool. He waved his hands left and right, and the 6 blue beads circled and bombarded the crocodile dragon's head. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded. Looking at the amount of blood that was knocked away, it was indeed higher than the fireball technique. Then the crocodile dragon roared and ran towards Li Jun. Li Jun's forehead was sweating, but he was also trying his best to deal with it. This was responsible for his own growth. "This is too scary." Li Jun cursed in his heart while dealing with it. When watching the two swordsmen fight, he didn't notice how the crocodile dragon was. It was only when he dealt with it that he realized how scary the crocodile dragon was. If you are a man, you must be strong and can't retreat. What's more, I have a substitute card. Just do it. Li Jun encouraged himself in his heart. The two swordsmen were also flying up and down, attacking crazily, but the crocodile dragon was not stupid. It used its hands, the scales on its back, or its huge tail to resist or attack, causing a lot of damage to the two swordsmen. The health bar also dropped a little. Li Jun flashed and flew 7 or 8 feet away. With a wave of his hand, 6 medium-grade magic weapons, Golden Crow Cone, pierced the crocodile dragon at different angles. However, the crocodile dragon rolled to death and used the scales on its back to resist. The Golden Crow Cone only left some white spots on the crocodile dragon and did no damage at all. Li Jun cursed immediately. Even scraping didn't work. Then the crocodile dragon launched a skill attack on Li Jun, spitting black muddy water with light green smoke. Li Jun used the Xuanwu shield to resist, and actually emitted a wisp of black smoke. The muddy water had a corrosive effect. It looked very corrosive. If his Xuanwu shield was not a top-grade magic weapon, it might have been corroded and rotten. Li Jun fought against the crocodile dragon's attack alone, and the two swordsmen became output on the side. The crocodile dragon mostly resisted the attacks of the two swordsmen, and occasionally fought back with its claws and tail. Its main target of attack was still Li Jun, and Li Jun did not order the two swordsmen to help him take away the hatred. Li Jun wanted to take this opportunity to train himself. Li Jun and the crocodile dragon fought for a while. During this period, Li Jun relied on his body skills to avoid the crocodile dragon's attacks, and some of Li Jun's low-grade and medium-grade magic weapons could not do any damage at all. At this time, a red light circle appeared and immediately trapped the crocodile dragon. The crocodile dragon roared in pain, and its health was also decreasing. After all, this thing was a magic weapon, and its power was obvious. "Your two helpers are very strong. Why are you so weak?" A pleasant voice sounded, and it was the young girl who was recovering her magic power at the side. At this moment, she was controlling the magic weapon and looking at the crocodile dragon. Li Jun said with embarrassment, "I am a little bit worse now, but I am definitely a rising star." Li Jun turned his head to look at the young girl and found that this young girl was really beautiful. Her face and temperament were like a fairy descending to the earth. Looking at her moves and so on, she was definitely a fairy. Seeing that Li Jun was staring at her, the young girl blushed and shouted, "What are you still looking at? I can't trap the crocodile dragon for long." Li Jun smiled and immediately came back to his senses and started to attack the crocodile dragon. "Do you have any way to kill this crocodile dragon?" "I'm powerless," the young girl asked when she saw the four people working together, and the pressure was a little relieved. Li Jun heard the young girl's words and thought to himself, "I have a lot of treasures. Once my brother's silver medal is out, I guarantee that this old crocodile will be scared to death. But it must not be out. Direction. My two senior brothers have great magic power. It should not be difficult to kill this thing." The young girl was delighted when she heard it. She didn't expect this person's senior brother to be so powerful. Then she said, "Then you should let your two senior brothers take action. Let's not delay any longer. If we delay, something will happen. Besides, the time for the secret realm to end is almost up. We have to get out before the time is up, otherwise we will be trapped here." Li Jun was shocked when he heard the words, and then he was relieved. "That's right. The copy in the game also has a time, but that one is directly teleported out when the time is up. This thing is directly trapped here. Why didn't this system improve? Isn't this a scam?" "You're right. Two brothers. Let's kill this monster quickly. Otherwise we won't have enough time." Li Jun shouted to the two swordsmen symbolically. It was just a matter of thought. He was afraid that his trump card would be exposed. Then the two swordsmen attacked more vigorously. Suddenly, the blood volume of the crocodile dragon dropped sharply. The young girl looked at the two swordsmen suppressing the crocodile dragon, and her face suddenly became happy. It seemed that it was possible to kill the crocodile dragon. "Quick, let's not just watch the fun. Fight together and quickly solve this guy," the young girl shouted to Li Jun. Then Li Jun and the other two attacked one after another. Not long after, the two swordsmen repelled the crocodile dragon and stopped one after another. Seeing this, Li Jun and the young girl also stopped attacking. Then the young girl looked at Li Jun with a puzzled look, and Li Jun also looked at the young girl with a confused look. Then he looked at the blood bar of the crocodile dragon again. It was obviously not much blood left. Why did it stop? "Hey, two big brothers, don't do this, attack, the boss is dying." Li Jun looked at the two anxiously and said, "What the hell is going on? Is the server down? Big brother system, don't mess with me." Just as Li Jun urged, the two swordsmen suddenly had a surge of energy, and their bodies were emitting a faint white light, and their white robes moved without wind. The crocodile dragon at a distance saw the momentum of the two men, and immediately roared at them, and then rushed towards the two swordsmen, with teeth emitting a cold blue light, obviously wanting to bite the two to death. At this point, one of the swordsman's hand emitted a dazzling light, and the long sword flew directly out, instantly transforming into countless long swords, and actually formed a sword prison, trapping the crocodile dragon in the middle, unable to move. Another swordsman threw the long sword into the sky, and the long sword suddenly increased in size, forming a very huge silver lightsaber. The silver-white bald head fell from the sky. The crocodile dragon looked at the huge silver-white lightsaber falling from the sky, with fear in his eyes and roaring angrily, but he was trapped by the sword and couldn't move. The silver-white lightsaber pierced his head with a bang, and the crocodile dragon's health bar was emptied and he died. After watching the two swordsmen's moves, Li Jun was dumbfounded. "Damn, is there such a move? This is a move I haven't seen in the game. It's too cool." Li Jun shouted wildly in his heart. The young girl was also shocked by the moves of these two brothers. What did they use? Advanced magic weapons? The strength of this foundation building period is too strong. After the young girl came to her senses, she said to Li Jun, "There is a treasure under this pool. I took it away. You can take the body of this crocodile dragon. It is full of treasures." "Okay, then go and get it," Li Jun said to the young girl. The young girl made a seal towards the pool, and then a treasure chest flew out from the bottom of the pool and was put into her storage bag. Li Jun also put the body of the crocodile dragon into his backpack. "Since everything is over, let's settle accounts." The young girl looked at Li Jun with a cold face. "Settle accounts? What accounts?" Li Jun looked at the young girl with a confused face and asked, "Why did you throw me? Why did you appear so coincidentally? The young girl asked with a sneer. Li Jun looked at the beauty in front of him, embarrassed, and didn't know what to say for a while. After a while, he said, "It was all a misunderstanding. It was really a coincidence that I saved you." "Really? I'm not lying to you," Li Jun said seriously. Nothing you men say is true. You can't believe it," the young girl said with a pout. Then she continued, "But I'm still very grateful that you saved me. Thank you." After that, she thanked Li Jun with a slightly red face. Hey, it's okay. It's just a small favor." Li Jun stretched out his hand and scratched his head and laughed. "From your appearance, you must be a disciple of Tianqin sect." "Yes. Well, what's your name then?" "My name is Li Jun," the young girl whispered and then said, "My name is Chu Mengyun." After hearing this, Li Jun kept repeating Chu Mengyun in his heart. "Mengyun, hey, it's pretty nice. Let's go out quickly, time is almost up." "Yeah, that's right, let's go quickly." The two flew towards the exit of the secret realm together. When they were near the exit, Chu Mengyun said, "In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll go out first and you can go out later." "Li Jun, what do you think?" "Yeah, okay. Then you go first." Li Jun was thinking about how to let Chu Mengyun go out first, so that he could put away the cards, but he didn't expect Chu Mengyun to say it first, so Li Jun quickly agreed. "Then I'll go first. I still want to thank you for saving me. See you again if we're lucky." Chu Mengyun smiled and waved to Li Jun, then turned and flew out of the secret realm. Li Jun smiled and watched Chu Yumeng leave, then said to the two card people beside him, "Ah, beautiful women, it's pleasing to the eyes, right? Two senior brothers." It turned out that the two of them still had the same expression as in 10,000 years, and were alert everywhere. "Well, you two won't understand even if I tell you. It's a waste of you two handsome people." After Li Jun finished speaking, he flew out of the secret realm. At the entrance of the secret realm, a few minutes after Li Jun came out, the entrance to the secret realm was closed. Seeing this, some sects said goodbye to everyone one by one, and then took the flying boat to leave. Li Jun looked at the flying boat of the Sun and Moon sect. Chu Mengyun's face was slightly red, and she secretly glanced at him, and then the flying boat flew away. "Okay, everyone get on the flying boat. We have to go back too," Uncle Li shouted. Li Jun returned to his room and checked what he had gained. He didn't know how to use the crocodile dragon corpse, so he put it aside. After killing the boss, the task was completed. The system rewarded him with a piece of silver ore. After adding some scattered silver ore collected before, the system synthesized it. Now he only needs one piece to summon the second silver metal. The rest are some magic tools he gained. His combat level has also improved a lot. This is a big gain from the dungeon. The most important thing is that he met a girl, hehe. After resting in the sect for a month, Li Jun set off. Since he also needs to grow, he has to go out and walk around and exchange his materials for things that are useful to him. After leaving the sect, Li Jun flew west. He was going to Huanghuang City. Li Jun wore a bamboo hat and flew for almost half a day. He arrived at the area of Huanghuang City and was very curious about the surrounding buildings. Then he came to the market of Huanghuang City. The huge market was very lively, with people coming and going. There were all kinds of shops for refining tools and making talismans. Li Jun thought about it and decided to look at the magic tools first. The spoils he had seized were all low-level stuff, not very powerful, so he had to refine some high-level stuff. Li Jun came to a store. Seeing this, the people in the store immediately came over and asked happily, "Are you buying magic tools or refining magic tools? Please introduce some high-level magic tools first, and I'll see if there are any suitable ones." Li Jun said in a faint voice. After the clerk introduced it, Li Jun asked, "Are there any high-level fine ones? What you said are quite ordinary. You want high-level fine ones." The clerk was stunned. At this time, an old man with white hair heard it and hurried over. Seeing that Li Jun was at the foundation building stage, he hurriedly said, "Excuse me, Senior, I am the master of refining in our store. Senior, we don't have the high-level fine ones you want, but we can refine them." "Oh, you can also refine top-quality magic tools," looked at the old man who was only at the chi refining stage in surprise. "Yes, I have a natural talent for refining tools, so I can make them," the old man said seriously. "Then let's do this first. I'll give you 2 spirit stones as a deposit. When I finish my work, you can refine them for me right away. How about that?" Li Jun said. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." The old man heard that he would give 2 spirit stones directly, and he immediately agreed happily. Li Jun came out after paying the deposit because he saw an auction was about to start on the way here, so he planned to go and have a look. Li Jun came to the auction house and was led by the clerk into a square auction house hall. The hall was similar to a movie theater, but it was very bright. He came at the right time, and the auction was about to start. There were quite a lot of people at a glance. Everyone was dressed up, and they were all in the foundation building stage. Li Jun found a seat by the side and sat down. In front of the seats for the guests was a large raised platform with a long table on it, which was used to place the items to be auctioned. Then a middle-aged man walked out of a gorgeous door next to the platform, stood on the stage and said, "All items are traded with spirit stones. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use precious materials as collateral. In the end, the highest bidder wins." The first item auctioned was a good item, which surprised Li Jun. It seemed that this auction house was very powerful. Then the host started to brag about how invincible the red blood sword was. After a lot of nonsense, someone bought it for 300 spirit stones. Then the host started to introduce the second item. This second item is a top-grade refining furnace. Many masters have used it to refine many top-grade magic tools such as swords, sticks, flags, etc. The starting price of this treasure is 300 spirit stones, and there is no upper limit. Walked onto the stage. Then with a bang, flames rose, and soon the temperature in the room rose. Everyone nodded and admitted that it was indeed a good thing. Li Jun watched from the side. He couldn't even use this thing, so there was no need to compete. 303, 350, 308. Soon the price reached 500 spirit stones. At this time, an old man wearing a mask stood up, and an old voice sounded, 600 spirit stones. 650. A middle-aged man sitting on the edge stood up and shouted. The old man turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man, and his tone changed slightly and shouted, 700, 705. The middle-aged man also looked at the old man. His tone did not change at all. Upon hearing this, the old man stared at the middle-aged man, and after a while, he sat down and did not bid. Li Jun watched the competition with great interest in the corner. Unknowingly, more than 10 items were auctioned, and Li Jun did not like any of them. He felt that looking at these items, he had no feeling. Now we are auctioning the top-grade auxiliary magic weapon inlaid with yellow array flag. The function of this magic weapon is that after it is deployed, fighting in this array will increase your combat effectiveness by 1 level. You must know that a slight difference in strength between masters is enough to determine the outcome, not to mention this kind of array that can directly increase your strength by 1 level. The only one who can develop an array that increases attack power is the Futian sect. They have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and specialize in auxiliary arrays. I believe everyone has heard of it. Then let's introduce it here. The starting price is 200 spirit stones. Now many people hesitated. This formation is indeed powerful in increasing attack power, but how large is its range? And when fighting, you will definitely run away. It is impossible to fight in one place all the time. If you change the place, then this formation will be useless. 200 spirit stones, a fat man in a corner said. Everyone was stunned. Someone really wants to buy it. 203? At this time, a short middle-aged man sitting not far from the fat man said lightly, 250. The fat man followed up, 209. The short man also shouted, 350, 500. The two people's competition was so exciting that the rest of the people were stunned. Could it be that this formation flag is so useful? Did they make a wrong judgment? It can't be a stooge. Is there anyone who bids so much? 808? The fat man gritted his teeth and shouted, then stared at the short man. He thought to himself, I have plenty of money. Why should I be afraid of a little dwarf like you? When the short man heard the fat man shout out such a high price, his face suddenly turned ugly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up. In the end, the fat man got the formation flag. Li Jun actually wanted this formation flag very much, but he didn't give him a chance and shouted out 700 or 800 spirit stones. He didn't have so many spirit stones to buy. He participated in the auction purely to broaden his horizons and try his luck. The auction ended. Everyone dispersed. Those who stayed might have to trade directly with each other to make friends. Li Jun did not stay any longer, but went to the weapon refining shop. He was going to get equipment. When the old man saw Li Jun coming, he immediately welcomed him warmly. After sitting down, he asked the clerk to bring tea. Then Li Jun took out the parts of the crocodile dragon and showed them to the old man. This is the crocodile dragon's skin, teeth, and tail. Senior, you have killed a crocodile dragon. The old man muttered in surprise at this, his eyes fixed on the thing in front of him. No wonder the old man was so surprised, because he hadn't seen a monster of the crocodile dragon's level for a long time, because there were no monsters of this level in their large area, unless they went to the mountains near the big kingdom, but there were only cultivators above the Jindan level living there. Since the shop owner knows this kind of material, then hurry up and refine it. Li Jun said lightly. Okay, senior, don't worry. I will definitely use my refining skills to the extreme to refine it for you. The shop owner said while looking at the crocodile dragon's materials, and he was reluctant to take his eyes off them. Li Jun saw that the shop owner was like those martial arts fanatics, and he was obsessed with what he liked. A month passed in a flash, and Li Jun got his items with satisfaction. He stepped on the flying sword and flew to the sect. The flying sword was much faster because the tail material of the crocodile dragon was added. The crocodile dragon is also a dragon, and the tail moves faster, so it was integrated into the flying sword given by the system, and the speed was very fast. Li Jun was flying halfway when he suddenly heard a sound of fighting below him. Magical sword energy flew everywhere, almost hurting him, so Li Jun found a safe place and hid himself. Several foundation-building monks were surrounded by a group of people. At this moment, they were already at a disadvantage and were struggling to hold on. The group of people who surrounded them were of average strength, and many of them had been killed by this group of foundation-building monks. Li Jun understood at this time that this group of people were actually evil cultivators. So many evil cultivators wanted to surround and kill these foundation-building monks. As the battle time became longer and longer, the mana of these 5 foundation-building monks gradually became exhausted. Suddenly, one of them took out a magic weapon and injected all his mana into it. Suddenly, the magic weapon shone brightly and was extremely dazzling. Everyone closed their eyes. Then a shocking explosion sounded, killing a large number of evil cultivators in black. The other 4 people had tears in their eyes and took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement and fled far away. Everyone was exhausted and barely escaped. Li Jun watched all this from a distance and said in his heart, "This is too cruel." He sacrificed himself to save his teammates, but judging from the situation of his teammates, it seems that they can't escape far. Li Jun decided to help and got up to chase in the direction of the escape of several people. Not long after running, several people were caught up by a dozen evil cultivators because of their injuries and insufficient mana. One of them shouted, "You guys go quickly, go back and tell the sect about the evil cultivators' conspiracy." After saying this person rushed up alone. The other 3 watched their senior brother Liu fight alone. Although they felt sorry for him, they could only continue to run away for the sake of the overall situation. Seeing this, Li Jun would definitely not let this senior brother Liu die. He rushed up with 2 card people. Senior brother Liu was shocked and didn't know where the help came from, because they were operating secretly this time. With the 3 people of Li Jun joining, senior brother Liu breathed a sigh of relief. His life should be saved. Soon, these dozen evil cultivators were dealt with by Li Jun and the 4 of them. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. I wonder who you are," senior brother Liu said while looking at the 2 swordsmen and Li Jun who was searching for evil cultivators. "You are too poor, a bunch of poor guys, only 2 or 3 spirit stones for a dozen people. You deserve to be in the chi refining stage for a bunch of noobs," Li Jun said with a curse. Then he turned around and saw senior brother Liu saying indifferently, "We were just passing by and saw you being chased by evil cultivators. So we came to help. You don't need to thank me, just give me some spirit stones." Okay, I still have dozens of spirit stones here. I will give them all to you." Senior brother Liu was stunned and said, "Thank you very much, goodbye." Li Jun took the storage bag with a smile, then released the small flying boat sent by the sect, and the 3 of them got on and left. "It's not in vain. I got something, ha ha ha," Li Jun said happily while sitting on the flying boat. "At this time, we never leave our names when we do good deeds. Taoist friend, you should leave quickly," Li Jun said. After returning to the sect, Li Jun rested for a while and then went to do some tasks. There was still a piece of silver ore missing. After working hard during this period, Li Jun felt that rare materials were really rare and too difficult to get. On this day, the sect summoned him, and Li Jun came to the sect summoning hall and met the sect master. The mission he received was to go to Luwu Villa, a villa outside Hongwang City. This villa was on the top of a mountain range about half a day away from Hongwang City. Luwu Villa is a relatively large family. Relying on the development of Luwu Villa, the scale of the surrounding area has developed to a similar appearance of a small town. It is rich in resources and people come and go. It is a very lively place. This mission is that the sect learned that the evil cultivator might cause trouble in Luwu Villa, and the sect wanted to send disciples to support it. Li Jun, now that you understand the mission, go there immediately. You are not alone. Your other brothers and sisters have already gone there at different times. The leader said to Li Jun, "Disciple understands." Li Jun flew out of the sect and headed for Luwu Villa. Evil cultivator? Could it be related to the news I got from those guys I saved before? Li Jun thought to himself. After several days of traveling, Li Jun finally arrived at the pickup point of Luwu Villa. This is a flat-topped mountain. Li Jun waited here for the people from Luwu Villa to pick him up. Not long after, a person flew over from the horizon. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. I am Liu Chengli from Luwu Villa. I'm here to pick you up and take you to Luwu Villa." The young man got off the flying sword and bowed to Li Jun. "It's okay, I just arrived too. This is the token. Brother Liu, please check it out." Li Jun said politely. "So it's Senior Brother Li? The token is fine. I'll lead the way. Senior Brother Li, please follow me," Liu Chengli said, and then he boarded the flying sword and led the way. Li Jun followed behind, his eyes flickering, and I don't know what he was thinking. After flying for about 100 miles, the two came to a mountain range. Liu Changli stopped, then took out a gem-like magic weapon from his body, injected magic power, and the gem floated forward lightly. With a bang, the light was bright, and an entrance appeared out of thin air. "Senior Brother Li, this is the entrance to our Liwu Villa. Please follow me in." Liu Changli turned around and said to Li Jun, "Please." Li Jun stretched out his hand and said, "Please." Liu Changli also stretched out his hand and said. After speaking, he led the way in. Li Jun looked around and followed in. On several huge peaks, it seemed that the tops of the mountains were cut off by a sword. Liwu Villa was on top of this mountain, and there were tall walls everywhere. Inside the city wall, there are countless ancient buildings and attics. Li Jun was shocked by the scenery. Every time he arrived at a place, the scenery was so beautiful that it opened Li Jun's eyes. "This is our Liwu Villa. Welcome to Brother Li," Liu Changli said solemnly. At this time there was a sound of fighting in the distance. Because the view was blocked by the city wall, Li Jun could not see it, so he looked at the young man, meaning to ask what was going on. "It's someone from somewhere else outside. They came to our Liwu Villa to trade. As soon as they came, they wanted to challenge our Liwu Villa and use materials as a bet. I don't know why the elders of the villa agreed to their request," Liu Changli said angrily, "because they didn't follow their rules when they came to their territory." "Oh, you are so tough. It stands to reason that you should follow your rules when you come to your territory." Li Jun looked at Liu Changli with a puzzled look and said, "It should be so, but somehow the elders agreed to it, and we don't know why. I'd better send Senior Brother Li to his residence to rest first." Liu Changli said, thought that these people might be related to the evil cultivators. Just when there was a message asking the people of the sect to come for protection, the troublemakers came? What a coincidence. "Brother Liu, is it convenient for me to go down and watch their fight?" Li Jun asked. "Senior Brother Li wants to watch. Of course, there is no problem. Please follow me." After Liu Changli finished speaking, the two flew to the arena. When they arrived nearby, they found that there were really many people watching, and this was a place for trade and exchange, so there were many people in all kinds of strange costumes. There were also some people from remote places near the city. Seeing such a complicated crowd, Li Jun frowned slightly. It was easy to hide the evil cultivators. It seemed that this mission was not that simple. "Junior Brother Li, you are here too." Li Jun looked back and saw two people wearing the same sect costumes as him walking towards him. "Brother Wu, Sister Wang, I just got here too." Li Jun looked at the two and bowed. At this time, there was a sound from the arena, and everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a man from Liwu Villa who was using fire magic to perfection. He threw huge fireballs one after another at the opposite side, and his body was constantly changing positions. The skinny man on the opposite side was not to be outdone. A black sail flag was inserted on his right side, and black gas emerged from his body to form a huge protective shield, protecting himself in it. The fireballs hit it and disappeared with a puff. In this way, the two attacked and defended, forming a stalemate. The one who used the fireball is an elite disciple of our Liwu Villa, and he has very few skills, Liu Chang said with a smile. Li Jun was paying attention to the skinny man. He felt that anyone who released black smoke was almost related to evil cultivation. There was nothing he could do about it. "Who made me old, Li? So ignorant?" As soon as Liu Changli finished praising the elite disciples on the field, the scene changed. Seeing that the fireball spell was ineffective, the elite disciple took out his own high-level magic weapon, the fire flag. Every time he waved it, a red flame flew towards the skinny man. In just a few strokes, the red flame surrounded the skinny man, and the skinny man's black air was constantly devouring the flame. The flame and the black air kept biting and entangled with each other, which was actually quite beautiful for a while. But from the perspective of watching, the flame had the upper hand. This is the high-level magic weapon, Fire Flag, of our Liwu Villa. It is extremely powerful. As long as its flame touches a little, it will be quickly burned to ashes. It seems that my senior brother is serious, Liu Changli said happily when he saw this. "Oh, is this treasure so powerful? It should not be something that ordinary people can use, Senior?" Sister Wang on the side looked at Liu Changli with a smile and said, "Of course, you must practice the fire-related skills of our Liwu Villa, and you must reach the 7th level. Otherwise, if you force it, you will hurt yourself." Liu Changli smiled at Senior Sister Wang. Senior Brother Wu, who was standing next to them, saw the two of them talking and laughing, and immediately said angrily, "I don't think so. Such an ordinary high-level magic weapon can have so many restrictions. Even if it is more powerful, it may not be as powerful as my magic weapon, Blue Cloud Pestle." It was obvious that he was deliberately mocking. Li Jun heard Senior Brother Wang talking like this and immediately complained in his heart. It seems that Senior Brother Wu likes Senior Sister Wang. I just don't know if the two have confirmed their relationship yet. But Senior Brother Wu's character is a bit bad. They are just communicating normally. There is no need to be like this. Changli heard Senior Brother Wu talking like this, and said with an unhappy face, "Since Senior Brother Wu said that his magic weapon is so powerful, then show it to me and see if the strength of your big sect is really like this." "Okay, I will let you see the strength of our sect disciples." Senior Brother Wu was about to take action after he finished speaking. "Wu Meili, have you said enough? What are we here for?" Senior Sister Wang shouted at Wu Meili. "Meihua, they—" Wu Meili wanted to quibble, but when he saw Wang Meihua glaring at him with a cold face, he shut up. "I'm sorry, Junior Brother Liu. My Junior Brother Wu is ignorant and said something wrong. I hope Junior Brother Liu won't take it as an offense." Wang Meihua smiled and bowed to Junior Brother Liu. Junior Brother Liu also bowed and said nothing. Li Jun watched the others and shook his head inwardly. He hadn't even met the evil cultivator yet, and friction had already started to arise among his people. What a stupid teammate. As soon as they finished arguing, the battle on the field changed again. The skinny man took the black sail flag next to him and waved it vigorously a few times. A dark green smoke suddenly appeared, which immediately blew out the surrounding flames. Then the skinny man quickly inserted the black sail flag in front of him and quickly made a seal with both hands. A skull suddenly appeared on the black sail flag. The skull opened its mouth and sprayed out dark green smoke, heading straight for the elite man. The elite man also waved his hand with a serious face, and suddenly a flame that was even more fierce than before gushed out from the flaming flag. The smoke collided with the flame, and a wave of aftermath spread out in all directions. The aftermath was dissipated by the formation at the edge of the martial arts stage. However, the dark green smoke instantly repelled the flame with great power and rushed straight to the elite man. Seeing this, the elite man immediately waved the flame flag to resist and defend. The elite man was knocked out and fell on the periphery of the martial arts stage, suffering serious injuries, and the flame flag in his hand also lost some of its luster, which can be said to be a heavy loss. The other disciples of Luwu Villa immediately went up and took the injured brother back. The skills of the Ghost Mist sect are indeed peculiar. This time, our Luwu Villa lost. An old man with white hair stood up from a seat nearby and said coldly to the people of the Ghost Mist sect, "I think you should take some elite disciples from Luwu Villa, otherwise it will be not good enough." A man from the Ghost Mist sect stood up. He was wearing a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his voice was clear, and he should be a young man. "Okay, since the young sect master has asked for this, then we, Luwu Villa, will accompany you to the end. It's getting late today, so let's rest first." The old man said with an unhappy look on his face, then turned around and left. The young sect master didn't care, and left with his men with a smile. Seeing this, the onlookers also left one after another. Li Jun looked at the young sect master who was walking away from the opposite side, and thought to himself that this group of people looked too much like evil cultivators. Their moves were black smoke and black ghosts, and the name of this sect was also Ghosts and Souls. "Brother Liu, since it's getting late, you should take us to a place to rest," Li Jun said to Liu Changli. "Okay, everyone, please follow me." After Liu Changli finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in front. As night fell, Li Jun took a rest in the room and then went out for a walk. On the brightly lit street, people were coming and going, and there were shops on both sides of the road, selling all kinds of talismanic tools. Suddenly, Li Jun saw a familiar figure walking towards him. The distance was too far, so Li Jun was not sure and waited for someone to get closer. "Fairy Chu." "Li Jun, what a coincidence I can meet you here," the woman said happily. This familiar person was Chu Mengyun, a disciple of the Sun and Moon sect in the secret realm. Li Jun looked around and found that there were too many people. This was not a place to chat. "Fairy Chu, let's go to another place to chat. There are too many people here." "Well, okay, let's go to the tea house. The environment inside is elegant and not many people." The two asked for a private room in the tea house, and Chu Mengyun set up a soundproof cover. "Fairy Chu, why are you here? Are you also here to carry out a mission with your sect brothers?" Li Jun picked up the teapot and poured Chu Mengyun a cup of tea and asked. "You should call me Mengyun," Chu Mengyun said with a blush on her face. "Yes, we also have a mission. It is said that the evil cultivators are going to make a big move here," Chu Mengyun said seriously. "It seems that other sects will also send people here, but we haven't seen them yet," Li Jun said. "I heard from my senior sister that the evil cultivators have been rampant recently. They have appeared in many places and killed many cultivators. It seems that they are going to make a big move behind the scenes. All the major sects are taking this matter very seriously," Chu Mengyun said. "If the evil cultivators really come, you must protect yourself when a fight breaks out. Don't rush in forcefully and don't make the same mistakes as in the secret realm," Li Jun said with a concerned look on his face. "Yeah, I know," Chu Mengyun said with a blush on her face. At this moment, Li Jun saw from the window that several people from the sects came downstairs and came to this tea house. Since everyone had the same mission, they must meet. There are people from other sects outside. Let's go and say hello. Li Jun said to Chu Mengyun. Okay, this place is full of good and bad people. Since we are on a mission together, we should go and say hello, so that we can deal with the evil cultivators faster later. Chu Yumeng said seriously. She looked so cute that Li Jun couldn't take his eyes off her for a while. Idiot, let's go. Chu Mengyun called Li Jun shyly. Oh, okay, let's go. Several cultivators from other sects had already taken their seats in the private room on the second floor. Li Jun brought Chu Mengyun over. I am Li Jun from Tianqin sect, and this is Fairy Chu from Sun Moon sect. I am glad to meet you, brothers. Li Jun said with a bow. Brother Li, there is no need to be polite. I am Quan Guanqing from Tiandao sect. These two are Brother Guan from Thunder sect, Brother Sui from Tyrant Sword sect, and Brother Tan from Lin Yun sect. Quan Guanqing was older, so he stood up and returned the greetings before introducing them to Li Jun one by one. Please take a seat, both of you, Quan Guanqing said, holding out his hand. I think you all came here for the sect's mission. Li Jun sat down, drank a sip of tea, and then asked modestly. That's right, everyone is sent by the sect. There are many outsiders here, and it's a mixed bag. There is indeed something wrong. Quan Guanqing said with a serious face. We just came here, and we don't have any clues for a while. Junior Brother Guan said. Yes, we may need to observe for a few days before we can see anything suspicious. Senior Brother Sui looked at everyone and said, I met a group of people today who are quite suspicious. They are from the Ghost Mist sect. Li Jun looked at everyone and told them about the people he saw today. Ghost Mist sect? Isn't the Ghost Mist sect in the remote area of the extreme south? How did they suddenly come here? Senior Brother Tan said in surprise. Oh, Senior Brother Tan knows about the situation of the Ghost Mist sect? Everyone looked at Senior Brother Tan. I don't know much. The Ghost Mist sect is in the extreme south. It is a large sect in Ziluo City. It is powerful and good at exorcising ghosts and demons. It is stronger than our several sects combined. Senior Brother Tan said with a heavy face. Such a big force, coming from afar to grab territory in my small place? This is too unbelievable. Chu Mengyun said in surprise. Li Jun also looked confused, not understanding the situation. Time passed quickly, and it was late at night in a blink of an eye. Many cultivators in the tea house had already left, and everyone got up and said goodbye. I feel relieved that you are with your senior sister. Please be careful on the road. Li Jun said to Chu Mengyun with concern. Yes, I will. Then I will leave first. Bye. Chu Mengyun looked at Li Jun reluctantly after saying that, and then disappeared in the crowd. Li Jun returned to the resting place, thinking about what happened today, and felt that it was not that simple. Will these evil cultivators have hidden bosses mixed in? No matter what hidden cultivation level, I am not weak, and I also have a life-saving trump card. There is still one silver ore missing. Brother Ore, why are you so rare? Li Jun thought with tears in his heart. Then he remembered that he could meet Chu Mengyun today, and Lao Li laughed happily, and then fell asleep while thinking about it. Late at night, in the quiet night, a bright moon hung high in the sky. At the top of Liwu Mountain Villa, there were layers of formations here, and the security was strict. In a house, an old man in a red robe, twirling his beard, walked slowly, with a thoughtful look on his face. Next to him were two old men in gray robes, standing with their hands down. Yunfeng, did the people from the Ghost Mist sect ask to see me? I always feel that they have a purpose. The old man in a red robe said to one of them. Yes, master, they sent someone to notify me. The man replied, Humph, then I will see what this Ghost Mist sect is. If it is not clear, don't blame me for being cruel. The old man in a red robe said with a gleam in his eyes. Report, master, the people from the Ghost Mist sect are here. A disciple came in and said, Let's go meet him. After saying that, the old man in red robe went out first. When he came to the hall, he saw a man in black robes sitting on a chair and an old man standing next to him with his eyes downcast. The old man in red robe saw that this man was actually in the Jindan stage, so it seemed that he was a bodyguard. When the black-robed man saw the old man in red robe coming, he stood up and said, I am the young master of the Ghost Mist sect, and I am meeting the old master Liu. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me directly, what exactly did you come to me from the Ghost Mist sect for? Then get out of here. After saying that, the old master Liu sat down to drink tea without even looking at the other person. Haha, since the old master Liu said so, then I won't beat around the bush. Please listen to the message that the sect asked me to convey. After the young master finished speaking, he transmitted the message to the old master Liu, and the others all looked confused. After hearing this, the old master Liu's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything for a long time. And the young master was not in a hurry, so he slowly drank tea. We need to discuss this matter. Young sect master, you should go back and rest early. After a long while, old manor master Liu's face softened. In that case, I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. After the young sect master left, old manor master Liu ordered several elders to notify all the people in charge of Liwu Villa to hold a family secret meeting. The Ghost Mist sect's intention is very clear. They want to recruit us as their internal supporters. The sects over there want to unite and annex the sects over here in Wanghuang City. Their ambition is very big. Everyone, tell me how we should deal with it. Old Manor Master Lu said slowly with a gloomy face. How could the Ghost Mist sect be so bold? You should know that the sects over here are not vegetarians either. At worst, we will die together. Can we still sell out our master for glory? Okay, everyone, be quiet. Is there any more discipline? It's a mess. Old Manor Master Lu shouted loudly. Wu Feng, you have always been very smart, and you are the leader in our family in terms of intelligence. Please analyze it for everyone. The old owner Lu looked at a young scholar next to him and said, Yes, old ancestor. The scholar stood up hurriedly. I want to analyze the strength of the Ghost Mist sect from the perspective of strength first. Our sect also knows something about this matter. They have sent many disciples to come, and they came from afar to annex us. That is not just talk. There are many difficulties and obstacles. I think we should take advantage of their tricks and find out the strength of the Ghost Mist sect. Then, we will unite with the disciples of other sects to eliminate them together. You should know that some so-called evil cultivators have been rampant recently, killing cultivators everywhere. At this time, the Ghost Mist sect dares to be so arrogant. My grandson has to suspect that they may be evil cultivators. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. It's actually related to evil cultivators? Since it's related to evil cultivators, we can't cooperate with them even more. Yes, these evil cultivators are not good people. If we cooperate with them, they might be taking advantage of us. Wu Feng is right. There is a high possibility that they are evil cultivators. I don't want to cooperate with them. Evil demons and foreign religions are not worthy of being with us. Righteous people. Old Manor Master Lu said in a deep voice. And our Lu Manor has been developing steadily over the years. With the help of these sects, we are almost catching up with the strength of some low-level sects. We are still very strong when we stick together. I don't care about the evil cultivators. Old Manor Master Lu said with a gleam in his eyes. Then let's take advantage of their tricks. Old Manor Master Lu said with a smile, as if he had seen the tragic end of the Ghost Mist sect. Report, Master. The Ghost Mist sect's people are here. Okay, the rest of you can step down. I will implement this plan. Soon, the Ghost Mist sect's young master and the old man who protected him were invited to the hall. Master Lu, how have you considered this matter? You know, this matter is related to the future of your Lu family. The young master asked directly when he came in. After our family's discussion, we finally decided to agree to cooperate with your Ghost Mist sect, and everything will proceed according to the plan. Master Lu said in a gentle tone. Ha, okay, Master Lu is so understanding. I am very grateful. Since you agree to cooperate, then we are a family. Master Lu can call me Zhao Feng. The young Master Zhao Feng said very happily. At the same time, he took off his black robe and hat, revealing a more handsome face, but with a bit of femininity. In that case, I will obey your order. Master Lu replied politely. There are many disciples from other sects in this villa. In order to avoid the news from leaking, it is better to catch them all in one fell swoop. This can also indirectly weaken the strength of these sects. Zhao Feng said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Liu Laozhuangzi thought to himself, this boy is so vicious that he wants to kill many disciples of the sects right away. He is indeed an evil cultivator. No, this will make too much noise, and we can't hide it from those sects. When the incident happens, I'm afraid our Luwu villa will be slaughtered. Liu Laozhuangzi objected. Zhao Feng heard this. His eyes flashed with displeasure, and he said with some dissatisfaction, What are you afraid of? We have the Ghost Mist sect to help you. Why are you afraid of those small sects? Liu Laozhuangzi was thinking with a gloomy face, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. He turned to Li Feng and said, We can hold an exchange meeting to attract them, and then destroy them in one fell swoop. This will be safer, but we need the help of your Ghost Mist sect. Li Feng was delighted when he heard it. Okay, Master Liu, this plan is very clever. When the time comes, I will use our Ghost Mist sect's Ghost Mist formation to trap them and destroy them in one fell swoop. Humph, it's not certain who will destroy whom at that time, Master Liu thought in his heart, but he still cooperated with Zhao Feng and responded. Since the plan is finalized, I will go back first and wait for good news. After saying that, Zhao Feng stood up and bowed to Master Liu and said goodbye. A few days later, the inn where Li Jun and his friends were resting received a message from the disciples of Liwu Villa, notifying them that an exchange meeting would be held tomorrow, and the address was on the eastern mountain peak. The disciples of several major sects had already received the plan to encircle and suppress the Ghost Mist sect, and they were all making preparations. At the same time, in some hidden places on the East Mountain, more than a dozen disciples of the Ghost Mist sect were busy burying these Thundak while the Ghost Mist sect's young master and the old Jindan stage cultivator who protected him were observing. Will this temporary ghost fog formation work? Asked Zhao Feng, the young master of the Ghost Mist sect. Don't worry, it can still trap most cultivators. The old man next to him replied, "Well, very good. The rest of the fish that slipped through the net will be left to our Ghost Mist sect elites to deal with," the young master said lightly. In a secret room in the Tianqian sect, the elders and sect masters of the Jindan stage were secretly discussing something, and their faces were heavy. After the meeting, the entire Tianqian sect was mobilized, and they flew away in groups and disappeared. The other major sects and some large and small families were the same. Daybreak. Many cultivators gathered on the mountain. "Brother Tan, this light shield should be a formation, right? Do you know what it is used for?" Li Jun asked, looking at the light shield in the sky. He thought to himself that he should not be defeated and trapped, which would be embarrassing. "Sorry, I know nothing about formations, but you can insist that it is a protective shield. If someone attacks, this mountain will be lost." Brother Tan looked around and said, "Oh, that's also possible. Then, Brother Tan, I'll go for a walk around." "Okay, you go. I'll go for a walk too, to see if Quan Guanqing and the others have arrived." After the two of them finished talking, they went for a walk. Li Jun felt that he had to be more careful. After all, this was a big battle, and he didn't have much combat experience, so Li Jun found a corner to observe everyone by himself, and also wanted to see where his Meng Yun was, but he didn't see her after looking for a long time. "Young sect master, almost all the people have arrived. Should we wait or start the formation immediately?" the old man next to him asked. "Well, there are not a few people left, so let's open it first. Let our elite disciples kill the rest of the fish that slipped through the net. We must not let the news leak out." The Ghost Mist sect's young master gave the order without hesitation. In an instant, the huge light shield turned dark green and rose from under Li Jun's feet. Li Jun was shocked, and then the light shield stopped and did not gather at the top. "Disciples of all major sects, quickly take action and kill the Ghost Mist sect's evildoers." Old Master Lu suddenly appeared in the air and shouted to the major sects. In an instant, the scene was in chaos, and the sect disciples rushed to the black-robed man on the opposite side. "Old Lu, you dare to plot against me?" The young master's face was ashen, and his eyes were like spitting fire as he looked at Old Master Lu in the air and roared, "Evil cultivator, give me your life!" Old Master Lu was in the Jindan stage and attacked the young master. His momentum pressed towards the young master like a tidal wave, and the young master's face changed drastically. "Let me take on the Master Liu's trick. Young master, for safety's sake, you should retreat first," the old man next to the young master responded. Li Jun noticed that the young master was at the early stage of the foundation building period, and Li Jun's confidence increased. "You little brat, you are also in the foundation building period, but I am invincible. I will destroy you." After saying that, he flew up. "Young master of the Ghost Mist sect?" Li Jun looked at the man in front of him and asked. Hey, I didn't expect that you, a kid, also knew me. Then get out of the way and make way for me, the young master," the young master said with a ferocious face. "You can make way, but you can leave your life behind." After Li Jun finished speaking, 6 golden crocones appeared beside him and rushed straight to the young master to kill him. Seeing this, the young master immediately took action, and a large piece of dark green-black mist suddenly emerged around him, rushing towards the golden crocone turbulently. And then the young master turned around and fled. Instantly flew far away. Li Jun chased after him with all his strength, complaining in his heart, "This kid's running speed is too fast." The two flew hundreds of miles in an instant. The young master looked back and found that only Li Jun was chasing him. He immediately stopped and smiled charmingly. When Li Jun saw that this person stopped, he also stopped. "Oh, you ghost, you know that you will die, so you don't run, right?" Li Jun said with a smile to the young master. "How can I, the young master, be afraid of you, a little bastard in the early stage of foundation building?" The young master said with a cold face, "You are the little bastard? Go to hell." Li Jun was immediately angry when he heard it, and a magic weapon similar to a crocodile claw flew out of Li Jun's body and flew straight to the young master's head. Seeing this, the young master quickly made a handprint, and black mist suddenly emerged from his body. A skull appeared and flew towards Li Jun's magic weapon. Li Jun's crocodile claws suddenly grew larger and grabbed the skull fiercely. The skull instantly spit out wisps of black smoke, and the black smoke entangled Li Jun's crocodile claws like a rope, making it unable to move. Seeing this, Li Jun made a spell with both hands, and the fingers of the crocodile claws suddenly seemed to be alive, and the black smoke ropes were scattered in a few strokes. "The magic weapon is not bad. It seems that you still have some skills." After the young master said this, he took back the skull, and then a large piece of black mist was released from his body, and he instantly disappeared in the black mist. Li Jun took back the top-grade magic weapon, Crocodile Dragon Claw, that he refined with the claws of the crocodile dragon, looked at the black mist around him vigilantly and said, "Little ghost, stop pretending. Come out and die. Ding, trigger a temporary task. Repel, kill the young master of the Ghost Mist sect, and you can get a piece of silver ore." Li Jun heard the system voice and was instantly happy. I said, such a big thing, the system must have some expression. The black fog surged, and two skeleton ghosts appeared and rushed towards Li Jun. Li Jun waved his hand, and the crocodile dragon claw instantly flew two huge claw shadows, easily smashing the two skeleton ghosts. Then the black fog rolled violently, and two dark green-black smokes were ejected, shooting directly at Li Jun. Li Jun put the crocodile dragon claw on his chest, formed a seal with both hands, and instantly the crocodile dragon claw quickly rotated, stirring up the two dark green-black smokes. Hey, your magic weapon is not afraid of the corrosion of my ghost fog. It seems that I must kill you and take your treasure. Young sect master Zhao Feng was surprised, and then said greedily, You should know that the magic weapon Fire Flag of the elite disciple of Liwu Villa was hit by this dark green-black fog and lost its luster. Li Jun did not speak. He was still quite nervous. After all, it was his first time to fight like this. Boy, come and try my next move. The voice of the young sect master came from the ghost fog in a gloomy voice. As a result, ghosts roared out from the ghost fog one after another and rushed towards Li Jun. Li Jun controlled the crocodile dragon claw to fly back and forth, breaking up one after another. How about it, kid? Watch me slowly wear you out, and then be torn and bitten to death by my ghosts and become their food. Ha ha! The young master's voice became crazier and crazier. Li Jun remained silent and controlled the crocodile dragon claw to kill these ghosts. He found that the strength of the ghosts was slowly increasing, and it seemed that they could not be killed. Li Jun was a little helpless. The young master Zhao Feng was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the black fog, staring at Li Jun. This kid has quite a lot of magic weapons. If he can kill him, then I will have a few more top-grade magic weapons. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng smiled. Suddenly, a faint golden yellow light appeared, followed by a roar with a hint of dragon's roar. Zhao Feng stared with wide eyes at a huge crocodile head that appeared beside Li Jun. The sound came from it. This was the second top-grade magic weapon, Wrath of the Dragon, that Li Jun refined with the head of the crocodile. Wrath of the Dragon circled around Li Jun, roaring as it turned, and all the ghosts were scattered wherever the residual sound spread. Zhao Feng's face was gloomy when he saw this. He decided to use a trace of blood to activate his ghost fog formation. He raised his right hand and bit his index finger. A drop of dark green blood gently dripped on the black fog, and instantly a faint green light appeared in the black fog. Then 4 or 5 dark green skeletons emerged from the black fog. They opened their mouths and sprayed out dark green light as thick as wrists, shooting at Li Jun from all directions. Seeing this, Li Jun waved his hand and black tortoise shield appeared to protect his body. Bang, bang, bang! The green light hit the black tortoise shield and produced ripples. Zhao Feng was furious when he saw this and said, This kid has too many top-grade magic weapons. This is fucking infuriating. Zhao Feng's face then turned grim, and the black fog around him became thicker again. The previous skeletons dispersed one after another, and then a huge green skeleton appeared, with a faint green light in its eyes. Seeing this, Li Jun directly controlled Raging Dragonroar to hit it, and the green skeleton's eyes shot out 2 green rays, which directly wrapped around Dragonroar and made a hissing, corrosive sound. Little brat, I've trained you enough, so you can go to hell. After Li Jun finished speaking, he threw out 2 bronze cards, and 2 white lights shot out quickly, which were extremely dazzling in the black fog. Zhao Feng snorted coldly at this, and instantly shot out 2 black mists to block. Suddenly, the white light turned into 2 white-robed swordsmen, and they instantly killed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was terrified and dodged in a hurry, but was still stabbed in the arm, and dark green blood immediately gushed out. Zhao Feng dodged while being terrified in his heart. What is this thing? A puppet? How could they be so powerful that they could come and go freely in my ghost mist formation and kill me? Zhao Feng hurriedly recalled the green skeleton to resist, but the 2 swordsmen saw the skeleton open its mouth and bite, but they were not panicked at all. Their swords immediately emitted a light blue halo, and a few blue sword lights flashed across, and the green skeleton suddenly cracked and turned into black smoke and dissipated. The 2 swordsmen did not stop attacking Zhao Feng at all. Zhao Feng reacted from his shock and hurriedly resisted, but he was no match for him at all. He was hit in the chest by 2 sword energies. There was a sound of something breaking directly from Zhao Feng's body, and then Zhao Feng vomited blood. At this moment, Zhao Feng's face was pale, and without any hesitation, he directly sprayed a mouthful of blood on his hands, and then quickly made a seal which instantly turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated, and the surrounding black fog also dissipated. The 2 swordsmen returned to Li Jun's side. Li Jun looked at the clean surroundings and knew that the young master of the Ghost Mist sect had used some secret method to escape. Li Jun also understood. After all, he was the young master of the Ghost Mist sect. It would be too shameful if he didn't have some means to save his life. In a dark forest nearly 1,000 miles away from Li Jun, there were people in black robes all around. In the middle was a building similar to an altar. Suddenly, a black light flashed on the altar. and Zhao Feng appeared on it with a pale face. As soon as he appeared, he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed people around him quickly went up to help Zhao Feng up. This is a stronghold of the Ghost Mist sect. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and asked, "Have the people in Luwu Villa retreated?" Reporting to the young master, Mr. Feng was surrounded by people from Luwu Villa and other sects. He has escaped from the trap and is on his way back. A disciple of the Ghost Mist sect bowed and said. At this moment, Zhao Feng was very angry. He was the young master of the Ghost Mist sect, but he was injured by a young disciple of a sect. How could he not be angry? Zhao Feng hated Li Jun to the bone in his heart. He must kill him if he had the chance. As for Li Jun, he was already far away from Luwu Villa. On the way back, he met a disciple from Badao sect, who said that he had successfully killed most of the people from Guiwu sect, and some of them escaped. He also knew the accurate information that Guiwu sect was one of the sects among the evil cultivators. After the disciple finished talking to Li Jun, he went back to the sect to report the news. Most of the sects in Ziluo City are evil cultivators, who rely on absorbing the souls of cultivators to strengthen themselves. In this case, Li Jun immediately flew to the sect to report the news. On the way, he met people from Tiandao sect and Lei Ting sect. These people formed a team, led by a cultivator in the late foundation building period. This person held the demon elimination token and could order other sect disciples to join the team and go to the front line to fight against the evil cultivators. Because the evil cultivator sects in Ziluo City have sent a large number of people to invade their Huanghuang City, a war is inevitable. Junior brother, can you please tell me your name and cultivation level so that we can fight together? A senior brother from Tiandao sect said to Li Jun with a smile. Li Jun bowed and said, Tianqin sect, Li Jun, early stage of foundation building. So it's junior brother Li, ha! I saw you in the secret realm last time. Although your strength was not very good at that time, your appearance was still quite special, ha! I know you. The one who spoke was a disciple from Lei Ting sect. This guy had a big beard. Li Jun's face was immediately blackened when he heard it. What do you mean by special appearance? Isn't it okay for me to be Zhang? Who are you? Li Jun looked at the big beard and asked, Oh, I am Wang Ye from Lei Ting sect. Late stage of foundation building, the big beard said with a fist. You look really wild. Li Jun complained in his heart. Li Jun had a vague impression of this guy in his mind. Then Wang Ye continued, We are going to carry out a mission, but we don't have enough manpower, so when I saw junior brother Li, I invited you to join us. Exorcising demons and defending the Tao, I have no choice but to do it, Li Jun said with a righteous look on his face. Then everyone continued to rush over. On the way, Wang Ye told Li Jun about the mission this time, which was to guard the resources. There were not enough people there, and if they were attacked by evil cultivators, they would be useless. Just like this, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Half a month later, everyone came to a huge canyon, where a large amount of supplies and spiritual stones were piled up. Seeing everyone coming, the guards here also came out to greet them. There were 7 or 8 people, led by a middle-aged man in the early stage of foundation building named Wang Lei, from the Tyrant Sword sect, and the rest were rookies in the Qi refining stage. It was really scary for such a group of people to guard such a large canyon of supplies. No wonder Wang Ye and his team were worried all the way and hurried on their way. Wang Lei received everyone in a huge cave and began to tell the details of the canyon's defense in detail. After that, he began to arrange how everyone should defend. He took out the map and told everyone that on the basis of the previous fortifications, he asked everyone to set up an offensive and defensive, and then everyone took turns to patrol the canyon in groups to prevent sneak attacks. If the rest of the people have nothing to do, they can practice in the periphery. The advantage of practicing in the periphery is that if something happens, they can block the enemy reinforcements in time. After the distribution, everyone began to mobilize. It was not Li Jun's turn to patrol, so Li Jun meditated in a hidden small cave in the periphery to summarize the battle with the young master of the Ghost Mist sect. This battle made Li Jun gain a lot, and let a guy who knew nothing grow up slowly and gradually get out of the range of a rookie. When we met the young master of the Ghost Mist sect, we could fight back and forth. Although we were also panicked in the battle, we were fearless. I admit that I have a trump card, which is the confidence, but isn't it used at the end? Right? It's just the magic weapon. There's still a little missing. I have to find a way to get some more. Then I hit the young master hard. The system gave me another piece of ore. Brother, I now have 2 silver medals and 2 top Jindan stage cultivators. Wow, I should be able to use them in the later war. This is a fight between cultivators from 2 countries. A big melee of tens of thousands of cultivators. I have to be more careful. After all, it will be a chaotic period later, and fighting and killing will probably occur frequently. I'm about to break through to the middle stage of foundation building, and move forward steadily. During the time when Li Jun was stationed in the resource area, the evil cultivators fought several battles with the 6 major sects of Huanghuang City and Chengyuan City on the border. Thousands of cultivators fought, and both sides suffered a lot of casualties. On this day, Li Jun walked out of the cave and suddenly heard a signal sound. Then someone shouted, "Come quickly, the evil cultivators are coming." So everyone came out and flew to the valley entrance to confront the evil cultivators in the Xuanlong Formation. On the other side were about 30 people, all of whom were in the foundation establishment stage, while Li Jun had about 50 Qi refining stage disciples and 7 or 8 foundation establishment stage disciples. Among them, Wang Ye and another Tiandao sect member, Feng Shu, were in the late foundation establishment stage. The rest were in the early foundation establishment stage. The leaders on the other side were an old man and an old woman, who were dressed in black and purple. The old man was in the late foundation establishment stage, while the old woman was in the early foundation establishment stage. "Everyone, pay attention. The people on the other side are from the Ghost Demon sect," Feng Shu said in a cold voice. The people from the Ghost Demon sect didn't waste any time when they came, and they started fighting directly. These disciples of the Ghost Demon sect took out their magic weapons and began to attack Li Jun and his Xuanlong formation. Suddenly, various collisions were heard. The faces of the disciples in the formation changed slightly, and then Feng Shu shouted, "Half of the people follow me, and the rest of you should pay attention to repairing the formation." Then Feng Shu led his people to fly out of the formation. He summoned his own sword and controlled it to kill the 2 people on the opposite side. The others also took out their magic weapons to attack, and the pressure on the disciples in the Xuanlong formation was reduced a lot. Li Jun was also outside controlling his golden crow cone to compete with a person on the opposite side. For a while, the 2 sides fought back and forth, and the situation was deadlocked. But not long after, some disciples on the opposite side retreated a little, and then they formed a formation with each other. Each of them took out a shiny black token. The light emitted by the token was known to be not ordinary stuff. "Everyone be careful. The other side is about to release Earth Evil Fiery Fire to immediately break up their formation." Feng Shu saw this, and his face changed and shouted hurriedly. Half of the cultivators who were still in the Black Dragon formation attacked those people who formed the formation of the Ghost Evil sect. But after all the magic weapons attacked them, they actually had a layer of black transparent protective shield. For a while, they couldn't break it. But seeing that the formation of the opposite side was becoming more and more mature and about to be activated, the cultivators in the black formation suddenly became anxious, and all kinds of magic tools and talismans were bombarded towards the formation of the Ghost Evil sect as if they were risking their lives. However, the opponent's black transparent cover was too hard to be broken. "Everyone, pay attention. The opponent is about to release the Earth Evil Fiery Fire," Wang Ye roared. Li Jun turned his head and found that they had already formed the formation, and there was a dark green flame on the black token. "Damn it, this thing will not break the Black Dragon formation." Li Jun stared at the flame on the opponent's token, worried in his heart. Seeing the opponent's Earth Evil Fiery Fire about to be released, Wang Ye looked impatient, but he didn't know what kind of magic weapon the black transparent cover on the opposite side was, and it couldn't be broken in a short time. Wang Ye saw that the opponent's Earth Evil Fire on its token was getting bigger and purer, so he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat back to the formation." The cultivators fighting outside withdrew after hearing this, and Feng Shu also led the cultivators around him to retreat. But on Li Jun's side, some of the cultivators who had the upper hand were able to retreat quickly, while the other cultivators were desperately entangled by the opponent to prevent them from getting away. Li Jun's opponent was the same, trying desperately to entangle Li Jun. Li Jun sneered, "How could a rookie fight with me?" Li Jun took out the black tortoise shield to protect his body, took back the other magic weapons, and retreated. Li Jun deliberately slowed down his retreat. Seeing Li Jun retreating, the opponent quickly chased him. At this time, Li Jun quickly released the angry dragon roar, and the huge crocodile head instantly bit the opponent. Li Jun moved his hand, bang! The man was instantly shocked by the roar of the angry dragon roar and bled to death. "Junior brother Li, you have a good trick." Wang Ye saw Li Jun playing this trick in the formation and praised him instantly. Feng Shu looked at the other cultivators who were entangled outside with a heavy face. Just as he was about to get up and go out of the formation again to rescue, he was stopped by Li Jun, Wang Ye, and others. "It's too late. The opponent's Earthly Evil Fiery Fire has already finished," Wang Ye said with a gloomy face. Everyone looked over and saw that the opponent's token had indeed appeared extremely vigorous green flames. There were 3 small formations, and a dark green fireball gathered on the top of each small formation. Then the 3 dark green fireballs shot out 3 dark green light columns, which gathered into a huge dark green fireball vortex. The The momentum it exuded seemed to suck in everything around it. Hiss, this. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw this. Then they saw the person holding the token in one hand and pointing at the enemy monks who were still fighting with the other hand. In an instant, dozens of slightly smaller green flames flew out of the vortex and flew directly towards these monks. And these people naturally would not watch being attacked by the green fire, and they all used magic tools and talismans to resist, but without exception, they were all burned clean. It can be seen that earthly evil fiery fire is so powerful. Seeing that they could not stop it, these monks were about to turn around and retreat. But the green flames had already arrived, and in an instant, these monks turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated in the air. Then these green flames returned to the huge vortex, and then a huge green flame column was ejected, directly bombarding the Xuanlong formation, similar to a water pipe, spraying continuously. Everyone looked ugly, and Feng Shu asked, "Brother Wang, your sect should know something about this flame. After all, you have fought with this flame before. What kind of formation did they use to release such a powerful spell?" Everyone. When the fierce battle was at the border, the sect disciples happened to face this formation, so after the battle, the information about the formation was passed to each disciple. The news I got is that for a formation of this power, you must practice the corresponding skills. After reaching a certain strength, you can form a formation and release it, but there will be backlash. After releasing it, your own cultivation will be reduced, just like Deadpool. After Wang Ye finished speaking, everyone was depressed. No wonder it was so powerful, and the price was so high. It was indeed an evil cultivator, and his methods were extraordinary. As time went by, the light shield of the Black Dragon formation that was bombarded also began to flicker. Seeing this, everyone had a grim look on their faces and was thinking hard about how to repel the enemy or escape. Otherwise, if they fell into the hands of the evil cultivators, they would probably be used as materials to help them practice. I know there is a cave. This cave actually leads to the outside of the canyon. We should be able to escape. Wang Lei, who had been stationed here for a long time, looked at everyone and said, this immediately shocked everyone. "Brother Wang, are you serious?" Feng Shu asked as he saw Wang Lei's face finally ease a little. Wang Lei nodded. "Really? That's great. Yes, there is hope." The 6 sect cultivators who were originally worried and uneasy smiled when they saw this. Li Jun also smiled when he heard this. He wanted to try using the card man to see if he could kill the opponent's formation, but with so many people, he didn't want to expose his trump card. After determining the location of the cave, everyone retreated. As for these resources, these evil cultivators could not take them away because they were too large, and their mission was to destroy the guards here, that is to prevent the supplies here from going to support. In this way, Li Jun and others, led by Wang Li, retreated into the cave tunnel. Not long after entering, a loud noise came from outside. It seems that the Xuanlong formation has been broken, wall of a huge natural cave underground, accompanied by dust falling. With a bang, a huge crocodile head broke through the stone wall. Then, with a few more bangs, a big hole was slowly knocked out of the stone wall. Then Li Jun walked out of the cave with a dusty face. Li Jun looked around and smiled, with an expression of surviving a disaster. Then he complained in his heart, "Damn, I was almost killed by this group of evil cultivators. They even collapsed the cave. If I hadn't released the Black Tortoise shield, at the critical moment, 80% of my health would have been destroyed. I don't know if the substitute card is useful in that environment." Li Jun looked back at the cave he came out of. "I don't know if the other cultivators are still alive." Sigh. In the resource canyon, the people of the Ghost Demon sect were trying to destroy some of the resources, and destroyed all the spiritual stone mines. In midair, the old man said to the old woman, "Poisonous, Granny, you are really willing to do this. For so many stray dogs, you actually used a shaking mountain talisman, which is a very precious talisman. Humph, it's not that easy to escape from my poisonous Granny. Although our mission is to destroy the resources here, if we don't use some powerful means to let them escape smoothly, wouldn't it be a loss of our momentum?" Poisonous Granny said with a gloomy face. The old man didn't know what to say for a while after hearing this. This operation was also unique. Maybe this old woman's family background is very rich and can withstand such a waste. Soon the people of the Ghost Demon sect destroyed all the resources here and left. Then the next day, a medicinal garden resource point far away from here was also destroyed, and it was done by the same group of people. The leaders of the 6 sects were furious when they heard about this, and sent out masters to chase and kill them. They killed many disciples of the Ghost Demon sect along the way. Then the people of the Ghost Demon sect came to support them. The two sides immediately fought again, with casualties on both sides. In the end, the Ghost Demon sect withdrew first because they had something important to do. Then the leaders of the 6 sects began to discuss the second battle with this group of evil cultivators. After walking for most of the day, Li Jun came to a new huge cave, which was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Li Jun had just walked a few steps in this big cave and met Feng Shu, Wang Ye, and the other 7 people at a corner. Both sides smiled when they met, and just as they were about to talk, they heard a shrill scream from another direction. Everyone was startled, and then they didn't bother to say hello, and immediately ran in the direction of the sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Everyone used their skills to shuttle in the cave, passing through 7 or 8 caves of different sizes along the way, and finally came to a huge cave emitting a blue light. The blue light was caused by some glowing blue stones on the wall. In the middle of the cave, a half-human, half-ant monster with wings was gnawing at the body of a monk. There were 2 or 3 skeletons next to it, and it seemed that all the muscles had been gnawed away. System prompt: encounter with the crypt boss, gnawing ant. After killing it, you can get a piece of silver ore and a high-level magic weapon. Li Jun was delighted when he heard the system prompt. What kind of monster is this? One of the disciples looked at the crypt gnawing ant with a pale face and trembling voice. No one answered him, because everyone's face was not very good, and they were all scared by the monster in front of them. It seemed that the crypt gnawing ant heard the voice of the man just now, raised his head and looked around, and finally saw Li Jun and the others, and his eyes slowly turned red, and he let out a piercing roar. A disciple of the Thunder sect couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, and directly threw a thunder talisman out, and with a click it hit the head of the crypt gnawing ant, but it didn't cause any damage. Instead, it angered the crypt ant-eater. This action immediately frightened Feng Shu, Wang Ye, and others, and they jumped and cursed. Damn it! Who told you to do it? Everyone glared at the man fiercely. Then Feng Shu shouted, Everyone, come together. It was impossible not to go up. The crypt ant-eater was angry and was about to attack them. Everyone took action, and the colorful magic weapons began to bombard the crypt ant-eater. Li Jun also turned on the blood bar display. If you want to fight a boss, you have to look at the blood bar. After a round of bombing, Li Jun found that everyone's output was not high, and the crypt ant-eater only lost a little blood. The others also found that they did not deal any damage. Everyone's face changed again. Then the crypt ant-eater sprayed a lot of venom at everyone, and everyone dispersed. Some monks actually chose to run directly to the cave entrance. But the burrow gnaw ant seemed to know what they were thinking. It flapped its wings and rushed straight to the cave entrance in an instant. One of the monks didn't react in time and was pierced by the burrow gnaw ant's front legs. Then, the burrow gnaw ant stood at the cave entrance and let out a piercing scream. A pile of huge rocks fell from the cave entrance and sealed it. Wang Ye said with a grim face, Does this beast want to kill us all? As soon as he finished speaking, the burrow gnaw ant flew towards Wang Ye. Wang Ye's face was gloomy. He instantly threw out a talisman. With a crackling sound of thunder, a white light as thick as a bowl directly struck the burrow gnaw ant to the ground. Li Jun saw that this caused considerable damage to the burrow gnaw ant and was delighted. Then he blasted it with the fireball spell. After the other monks reacted, they continued to bombard the burrow gnaw ant. Feng Shu was mumbling something at this time, and then threw out 5 or 6 talismans into the air. At the same time, the burrow gnaw ant also reacted and flew directly into the air, but just as it was about to continue to pounce on Wang Ye, 5 or 6 yellow rays suddenly appeared and immediately entangled the burrow gnaw ant tightly. It was the rays emitted by the talismans thrown by Feng Shu. Moreover, the yellow rays were constantly tightening, and it was actually trying to strangle the burrow gnaw ant to death. The burrow gnaw ant felt pain, screamed shrilly, and struggled violently, while Feng Shu was also trying his best to operate the talisman light to shrink, and gradually a little bit of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, with the fierce resistance of the burrow gnaw ant, the yellow rays could not be tightened anymore, and then the burrow gnaw ant emitted a blue light, and with a bang, the yellow rays were actually broken directly. Seeing this, everyone stepped back, but the burrow gnaw ant with blue light all over its body instantly flew to the 2 monks, and the blue light flashed on its front feet, and the 2 monks were directly chopped into pieces. Seeing that the 2 monks were simply harvested by the burrow gnaw ant, everyone moved away, fearing that they would be treated like this. A Tiandao sect disciple, who was closer to the burrow gnaw ant, saw that he could not retreat any further, so he took the initiative and slapped the talisman in his hand on the sword. Suddenly, the sword transformed into 3 white lightsabers and stabbed directly into the abdomen of the burrow gnaw ant. The burrow gnaw ant turned its head and saw the 3 lightsabers in front of it. Its wings vibrated quickly and hit the 3 lightsabers, and the 3 lightsabers immediately turned into stars of white light and drifted away. Li Jun and the others saw this and no longer hesitated. Various magic weapons continued to bombard the crypt ant-eater, but this time the effect was not good. The crypt ant-eater was covered with blue light and its speed increased a bit. Most of the magic weapon talismans hit the stone wall, and a few stones fell off here and there. The crypt anteater relied on the explosive movement speed to quickly kill the group of monks. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller. A blue shadow appeared behind Wang Ye and was about to give Wang Ye a fatal blow. Suddenly, a roar with a dragon's roar came, and then the crypt anteater was knocked away. It was Li Jun's angry dragon roar. Seeing that it failed to kill, the crypt anteater flew towards Li Jun again. Li Jun controlled the angry dragon roar to rotate around itself. The crypt anteater was unable to hurt Li. At this time, Feng Shu threw out a golden symbol. With a clang, the crypt anteater was directly trapped inside. Li Jun and Wang Ye came over and stared at the golden symbol nervously, fearing that this burrow-eating ant would escape again. Don't panic, my golden weapon is very powerful, and it took me a lot of effort. It will definitely not escape. Feng Shu said to Li Jun and the others with a slightly relieved expression. Li Jun didn't care that he had someone with a trump card, but Wang Ye looked at it and said, "It's not good to keep it trapped. We still have to kill it to eliminate the trouble. You continue to hold it, and I will refine a top-level magic weapon to deal with it." Feng Shu heard that what he said was right, so he nodded. Then Wang Ye took out his magic weapon, Purple Gold Peg, and after injecting spiritual power, the purple gold peg immediately emitted a faint purple light and grew a little bigger. "Brother Wang, is it okay?" Feng Shu asked when he saw this. "Okay, you can die now." "Ah!" Wang Ye suddenly said with a ferocious look. Then the purple lightning surrounded the Vajra prong, and it struck Li Jun and Feng Shu directly. The two were horrified and dodged. Li Jun was confused. What the hell was going on? Were they killing each other? What for? Wang Ye was happy to see the two in such a mess, but suddenly he saw a flash of blue light from the corner of his eye, and his body was split into two. It was the burrow-gnawing ant released by Feng Shu. Feng Shu looked at Wang Ye's body with a puzzled look, and then remembered that Wang Ye had told him before that there was a treasure in the crypt. Thinking of this, Feng Shu looked at Li Jun with a cold look. Li Jun was not a fool and knew that there must be something fishy. If that was the case, don't blame me for being rude. The black tortoise shield instantly protected his body, and at the same time 6 Uts appeared. "Wow! Junior brother Li has quite a few magic weapons," Feng Shu said lightly. "What do you mean? You want to kill everyone and then fight the monsters yourself? Aren't you afraid of being killed by the monsters?" Li Jun said to Feng Shu with a smile. "Ha ha! Just relying on this faster ant? Kill me? Ha ha ha!" Feng Shu laughed sarcastically. "But you should still have some fun with this ant." After saying that, Feng Shu sent a few talismans to himself, and suddenly a flash of light flashed on his body and merged with the surrounding scenery. Invisibility talisman? Then Li Jun found that the burrow-gnawing ant saw that he was alone and decisively launched an attack on him. Li Jun immediately launched the golden crow cone to attack, and then quickly used his body skills to run to the place where Feng Shu was invisible. At the same time, Li Jun threw a bronze medal at the burrow-gnawing ant to prevent the burrow-gnawing ant from attacking him from behind. Li Jun felt that after using this invisibility talisman, the movement speed must not be fast. Once it hits him, he will definitely show up, which is almost the same as in the game. Sure enough, Feng Shu saw Li Jun rushing towards him. His face darkened, and then he saw that Li Jun actually knew the art of puppetry. He was shocked and immediately threw his Jin Rao at Li Jun, then retreated, and the invisibility talisman lost its effect. Li Jun saw Jin Rao flying over and threw out the crocodile dragon claw directly. In an instant, the crocodile dragon claw became larger and slapped Jin Rao directly away. "Is this a dragon-shaped magic weapon?" Feng Shu exclaimed. The top-grade magic weapon made from the claws of a dragon-shaped monster was so eye-catching that Feng Shu recognized it at a glance. Feng Shu was a little panicked. He thought Jin Rao could be a very good magic weapon for him to trap people, but he didn't expect that Li Jun actually had a top-grade magic weapon on him. Feng Shu quickly took out an ice cone talisman and threw it. In an instant, dense ice cones shot at Li Jun, who was rushing over. Then Feng Yu cast a mysterious ice shield talisman on himself to protect himself. Li Jun was not panicked at all when facing the densely packed ice cones. He immediately used the angry dragon roar, and the roar with a hint of dragon roar was heard, which instantly shattered all the ice cones one after another. Then the huge crocodile head rushed straight to Feng Shu. Feng Shu arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Feng Shu had no time to use the magic weapon talisman, so he could only inject all his spiritual power into the mysterious ice shield. Suddenly, the ice around his body became thicker and thicker, hoping that he could rely on the mysterious ice shield to survive Li Jun's move. Seeing this, Li Jun showed murderous intent in his eyes and smiled at the corners of his mouth. The crocodile dragon claw whizzed past Li Jun, following the angry dragon roar. With a bang, Feng Shu was knocked out, and the mysterious ice shield was instantly smashed to pieces. Then the crocodile draw instantly penetrated Feng Shu's chest, leaving a bloody hole, and his heart was completely broken. Li Jun picked up Feng Shu's storage bag and looked at the bodies of Feng Shu and Wang Ye. He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. 2 late-stage foundation builders. One was killed by a monster, and the other was killed by me. I gained a lot of practical experience. Then there were a series of bangs. Li Jun turned his head and found that the one summoned this time was a swordsman. The sword with a blue light was wielded by the swordsman with great vigor, and the burrow-gnawing ant was chopped to death. The system character was ruthless. Every time he chopped, he was in the same position, causing high damage. Li Jun saw the blood bar of the burrow-gnawing ant falling down, and he rushed up and quickly killed it. The crocodile dragon claw was extremely sharp. Every time it whistled and grabbed, it could cause great damage to the burrow-gnawing ant. At this time, the burrow-gnawing ant was already scarred and had thick blue blood all over its body. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly retreated, and then the blue light on the blade was strong. Seeing this, Li Jun immediately withdrew and retreated, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Then the swordsman chopped down with all his might, and suddenly a 40-meter-long blade gleamed with a bang. It chopped down on the crypt ant, and immediately split it in two from head to tail. Li Jun looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. Sure enough, when encountering a high-level monster, these card players would trigger the killing skills. When the boss's health reached the killing line, they would use the big move. It was so cool. Li Jun took a breath and looked at the bodies of the dead monks around him. This is the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. People die when they say they will die. At this time, a stone wall suddenly collapsed and a stone house appeared. Li Jun looked at it and thought, huh? Is it a reward for killing the boss? Let's take a look at the rewards given by the system first. A piece of silver ore randomly gave a high-level attack magic weapon, Sword Rain, which summoned a sword box, and then fired a dense rain of swords. Li Jun saw this and thought to himself, why does it look so much like Feng Shu's ice cone? Then Li Jun collected all the storage bags on the ground, and finally came to the stone house carefully to see what kind of treasure made Feng Shu and Wang Ye turn against each other. He found that there was a teleportation array in the stone house. There was a token on the stone bench next to the teleportation array. It looked like it was made of jade. System prompt, teleportation array found. You can teleport to another place on the map. Insert the token into the middle of the teleportation array and inject mana. Li Jun understood after looking at the system instructions. It was just a broken teleportation array, but Feng Shu and Wang Ye turned against each other. This was too rubbish. Could it be that the place he teleported to was a treasure house? Li Jun thought about it and decided to forget it. I haven't figured out where I'm staying yet. There's no benefit in teleporting randomly. Put the token away and use it later. Then Li Jun used the fireball technique to burn the bodies of the dead people, opened the cave entrance, and then thought about it and used the crocodile dragon claw to crush the stone wall near the cave entrance, and then blocked the cave entrance. In this way, Li Jun walked in the cave for most of the day, and finally came out. Then Li Jun stepped on the flying sword and flew to the sect. 10 days later, Li Jun finally returned to the sect. Knowing that the battle was still going on, Li Jun went back to the room to rest and wait for the sect to give any instructions. Then the system's benefits came, and Li Jun's strength was raised to the middle stage of foundation building. Li Jun was very happy, thinking that the system would not improve his strength. A few days later, Li Jun received a voice transmission, asking him to gather in the sect hall. The main battlefield of the 6 sects and the evil cultivators, at the border junction of Huanghuang City and Ziluo City, in a mountain, Li Jun was fighting with an evil cultivator whose strength was the early stage of foundation building. Under the bombardment of Sword Rain and Crocodile Dragon Claw, this person was finally killed by Li Jun after the last defensive magic weapon was broken. Picking up this person's storage bag, Li Jun quickly left the place. Half a year ago, Li Jun received a mission from the sect to escort the spirit stones to the front line to help in the battle, and then stayed here to participate in large and small battles. The two sides confronted each other at the border of the two cities, with thousands of people fighting or small groups of 3 or 5 attacking. In short, big and small battles continued. After many twists and turns, Li Jun finally returned to his position, and then went to the trading place in the middle of the camp to trade his unused spoils with these people in exchange for some spirit stones, so that he could buy silver ore. Then Li Jun came to a large stall, and the stall owner was an old man in the middle stage of foundation building. Li Jun directly threw a bag of spirit stones to the old man. "Old Fu, this is 400 spirit stones, in exchange for your silver ore." "Oh, junior brother Li, you are still thinking about the silver ore. Let me see your spirit stones first." The old man took the storage bag with a smile, and opened it too. "Check. Well, it's exactly 400 spirit stones. This is silver ore. You keep it." After the old man finished speaking, he threw a storage bag to Li Jun. Li Jun took the storage bag and put it in his backpack. After the system recognized it, he got a piece of silver ore. Then Li Jun sighed again that it was too difficult. Then Li Jun asked, "How is the matter of asking Mr. Fu to help collect ore last time?" Is there any news? Junior brother Li, silver ore is a rare thing. I can get this one, which also took a lot of effort. And I don't need it for the time being, otherwise I won't sell it to you. After listening to it, Mr. Fu said to Li Jun earnestly. Li Jun was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that at this point, when people from all the major sects were there, silver ore was still extremely scarce. It doesn't matter. I still have to thank Mr. Fu for selling me a piece. Thank you very much. Li Jun clasped his fist to Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu smiled and clasped his fists to Li Jun, and then Li Jun left. After returning to the wooden house he built, a voice was heard outside. Is Li Jun here? Li Jun hurriedly went up to open the door when he heard the voice. Uncle Liu? Uncle Liu is a very enthusiastic person. He always takes care of them in the sect. He is a very good person. Li Jun respects him very much. Li Jun, Uncle Liu came here to give you a mission. I sent you to Huanghuang City to protect the family that provides us with basic materials, because the evil cultivators used another method to deal with us. They sent some low-level evil cultivators to sneak into the city and want to destroy our supply of basic materials. They will kill any family related to the 6 sects, so I will send you here. After all, the front line is still quite dangerous. It will be much safer for you to go to the rear. Okay, let's not talk too much. It's getting late now. You should set off tomorrow morning. Take this jade slip. Contains information about the family to be protected this time. As soon as Master Li came up, he quickly explained the situation of this mission to Li Jun. Yes, sir. Li Jun bowed and replied. Early the next morning, Li Jun set out for Huanghuang City. On a small mountain in the distance, Master Liu saw Li Jun going away and smiled. He really didn't want these juniors to die in battle here, so once there was a mission in the rear, he would always arrange for these juniors to go. Huanghuang City is very large, and a city is almost as big as a small country. Originally Li Jun passed by the edge, but this time he was going to enter the central area of Huanghuang City. The central area of Huanghuang City is extremely prosperous and connected in all directions. Most of the basic materials of the major sects are supplied from here. It is the economic core of the whole city. The land price is also very high. Of course, the people living in the city are all mortals. After all, it is just to provide basic materials, and those who live in the central area must be rich or noble, or high-ranking officials. In the east of the central area, there is a huge house, the Qian family house. This is the family that supplies the Tianqin sect. The Qian family not only has a rich family property, but also has someone who is an official in the city lord's mansion. In the mortal world, that is a big official. At this moment, Qian Liu was lying on a bench at the gate of the Qian family. The breeze made him drowsy. The guards at the gate were used to it. After all, this man was very good at flattering, and his ability to do things was not bad. He was deeply loved by the master, so Qian Liu was treated like this. On this day, the master and the young master of the family went out to play, and he had nothing to do, so he lay down and blew the wind. Suddenly, a young man's voice came. Excuse me, is this the Qian family? Qian Liu was lying on the bench, just wanting to take a nap, but was disturbed by this voice. He was immediately angry and said, Why are you shouting? Can't you see that I am lying here? After saying that, Qian Liu opened his eyes and looked at him, with a face full of anger. He found that the other person looked only about 25 or 26 years old, wearing coarse linen clothes, and looked ordinary. Qian Liu immediately became more confident. He must be a bumpkin from the countryside. Qian Liu sat up and started to criticize him without saying anything. His eloquence was definitely suitable for crosstalk. His saliva was flying everywhere, and the young man was stunned. He listened to Qian Liu's chatter with a confused face. After a long time, Qian Liu realized that the other party seemed to be asking for directions. What are you doing in our Qian mansion? I tell you, I don't need people like you here. You'd better leave quickly. Qian Liu said impatiently. I'm not looking for a job. Qian Dafu is my uncle. I brought a letter from my family. The young man hurriedly said to Qian Liu. What? Are you a relative of Mr. Qian? Qian Liu was shocked when he heard it. Well, my family asked me to call you that. The young man scratched his head and said. Qian Liu's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He thought he should be careful. If this person is really a relative of the Qian family, he would be finished. Can I see the cover of your letter? Yes, sure, take a look. Qian Liu took the letter and saw that it said, From Brother Qian. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this person was really a relative of the Qian family. Sir, my master is out and will be back later. How about I ask the lady? Qian Liu smiled. Yes, that's fine. Upon hearing this, Qian Liu hurried into the house to find the lady. When he arrived at the lady's place, he passed the message to the maid at the door. Soon Qian Liu brought the maid to the gate and led the young man to the side room to rest and wait for the master to come back and see this person. Qian Liu naturally continued to guard the door. The Qian mansion was very large, and many people were seen along the way. Everyone looked at the young man and whispered something. The young man smiled slightly. After arriving at the side room and settling the young man, the maid went back to report. The Qian family is so large and famous, and the evil cultivators are likely to target them. The young man looked around and muttered to himself. This young man is Li Jun, who came all the way to protect the Qian family, who is responsible for the basic material supply of their Tianqin sect. Li Jun was meditating in the room. In the evening, someone knocked on the door and said that their master had returned and took him there. Li Jun got up and followed. In the living room, a dignified woman was asking Qian Dafu about Li Jun. Qian Dafu took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Since the letter is here, it is basically true. It seems that the elders of the family asked someone to come here. See if there is anything wrong with him. If he needs help, we will help him according to the situation. After all, he is a younger generation in the family." The woman smiled and was about to say something when the people outside reported, "Master, the guest is here. Do you want to meet him? Well, bring him in. As you command." After the servant brought Li Jun in, Qian Dafu asked, "I heard that you are here with a letter from the family. You must give it to me to open it personally, right? I am Qian Dafu." "Yes, the letter is here. Please take a look." Li Jun took out the letter and said. The servant took the letter, and then an old man came out from the side of the hall. After carefully observing the letter, the old man said, "No problem, master." After the old man finished speaking, he handed the letter to Qian Dafu and then retreated. Qian Dafu took the letter, opened it skillfully, and then read it carefully. Suddenly, Qian Dafu stood up suddenly, his face full of astonishment. "Master, is there something wrong?" the woman asked with concern. "No, this letter is real, and it is written by someone who has done a great favor to our family." Qian Dafu's expression returned to normal and he said calmly, "Are you Li Jun?" Qian Dafu asked in a gentle voice. "It is me. I believe that Master Qian has already known the meaning of the letter." Li Jun said lightly, "Haha, that's right. Let's go to the side hall to talk in detail. Others are not allowed to follow, little brother, please." After speaking, Qian Dafu went to the side hall with Li Jun. Some people in the living room looked at each other. There was a secret room in the living room. At this time, the two came into the secret room. Qian Dafu asked, "Since you are sent by Master Liu, you must be a cultivator. Thank you, Master Li." After speaking, Qian Dafu bowed to Li Jun. "It's okay. We are all family. No need to be polite," Li Jun said with a smile. Then Li Jun continued, "You have also seen the content of the letter. The evil cultivators are coming to destroy your resources. You don't have to worry too much. Those who come are some with low magic power. I am here to ensure that your family is unscathed." Then Li Jun had an identity in the Qian mansion and was considered a young master of the Qian family. He called Qian Dafu Uncle Qian. On this day, Li Jun walked around and familiarized himself with the environment under the leadership of Qian Liu. Then the two came to an inn and asked for a table of food. "Young master, the food is here. You go first," Qian Liu said respectfully. "Well, let's eat together." After that, Qian Liu laughed and ate voraciously. Li Jun was eating slowly. In fact, he found that the people at a table a little further away from them were a little special, so he released his spiritual sense to listen to what they were saying. These people were also cautious and put out soundproof covers, but their soundproof covers could not block Li Jun's consciousness because they were only in the qi refining stage. "Brother, do we really have to listen to them? If not, tell the people from the six sects to kill them all," the green-clothed man said fiercely. "Alas, fourth brother, things are not that simple." The big man with a full beard shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, a very young woman in pink also asked, "Brother, why not? Will the people from the six sects not care? You know, they have killed many cultivators." There were two other people at the table. The two did not speak, but just looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly, as if they knew that things were not that simple. Li Jun was surprised when he heard it. It seemed that there were many evil cultivators, but it seemed that there was something serious. "We can ask for help from the six sects, but it's a sensitive period right now, so I don't know if the six sects will take care of this matter. The six sects are currently dealing with evil cultivators, and the battle on the front line has been going on. They have limited manpower, so they may not care about us casual cultivators. Even if they do, they will at least send foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, how could the four of us be defeated so quickly?" the big man said with a frown on his face. Li Jun listened to the conversation between several people and had a general understanding of the matter. Recently, people have been missing in the city, and these people seem to have been caught and threatened to do things for the people who caught them. Otherwise, they will be crippled. It seems that Huangwang City is not very peaceful. Why does catching cultivators seem to be very similar to evil cultivators? But seeing that several people want to ask the six sects for help, they are not evil cultivators. Otherwise, the six sects would have taken action long ago, so they must be another group of people. Since it was not an evil cultivator, Li Jun was relieved, and then he had dinner with Qian Liu. After dinner, the two of them walked around again, and returned to Qian's house when it was dark. In this way, Li Jun walked around for several days in a row, and he was almost familiar with the surrounding situation. On this day, the Qian family received a very important invitation, which turned out to be sent by the city lord's brother, Qianwang. This idle prince, with a generous personality, like a green forest hero, likes to make friends with strange people all over the world, various young talents, wealthy merchants, etc. And every once in a while, he will send invitations to his house for exchanges. And Li Jun is also a young talent, and he was also invited. On the day of the appointment, some young masters, young ladies, etc. of the Qian family took carriages to the palace for the banquet. At this time, dozens of luxurious carriages had been parked at the gate of the palace. At the gate of Xianwang's house, a gray-haired old man was smiling and welcoming the guests. He was very enthusiastic. This person was the old housekeeper of Xianwang's house. At the gate of the palace, 5 or 6 people who had not yet entered the palace greeted each other. They were all dressed gorgeously and behaved elegantly. It was obvious that they were of extraordinary status. Seeing this, Qian Dafu got off the carriage and tidied his clothes. When he saw that all the children in the family had come down, Qian Dafu called everyone to enter the palace. When the old housekeeper saw Qian Dafu and others enter the door, he came over with a warm face and greeted them. "Oh, Master Qian, you are finally here. The prince often talks about you. I have wanted to invite you to come and sit for a long time." "Haha, old housekeeper, long time no see. It's not that I have been busy recently. I just finished my work and received the invitation from the prince. We came here immediately." Qian Dafu responded happily. As the old housekeeper of the palace, his words must be extraordinary. Just 1 or 2 words made me feel good and comfortable. After a simple greeting, the old housekeeper continued to receive guests. Qian Dafu and others went in. When they came to the reception hall, there were already more than 100 people here. Everyone was chatting with each other, but the virtuous king had not appeared yet. People who were familiar with the Qian family immediately came over to greet Qian Dafu warmly after seeing him come in. Qian Dafu greeted them one by one with a bow. Li Jun scanned the people in the hall and felt relieved when he found that there were no monks. They chatted for a while. Suddenly a voice came, "The virtuous king has arrived." As soon as the voice was shouted, everyone in the living room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked solemnly at the side door of the hall. A man in his 40s appeared at the side door. He was majestic and walked in accompanied by servants, and then sat down in the main seat. Seeing this, everyone greeted him. "Hello, virtuous king. You are all my good friends. You are welcome. Please take a seat." The virtuous king said proudly, "We are all my own people, so I won't be polite." "Your Highness is right. We have been friends for many years. We all know who your Highness is." Everyone said, one after another, "I invite you all here this time because I have great benefits for you. Whether you can get this opportunity depends on your luck." The words of the virtuous king were beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at each other and guessed what was going on. The virtuous king looked at everyone's reactions and stroked his beard with a smile. "You don't have to guess. This time I invited you all here because a fairy master came to my house. This master saw that my prince had spiritual roots and could learn magic from him, so he accepted him as his disciple and became the fairy's disciple." The virtuous king said with a proud look on his face, "Oh, this is the prince's opportunity. Yes, you can cultivate immortality and learn magic, which is incredible. We congratulate the prince. Congratulations to the prince." Everyone was shocked and said at once. When Qian Dafu heard this, he looked at Li Jun in surprise, but Li Jun looked normal. Seeing this, Qian Dafu did not say anything and continued to listen to the virtuous king. After understanding, this king learned that he personally admitted that he was an immortal cultivator, and that this time, he came to the mortal world to find someone who was destined to be with him and take him as a disciple. When this king heard this, he immediately retained this person and then specially invited all friends to bring their young talents to the banquet. See if there is a chance to worship under the old immortal and cultivate immortality together. When everyone heard that the prince actually invited them so that their children and grandchildren could cultivate immortality, they immediately expressed gratitude to the virtuous king. Li Jun's face remained normal when he heard this, but he muttered in his heart. He thought that an evil cultivator had come, but this person actually wanted to take a disciple. How could an evil cultivator sneak in and not cause trouble? He actually took a disciple. Isn't this exposing himself? So this person may be a casual cultivator. In the excitement of everyone, an old man with an immortal style walked out of the side hall. This person had white hair, wore a gray Taoist robe, walked in a square step, and had a ruddy face. It was exactly the same as the immortal described in the legend. Seeing this, everyone was excited and greeted him. Li Jun saw that this person was actually a rookie in the qi refining stage, and he dared to say that he was an old immortal. But in the eyes of the others, this was the old immortal in their hearts. They surrounded the old immortal, flattering him, hoping to accept their descendants and bring honor to their family. Then Li Jun saw Qian Dafu's hesitant look, So he sent a message to him and said, "Don't worry, this person is not an evil cultivator." The old immortal among the crowd began to ask everyone to introduce their descendants one by one, and he would choose the one with a predestined relationship. But in Li Jun's opinion, this was not choosing a predestined person. It was just to see if there was a spiritual root. But judging from his appearance, he should not be a liar. If there was a spiritual root, he would accept it, and if not, forget it. After a long time, the old immortal suddenly said, "This child and I have a predestined relationship. You can worship me as your master and learn immortal arts with me." The young man who looked like a scholar standing next to the old immortal had a red face and didn't know what to do. "What? My Li Jun has a destiny with immortals. Is that true, old immortal?" A middle-aged man asked the old immortal with excitement, and also with a somewhat unbelievable expression. "Haha, this donor, your young master Lin, is indeed destined to be with me. This is true," the old immortal said with a smile, stroking his beard. "Thank you, old immortal. Thank you, old immortal. I will definitely prepare a big gift when I go back." The middle-aged man bowed excitedly and thanked him. The others who were not selected were dumbfounded. Isn't this the bookworm of the Lin family? Just reading books all day long? Can this also have a destiny with immortals? This is too hard for people to accept. Not only this group of young people, but also their elders looked at each other in disbelief. Li Jun didn't feel anything about this. Spiritual roots are not precious items. Anyone can have many. It's not about handsome men and beautiful women, and it's not related to IQ. It depends entirely on fate, and there is no rule. At this time the virtuous king said, "I guess everyone has never seen the methods of immortals, so let the old immortal show you his skills and open your eyes." Everyone looked at the old immortal with excitement, and they really wanted him to show his skills. The old immortal looked at everyone with a smile, holding his beard, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's show it to everyone." After saying that, he suddenly appeared outside the hall, and everyone followed him. In order to make everyone believe, the old immortal even pretended to recite a spell. Li Jun rolled his eyes at this, and the others held their breath and stared closely at the old immortal's every move. They were afraid of missing this wonderful moment. At this time, the old immortal clapped his hands and separated them, and a fireball appeared. Then the old immortal continued to make a seal, and the fireball slowly turned into a small fire snake, swimming back and forth. These mortals were stunned and shocked. Then the old immortal controlled the fire snake to dance in the air, and then rushed towards a big rock. With a bang, the big rock was blown to pieces. The old immortal also ended his performance. The virtuous king looked at the reactions of the crowd and felt a little satisfied. Then everyone returned to the hall and sat down. "Okay, my friends, let's eat and chat," the virtuous king said. A group of maids and servants entered the hall one after another with delicious food and skillfully placed the wine and food on the tables of everyone, and then everyone filled their glasses. "Come on, everyone, I will toast you first." The virtuous king raised the wine glass and said loudly, "Thank you, your majesty." After the virtuous king toasted everyone with this glass of wine, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became high. Then everyone toasted each other and the banquet began. Halfway through the banquet, the chief guard of the palace suddenly came in, whispered something to the virtuous king, and then turned and left. When the virtuous king heard what the other party said, his expression was very happy, and then he continued to eat and drink with everyone. But Li Jun noticed this chief guard. This person exuded an aura that made Li Jun very uncomfortable. He was definitely not a righteous person. This made Li Jun feel very strange. The virtuous king was indeed a good person, but there was such a danger around him. Didn't the virtuous king notice it? Or the other party was a cultivator, and they mortals couldn't find it at all. Could it be that he sneaked in on purpose and had some plan for the palace? After a long time, the banquet ended, and everyone left. "You go back first. I have something to do," said, turned around and left. Seeing this, Qian Dafu had to take his family back first. Taking advantage of the night, Li Jun sneaked into the virtuous king's mansion. Li Jun found the residence of the old immortal and appeared directly in front of the old immortal, which frightened him so much that he immediately distanced himself from him. Then a small fireball appeared on his palm. Li Jun instantly released the momentum of the foundation building period, which immediately overwhelmed the old immortal's face and turned pale. Then Li Jun said, "Let's sit down and talk." The old immortal saw that Li Jun was a cultivator in the foundation building period and immediately calmed down. "Senior, please put away your magical powers," the old immortal said with difficulty. After the pressure was removed, the old immortal took a long breath and said with a respectful look on his face, "Senior, you suddenly came here. I don't know when you need my service. Let me ask, you, the chief guard in the palace, have you met him? How is this person?" Li Jun asked directly. "To be honest with you, I have indeed seen this person. Every time I pass by him, the aura of this person makes me feel very uneasy," the old immortal said with a bow. "You also felt it, which means that this person is indeed problematic. Well, I'll ask you to closely monitor this person's every move. If you find that this person is an evil cultivator, notify me immediately. This is a high-level defensive talisman that I specially made. Take it. At the critical moment, it can form a shield to protect your safety. After Li Jun finished speaking, he took out a talisman and gave it to the person. The old immortal was immediately excited when he saw that it was a high-level talisman. Okay, I will definitely do this well, the old immortal said excitedly. Then Li Jun left the palace quietly. At noon the next day, Li Jun was meditating, and suddenly a slight fluctuation came from his spiritual consciousness. Li Jun suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared into the house. An hour later, Li Jun appeared in a shabby little village and then waved at one of the doors. A gas ball fell into his hand, and the old immortal died. Because the defensive talisman that Li Jun gave him also had a slight induction set in it, which made it convenient for Li Jun to sense the other party's state. Unexpectedly, it was less than a day, and he died. This made Li Jun a little confused. Then Li Jun frowned and flew away after a while. After Li Jun left, the small village became very quiet again. After a while, poof, a person came out from the land about a few dozen feet away from Li Jun, and there was a yellow talisman on his body. After the person came out, he looked around and shouted after finding it safe. "Come out, that person is gone." As soon as the voice fell, 3 more people came out from the surrounding land, each with a yellow talisman on their body. "Brother, what should we do? They asked us to kill this person. Now that he is gone, we will be fine." A young man next to him said anxiously. The others also looked anxious. "It's not our fault. This person is a foundation-building cultivator. We are no match for him. How can we kill him?" They didn't say they wanted to kill a foundation-building cultivator. Their eldest brother said, "I guess they didn't know that the other party was a foundation-building cultivator, otherwise they wouldn't have arranged for us to come." Another middle-aged man said, "But it's a bit strange. Why does this foundation-building cultivator look familiar?" Their eldest brother muttered to himself, "Okay, let's get out of here as soon as possible. It's too dangerous here." The other 3 nodded, took out their magic weapons, and were about to take off. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. The voice was so cold that it frightened the 4 people. They almost cast protective shields at the same time, then dispersed and dared to look in the direction of the sound. On a very high roof, Li Jun looked at the 4 people expressionlessly with cold eyes. Seeing this, the 4 people's hearts sank immediately, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. What should they do? Retreat! The eldest brother in the lead, a big man with a full beard, shouted and stepped on the magic weapon and flew out. The other 3 also took out their magic weapons and flew away. They knew very well that with their strength, they were no match for this man, and it was better for them to flee in all directions. Among them was a pink-dressed woman. During the flight, she looked back at Li Jun and found that he was scanning the few people with his eyes. This made the woman a little stunned and a little worried. The flight speed increased again. Suddenly, a knife light appeared in front of her and slashed towards her quickly. She immediately threw the ice cone talisman in her hand. Bang! With a sound, the ice cone shattered, and the knife light directly hit her shield, directly knocking her back dozens of feet away. The shield had a few cracks, and the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't break. Then the woman found that the one who shot the knife light was actually a white-robed swordsman. The woman gritted her teeth, took out the jade hairpin, a top-grade magic weapon that she had bought at a high price, and shot it directly at the head of the white-robed swordsman, but was gently blocked by the white-robed swordsman with a knife and was shaken away. The woman was startled and immediately controlled the jade hairpin. After circling around, she ran straight to the back of the white-robed swordsman. The white-robed swordsman still slashed her back with his sword, knocking her magic weapon away. The woman panicked. Seeing the swordsman running towards her, she hurriedly took out the talisman and threw it out, then retreated quickly. However, how could the talisman stop the white-robed swordsman? In an instant, the white-robed swordsman approached her and chopped her shield with a knife. She was immediately knocked dozens of feet away and fell to the ground. Then a man reached out and helped her up. The woman saw that it was his eldest brother. She was stunned. "Hey, 4th sister, I didn't expect you to come back too," the bearded man said with embarrassment. The woman looked around and found that everyone was there. There were 2 swordsmen and a swordsman around, all dressed in white robes, looking at them. "Do you want to follow me obediently, or let me do it?" Li Jun said in a cold voice. The 4 looked at each other and put away their magic weapons, all of them dejected. Li Jun saw this and directly cast a magic seal into their bodies to control them, and then the flying sword expanded rapidly, carrying several people and leaving the place quickly. After Li Jun left, 2 people came here soon, and the 2 looked around. It seems that the 4 magic devils have been captured. A middle-aged man said, "Alas, these guys who are not good at doing things but are more likely to cause trouble are useless. They should not have been released in the first place. Another fat man said contemptuously, "The combined strength of the four of them is quite strong, and they can cooperate with each other. They will not be captured so easily. It seems that the other party is either outnumbered or has a master." The middle-aged man said a little worriedly, "Why, they are just peripheral people and don't know our secrets. If they are captured, they will be captured. Don't worry. Besides, they have our restrictions on them. If they are captured, they will not survive for more than half a day," the fat man said with a smug look on his face. "Oh, that's good?" The middle-aged man came with a relieved heart. "What's going on? Didn't we follow the plan? Let that old immortal accept you as his disciple, and then let you slowly grow and show your edge, so that our sect can escape according to the plan, and then the core disciples of our sect can return to the world of immortal cultivation. But why did you suddenly kill him? For cultivation? It shouldn't be right, right?" After hearing the middle-aged man's words, the fat man looked bitter and said helplessly, "I didn't want to do it either. The key is that there is no choice. The scarlet falling evil skill I practiced has a backlash, and the land needs the blood of cultivators. There is only the old Taoist around, so this is the only way." The fat man said, "That's not your fault, but I think you should just focus on laying a solid foundation. Ensure safety," the middle-aged man reminded. "But the old Taoist's talisman has a mark, and we must catch this person, otherwise there will definitely be trouble." Middle-aged man continued, "I thought the old Taoist's friend was also in the chi refining stage, but I didn't expect that something went wrong. If he is in the foundation establishment stage, that is also an opportunity." The fat man said thoughtfully, "What chance? If he is really a foundation establishment cultivator, we have to avoid him temporarily. We can't force him. You and I are no match for him at all." The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the fat man and said, "You don't know. The leader just sent a message that the cultivation method has reached a critical moment and needs the blood of a foundation establishment cultivator. Let's tell the leader about this and ask him to send 2 guardians to help us capture this person." The fat man told the middle-aged man the news truthfully. "Then we will have done a great deed. Maybe you and I can also enter the foundation establishment stage with this great deed. Ha ha ha!" The fat man laughed after he finished speaking. When the middle-aged man heard that there was such an opportunity, he was immediately overjoyed and said viciously, "That's right. After we go back, we will prepare well and capture this person alive." At the same time, Li Jun landed in a hill a few hundred miles away from the small village. After landing, Li Jun just looked at the few people quietly. In his heart, he was thinking, these guys are the ones he eavesdropped on their conversation in the tea house, and the chief guard of the palace should be related to the disappearance of the cultivator they mentioned, and the chief guard must be more than one person. Now they also know that I spied on them, and they will definitely send people to arrest me. I am not afraid, but I am afraid that it will affect the Qian family. I thought it was an evil cultivator, but it turned out to be another group of people, which was embarrassing. The 4 magic-colored demons saw that Li Jun did not speak for a long time, just looking at them, which made them feel creepy. So the pink-clothed girl couldn't stand this feeling of oppression, so she asked, "How do you plan to deal with us, senior?" After hearing this, Li Jun came back to his senses from his contemplation, looked at the 4 people, and said coldly, "Do I need me to deal with you? Hand you over. I believe a lot of people will want your lives. After all, you have killed many cultivators with the people behind you." When the 4 magic-colored demons heard this, they were horrified. "We didn't help them. We were just caught not long ago, and we didn't have time to help them." The pink-dressed woman was so scared that she screamed, "Fourth sister, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of him trying to trick you." The bearded man shouted, "Do I need to trick you with my strength? You're overthinking." Li Jun said sarcastically, "I won't waste my time talking to you. Tell me all the news about the people behind you. Maybe there's still a chance to survive." Li Jun said coldly, "We have restrictions in our bodies. If we talk too much, we will be triggered and die. It's impossible to reveal important information to you. Besides, we are only peripheral disciples and we know limited things." The bearded man said, "It seems that he has already surrendered." "Yo, prohibition? Interesting. Let me see. I haven't seen this thing yet." Li Jun was very curious and said happily. The bearded man was slightly refreshed when he heard it. "This." Then the man gritted his teeth and took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his arm as if he had made a great decision. He also hoped that the foundation-building monk in front of him could remove their restrictions, but he didn't know if the hope was great. In the end, he decisively stretched out his arm. Because the person who put the ban was very self-righteous, all the monks who had been banned had not dared to betray them. Because those who dared to betray them or leak their secrets with a fluke died on the spot. At this time, Li Jun grabbed the other party's wrist and used his spiritual power to travel back and forth in his body to check. At the same time, his expression was serious. The other three of the illusionary four evils looked at each other and said nothing. In fact, they also hoped that Li Jun, a foundation-building monk, could really remove the restrictions in their bodies. After a cup of tea, Li Jun put down the bearded man's arm and lowered his head to think. After a while, Li Jun looked up at the big man and asked, "What is the cultivation level of the person who put the ban on you? Are there any spells or other operations, etc.? Tell me one by one." When Li Jun asked this, the four illusionary four evils opened their mouths in surprise at the same time, and then a touch of joy appeared on their faces. They said something we didn't understand, mumbling something a bit like a spell, but not quite, or were they speaking their own dialect? But it's impossible to speak in dialect when placing a ban, right? None of us could understand what they were saying, and the one who placed the ban was a cultivator in the foundation building stage. The young man answered excitedly without waiting for their eldest brother to respond. And after they finished mumbling, they took out a bowl of blood, which was either animal blood or human blood, and scribbled on our arms, making a broken symbol. No matter how we washed or rubbed it, it didn't work. It was like a tattoo. The bearded man added, and then showed his arm to show Li Jun the symbol. Li Jun rolled his eyes after hearing what the bearded man said, and thought to himself, "A tattoo? Why don't you get involved in the underworld?" Then Li Jun walked up and looked at the pattern carefully, and then stroked his chin and thought. Not long after, Li Jun looked at the four people with a smile on his face. The four of them immediately felt uneasy, thinking, this guy might have some special hobby. Then Li Jun said, "I seem to know what the restriction is." "Senior, do you really know? That's great." The bearded man was delighted. If this expert could really break their restrictions, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to have any special hobbies. The other three seemed to have the same idea. You know, this restriction is like a sharp kitchen knife. You might become a delicacy on someone's chopping board at any time. It is this restriction that makes them dare not resist at all and can only listen to others' orders. If the expert in front of them can really remove this restriction, then wouldn't they be able to regain their freedom? Moreover, this expert doesn't seem to be that bad. It's okay even if they work like a cow or a horse for this expert. What kind of restriction is this? It should be that they chanted some language, which caused a restriction in your body. It is completely a verbal attack. As for the use of black blood and the talismans drawn for you, it is just an illusion to fool you. Li Jun explained lightly, looking confident, but he was secretly sighing at his luck. He found this kind of language spell in Wang Ye's storage bag. He just took a look at it when he was bored. He didn't expect to use it today. "Senior, can you remove this restriction?" This time it was the pink-dressed woman who spoke. "It's hard to say," Li Jun said lightly, which made the hearts of these people skip for a moment, and their faces darkened again, and they became nervous. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" The bearded man hurriedly asked carefully with a smile. Now that Li Jun actually knew about this restriction, he dared not offend Li Jun in the slightest. There are two ways to remove this kind of restriction. One is to know the formula for removing it, and then recite it to you with spiritual power once, and then I can help you to break it safely. The other way is for me to invade your sea of consciousness and forcibly erase the restriction. The risk of this method is that my cultivation must be higher than the person who placed the restriction, so that I can erase the restriction at once. Otherwise, if it fails, the restriction will be triggered immediately, and you should know what the consequences will be. Li Jun frowned, looked at the few people, and said unhappily, "What? It will break out immediately." The pink-clothed woman couldn't help but say in a lost voice, "The bloody scene after the restriction was triggered. The person who placed the restriction at the beginning, but used a disobedient monk to personally demonstrate it to them, and the consequences were quite tragic. The miserable appearance of the person who triggered the restriction, vomiting his internal organs, made them still remember it vividly when they recalled it now, which made the four magic colors change color and so afraid." Li Jun glanced at them, sneered, and was about to say something when the middle-aged man suddenly spoke first. "Senior, you can forcibly remove the restriction for me. The restrictions on several of us were imposed by one person. If my restriction is removed, the other brothers can definitely do it." As soon as these words came out, the other three opened their eyes wide in astonishment and looked at the middle-aged man. For a moment, they did not react. "Second brother, you are too risky. You must not do this." After the pink-dressed woman came to her senses, she hurriedly persuaded the middle-aged man. "Don't say anything. I have made up my mind," the middle-aged man said resolutely. The pink-dressed woman was anxious and hurriedly looked at their eldest brother and another young man. After the two looked at each other, the young man remained silent. The eldest looked at the second and said, "Second brother, this matter has very serious consequences. Have you thought about it?" "I thought it's better to die in the hands of Senior than in the hands of those people, not to mention that I may not die. I think Senior is a good person." After saying that, he walked towards Li Jun. Senior, let's start. Let me try first. This person said it quite tragically, but Li Jun's words made the four people feel like cold water was poured on their heads, and they were stunned. I said, you guys are performing skits here? Did I say I would release you? Li Jun looked at the few people speechlessly. The middle-aged man was stunned again, then smiled, bent his waist and said, doesn't this show that you have a high level of cultivation? Li Jun's head was full of black lines. Second brother, calm down, don't be too presumptuous. The bearded man shouted loudly with a serious face. Then he came to Li Jun and clasped his fists and said, Senior, just tell me what your conditions are. As long as you can remove the restrictions on us, we, the four magic devils, are willing to follow your lead. Li Jun smiled and said, since you said so, I won't make things difficult for you. The conditions are very simple. I will help you remove the restrictions, and you tell me everything you know, and then help me keep an eye on this group of people. They will definitely look for me or you. If they fight with you, you immediately activate this talisman, and I will come and kill them immediately. Li Jun said, and handed a flashing light blue talisman in his hand to the bearded man. The bearded man was a little suspicious when he heard Li Jun say this. Don't doubt it. I have my own ways to deal with them. Even if there are many foundation-building cultivators, I have ways. Li Jun saw that the bearded man doubted that he could not beat them, so he said this to dispel his doubts. Okay, let's follow the senior's arrangements. We will do our best. After all, once the restrictions are lifted, they will definitely not let us go if they see that we are not dead. It is still safe to stay with the senior. The bearded man heard Li Jun say this and agreed very readily. The other three people were also happy after hearing this and did not refute their eldest brother. Okay, since you agree, let's start. Otherwise, the poison in your body will take effect immediately, and you will probably be useless in a while. Li Jun agreed. But as soon as the topic changed, sweat broke out on the faces of the four people. This, how is this possible? There are only restrictions in our bodies. There is no poison. The young man said in panic, since you are willing to serve me, I will explain it to you briefly. In addition to the restrictions, your eldest brother also has a deadly poison in his body. This poison is very strong and very unstable. It is estimated that it will soon break out. If you don't remove it, your eldest brother will die. Of course, if you want to see what your eldest brother looks like when the deadly poison breaks out, that's fine. The other three were shocked and shook their heads. The pink-clothed woman hurriedly said, No, we don't want to see it. Please help us detoxify as soon as possible. At this time, the middle-aged man also screamed. I remember that when he asked us to go out to do something, the man asked us to drink a glass of wine with him. This must be the glass of wine that is poisonous. I didn't expect the other party to be so vicious. They were under their restrictions and poisoned us. The middle-aged man said angrily. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, the others suddenly had an expression of enlightenment. So that's it. Okay, no more nonsense. This is the detoxification pill. Take it as soon as possible, and then sit in meditation to regulate your breathing. After Li Jun finished speaking, he threw the pill bottle to the bearded man. After a while, the few people finished regulating their breathing, and the toxins in their bodies had been almost eliminated. First, treat your boss. After all, I have already explored his body, and the success rate is higher. You don't have to argue. Li Jun said seriously. Then Li Jun placed his 3-card men around to guard and let the other 3 stay away. He began to remove the toxins from the bearded man. In the evening, Chandufu walked back and forth in the hall with an anxious look on his face. This morning, the servants brought food to Li Jun and found that he was not there. It seemed that he was not there last night. Chandufu was a little scared. If the evil sect was watching them, if there was no master in charge, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Qianliu, go to the gate and take a look. If nephew Li Shan comes back, notify me immediately. Chandufu said anxiously. Yes, sir. An hour later, Qianliu hurried into the hall. Sir, Master Li is back, and he brought a few people with him. Let's arrange rooms for them. When Chandufu heard that Li Jun was back, he immediately let go of his worries. He took a long breath and said with a smile, Since Li Shan's request, do it as soon as possible. Don't neglect Li Shan's guests. Go quickly. Yes, I'll do it right away. After saying that, Qianliu ran out in a hurry. At this time, in Li Jun's room, Li Jun was sitting on a chair, and 4 people were standing beside him, talking to Li Jun about something. In fact, Li Jun didn't need these people's help at all. He could go out fishing by himself, but he still had a mission to protect the Qian family, so he couldn't be too ostentatious. Moreover, he didn't know the current strength of this group of people. The enemy was hidden, and we were in the light, so Li Jun couldn't mess around. It's a shame. After all, we are disciples from the outer circle, and we were captured not long ago. We have no idea where the other party's lair is. Moreover, the person who contacted us was wearing a mask all the time, so we have no idea what he looks like. Alas! The middle-aged man sighed. It doesn't matter. We already know that the other party is the Poison Dragon cult, so the threat of a church should not be that big. and the other party is capturing people to practice evil skills. That's enough. Li Jun said lightly after listening. In order to reduce casualties, we have to resolve the battle quickly, so we will take action tonight and catch them off guard. Li Jun said with a smile, but this smile was so cold in the eyes of the four magical devils. Late at night, Li Jun brought the four magical devils to the outer periphery of the Xianwang mansion. Then he used the invisibility technique to sneak in. Then Li Jun used the soul-searching technique on a guard and found out the location of the two people. He said to the four magical devils, "Of these two people, the fat man is the weakest. Let's get rid of the fat man first, and then go kill the guard Li Zongguan." Several people came to the attic where the fat man was and found that there were guards all around. Li Jun winked at them, and the four of them moved together and quickly got rid of the guards quietly. "I'll go up first and quickly get rid of this fat man. You guys wait." After Li Jun finished his instructions, he saw the four people knotted and ambushed, and Li Jun flew up to the fourth floor quietly. The four people stared at the attic with wide eyes. Nerves were tense. Suddenly a figure flew down, and several people were startled and hurried to take action, and found that it was Li Jun. They were relieved immediately. The four people saw Li Jun coming down, so they went up and asked, "How is it, senior?" "There's no one upstairs, only a puppet transformed by a talisman. It seems that they went out for something tonight," Li Jun said. After listening, several people looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. "Senior, what should we do now? Should we go back first and wait for a chance to do it in the future?" The second brother said hesitantly. "No, let's go to Manager Li to see. If this guy is not here either, then it seems that there is no hope tonight. Let's go back," Li Jun said lightly. After hearing what Li Jun said, the four magical devils nodded and agreed. Then Li Jun took the lead and ran in the direction of Li Zongguan, and the four magical devils followed closely behind. Although the place where Li Zongguan lived was not a loft like the fat man, it was also a small courtyard. When Li Jun and others arrived nearby, there was a faint light in one of the houses, and it seemed that someone was there. Li Jun raised his eyebrows. There was hope. Li Jun made a gesture to the four magical devils to pay attention to concealment, and then restrained his breath. Then Li Jun's figure flashed in and appeared at the base of the wall of the room, with the light on, and then listened carefully. Because Li Zongguan gave Li Jun a very strange feeling that time, Li Jun was afraid of being noticed by the other party, so he was very cautious. But Li Jun had not listened for long. His face changed, and he immediately flew back and hid behind a big tree. This scene surprised the four magical devils who were watching all this nearby, and then Li Jun's voice rang in his ears. "Everyone be careful, the fat man is also in the house. It turns out that the two of them are conspiring together, so we should act according to the situation." These words immediately made the four Huangkai demons feel a chill in their hearts. They all held their breath at the same time, looking at the door with a vigilant look, not daring to make the slightest sound. With a creak, the door opened. A fat man in a blue robe walked out. It was the fat man who lived in the attic. After this person left the room, he turned back and whispered a few words to the person in the room, then walked a few steps into the yard, and then the door closed automatically. Then the lights in the room went out. It seemed that the person in the room had fallen asleep. Li Jun watched the other person's every move expressionlessly. This person also made Li Jun feel very uncomfortable. He should be a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Perhaps because he was still in his own palace, the fat man did not rush back. Instead, he stretched his big fat waist as thick as a bucket like an ordinary person, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and suddenly sighed. Afterwards, he actually strolled back and forth in this small courtyard, with a sad face. It seemed that he had some problems. It seemed that he would not leave for a while, which made the four magic evils very helpless. Now they certainly could not go up to him because the Li Zongguan was in the next room. If they fought, Li Zong would hear it immediately. Although it was not difficult to kill them both, there was no way to catch the big fish behind. It would be great if these two people could go to meet their leader or something, and they could kill them all at once. Li Jun thought so. Looking at the fat man in the yard, still walking back and forth, Li Jun got angry. This dead fat man, if he wanted to do something, he should hurry up and walk back and forth for no reason. After about a meal, the fat man finally stopped pacing and walked out of the yard. The ambushed people were happy, but the next action of this person surprised these people, but they were immediately furious. When the fat man just walked out of the courtyard gate, suddenly, as if by magic, he took out a set of clothes from somewhere and quickly put them on. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dark green masked man, who looked exactly like the man who ordered the four magic devils to kill Li Jun. Although the four magic devils were filled with rage, they knew that now was not the right time. They tried hard not to lose their composure. Now they were truly convinced by Li Jun's words and knew that they had not chosen the wrong target. The fat man, who had changed his clothes, exuded a faint murderous aura and a strong fluctuation of magic power all over his body and looked like he was at the 11th level of the chi refining stage. The fat man did not return to his attic, but threw a dark green long strip of magic weapon into the air, then stepped on the magic weapon, soared into the sky, and flew away. Seeing this scene, Li Jun was happy. Maybe this guy would take them to the lair of the poison dragon cult and kill them all at once. He immediately sent a message to the other 4 people: follow him and see where the fat man is going. Upon hearing Han Li's order, the 4 illusionary devils immediately followed with their flying tools. Li Jun, who stayed alone to monitor Manager Li, deliberately waited a little longer. Seeing that there was no abnormality in the house, Li Jun thought about it and decided to let you live a little longer and catch up with the fat man first. Maybe there would be great gains. Li Jun's flying sword was much faster than the magical tools of the 4 illusionary devils. After a while, Li Jun followed the spiritual energy marks they left behind and chased to the sky above an abandoned and dilapidated temple outside the city. The 4 illusionary devils were in mid-air, looking a little gray and anxious, spinning around in circles as if they couldn't make up their minds. After seeing Li Jun, they immediately came up to him with surprise. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Li Jun asked slowly when he saw this scene. "We chased here and were about to take action when this fat guy, who I don't know if he discovered us, suddenly got into this dilapidated temple, and this temple seems to be protected by a formation. We tried to force our way in but failed, so we didn't dare to go in again for fear of an ambush." The bearded man saw Li Jun and hurried forward to explain. "Formation?" After hearing this, Li Jun looked at the dilapidated temple. "Let me take a look first." After saying that, Li Jun used his magic power to look around. Sure enough, there were abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy around the temple. But it was not a powerful formation. This was just a very simple formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formations. Although it was a bit tricky for casual cultivators and cultivators in the chi refining period, it was too simple for Li Jun, and he could easily break it with brute force. Thinking of this, Li Jun took out the crocodile dragon claw from the system backpack and attacked the temple directly. Seeing this, the 4 magic evils and others stepped back. Li Jun controlled the crocodile dragon claw to turn into a stream of light and shot it at the temple. Seeing that the stream of light was about to hit the broken temple, a thin and huge light shield suddenly appeared above it, buckling the temple inside and emitting a light yellow sand color. Crocodile Dragon Claw hit the light shield. Suddenly, the yellow light shield began to tremble like a microwave, and it withstood the attack of Crocodile Dragon Claw. Li Jun made a gesture when he saw this. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the light shield finally couldn't withstand the powerful attack of Crocodile Dragon Claw and collapsed completely. This earth attribute formation just disappeared. The 4 fantasy devils who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. Such strength was too awesome for them. After all, they were still rookies in the chi refining stage and had limited experience. But they also knew something about breaking formations with brute force. Li Jun broke it with brute force, which meant that Li Jun's attack had to be at least several times stronger than the formation's shield. Otherwise, ordinary attacks would be easily dissipated by the formation with the help of the clever principle of prohibition. However, the 4 fantasy devils had just suffered a little in this formation, so they looked up to this earth attribute formation. "Go down, and I'll destroy his lair," Li Jun said with a proud look on his face. But at this time, the 4 colorful demons were convinced by Li Jun and immediately rushed down. But at this moment, a sneer came from behind Li Jun and others. "Are you looking for me? This temple is just a temporary base of our poison dragon cult. There is no one in it now." This voice immediately startled the 4 illusionary devils who were already halfway through, and they almost fell off their magic weapons. They were almost scared to death. They turned their heads and looked back, and were immediately pale with fear. They saw that the fat man they were chasing was standing there with another skinny man dressed in the same way, several dozen feet above Li Jun and others. There were more than a dozen other people in green clothes and masks around them. They were obviously the outer disciples of the poison dragon sect who were under control, just like the 4 illusionary devils before. But the most eye-catching one was the naked, muscular man behind the fat man. His skin color was also dark green, like the Hulk. The big man was looking at them with murderous eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty and ferocious look. This guy was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator like Li Jun. Seeing this, the 4 illusionary devils felt that they were going to die at the same time. When Li Jun heard the fat man's voice, his face did not change at all, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. At the same time, Li Jun saw the expressions of the 4 magic demons and others and comforted them. "Don't be afraid of them. When the fight starts, you can pick the ones you can beat. I will take care of the rest of the cultivators." The 4 magic demons and others were relieved when they heard what Li Jun said. They came to Li Jun and confronted the people of the Poison Dragon sect. "It's you! Aren't you the one from the Qian family? Are you a cultivator in the foundation building period?" The fat man looked at Li Jun's face, and his eyes were full of surprise. The skinny man standing beside him, although he didn't say anything, also showed a look of great surprise. Only the green man stared at Li Jun with a serious expression on his face and suddenly said, "Everyone be careful. This man is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, and he is stronger than us. I'm afraid we need to arrange assistance to take him down." After hearing what the green man said, the fat man did not retreat in fear, but asked with some surprise, "Master Protector, doesn't that mean that if we capture this person and let the leader priest practice, the effect should be better?" The green man heard this and grinned and laughed. "That's a must. The people we caught before were all in the early stage of foundation building, and the effect of their blood essence was not ideal. This person's blood essence must be better than theirs." After getting confirmation from the green man, the fat man looked at Li Jun greedily and suddenly laughed. "Good, very good. No matter what your purpose is tonight, don't think about leaving here alive, just surrender obediently, ha ha ha. Set up the evil spirit formation and take them down." After the fat man laughed, his face turned cold and he shouted sternly. Immediately, those green-clothed people drew a small green flag from their bodies, quickly came to the surroundings of Li Jun, and surrounded them, and immediately began to wave the flags in their hands. "You guys take action according to the situation, and I'll deal with the others." After Li Jun said this to the four magic devils, he moved and disappeared instantly. "Be careful!" The green man shouted loudly when he saw Li Jun disappear, but it was too late. Li Jun's figure flashed behind a green-clad man, and then disappeared in an instant. The green-clad man who was waving the flag immediately stopped moving. Then his head tilted and rolled down, with blood gushing out from his neck several feet high and falling to the ground. At this time, the green-clad man's reminder was not finished, which was enough to prove how fast Li Jun was. This scene made the other green-clad men holding the flag change their faces, and they hadn't figured out what to do. Li Jun's figure once again appeared out of thin air behind another man, and disappeared in the same flash, and this man's head also fell to the ground. At this time, the other green-clad men did not dare to hesitate. They all offered colorful protective shields and various protective magic tools, but in the blink of an eye, two green-clad men who were a little slower were ruthlessly killed by Li Jun, and their bodies lay on the spot. "Boy, you are looking for death!" Seeing this, the big man with a sullen face emitted a dark green light from his eyes, roared, and his whole body emitted a green light. He rushed towards Li Jun out of thin air, at an incredibly fast speed. Li Jun looked at him coldly, thinking that he should dodge and see what the opponent's moves were before attacking. Then Li Jun instantly returned to the side of the four magical devils. The green big man who pounced on nothing roared like a beast, turned around without hesitation, and continued to pounce on the position of Li Jun and others, and did not even use any weapons. Seeing this scene, the second of the four magical devils had an idea, a good opportunity, and raised his hand immediately, and a three-edged thorn with green light shot silently straight at the face of the green big man. When the green man saw the magic weapon flying over, he grinned and rushed forward without stopping. The second man smiled and said excitedly, "This guy is going to be useless. My magic weapon is the best among the high-level magic weapons. Let's kill him. Ah, what the hell is going on with my green thorn?" He just said a few words proudly and was stunned by the scene in front of him and screamed out. It turned out that when the three-edged thorn magic weapon came into contact with the green light on the green man's body, the green light suddenly rolled up and rolled the magic weapon into it. No matter how it ran around, it couldn't fly away. "Ha ha! You dare to show off such a rubbish magic weapon!" The green man laughed wildly, stretched out a green big hand, and grabbed the three-edged thorn in his hand, and then twisted his hands, and the magic weapon immediately splashed green light and lost all its spiritual energy, and turned into scrap metal. This shocked the four magical devils and made them look terrified. But Li Jun was not worried about it, because he felt that the green-clothed man was quite capable. The green-clothed man did not let Li Jun and the others think about it. He came in front of them in a blink of an eye, raised a big dark green fist, and smashed down the light shield released by the four magical devils. With a loud bang, the light shield released by the four chi refining stage cultivators of the four magical devils was flashing wildly under this punch, and it could be destroyed at any time. The faces of the four magical devils suddenly changed. This attack power was too high. I am afraid that ordinary defensive magic tools would be smashed into scrap metal if they took it hard. Senior, help me. I can't bear it anymore." The bearded man turned around and asked Li Jun for help. With the attack power of the green-clothed man, their joint shield could not withstand it for many times. Li Jun stopped watching the show and used the black tortoise shield to protect his body. Then he used the golden crow cone to shoot directly at the green-clothed man. At the same time, the advanced magic weapon Sword Rain, sent by the system, was also activated by Li Jun. The two magic weapons responded to each other and rushed towards the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man was shocked and showed a trace of fear on his face. He roared wildly, and the green light on his body suddenly became stronger. His figure was completely covered in green light and turned into a huge green light ball about 3 or 4 feet high, floating in the air without moving. Seeing this good opportunity, Li Jun's golden crone and sword rain would naturally pierce it mercilessly, and as a result, something strange happened to Li Jun. No matter how his magic weapon pierced the light ball, there was no movement inside, and once the magic weapon penetrated a distance of about half a foot, it could no longer move forward. Protective shield-like thing blocked all attacks. Li Jun was thinking about what moves to make, and suddenly he remembered something. He looked around hurriedly, and everything he saw made Li Jun murderous. Under the command of the fat man and the masked man who seemed to be Li Zongguan, the green-clothed people organized themselves again and continued to surround them, waving the small flags desperately. The small flags had already sounded the ghostly woohoo sound, and strange black and green fog surged out, rotating around the small flags. This scene reminded Li Jun of the earth evil fire he encountered when guarding the supplies. The summoning ritual was so similar, how could Li Jun let them complete it successfully? Thinking of this, Han Li's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the shield, and the magic weapons that were stabbing around the green light ball flew back to Li Jun with a whistling sound. Circling around him and buzzing, Li Jun looked at the magic weapons around him, and then with a thought, 3 identical silver knives appeared beside him. He threw them out lightly, and they immediately turned into 3 white lights and rushed towards a green monk. This set of chain-flying knives magic weapons was from some rookie during the crypt dance battle. Li Jun found it and thought it was cool to use, so he kept it. Li Jun pointed at other magic weapons, golden crow cone and sword rain, and they also flew in other directions. Seeing so many magic weapons rushing towards him, the green-clothed man holding the flag was immediately terrified, and there was no thought of taking them head-on. He hurriedly threw the small flag in his hand at the magic weapon rushing towards him, and wanted to dodge it with his chi, but the small flag immediately burst into a ball of green smoke and dissipated under the attack of the 3 magic weapons. Then, without any pause, the 3 magic weapons came to the green-clothed man in front of him and hit his shield fiercely. Unfortunately, it was just a low-level shield of a chi-refining cultivator. How could it withstand the combined attack of 3 magic weapons? The shield collapsed and disappeared. In the desperate eyes of the green-clothed man, the 3 magic weapons penetrated his body, and he was immediately beaten into a sieve, deader than dead. Then Sword Rain continued to move forward, launching an overwhelming white small sword, piercing the 3 green-clothed men nearby into sieves. At this time, the other green-clothed men became panicked, and they didn't care about setting up a big formation. Of course, saving their lives was the most important thing. Most people immediately turned over and flew away, while some brave and not very smart cultivators released their own proud magic weapons, trying to desperately stop Li Jun's attack. Unfortunately, Li Jun had no intention of fighting with them, and he pressed forward with all his strength without any hesitation. The overwhelming sword rain, coupled with the chain-flying knives and golden crow cone, no matter what magic weapon they encountered, they all rushed forward together, and all the magic weapons that blocked them were defeated at one blow, and then their bodies were pierced like sieves. At this time, except for the green-clothed monks who ran hundreds of feet away, the only ones who stayed here were the fat man with an incredible look and the masked man beside him, who should be Li Zongguan. This so-called evil spirit formation was not even powerful enough to be discovered by Li Jun and destroyed in advance. Li Jun turned his eyes to the fat man and the other 2, making them secretly shout, "Not good," and at the same time took a defensive posture, and a faint green light was emitted from their bodies, covering their figures, and instantly became gloomy. "Haha, 2 rookies, go to hell," Li Jun laughed and said. Although it is unknown what kind of skills these 2 people use, it is obviously very similar to the magic skills of the Green Man. Li Jun didn't know that the 2 fat men were secretly complaining. Li Jun's cultivation and the sharpness of his magic weapon far exceeded the 2 people's pre-planned plan. Because Li Jun, a foundation-building cultivator, is too strong. The foundation-building cultivators they have seen before are not like this. The leaders of their Poison Dragon sect are also in the foundation-building stage, but their strength is not comparable to Li Jun. The extremely fast body skills that are almost invisible to the naked eye, and one person can control several magic weapons to fly back and forth at the same time, all of this is something they have never heard of. Now it seems that the Guardian may not be this person's opponent, although this Guardian seems to have used some kind of secret method. He is waiting for the secret method to be performed in the green light. But the time for this performance is too damn long. If they don't come out, they will probably die soon. Although they both thought they were stronger than other chi-refining cultivators, they were not so strong that they wanted to join forces to kill Li Jun. That would be courting death. Therefore, they activated their secret techniques. However, activating secret techniques was not an attack, and in order to save their lives, they wanted to find an opportunity to escape quickly. The four magical devils were stunned by Li Jun's operation. Although they knew that Li Jun was very powerful, they could not judge how powerful he was without a comparison. Now that the comparison was right in front of them, they immediately knew Li Jun's strength. It was so brave that he could kill chi-refining cultivators as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This cultivation and this technique were simply invincible. Li Jun was about to quickly take down Fatty and Li Zongguan when suddenly a roar came from the green light on the side, and the sound was full of wild beast-like madness. Upon hearing this, the fat man and the other man hurried forward, and when they saw the green light, their faces lit up. Li Jun took out the golden rao and threw it at the green ball of light. With a loud bang, the green ball of light was locked inside. Li Jun turned around and suddenly smiled at the two of them. Then he aimed the sword rain at the two of them, and the overwhelming sword rain shot at the fat man and the two. This scene frightened the fat man and the two of them so much that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly released various defensive magic weapons to resist. A series of clanging sounds made the fat man dizzy. Suddenly, a scream came from the side. The fat man was startled and looked over. He saw that Li Zongguan, who was not far away from him, had been pierced by the sword rain. The magic weapon, and then his body was pierced. He screamed, fell down, and died. The fat man roared with horror. "It's impossible. He can't die so easily. Our protective green evil spirit will not be so easily broken." Until now, this fat man still believes that the protective evil spirit of their poison dragon sect is the strongest. Then the fat man threw 7 or 8 green talismans at Li Jun, and then he turned and ran, while Li Jun directly hit these talismans with the Xuanwu shield on his body, and then casually shot the crocodile dragon claw at the fat man. The fat man was speeding at high speed, and heard a sound behind him whistling towards him. He looked back and saw a light green claw with green light running towards him. The fat man was terrified, and hurriedly released another shield, but in an instant the crocodile dragon claw pierced through his body with a puff, and his shield didn't work at all, and he died just like that. At this point, the two people who made Li Jun and the Fantasy Four Evils a little uncomfortable all died. The Fantasy Four Evils were very happy to see this, and they praised Li Jun for being so powerful and flattered him in various ways. The rest of the minions fled very early. Li Jun didn't care about it, but looked at the green man who was detained in the golden rao. Sure enough, there were loud noises coming from the golden rope. With each loud noise, a big fist mark would appear on the outside of the golden rope. Then the color of the golden rope also dimmed. It looked like it would be scrapped in a few hits. Li Jun was not worried at all. He wanted to see what secret method the green man used. With a bang, the golden rope broke into pieces. The figure of the green man was revealed. At this moment, the green man had green particle lines running back and forth on his body, and his head had turned into a bear. But if you look closely, it still looks a bit human, as if it has not evolved completely, and its strength has also increased to the middle stage of foundation building. This scared the 4 colorful devils so much that they hurriedly moved closer to Li Jun. "You should retreat a little bit first. I want to kill this monster. I'm afraid it will hurt you," Li Jun said lightly. When the 4 heard it, they immediately turned around and flew away. "You are a monster that looks like a bear but is not a bear. You have used the secret method to increase your brute force. It seems that you are not that good. Let me show you my strength," Li Jun taunted the guardian. Then 3 bronze cards appeared in Li Jun's hand, and he threw them at the guardian. The light effect flowed, and 2 swordsmen and a swordsman appeared in an instant, and they attacked the guardian. The guardian was stunned and obviously frightened. He didn't understand why 3 powerful white-robed people appeared. He hurriedly defended and fought back. The swordsman and the swordsman hit him and sparks popped out. This guy really didn't use the secret method in vain. At least his defense is still strong. Look at the swordsman looking at him, and the sparks will come out. But Li Jun knew that the 3-card men had not been buffed yet, because their weapons had not yet glowed. Just as Li Jun thought of this, he saw that the weapons of the 3-card men instantly emitted a faint blue light, and then they chopped at the body of the guardian, and no longer emitted sparks. That was a knife into the flesh. Li Jun looked at the health bar of the guardian, which was losing blood. The guardian roared several times to increase his momentum, but it was useless to break out of the 3-card players' blockade. The 4 magicians in the distance were very happy to see it, but they were also secretly shocked. It turned out that the card players who attacked them did not use their full strength, but only forced them back. If they had used half of their strength on them, they would not be standing here watching the show now. What happened on the opposite side shocked the four people again. The four people opened their mouths wide and were shocked. One of the swordsmen retreated a little, and then the sword in his hand quickly emitted a blue light, and then the light turned into a 40-meter-long sword, which split the Guardian into two. Li Jun was very satisfied when he saw this. The product of the system is so strong. Every time he saw it, he was so shocked. Unfortunately, one of the bronze characters had no blood because of too many battles. In the battle just now, it turned into particles and dissipated. But the bronze metal has no effect on Li Jun because he still has a lot of materials to summon bronze metals, but the silver metals are still the same too. After the battle, Li Jun shouted to the Fantasy Four Devils and others, "Let's go back first." After returning to the Qian mansion, Li Jun asked the Fantasy Four Devils to rest, and he went back to the room because the system had given him a message. Ding regional task. Congratulations on defeating the Guardian of the Evil Cult, and reward the fur of the animal in the foundation building period. 1. Li Jun saw that this was given without any signs to complete the task and reward, and he grinned instantly. System upgrade completed. Seeing that this world is all using magic tools and magic treasures, etc., this kind of operation is too low level. The system has specially improved it for you, and a set of skills is given. Please check and use it slowly. Li Jun saw that it could still be like this and immediately praised the system. This system, you are my brother. Knowing that I am a rookie, you help me upgrade. If this system were in front of me, I would definitely knock you a few times on the spot. Regional task follow-up. The core power of the Poison Dragon cult is still there. Please eradicate it completely. Tip: the leader of the Poison Dragon cult is the City Lord of Huanghuang City, and his lair is the entire City Lord's mansion. Li Jun was shocked to see the system prompt saying this. He didn't expect that the City Lord's mansion was actually the lair of the Poison Dragon cult. This is really incredible. According to Li Jun's understanding, the mortal City Lords are all supported by the 6 major sects, because many basic materials need the help of these mortals. And the people of the sect will not intervene, and it depends entirely on the mortals to develop on their own. Maybe it's been too long. The Poison Dragon cult has taken a fancy to the mortals' territory, so it took the opportunity to occupy the City Lord's mansion. If the sect disciples often go in and out of Huanghuang City, or the City Lord's mansion, these evil cults will not have this opportunity. Li Jun didn't think too much. He wanted to see what his skills were. Wow, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth are all available. The various combinations and evolutions of these 5 attributes are ever-changing. Li Jun was secretly shocked when he saw this. There are too many of them. Fortunately, it is the idea that is volatile. If you play games and press the mouse and keyboard, you can't remember how to match them. But as for the power, Li Jun laughed happily. The system's stuff must be invincible. The City Lord's mansion occupies nearly 1/5 of the size of Huanghuang City, but 1/3 of the area is completely occupied by the magnificent palace. The layers of finely carved jade palaces, countless elegant corridors of various sizes, and the gorgeous gardens decorated with exotic flowers and plants make servants who have lived in the palace for several years often mistake the way or get lost. It can be seen how vast the City Lord's mansion is. It is now late at night. The huge palace, which should have been full of servants of all kinds, has long been guarded every 5 steps and every 10 steps. But in such a situation, there is a man in a hurry, holding a gold medal, quickly passing through the layers of sentries, and walked to a cold palace deep in the City Lord's mansion. Report: Qiming 3 Guardians. Green Mountain Guardian was killed while performing a mission. The 3 heard that Green Mountain Guardian was killed, and they were shocked and incredible. You know, they have been in this Huanghuang City for so long, and they have always killed others. How many people are there on the other side, and what is their cultivation? The Green Ghost Guardian asked hurriedly, thin and with a green face. It's the 4 magic evils that were captured before. I don't know where they found a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building and killed Green Mountain Guardian. In the middle stage of foundation building, Green Ghost's face changed and looked at the other 2. Lushan is really a waste. Although he is in the early stage of foundation building, he has the secret method of our sect, so it is not difficult for him to fight against a mid-stage foundation building. Even if he can't win, he can just run away. In the end, he was killed. The White Shuang Guardian, who was wearing a white robe, said with a sneer. It seems that this person must have a very powerful magic weapon, otherwise Lushan would not have died so thoroughly, without even a chance to escape. The bald man in khaki clothes, the Luohan Guardian, said in a muffled voice. So have you found out where these people are staying? Qingui continued to ask. Not yet. Okay, we know. You can leave. Yes. It seems that we should tell the leader about this matter first. Let the leader decide. Qingui looked at the 2 and said. The 2 nodded. The three walked out of the hall together, and after turning around, they came to an ordinary house. There was no light in this house, and it was completely integrated with the darkness. If someone who doesn't want to know comes here, they will definitely run into it head-on. Qinggui bowed and said, I am Qinggui. I am here to see the master. I have something important to report. Attribute by Lu, I am here to see the master. Attribute Luohan, I am here to see the master. You three are here together. It shows that this matter is serious. Then tell me quickly. Don't waste my time. A middle-aged man's voice came from the room. Master, the cultivator was killed just now. Qinggui still bowed his body and said, Oh, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building can kill Lu Shan. It seems that this person is not simple. The master's voice did not change at all, and he said lightly, Master, how about the three of us, the guardians, go find this person together and capture him to practice with the master. This person must still be in Huanghuang City. Bai Lu bowed and said, No need, because we don't know if this person is from the 6 sects yet. If you three go, you will be in danger if the other party has helpers. I am about to enter a critical period of retreat. Everything will be discussed after my skills are perfected. By then, I believe that except for the Jindan cultivators, I will not care about the other foundation-building cultivators at all. The leader of the Poison Dragon sect said this with a hint of excitement, which shows how important this skill is to him. Congratulations, the leader, on the completion of your magical skills. We will arrange the guards of the City Lord's mansion now, otherwise the outsiders will disturb you. The green ghost bowed with joy. Okay, then you can leave. The three bowed and stepped back a few steps, then stood up and turned to leave. This time, they fell into darkness. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. The people of the Poison Dragon sect have all retreated. Li Jun has been looking for them everywhere during this period, but there is no chance at all. He can only stare blankly and wait for the opportunity. This made Li Jun very angry. However, Li Jun still found out some of the situations in the City Lord's mansion. Late at night that day, Li Jun called out the 4 magic evils and asked them to leave this place and go outside to avoid the limelight. Because Li Jun planned to break into the City Lord's mansion tonight and destroy the Poison Dragon cult. In such a fight, these 4 people could not help at all. The 4 thought about it and felt that what Li Jun said was right, so they said goodbye to each other. Before leaving, Li Jun distributed some magic tools to them. Seeing this, the 4 magic evils immediately thanked Li Jun and thanked him repeatedly. Li Jun hid in the corner of the wall of the City Lord's mansion. A few miles ahead was the City Lord's palace, and there were guards patrolling in front. Li Jun's rash entry into the City Lord's mansion violated the ban of the 6 major sects, but there was no way. The evil cult harmed people. If it was left alone, I am afraid that the entire Huanghuang City would be filled with evil cults. Although he could submit an application, the 6 major sects were fighting on the front lines and would not care about such a small matter. So even if he submitted it, he didn't know when it would be approved. So Li Jun decided to eliminate the harm for the people himself. He did it right away. Li Jun walked out of the dark corner. 5 white-robed swordsmen appeared beside him in a flash of white light. Yes, all 5 of them were swordsmen. Li Jun's limit was to summon 5 cards at a time. When Li Jun saw the 5 swordsmen, his mouth twitched. This probability. Li Jun must have been discovered by the guards when he appeared with a group of people. There are assassins! There are assassins! The guards shouted loudly. Then all kinds of colorful magic weapons rushed towards Li Jun and his group. In an instant, the 5 swordsmen around Li Jun moved and turned into 5 white lights. Ding ding dang dang! They shot down all the magic weapons that blocked them along the way, and began to harvest these chi refining period guards like wolves entering a flock of sheep. The rest of the magic weapons that were shot over were blocked by the black ice shield released by Li Jun. The guards outside were quickly cleared, and some of the fish that slipped through the net had entered the gate. Li Jun walked in from the gate with 5 swordsmen. Seeing this, the guards inside retreated one after another, and no one dared to go up to stop them. Li Jun looked around and found that he was now on the big square, surrounded by walls, with a row of attics in the front and the gate of the City Lord's mansion behind him. After entering, he officially entered the territory of the City Lord's mansion. At this time, many chi refining stage believers had gathered in front of the attic door in front, and there were 3 guardians in the middle. They had been guarding here. When they heard the fighting outside, they came out to guard the door. After discovering that Li Jun and his team had come in, their faces were very solemn, because the strength of Li Jun and his team of 6 was too strong. Especially the 5 white-robed swordsmen with swords. They were completely unable to see through them. Open the poisonous dragon formation and trap them. Quick! The green ghost shouted loudly. Instantly, a dark green light shield appeared around Li Jun, trapping them inside. Li Jun didn't know much about the formation, so he planned to use his skills to break the shield. Maybe before he moved, the 5 swordsmen moved first. The 5 swordsmen stood at the edge of the light shield in different directions, and then the swords emitted blue light and stabbed the light shield. Instantly, 5 large holes were pierced in the green light shield, and then it exploded with a bang. The 3 guardians changed their faces when they saw this. How could this poisonous dragon formation be broken so quickly? What's going on? Bai Lu screamed in horror. What kind of rubbish formation is this? It's completely vulnerable. Li Jun sneered at the 3 guardians. Then he continued, "You are a cult. You have lost all conscience. Today I am here to deal with you." "Boy, dare you tell me your name?" Luohan said in a muffled voice. "Didn't I just say that? I'm your grandfather. How can you have such a bad memory?" Li Jun said with a grin. "You're looking for death, brat? Go ahead." When Qinguai heard what Li Jun said, he turned pale with anger, and then shouted coldly at the disciples around him. "Humph, a bunch of noobs." After Li Jun finished speaking, he moved with the 5 swordsmen. The 5 swordsmen flew up and rushed directly into the crowd with swords flying, and screams were heard wherever they passed. Li Jun glanced at the air, and then started to use his skills. He raised his hand, and it rained heavily in the sky in an instant. The raindrops were like sharp swords, and they shot at the opposite Poison Dragon Sect disciples at a fast speed. Seeing this, the opposite Poison Dragon Sect disciples opened various defensive shields one after another. Ding ding dang dang, bang 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 bang. The sound of hitting continued, and the shields of the Poison Dragon Sect disciples cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then broke. Then the raindrops hit their bodies, and small blood flowers appeared immediately. Li Jun saw this, and immediately retracted his hands, then pushed his hands forward, and instantly a whistling cold wind blew up. The Poison Dragon Sect disciples were covered with rain, and when the cold wind blew, their bodies began to freeze. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen in place, turning into ice sculptures, and then exploded with a bang. The Poison Dragon Sect disciples inside were all dead. The 3 guardians on the opposite side were terrified when they saw Li Jun's operation, because they could call the wind and rain without seeing Li Jun's magic weapon. This is too weird. The 3 looked at each other and then moved together, rushing towards Li Jun and the others. In fact, after seeing Li Jun's skills, they didn't want to move, but the 5 swordsmen were already running towards them, and they couldn't help but move. For a while, the sword lights of the battle magic weapons flew everywhere, exploding the surroundings with bangs. But the battle was not optimistic for the 3 guardians. The 3 of them were only in the middle stage of foundation building, and with the blessing of the secret method, they could barely reach the late stage of foundation building. But it took time for them to release their secret methods. Facing 5 high-level foundation building swordsmen, they had no time to use their secrets, and they were outnumbered 3 to 5. They felt miserable. After watching for a while, he joined the battle. He wanted to solve the problem quickly. The battlefield instantly became 6 to 3. The 3 guardians fought against 2 people each. It was a miserable fight. Li Jun saw that the health bars of the 3 guardians on the opposite side were dropping rapidly. It was estimated that it would not take long before they would be killed by the swordsman's ultimate moves. Li Jun was unwilling to fall behind these swordsmen. Then he moved his fingers and 5 small fireballs appeared in an instant, shooting at Qinguai at a high speed. Qingui's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and spit out a mouthful of blood. An octagonal shield like tree bark instantly appeared beside him, blocking him. The swordsmen and fireballs hit the shield one after another, making wood chips fly and bang. Seeing this, Qinguai was blocked, exhaled, and then controlled his Qingmu technique, and dense vines and branches instantly grew out of his body, attacking the swordsman and Li Jun. Li Jun saw this and retreated, and then flew away. Qingui saw that Li Jun did not continue to attack, and he was relieved. But Li Jun was not idle, but stretched out his right hand to raise the sky, and then dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and the dark clouds became more and more, and lightning flashed from time to time in the dark clouds. Qingui and the other 3 noticed it, but thought it was going to rain, so they didn't care too much. They didn't have time to care too much. In the current situation, if they were distracted, they would be stabbed with a sword. At this moment, they were already sweating and pale. There was no way to get out. The only hope was that their leader could come out and save them quickly. The dark clouds condensed, and with a click, a fist-thick lightning instantly rushed towards Qingui. Seeing this, Qingui was so scared that his soul was about to die. He didn't have time to think about it and gathered all the vines and branches above his head to form a defensive momentum. With a bang, lightning struck the green ghost from the air to the ground, and a big pit appeared on the ground instantly. The lightning did not end immediately, but lasted for 2 seconds before it ended. Looking inside the big pig pit on the ground, the green ghost had turned into a puff of black smoke and drifted away. Li Jun knew that it was killed by his skill Thunderstorm Shooting, because the health bar was emptied. Seeing this, Luohan and Baishuang turned pale, and without saying a word, they pulled their momentum to the maximum and ran away in a hurry. But the swordsman did not give them a chance to survive. One of the swordsmen had a blue light on his body and instantly turned into a star. It flashed left and right and went straight to Bai Shuang's guardian and chased Bai Shuang in the blink of an eye. In Bai Shuang's horrified eyes, several large holes were pierced through his body by the stars. The edges of these large holes were particleized. In just 1 second, Bai Shuang turned into particles and died. Luohan was also caught up by the swordsman's huge lightsaber. Luohan spit out a large mouthful of blood essence to perform the strongest earth defense. A khaki defense shield appeared in front of him. There were tortoise shell-like patterns and khaki streamers on the shield, which looked extremely hard. However, the seemingly extremely hard defense shield was shattered by the huge lightsaber. The giant sword became bigger and bigger in Luohan's pupils. With a scream, Luohan was split in half by the giant sword and turned into particles and scattered. At this point, all 3 guardians were killed by Li Jun. Li Jun looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then he stood in the middle of the square and shouted to the house in front, "Lord City Lord, why don't you show up? Boy, I admit that you guys are very strong, but my poison dragon skill has been perfected. You'd better come and die obediently." A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly rose from behind the house and landed on the roof. He was wearing a gorgeous robe. He was the current city lord. Li Jun looked at this person, who was at the late stage of foundation building. He was indeed quite capable. "Don't brag, hurry up and come down to die." Li Jun looked at the city lord on the roof and sneered, "You are looking for death." The city lord glared, and a poison dragon drill transformed from dark green poisonous mist shot towards Li Jun at a very fast speed. Before Li Jun could react, the 5 swordsmen around him moved and stabbed the poison dragon drill with their swords. A series of ding-dong sounds rang out, and the poison dragon drill repelled one sword after another, and only blocked it when the 5th sword was hit. The poison dragon drill turned into a puff of green smoke and drifted away. This scared Li Jun. He didn't expect the opponent's skills to be so powerful. Relying on his dark green mist, he could transform into such a powerful magic weapon. But what Li Jun didn't know was that the city lord was shocked when he saw that this move did not kill Li Jun. Although he performed such a powerful move in an instant, this poison dragon drill was a magical weapon that was formed by slowly condensing and compressing his own magic power dozens of times during cultivation. It was hidden in the body and could be controlled at any time. It was a one-time magical weapon that was released in an instant. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, it would turn into green mist and drift away. When condensing, it was not only painful, but it also took decades to refine one. It was one of the killer moves of the poison dragon skill that he practiced. He thought he could kill Li Jun with one blow, but he didn't expect that the people around him were so powerful that they blocked it with weapons, wasting his killer move that took decades to condense. After the 5 swordsmen cracked the poison dragon drill, they flew up and rushed to the city lord to kill him. The city lord knew that the 5 people were not weak, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. A dark green light shield appeared all over his body to protect himself, and then he fought with the 5 swordsmen. Li Jun was at a disadvantage, and both sides were losing blood. So Li Jun raised his right hand to the sky, and he was going to use the thunderstorm shooting move. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The city lord had never seen such a move, and he didn't take it seriously, but he still slightly improved his shield. Li Jun dropped his right hand suddenly, and a fist-thick lightning instantly hit the city lord's shield. Suddenly, a green light burst out, and the 5 swordsmen retreated. The light dissipated, and the city lord appeared in tattered clothes in mid-air. Li Jun saw that the city lord's health bar had lost a piece, and it seemed that his power was not low. "Ahem, shameless villain, sneak attack from behind." The city lord coughed up a little blood, his face full of anger, staring at Li Jun with eyes like spitting fire and roaring. "Hey, that was purely a mistake. You continue. I'll just watch the show." Li Jun smiled at the city lord, and his look was as cheap as he could be. "I have to kill you myself." After the city lord finished speaking, he rushed towards Li Jun. Perhaps as soon as he moved, the 5 swordsmen surrounded and attacked him. The city lord was immediately angry and had to continue fighting with the 5 swordsmen. "Want to kill me? Ha, you are still a little naive, old ghost," Li Jun mocked. This made the city lord very angry. He roared and his momentum increased a little. His moves were also powerful, and he actually tied with the 5 swordsmen. Seeing this, Li Jun smiled and said, "Old ghost, I will give you a powerful one." After Li Jun finished speaking, he took back a card and then threw his hand. A silver card flew out, shining with starlight, and the silver card drew a brilliant galaxy and flew directly to the city lord. Li Jun called the other 4 swordsmen back to his side. He wanted to see what kind of person would appear with this silver card and the strength of Jindan. The city lord saw the 5 swordsmen retreating one after another, and then a beam of starlight flew towards him rapidly. He turned around and punched the silver card. With a bang, the silver card was broken up and transformed into a sky full of starlight, and then quickly gathered into a human figure. The starlight faded, and an old man with white hair appeared. Li Jun saw his name Zhang Daoren on the old man's head. The city lord saw that a person appeared in the sky full of starlight, and this person's aura was extremely powerful, which shocked him, and his face changed. Then Zhang Daoren looked at the city lord, shook his right hand, and a huge white palm came out of thin air and instantly slapped the city lord. The city lord wanted to hide, but found that he was locked by this big palm. He definitely couldn't dodge, so he had to take it. The city lord gritted his teeth, and the green light shield on his body became a little richer. Then the city lord quickly took out a ghost-like mask, which suddenly grew to more than a person's height, and the eyes of the mask were emitting green light. It made a ghostly howling sound, dragged dark green smoke, and rushed towards the white palm. With a bang, a strong white light burst out, and the mask was immediately smashed. The color of the white palm faded a little, but the trend did not decrease, and it directly hit the city lord's green light shield. With a bang, the city lord was hit dozens of feet away, and the green light shield also cracked and then broke. The city lord's face turned pale, and he was obviously about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back. At this moment, the city lord was extremely terrified. His strongest magic weapon couldn't even withstand a single move from the other person. This person must be a master in the Jindan stage. Thinking of this, he wanted to retreat and run away. He moved his body at will and ran whenever he wanted. He instantly raised his breath to the extreme, turned around and shot away quickly. Seeing this, the old man Zhang Daoren did not move, but shook his left palm, and another huge palm print instantly appeared in front of the city lord and slapped over at a very fast speed. With a bang, the city lord was slapped back instantly. Seeing this, Li Jun hurriedly dodged and flew away from the square of the city lord's mansion. With a bang, the city lord's body fell heavily on the square, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Li Jun saw that the city lord's health bar had dropped a lot. He thought to himself, he is not dead yet, he is almost catching up with Xiao Qiang. At this moment, the city lord in the deep pit was spitting out blood, and his whole body was bleeding, looking miserable. He slowly opened his eyes and shouted in his heart, "No, I can't die here, I have to run out alive." Then the city lord vomited a large mouthful of blood. His eyes glowed with green light, and his body also glowed with strong green light. For a moment, the green light was strong, and then with a bang, the city lord rose from the ground and fled to the distant sky. His figure turned into a small green light in the blink of an eye. This speed shocked Li Jun, and he opened his mouth and looked at the green light in the distance, because the city lord used the secret method of the poisonous dragon skill. At the cost of burning his own blood, he temporarily improved his strength. Now he is closer to the Jindan stage, but he didn't dare to confront the old man Zhang Daoren, because he was a real Jindan stage strongman. Zhang Daoren saw the city lord flying away, and he was not in a hurry. He just stretched out his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. A light golden hand appeared below the city lord, who was flying rapidly. "No!" The city lord roared, and then in the city lord's horrified eyes, the light golden hand held him in his hand. With a bang, the city lord was directly crushed to death. The pale golden hand also turned into golden particles and scattered, and the body of the city lord also scattered with it. Li Jun saw that the health bar of the city lord was directly emptied, and knew that it was the work of this Jindan stage card player. He was indeed a Jindan stage expert. He killed the late foundation building expert with just a few moves. The city lord finally used the secret method. It was estimated that he was about to reach the Jindan stage, but he still couldn't escape death. Looking at the messy city lord's mansion, Li Jun was helpless. There was no way to get rid of the evil cult. He would send a message to Uncle Liu to let him know. After returning to the Qian family, he found that the disciples responsible for contacting various sects were waiting for him in the house. "Greetings, Uncle Li." Without waiting for Li Jun to ask, the disciple immediately said, "Emergency mission. Uncle has an order. All disciples of the foundation building stage and above immediately set off to the 6 major sects on the border to wait for orders. The opposite evil cultivators and other sects have issued a decisive battle letter, and the decisive battle will be held in a month." After the disciple who sent the message said, he took out a jade slip and a letter and handed them to Li Jun. Li Jun was slightly surprised after hearing this, and then he took out the letter and the jade slip, carefully observed them, and found that there was no problem. Then he opened the letter and read it. The content of the letter was indeed the same as what the other party said, requiring all foundation building disciples who were on missions outside to gather at the border camp within a short time after receiving the order and prepare for a decisive battle with the evil cultivators. The spiritual seal at the end of the letter was also real. After reading the letter, Li Jun used his spiritual sense to explore the contents of the jade slip. As a result, the phantom of Uncle Li appeared in it. Uncle Li simply and clearly said that the Chan family no longer needed protection, because they had received news that the plan of the evil cultivators to infiltrate the secular world to destroy the basic material supply of their 6 major sects was cancelled for some reason, so that Li Jun and other disciples could return to the border without worry. Junior brother, you have worked hard. I have received the news. I will return as scheduled, according to the requirements above. Li Jun said to the disciple who delivered the letter after reading the content. Then trouble, Uncle Master. Then he said goodbye to Li Jun. Li Jun nodded and watched the man fly away. The next morning, Li Jun found Chan Fafu and explained the situation to him. With Chan Dafu's face full of joy, Li Jun explained that he was about to leave. Chan Dafu heard and hurriedly said some words to keep him, but was rejected by Li Jun with a smile. Then he got up and flew to the front line. He flew for 10 days. During the day's flight, Li Jun turned around and flew in another direction. Because it was very close to their Tianqin sect, he planned to go back to the sect to see if there was any situation. After all, the decisive battle was about to begin, but as soon as Li Jun entered the territory of Tianqin sect, he heard an urgent bell. When the bell rang, all disciples had to go to the meeting hall to wait. So Li Jun also rushed over immediately. Nearly 1,000 disciples had gathered on the large square in front of the hall, but these were just new disciples who had just arrived in the qi refining stage. The disciples in the foundation establishment stage had all gone to the front line to support. Li Jun came to the meeting hall. Nearly 100 cultivators looked at the headmaster Qi Wudao in silence. Everyone was silent for a long time. After a while, several foundation-building cultivators came one after another. At this time, the headmaster Qi Wudao said, "Dear disciples, since you have heard the ringing of the Tianqin bell, I will not waste my words. The 6 major sects on the front line have already fought with the evil cultivators. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties. They were originally evenly matched, but the evil cultivators suddenly issued a decisive battle letter, saying that the decisive battle would be held in a month. Unfortunately, the other party's doing this was just a cover, but we thought of the other party's lies. Just the day before yesterday, they raided our position, causing our defeat. Although they also dealt a heavy blow to the other party, our side is still in danger." As soon as Qi Wudao said these words, everyone in the hall changed their faces, and Li Jun was speechless. It seems that his home is gone and he has to move to another place. Alas, it is too difficult to survive in a different world. The people from the 6 major sects were also like this. They knew that the other side was an evil cultivator, but they still believed the other party's lies, and made an appointment to fight at a certain time. In the end, they were robbed. In fact, the failure this time is not the fault of the commanders of the 6 major sects who did not prepare a defensive countermeasure, but there was a traitor who betrayed them. The people from the Badao sect had already defected to the evil cultivators, and cooperated with the other side from inside and outside, opening a hole in the formation to let the evil cultivators in, which led to the failure of this battle. Qi Wudao said. His face was still angry. Then Qi Wudao sighed and said, "Okay, we lost, and it's useless to say more. Now the most important thing is how to prevent our Tianqin sect from being wiped out. Because the front position may collapse at any time, we must evacuate the Huanghuang City area as soon as possible and survive elsewhere." Evacuate Huanghuang City? As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was silent, and everyone opened their mouths wide, shocked. They were all cultivators born and raised in Huanghuang City. It was too difficult to accept to evacuate Huanghuang City suddenly, so they were shocked and speechless. "What? Are you reluctant to leave?" Qi Wudao looked at everyone calmly, not panicking at all, as if he had anticipated everyone's reaction. Qi Wudao also complained in his heart, "Do I want to leave? It's not easy to build this family business, but there is no way. If I don't leave, the sect will be destroyed. I tell you, if you don't move away, they will come to your door and kill you all. Then there will be no hope at all. If you withdraw now, you still have a chance to make a comeback and come back to deal with this group of evil cultivators when you are strong enough." Qi Wudao said loudly. Seeing that the head of the sect was so determined, the others stopped talking and nodded in agreement. Then Qi Wudao asked everyone to go back and pack their bags and evacuate tomorrow morning. The next morning, everyone had gathered in the square. "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, because a group of evil cultivators have sneaked in. They are here to prevent the 6 major sects from evacuating, so we must leave immediately. Get on the Yufeng boat and retreat," Qi Wudao said loudly. Everyone immediately stepped on the Yufeng boat and flew westward quickly. After most of the day, Li Jun and his team had already flown away from the Tianqin Mountains, so the speed was a little faster. At this time, a master Uncle Wen, who was in charge of Li Jun's Yufeng boat, stood at the bow of the boat and suddenly reminded, "Everyone, pay attention. There are evil cultivators coming, 3 kilometers away." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took out their magic tools, opened the defense shield, and waited seriously. With everyone's concentrated waiting, time flew very quickly. Half a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye, but there was still no sign of the enemy. Most people were confused and impatient. They all looked at the master Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen was also full of doubts. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Everyone stay calm. I will continue to scan with my spiritual sense." After saying this, Uncle Wen closed his eyes and prepared to release his spiritual sense. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sky. At first, it was only once every half a day, and then the sound became more and more. Soon, the sound was everywhere, and the whole sky was exploding. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked up at the sky. As a result, the changes in the sky made everyone's faces change drastically. I saw that the sky was pitch black at some point, and all the clouds above turned dark green and kept rolling like lava, producing upside-down bubbles, like a boiling pot filled with dark green liquid. The huge sound was actually the sound of boiling bubbles bursting. "What the hell is this?" A person beside Li Jun screamed in horror. "Be careful. This is the advanced spell Earthly Evil Ghost Mist. Every drop of mist dripping down is equivalent to a blow from a foundation building cultivator. If you can't resist it, you will turn into mist." It was Uncle Wen who spoke, but his face was very ugly and his tone was very heavy. Obviously, they wanted to ambush others, but they didn't expect to be ambushed by others. "Ah, since it's so powerful, let's hurry up and run for our lives," another person said in panic. After saying that, the flying magic weapon under his feet lit up, and this person wanted to escape. "No need to run. The opponent's spell has been released successfully, and you can't escape the range of this spell at all. So everyone listen to my orders. Everyone, form a joint protective shield." Uncle Wen's eyes flashed with cold light, and he ordered fiercely without question. Hearing Uncle Wen's words, the others suddenly realized and hurriedly joined forces, releasing a huge light shield in a large area of blue light. At this time, a wild laugh was heard in the sky, and then the dark green gas suddenly began to rotate. It was like a green vortex, spinning non-stop, sucking in all the green mist around it, and then spinning faster and faster, forming a huge green tornado in an instant. "Oops!" Uncle Wen was the first to react, and hurriedly flew into the air with his sword, trying to defeat the tornado that suddenly mutated, but it was too late. The next moment they were ready. The green tornado descended above their heads, and without any pause, it swallowed everyone in an instant. The whole process lasted only a few breaths, but it brought great difficulties to everyone. I didn't expect this Earth Demon Ghost Fog to change so much. As the dark green tornado rotated, suddenly, the blue defense light shield flickered non-stop. At first, everyone felt okay. Although the light shield flickered, the color did not change. But as the speed of the tornado became faster and faster, fog snakes appeared from time to time to hit the defense shield, and the loss of spiritual power of Li Jun and others also accelerated, so that everyone could not bear it for a long time. The blue light on the shield gradually weakened. Just when everyone was about to give up, the tornado slowly dissipated, and the dark green mist in the sky also disappeared without a trace. This surprised everyone in Tianqin sect. But as soon as their joy appeared on their faces, it froze immediately. Because around them, nearly 100 monks appeared silently. These people surrounded them vaguely and looked at them with teasing eyes. It seemed that they were the evil cultivators. Li Jun was not so nervous in his heart. He just looked at this group of monks lightly and complained in his heart, "A bunch of noobs. If you fight with me, I will kill you with a few skills." At this time, the laughter of a man and a woman suddenly came from the sky. Uncle Wen looked over hurriedly and saw a man and a woman falling from the sky and slowly falling down. The man was wearing a green robe, and his entire face could not be seen clearly inside the robe, while the woman was extremely charming, with a thin waist and plump hips, and every move made people have no time to imagine. Li Jun immediately cursed in his heart, "Damn, 2 Jindan stage cultivators, this is a bit scary." "Yin-Yang twins?" Uncle Wen narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice when he saw the two. "Hehe, I didn't expect this Taoist friend to recognize my husband and me. This is not fair. You know the origins of my husband and me, but we are very unfamiliar with you. However, I heard that there is an old guy in Tianqin sect who is good at killing the opponent with swordsmanship. It's very interesting. Could it be you?" The charming woman giggled, as if she had no hostility at all. But seeing that the woman laughed so coquettishly without any worry, Uncle Wen had a cold expression and just stared at the other party without saying a word. "You old fellow didn't react at all. It's boring. Just kill him." The woman saw Master Wen like this, and she curled her lips slightly, and suddenly her face changed and said, "Okay, since Junior's sister wants his life, I will naturally serve you," the green-robed man said grimly after laughing. At the same time, Master Wen's voice was heard in the ears of Li Jun and others. "Everyone pay attention. If you start fighting, you will break out immediately. How many can run counts?" Master Wen said with a cold voice and a heavy face. After Master Wen finished speaking, he made a hand seal, and dozens of flying swords appeared above his head in an instant, shooting towards the yin-yang twins. "Looking for death!" the green-robed man roared. Then the yin-yang twins fought with Master Wen. The other disciples saw this and broke out in all directions. Li Jun looked around and felt that he should also run away. After all, the other side now had two Jindan stage. If an old ghost of Yuanying stage came out from behind, wouldn't it be the whole army that was wiped out? After all, he didn't have much intersection with these people. This sect was just allowed to join by the system. He just wanted to stay for a while in the early stage. Li Jun looked at a direction and flew over. At the same time, he added the Xuanbing shield to himself, and then swung out the fireball skill crazily, bombarding the evil cultivators. The evil cultivators in front of him were immediately beaten and dodged. Then a group of dark green-black mist instantly turned into a huge skull, opening its mouth wide to swallow Li Jun. Li Jun sneered and flicked his hand. Several lightning balls flew out. Lightning was specifically used to counter these evil things. When it came into contact with the skull, it crackled and exploded, and instantly blew the big skull into powder. Taking this opportunity, Li Jun rushed out of the encirclement and left the evil cultivator behind. Seeing that Li Jun had escaped the encirclement so easily, several evil cultivators immediately shouted and chased after him on their flying swords. Li Jun ignored them completely. The most important thing now was to run for his life. After running for several hundred kilometers, he found that the evil cultivators were still chasing him. Although he could only see a black dot, it was enough to show that the flying instruments of the evil cultivators were blessed, otherwise they would have been thrown away by Li Jun's flying sword. Seeing this, Li Jun smiled and had an evil idea. He waited for a while and saw that the evil cultivators had caught up. Then, Li Jun released his earth-related skills, and a huge stone suddenly formed in the sky. The bottom of the stone had sharp stone spikes. "Look at the sky, there is a plane," Li Jun shouted to the evil cultivators who were flying over. As expected, the evil cultivators looked up at the sky and found that it was a huge stone that instantly smashed towards them. The sharp stone spikes instantly pierced their bodies. Several screams rang out, and the stone and the evil cultivators fell to the ground with a roar. Li Jun flew away quickly with a laugh. Li Jun rushed all the way and had already flown a long way. Now it was evening. Li Jun planned to go directly to Chengyuan City, where he had been for the first time, and then go to other cities or other countries from Chengyuan City. Chengyuan City was not far from Huanghuang City, and it must have been breached by the evil cultivators, but those masters should have evacuated. After all, the two sides fought, and the people in the Jindan stage and Yuanjing stage fought hard against each other, and the casualties were not small. Since they had taken it down, these masters must have hurried back to recover. So the ones left were basically small fry. If Li Jun flew over and was a little more concealed, there should be no problem. After flying for a while, Li Jun found something behind him. There were several spiritual fluctuations, and they were flying in his direction. Li Jun hurriedly landed and hid. At this time, a man stepped on a flying sword with stars and flew in his direction. A flying sword and turned around and said coldly, "You have been following me. Do you think I am afraid of you?" This seems to be Chu Mengyun's voice. The clothes are also from the Sun and Moon sect. Is it really her? But judging from her cultivation, she is actually in the late stage of foundation building. Judging from this cultivation, it is not likely. Can she cultivate so fast? No wonder the two people behind have been following her and dare not act rashly. Li Jun was shocked. Then the ghost fog and the black coffin also stopped. The ghost fog dissipated. It turned out to be Li Feng, the young master of the ghost fog sect. Another black coffin opened, and a man who was about the same age as Li Feng appeared inside. This man was dressed in black and had an ugly appearance. At this time, Li Feng and the ugly man looked at the cold eyes of the veiled woman and showed hesitation at the same time. The two of them were only in the early stage of foundation building, while she was in the late stage of foundation building, so they didn't dare to make a move. Suddenly, the ugly man said boldly, "Senior Chu, if it was in the past, I would definitely not dare to do so, but now is different from the past. Let's talk about retreating. Even if I let Senior go, my brother Wang will not agree with this person next to me." Li Feng was thinking about countermeasures. Hearing the ugly man say this, he was furious. Damn it, he actually sold me out. But Li Feng was a person who did not change his mood. He just looked at the ugly man fiercely and then said lightly, "Senior Chu is already a person in the late stage of foundation building, and this brother Ligi next to me just needs to refine a ghost corpse. If I use Senior to refine it, it will definitely be right." As soon as Li Feng said this, the man named Ligi's face changed slightly. He never expected that his purpose of pursuing this woman was seen through by Li Feng at a glance, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. At the same time, the veiled woman's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then you too can go to hell." After saying that, she raised her hand, and a sword light shot out. Li Feng and Li Gui on the opposite side were shocked at the same time when they saw this scene. The ghost fog and black coffin on their bodies instantly appeared to resist. They retreated at the same time. After all, he was 2 stages higher than them in the late stage of foundation building, so they dared not take it casually. The sword light in the sky under the urging of the veiled woman chased for more than 10 feet, and suddenly the clouds and mist dissipated, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the woman standing on the magic weapon shook her graceful body a few times, as if she was about to fall down at any time. Seeing this scene, Li Ji and Li Feng were overjoyed and rushed up at the same time from retreating to advancing. Seeing this, Li Jun stopped watching the fun and didn't care whether there were other Jindan stage or Yuanying stage masters behind the other side to protect their young master Li Feng. Li Jun decided to save the woman first because she looked very much like Chu Mengyun. Just when Li Jun was about to release his skills, the situation in the sky changed. The veiled woman, who was originally standing unsteadily on the sword, suddenly stabilized her body when Li Feng and others approached her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. Li Feng and Li Gui saw this. Their faces were horrified, and they immediately knew that they had been tricked. But when they wanted to turn back and flee, it was too late. The woman turned sideways and pointed with her right hand, and countless flying swords flew out from her right arm in an instant, and instantly shot onto the ghost fog and black coffin of Li Feng and Li Ji. The two gritted their teeth to control the ghost fog and the black coffin, and resisted hard. But the veiled woman was not so relaxed. The reason why she was running all the way was because she and her fellow disciples had met a group of evil cultivators before. They had already fought once, and she was the only one left. The evil cultivators were also killed by them. She was also injured, and her magic power was almost exhausted. The reason why she stopped running was that she couldn't get rid of the 2 people, no matter how much she flew, so she simply stopped and used the remaining magic power to eliminate them. But she didn't expect that the evil skills of the 2 people were so powerful that they could withstand her attack for such a long time. Now she felt that the last bit of magic power in her body was about to disappear. This made her heart sink, and she regretted her decision this time. Li Feng and others who were struggling to support themselves under the attack of the sword light were almost out of breath by the pressure of the sword light. Suddenly, the sword light gradually became sparse and then dissipated. The 2 people were stunned, but when they saw the woman opposite, her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and her body was shaky. The 2 were delighted and looked at each other. They did not dare to attack rashly. They could only move forward little by little, and at the same time, they pulled up their defenses, fearing that the woman would come again, and then they would be useless. But at this moment, a huge stone with a sharp stone in the sky hit the 2 people, and the 2 felt a big black shadow covering them. Li Feng and Li Gui looked up suddenly and saw a huge stone whistling down. The 2 were hit directly. The big stone fell to the ground with a bang, and dust flew. Li Jun hugged the woman and flew away quickly on the flying sword. This situation was not the time to fight. The big stone on the ground broke with a bang, and the 2 flew up in a mess, chasing Li Jun. Li Jun had to sigh that the evil skills of these 2 people were really powerful. They were about to catch up with him so soon. After catching up, Li Feng saw it and roared, "It turned out to be you!" Li Gui looked at Li Feng in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Seeing the 2 men chasing after them, Li Jun taunted Li Feng, "Little ghost, are you here to die again?" Li Jun threw out 5 bronze cards, and the card man appeared instantly and ran straight towards Li Feng and Li Gui. The 2 were shocked. They didn't know how 5 white-robed men appeared. All of a variety of talismans and magic tools flew out, and they started fighting with the card men. The 2 became more and more frightened as they fought. These 5 men were too powerful. The 2 of them had no power to resist them. They had to rely on the evil skills they practiced to resist them. Otherwise, they would have been chopped into 7 or 8 pieces. Even with the evil skills, Li Gui's black coffin was chopped into several cracks. If he didn't retreat, it might break. The same was true for Li Feng's dark green ghost mist, which was also slowly decreasing. The 2 men were sweating profusely and looked at each other. Then Li Gui spit out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it on the black coffin. Suddenly, the black coffin glowed with black light and directly knocked back the 2 white-robed swordsmen. The swordsmen seemed to be angry, and suddenly the swords emitted blue light, and 2 light blue sword chi flew out with a bang. It actually smashed the black coffin to pieces. Li Gui took advantage of this gap to take out a golden talisman, activated it instantly, and his body suddenly turned into golden light and disappeared in the blink of an eye at a very fast speed. Li Feng saw that Li Gui was so decisive to escape without caring about himself, and he was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot, and he cursed Li Gui's ancestors for 18 generations. Looking at the other 2 white-robed swordsmen running towards him, he was immediately shocked, and instantly took out a dark green talisman to activate it. When his body was about to disappear, a sword chi flew over and hit his shoulder blade directly. Li Feng screamed, and his body disappeared and ran away. Li Jun looked at the two people from a distance. They both had means to save their lives and sighed, "It's really the young master. There are so many good things." A few hours later, Li Jun carried the veiled woman into a cave. The owner of the cave, a huge wild boar, had been dealt with by Li Jun without any courtesy and left outside. Li Jun put the veiled woman on the hay. Then he lit a fire nearby, dealt with the wild boar meat outside, and roasted it. At dawn, the veiled woman woke up slowly and then suddenly thought of something and immediately became alert. At this time, Li Jun came in from outside and saw the woman and said, "She's awake." "It's you," the woman exclaimed. Then she took off her veil. Li Jun looked at this beautiful woman, and it was indeed Chu Mengyun. Li Jun put the roasted wild boar meat and a bowl of hot water on a jade plate and brought it to Chu Mengyun and said, "Eat something." "Yeah," Chu Mengyun said with a slightly red face, and then she started to eat. She didn't know why. She blushed when she saw Li Jun. "Thank you for saving me again," Chu Mengyun said while eating. "Hey, I've saved you so many times. How are you going to repay me?" Li Jun joked with Chu Mengyun. I can give you spirit stones." Chu Mengyun blushed and stuttered as she looked at Li Jun. "Spirit stones, but I have a lot of them too." Li Jun smiled and looked at Chu Mengyun and said, "This little girl is so cute. Every time he chats with her, she blushes." "Then, what about the magic tools and talismans?" Chu Mengyun's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she just ate and stopped talking. "I see that some women can't repay the other party with items that they are satisfied with, so they usually repay the other party with their bodies," Li Jun said to Chu Mengyun with a smile. At this moment, he was completely like a big bad wolf. "Ah! Repay the other party with your body." Chu Mengyun was so scared that her flesh fell to the ground, and her face was red as she looked at Li Jun. Then he immediately lowered his head and said in a mosquito-like voice, Then ask my master, whether he agrees or not." Li Jun saw Chu Mengyun's cute appearance and stopped teasing him. He asked, "How did you meet them?" Chu Mengyun saw Li Jun asking this and described her situation to Li Jun in detail. "So that's it. Then how did you save me?" Chu Mengyun tilted her head and looked at Li Jun and asked, "As for me, I was actually flying in front of you. I felt someone behind me and thought it was an evil cultivator. I landed on the ground and hid to observe the situation. I didn't expect it to be you. Fortunately, you stopped. If you flew away and this happened somewhere else, it would be terrible." Li Jun said the latter sentence with some concern. "Heh, yes, it shows that I am still very lucky," Chu Mengyun said mischievously. Li Jun was stunned. Why is she shy and mischievous and cute at the same time? "Li Jun, mine." "Wait, call me brother." Li Jun interrupted Chu Mengyun and said. Chu Mengyun was stunned and didn't understand, but she changed her words and said, "Brother, my mana is almost recovered. I have to go to meet up with my master and then go to another city." Li Jun was still immersed in Chu Mengyun's brother. She looked so happy, beautiful and sweet. No wonder there are so many radio hosts with such a good voice. Chu Mengyun saw that Li Jun didn't know what he was thinking about, so she shouted again. Li Jun was awakened and said, "Ah, what's wrong? What did you say?" "I said, I'm going to meet up with my master," Chu Mengyun said with a puffed mouth. Li Jun thought about it carefully. Yes, everyone should meet up almost. After all, the evil cultivators are still searching for people from the 6 major sects and want to completely eradicate them. "Well, okay, I have to leave too. Be careful along the way." Li Jun looked at Chu Mengyun and said, "Brother, aren't you going with me?" Chu Mengyun asked in confusion. Li Jun thought, how could I still hang out with them? I have to go somewhere else to make my living. "No, our Tianqian sect has a specific location, so we have to meet there. When the 6 major sects determine the meeting place, we can meet each other," Li Jun said. Chu Mengyun didn't think much about it, nodded, smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, that's right." Then the two of them left the cave, said goodbye to each other, and went their separate ways. Li Jun wanted to fly directly to another city, but suddenly thought of a teleportation array he saw when he was fighting crypt ants in the cave before. Wouldn't this come in handy? Then Li Jun went straight to the teleportation array. When he got there, Li Jun used a fireball to blow up the cave entrance, then walked in and found that the teleportation array was still there. Li Jun checked around and found that there was no problem, then took out the token and inserted it directly into the array. Suddenly, the lines on the teleportation array were activated, and yellow light flowed on it. With a bang, a yellow beam of light shot out from the teleportation array to the top of his head, directly piercing through the rock above his head and shooting into the sky. Li Jun hurriedly opened the mysterious ice shield to resist the falling debris. However, outside the cave, there was a group of evil cultivators patrolling. When they saw the yellow beam of light rising into the sky, they were all shocked and then quickly gathered together and looked down. "God help me, I actually met you again, ha ha ha!" An angry and shocked voice came from the evil cultivators. Li Jun took a closer look and blurted out, "Damn it, it's you, little devil again. You really only care about food and not fighting." When Li Feng, the young leader of the Ghost Mist sect, heard what Li Jun said, he was immediately angry, and then he was shocked. Huh? It turned out to be a teleportation array. You want to run away? Ghost Elder, please stop him, Li Feng said to an old man beside him. Li Jun saw that the old man was a master in the Jindan stage. I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, he threw a silver card and shot it at the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder was frightened by the sudden appearance of the master in the Jindan stage, and then fought with the card man. The other evil cultivators avoided him, fearing that they would be hurt by the aftermath. But Li Feng didn't want to let Li Jun go, so he ordered the other evil cultivators to attack Li Jun immediately. At this time, the yellow light of the teleportation array was strong. Li Jun saw that he was about to be teleported away, so he waved his hand and the card was taken back by Li Jun. He didn't want to waste a silver card in vain. At the same time, Li Jun disappeared with a swish. The Ghost Elder who was fighting with the card man saw that the card man instantly turned into a ray of light and flew away, causing him to miss a blow, and his face flushed and his breath was confused. After a moment, the yellow light of the teleportation array disappeared. Seeing the yellow light disappear, Li Feng was furious and roared, Li Jun! These people knew that after Li Jun teleported over, he would definitely destroy the teleportation array on the opposite side, fearing that this group of people would find the token and chase after him. But Li Feng, who was full of resentment, was very unwilling. He sent people to squat here day and night to prevent Li Jun from teleporting back. When the time comes, he must capture Li Jun alive and have a good drink with Li Jun to celebrate Li Jun's destruction of his big things again and again. Not long after, as the ambition of the evil cultivators to expanded again, the Ghost Mist sect began to fight everywhere again, and Li Feng soon forgot about this matter. In a dark cave, bang! Ouch! Dig the grass, I'm going to fall to death. Why is this place so dark? Li Jun casually released a fireball, illuminating the cave, and then saw a step. After Li Jun walked up the steps, he casually threw the fireball at the teleportation array. Boom! The teleportation array was blown up by Li Jun. Then he released a small fireball to illuminate. When he reached the end of the steps, he found a stone door. Li Jun pushed it hard, and with a rumbling sound, the stone door was pushed open. At this moment, Li Jun was standing on an island. There was endless water all around. Damn, is there a sea here? Li Jun looked at the endless water and said in surprise, this is going to be a survival on a deserted island. Let's take a break first. On the second day, Li Jun stepped on the flying sword and flew quickly in one direction. Li Jun thought that if he kept flying in one direction, he would definitely be able to land. After flying for a long time, he found a very ancient merchant ship in front of him. The ship was full of goods, and there was even a 2- or 3-story attic in the middle of the ship, which looked very impressive. Li Jun flew around the merchant ship and found that they were all ordinary people, and then landed on the ship. Suddenly, the crowd retreated when they saw him, and looked at Li Jun with a frightened expression. At this time, the crowd moved, and a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes came out and said respectfully to Li Jun, Sir, I am Wang Fugi, the owner of this ship. I didn't know you were coming. I hope you will forgive me. Li Jun saw Wang Fugi so respectful and said, I am just passing by here. I don't have any bad intentions. You don't have to be nervous. Wang Fugi took a long breath and said, Sir, I have a superior attic room here. Do you need to rest? Li Jun nodded and said, Thank you. Lead the way. So Wang Fugi took Li Jun into the cabin. As soon as he entered the cabin, Li Jun was surprised. Wow, this is really big, almost like some big attics on land. Tsk, the ancient-style building looks very grand. Wang Fugi took Li Jun to the third-floor attic, then pushed open a wooden door and invited Li Jun in. When Li Jun came in, he saw that the room was really nice. It was big enough, had fresh air, and faced the sea. It was very nice. There were also some flowers and plants by the window that Li Jun had never seen before. Li Jun sat on the chair, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, seeing Wang Fugi still bowing beside him, he said, Mr. Wang, don't be so polite. Please sit down and talk. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugi hurriedly thanked him and sat on a chair beside him very stiffly. I am a cultivator who just came from other places. I don't know much about this place. I wonder if Mr. Wang can introduce the situation nearby to me? Of course, it would be even better if you know about cultivators, Li Jun said lightly. His expression was calm. Wang Fugi thought for a moment, then he said, Since the immortal has come from somewhere else, I will explain our place in detail to you. This place is called the Winter Sea. Although the name sounds cold, it is spring all year round. There are 3 large islands and dozens of small islands nearby, all of which are inhabited by cultivators and mortals. If you want to live on these islands, you have to communicate with the island owner. Each island has a cultivator with high magical powers who serves as the island owner and is responsible for guarding the island. The island owner will then state the conditions for living here. Generally, you either hold a position on the island or spend spirit stones to live there. Wang Fugi paused here with a yearning look on his face, as if he was very eager to become a cultivator. Wang Fugi went on to say, "To live on this island, mortals like me have to go out to work, otherwise they have to pay spirit stones if they want to live here. Otherwise, they are not allowed to live here. Besides, the island has been set up with magic arrays by the island owner, so we are not afraid of attacks by monsters, and bless us mortals with good weather. Moreover, the immortal sects have great magical powers. When we mortals go on long journeys to sail and trade, most of us will try our best to hire some immortals to take charge. This ensures that when we encounter monsters during our sailing trips, we have a high probability of saving our lives. Of course, these immortals who can be hired are all free to move. Immortal, I would like to invite you to live in my house, and I will pay for all the expenses. You can use my house as a base and then walk around to slowly get familiar with this winter sea. I wonder if you can give me a chance." Wang Fugi stood up and bowed to Li Jun to invite him with a very sincere attitude. Li Jun took a sip of tea, put down the cup, looked at Wang Fugi and smiled. "Mr. Wang, you arranged such a good room for me, and now you sincerely invite me to live in your house, and you also undertake all the expenses, so there must be a purpose. I don't like to beat around the bush with you mortals, just speak directly." Seeing that Li Jun was so direct, Wang Fugi stopped beating around the bush. He was afraid that Li Jun would get angry if he said too much, so he simply told Li Jun all his situation clearly. It turned out that Wang Fugi had just delivered a trip of goods, and was returning when he ran into Li Jun. Wang Fugi was from dozens of small islands around him. People from one of the islands had done a good business in recent years and made a fortune, so they moved to Linwu Island, one of the 3 large islands. Because the business that can really make a lot of money is to travel a long distance from one large island to another, and it is transportation between large islands. This kind of business can only be done by mortals on Linwu Island, so as to highlight the difference between the identities of mortals on the main island and those on other affiliated islands. Wang Fugi, who was originally a businessman on an affiliated island, has now moved to the main island. Of course, he wants to take his business to the next level. But when the family moved to the main island, they found that things were not that simple. It turned out that this kind of long-distance business between the big islands was not distributed to people casually, but was divided and planned by the immortals on the island. Only 10 families on the island can do this kind of business. The rest are not allowed. Moreover, these 10 families cannot continue to do this, but are selected by a magic competition every 3 years. If you want to get involved in this business, you have to invite an immortal to compete. As long as you defeat the previous immortals, you can get the transaction between the big islands. When Wang Fugi heard that there was such an operation, he felt uncomfortable. He used to do small business and didn't meet any immortals. He wanted to spend a lot of money to hire one after this business was done, but he suddenly received news that a magic battle meeting would be held in the near future, which made him panic. He simply could not hire an immortal in a short time, because some immortals who were not hired knew the 10 immortals to some extent, and they were embarrassed to take on such business and fight against each other. Just when he was frowning, Li Jun suddenly appeared from the sky, which made Wang Fugi, who was originally frowning, overjoyed. Although he didn't know how good Li Jun's cultivation was, if he was really hired, then he could still compete. So he tried his best to invite Li Jun to his house as a guest, and was willing to pay all the expenses. After listening to Wang Fugi's explanation, Li Jun understood. But how could Li Jun have time to play these things with Wang Fugi? "Mr. Wang, I have a question to ask. The monks have storage bags and flying magic tools to transport goods between the islands. It is efficient and safe. So why don't these monks do the transportation? Why do you mortals have to do it?" Li Jun asked in confusion. "You are joking, immortal. Although the storage bags of the immortals are amazing, the goods we transport are too large and cannot be stored in the bags. The most important thing is that these immortals will never do such things that are beneath their status," Wang Fugi explained softly. Li Jun nodded after listening. Then he said, "Mr. Wang invited me to do this, but I can't do anything. I have important things to do after I get off the boat and can't delay. Please understand, Mr. Wang. I will give you some spiritual stones as the boat fare after I get off the boat." When Wang Fugi heard this, his face turned pale and he begged hurriedly, "Immortal I." Li Jun's face turned cold and he was very imposing. He interrupted Wang Fugi. Wang Fugi was so frightened that he trembled all over, sweating profusely, and stammered, I know my crime. Please spare my life, immortal." "Well, then it's all right, Mr. Wang. Please leave first. I need to rest." Li Jun ordered him to leave. Wang Fugi bowed and left in a hurry. 5 days later, the big ship finally arrived at Linwu Island, amid the cheers of the people on the ship. After landing, Li Jun came to the port and went through the relevant procedures. After all, a strange cultivator must notify the port when he arrives on this island. This way, He will not be treated as a malicious intruder. Then Li Jun looked around the port and found that it was really big. Both the number of ships and the size of the ships were very large. There were more than a dozen ancient merchant ships as big as Wang Fugi on the dock. And as for other smaller ships, there were countless. Although Li Jun did not count carefully, there should be about 200 to 300 ships at the entire dock. As for the people coming and going, getting on and off the boats, there are even more. For the first time, Li Jun felt what it meant to have a huge flow of people. However, while paying attention to the number of mortals, Li Jun also sensed the breadth of many immortal cultivators. It seems that these people should be immortal cultivators who are responsible for the order of the port. Then, according to the prompt, he came to a stone house by the port. The house was very simple. In addition to a wooden table and a chair, there was an old man with a sallow face who was handling the procedures for the cultivators who had just arrived on the island. After Li Jun and others came in, they waited in line for a while and came to the old man. The old man was a cultivator in the foundation building period. He took a look at Li Jun and asked, "What's your name?" "Li Jun." The old man took out a jade card and then a green light flashed in his hand, completely covering the jade card. After a moment, the light dissipated. Two strange symbols that Li Jun did not recognize appeared on the jade card. Then the yellow-faced old man raised his hand and threw the jade card to Li Jun. "This sign must be kept well. If it is lost, you must apply for a jade sign from me in time. Otherwise, you will be punished for trespassing on Linwu Island. Of course, if you settle down on Linwu Island in the future, this jade sign will no longer be needed and will be taken back." The old man introduced in an old-fashioned manner. Li Jun retreated. Then he walked along the main road to the island. Along the way, some very low-level and non-attack monsters were used to pull carts and transport goods. On the road, there were many such cars, and it seemed bustling. Then after Li Jun passed through several neat and lively towns, there were obviously fewer such cars. Even later, when he turned onto several small roads, there were even fewer passers-by and cars. Then Li Jun came to an inn, which was a special inn for cultivators to rest. So all the people coming and going were cultivators. Li Jun followed the instructions on the jade sign and came to his room. After resting in the inn for a few days, Li Jun decided to go to the central area of Linwu Island, because the inn where Li Jun lived was still at the outermost part. Li Jun left the inn and found that many monks were flying to the central area of Linwu Island, so he followed them. When he arrived at the center, because of the formation, all monks had to walk to the central area. Li Jun walked for a while, and a huge pavilion appeared in the central area in front of him, floating more than 30 feet above the ground. This pavilion was emerald green and emitted a faint fluorescence, like a piece of super large jade, very dazzling. Looking at the pavilion shining in the sunlight, Li Jun was stunned for a long time. This building was too awesome and shocking. Although I don't know how this pavilion floats in the air without falling, it is very shocking to Li Jun. But at this moment, Li Jun's expression moved. A sound of footsteps sounded behind Li Jun, followed by a very pleasant female voice from behind. "Is this senior here for the first time at Linwu Street?" All the monks who see Linwu Pavilion for the first time will be shocked for a long time. The woman's voice was as sweet as a yellow warbler, which made Li Jun look back. He saw 6 monks, 4 men and 2 women, standing a dozen steps behind him. Let's not talk about the men for now. The 2 women were charming and beautiful, and dressed very boldly. They were dressed simply. Not only did they reveal their snow-white arms and smooth calves, but they were also barefoot, without shoes or socks. What was even more noticeable was that on the white wrists and foreheads of the 2 women, there were 3 exquisite and shining gold rings, 1 large and 2 small, which added a few different hot styles to them. Li Jun looked and thought, what kind of dress is this? Is it a Western region enchantress? It looks a bit like the modern Western region dress. Will they sell raisins? The 3 men were ordinary looking, and one of them even had a black face and some scars, which looked a bit scary. These 5 people were all cultivators, at the 10th level of the chi refining stage, and they all looked like they wanted to enter the light shield. "Who are you?" Li Jun looked at the 2 women who were a bit shocking. He asked in confusion. "I am Shen Yu, and this is my good friend Yao Meng. We are casual cultivators from nearby islands. I heard that a batch of rare materials from other big islands came to Linwu Street today, so I came here with these 3 fellow Taoists I met halfway to take a look." The one who spoke was a petite and sweet round-faced woman, who looked at Li Jun curiously and said with a smile. It sounded like Shen Yu, the woman who spoke at the beginning. Yao Meng, who was beside her, was even more stunningly beautiful. Not only was her skin as white as snow and as soft as a blow, but her graceful and charming figure was fully revealed under her tight clothes, making men swallow their saliva when they saw her. She was really capable of bringing disaster to the country and the people. Li Jun said with a normal look, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm Li Jun, and this is my first time to Linwu Street." I said, If Li Daoyo hadn't seen Linwu Pavilion for the first time, how could he stop? How about we go in together? My sister and I can introduce you to the big and small shops in Linwu Street. You know, although we are not from Qixing Island, we have been to Linwu Street many times. Everything here is so familiar that it can't be more familiar. After hearing what Li Jun said, the petite Shenyu said with a smile, "Yes! If Li Daoyo doesn't mind, my two sisters can be your guides in Linwu Street, so that Li Daoyo can spend the least time and buy the most satisfactory items." Yao Meng, an extremely beautiful woman, also said with bright eyes. Her charming and gentle smile really made it impossible for the man to say no. After hearing this, the 4 male cultivators who came with the 2 women couldn't help but look ugly. But looking at Li Jun, the strong man in the foundation building period, the few people could only sulk in silence. Li Jun was stunned when he heard this. What's going on? A tour guide? Then they will guide you to their store to spend money, and then they can make money or get other benefits. It's a bit like the routine on Earth. Don't be fooled. Thank you for your kindness, ladies. I'm used to being alone. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Jun walked inside without any intention of chatting with the 2 girls. Li Jun's blunt performance made the 2 girls' faces change slightly, full of disappointment. But the 3 male monks were greatly encouraged and secretly showed joy. Forget it, ladies. This fellow Li Daoist is a person with a weird temper. Let's go in by ourselves. The male monk with pockmarks on his face said to the 2 girls in a flattering way. After hearing this, the 2 charming beauties looked at each other, then reluctantly responded with a smile, and stepped lightly into the light shield. At this time, Li Jun's figure had long disappeared in the streets. Seeing this, the 2 women looked helpless and could only randomly choose a shop and walked in. As soon as the 2 women and the 3 male monks who followed closely entered the nearby shops, Li Jun's figure turned out from another room. Looking at the shop the 2 women entered, Li Jun showed a thoughtful look. After looking for a while, he walked to other streets. At first glance, the streets and alleys here are no different from those of ordinary people outside. The same rows of ancient buildings are lined up on both sides of the road. The plaques at the door, the canvas hanging, and some small flags are written with various names such as Li's Grocery Store, Wang's Magical Instruments Store, Refining Instruments Store, Raw Materials, etc. Li Jun did not enter these shops but walked along the street to the center of Linwu Street. Because according to Li Jun's previous experience, those powerful big shops must be in the best location. They all said that the location must not be bad, which should be below the Linwu Pavilion. And Li Jun was just about to get closer to see what else was strange about this castle in the air. Thinking of this, Li Jun couldn't help but speed up his pace. At this time, some immortal cultivators coming and going on the street, from time to time, went in and out of various shops. It seemed that there were many immortal cultivators in the whole Linwu Street. After walking for hundreds of feet, Li Jun knew that he had found the right place. Because suddenly, a very beautiful small square appeared in front of him. This square was covered with white long strips of jade, which looked very exquisite and unique. There was nothing in the middle of the square, only the Linwu Pavilion floating in the air. But at this time, the door of the castle in the air was closed from a distance, and there was no intention to welcome guests in. Around this small square, there are 6 small pavilions of different styles. The distance between each pavilion is equal, and they are in a hexagonal confrontation. Apart from these 6 shops, dared intervene in this square. Seeing this, Li Jun stared at the pavilions in the air for a while, and then set his sights on the 6 pavilions on the ground. Li Jun kept looking at the monks in and out of the 6 shops nearby, and wanted to choose the most popular pavilion to enter. But after a while, Li Jun frowned. He couldn't help but secretly complain several times. It turned out that the number of people entering and leaving these 6 small pavilions was almost the same, and most people went around the 6 pavilions one by one before leaving reluctantly or excitedly. Li Jun was depressed for a while. Then, after thinking about it, he walked towards the pavilion closest to him. Once he entered the hall, it was not small, about 20 to 30 feet long and wide. There were rows of shelves carved out of white jade all around, on which were placed glittering magical instruments of various colors, nearly 100 in total. However, Li Jun knew at a glance that the best of these things were only upper-level magical instruments. They were not to his liking at all. Besides, he did not need magical instruments. He came here for another purpose. In front of each shelf, there were 4 or 5 neatly dressed blue-clothed waiters, who were greeting 7 or 8 cultivators in selecting and recommending some of the magical instruments. However, as soon as Li Jun came in, a sharp-eyed blue-clothed waiter saw at a glance that Li Jun was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Although he could not sense Li Jun's exact level, he hurried over with his eyes lit up. After giving Li Jun a deep salute, he asked very cleverly, "Senior, what magical instrument do you want? I guess ordinary magic weapons are not in your eyes, So why don't you follow me to the side hall and ask the shopkeeper to get some newly arrived top-level magic weapons for you to take a look at? Hearing such exquisite words, Li Jun said coldly, "Lead the way. He'll take a look at it." Hearing Li Jun's arrogant tone, the clerk was even happier. He invited Li Jun to the side hall on one side of the main hall with a smile on his face, then took his leave and went to invite the shopkeeper. But as soon as he left, a beautiful maid came in and served Li Jun a cup of fragrant tea, and then she left silently. Li Jun was not polite. He picked up the teacup and sipped it lightly. After a while, a middle-aged man with an ancient appearance and 3 long beards walked in. He had a smiling face when he first came in, but after seeing Li Jun's cultivation clearly, he couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately hugged Li Jun and said, "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is actually in the middle stage of foundation building. It's really gratifying. I am the shopkeeper here, Cao Lu. I wish fellow Taoist a smooth journey in the future and a golden elixir as soon as possible. This guy is worthy of being the shopkeeper. He is better at flattering than his clerk." Li Jun glanced at Cao Lu and said lightly, "Dao, you are joking. How can it be so easy to achieve the great success of the golden elixir? But this time I came here to forge some top-grade magic tools. But I, Li, am new to Linwu Street. I really don't know where to buy the ore to forge top-grade magic tools. I hope Dao Yo Cao can give me some advice." Li Jun still said lightly, giving people a very arrogant attitude, showing the arrogance of a cultivator in the foundation building period to the fullest, because the middle-aged man with an ancient appearance in front of him is also a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building period. Just like him. Haha, this matter is easy to say. Our 6th hall is a body that advances and retreats together. I will contact Daoyo Ouyang from another pavilion for Daoyo. If he has these things, let him send them to Daoyo immediately. Shopkeeper Cao agreed without hesitation, and took out a sound transmission talisman without hesitation, whispered a few words, and then turned it into a red light and threw it out of the house. Next, Shopkeeper Cao chatted with Li Jun with extraordinary enthusiasm, and casually wanted to inquire about Li Jun's background and master. But how could Li Jun reveal these things to a stranger he had just met for a moment? What if it was a black spot of the chain? Not long after, a big man with a whisker and wearing a light green robe walked into the side hall. This man had a purple-red complexion, a tall and sturdy figure, and was extremely powerful. "Fellow Taoist Chao, why do you suddenly want ore? Is someone going to forge a magic weapon?" As soon as the big man entered the room, he laughed heartily and glanced at Li Jun. Li Jun frowned secretly because of this man's questioning despite knowing the answer. He felt that this man was probably not as bold and straightforward as he appeared, but rather seemed to be very scheming. Thinking of this, he became more cautious about this man. But he didn't care too much. It would be too easy for Li Jun to kill him. Of course, Li Jun still looked normal on the surface, even with a slight smile. "Haha, fellow Taoist Ouyang, let me introduce him to you. This is fellow Taoist Li who has just arrived at our Linwu Island. It is fellow Taoist Li who wants to forge an advanced magic weapon." Kalu pointed at Li Jun and said with a smile, "Haha, then I congratulate fellow Taoist Li in advance on the completion of the magic weapon. If fellow Taoist Li can forge it successfully, from then on our Linwu Island will have another magic weapon to resist and kill monsters." The big man with a curly beard grinned, equally enthusiastic. But he seemed to remember something immediately, and slapped the back of his head as if embarrassed and said, "Look at my brain. I forgot that fellow Taoist Li must be anxious about the ore. But don't worry, fellow Taoist. I have brought all the ore." After the big man with the curly beard said this, he took out 2 storage bags from his body and placed them on the table in front of Li Jun. These 2 storage bags are filled with rare silver ores which are extremely difficult to mine. Every time we go to mine, we suffer heavy losses. Although the big man with the curly beard seemed to be indifferent in his words, Li Jun could faintly hear a hint of sadness from it. "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist." Li Jun thanked calmly, and then carefully opened the 2 storage bags one by one to check. There was indeed silver ore inside, and there was a lot of it, but I don't know how many can be obtained after being converted by the system. After checking, Li Jun asked, "I wonder how many spirit stones are needed for these 2 bags of ore before you are willing to give them up?" Silver ore is used to forge magic tools. Without the addition of silver ore, the power of the magic tool will be much lower, and the ore is extremely difficult to find. No one wants to sell it, but it is also very important to Li Jun, so he is naturally determined to get it. Although our Lulian Hall is not among the 4 major business alliances, it is also a well-known merchant in Linwu Island. Although these 2 bags of ore are rare, since we have put them out, we are not afraid of them being bought. Fellow Taoist Li, just take it. Just think of it as our Lulian Hall wishing you a great success in the magic tool. More importantly, you have met a master. The bearded man waved his hand and said carelessly. After hearing this, Li Jun did not accept it with great joy, but frowned secretly. Sending such a precious gift to others for nothing? Li Jun does not believe that there is such a good thing in the world. Even if I am a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, these two people do not need to flatter me so much. Could it be that they have other intentions? Thinking of this, Li Jun became more careful. Li Jun shook his head and said seriously, "How can this be done? I still know the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. These two things should be as much as they should be. Li still has this little spiritual stone, or do you two have other unspeakable secrets?" After saying the above, Li Jun showed a half smile, seeing that Li Jun was wary of the benefits that were delivered to his door. Cao Lu and the bearded man were stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at each other. But after exchanging glances, Cao Lu coughed dryly and said, "We too have embarrassed you, fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist Li is a wise man, I will tell you the truth. We too do have some matters that require your help. These two spiritual objects are just advance gifts from our Lulian Hall. If the matter is successful, we will have other great gifts for you." Cao Lu spoke very sincerely this time, and the big man with curly beard showed a hint of embarrassment. But Li Jun sneered secretly after hearing this and then smiled and declined politely. "To be honest with you two, in addition to refining magic tools, I also need to seize the time to practice so that I can form a pill as soon as possible. I don't have the energy to take care of other things. I'm really sorry. You two fellow Taoists should find someone else." Li Jun didn't seem to be interested in listening to what was going on. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put the other party on dead. Hearing Li Jun's reply, Cao Lu and the big man with curly beard were not angry, but laughed one after another. "Ha! Since fellow Taoist Li is still working hard to form a pill, and forming a pill is such a major matter, then fellow Taoist should help with this matter. Because after the success, the reward paid by our Lulian Hall is a level-up pill. This pill is very helpful for forming a pill, and it can increase the success rate of forming a pill." The big man with a curly beard laughed. "Level-up pill?" Li Jun muttered in a slight surprise. These two guys really have everything. They originally wanted to use the matter of forming a pill to push it away, but ended up coming up with a level-up pill. My upgrade was directly upgraded by the system. Isn't it much more advanced than your broken pill? Yes, this time our Lulian Hall needs 6 cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building and above. We have found 5 now, and now we only need 1. It would be great if fellow Taoist is willing to go, and for every cultivator who takes action, this hall will give a level-up pill. Cao Lu put away his smile and said solemnly, "Upgrade pill may be very famous in Linwu Island, but for Li Jun, a rookie in the world of immortal cultivation, he knows very little about cultivation, because he relies entirely on the system." Therefore, Li Jun pondered for a while before asking cautiously, "Two Taoist friends, how about you first tell me specifically what help you need, and then I will make a decision." "Of course I should. In fact, it's not a complicated matter. It's just that our store discovered a level 6 monster, and we want to get the monster pill of this monster. So we want to ask some external aid to help get rid of this beast." Cao Lu chuckled and said lightly, "A level 6 monster?" Li Jun wanted to jump up and scold the two of them when he heard this. "Although I know little about the things in your other world, I am not a fool. Can a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage deal with that level 6 monster? That is something that can only be dealt with by the core formation stage. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Our store has made a foolproof plan this time. There is not much danger, because in addition to our 2 guest elders in the core formation stage, we have also set up the Hunyuan formation. As long as 6 cultivators in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage or above go to preside over the formation." As if he saw Li Jun's displeasure, the bearded man quickly interrupted to explain. "This is a big matter. You two should stop talking nonsense. Let me think about it for 2 days, and then I will give you a suitable answer in 2 days. How about it?" Li Jun said very casually. The two were stunned when they heard what Li Jun said. They were shocked in their hearts, but they still responded with a smile. After Li Jun left, the two gave the silver ore to Li Jun and asked him to take it away first. They said politely that it didn't matter even if Li Daoyo didn't agree because they were friends and they had similar tastes. Li Jun heard what the 2 guys said. Naturally, he accepted the ore with great joy. He thought in his heart that it was in his brother's hands and he might not be able to take it out at that time, but he still thanked Cao Lu and Daoyo Ouyang on the surface. As soon as he left the attic, Li Jun looked back. Since this was one attic, it would be bad to go to other attics to ask about the ore. He found a street and left the square. So, Li Jun simply strolled around the small shops on the periphery to gain some knowledge. After thinking for 2 days in the inn, Li Jun realized that he had forgotten to ask one thing, that is, animal fur. Ah, yes, they should call it monster fur here. If there is no Dan stage, then the foundation building stage will do. You can synthesize it yourself. The more of this stuff, the better. After all, it is a consumable. What if you meet some old monsters later? Just use the card to smash him to death. Thinking of this, Li Jun decided to agree to the A request of the two things and go to C. Anyway, he has the means to protect himself. What if ore and fur appear, right? 10 days later, an extremely huge ship sailed into the port of Linwu Island. Soon, several rays of light rushed from a distance and shot into the ship without hesitation. After the light converged, two more people appeared on the bow. One was a tall and ugly strong man. One was a middle-aged man with a strange appearance, and the other was an ordinary-looking young man. Welcome, fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Cow. I am Guanghua, the master of this ship. The other immortal masters are already on board. I will take you to the place where the monsters are active. A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked out of the cabin and said to the two respectfully. The immortal he was talking about was naturally Li Jun. The middle-aged man who accompanied the two was Cao Lu, the shopkeeper of one of the 6 Lian halls. Fellow Taoist Li, take care. I have something else to do, so I will go back first. Cao Lu and Li Jun exchanged a few polite words and left. The two immortals, please go in. Your rooms have been cleaned up. The ship is about to leave the port, said the man with thick eyebrows standing by. Li Jun looked at the cabin and walked in silently, while the man who called himself Guanghua followed him in. At the same time, the huge hull slowly moved again. As soon as he entered, Li Jun was slightly stunned by everything in front of him. What he saw was not the narrow passage that Li Jun had imagined, but a luxurious hall with a length and width of more than 10 feet. The floor of the hall was covered with red brocade carpet, and in the middle was a long sandalwood table inlaid with gold and silver, with more than a dozen chairs placed around it. Several people were talking around the table, and when they saw Han Li and Kahun coming in, several sharp eyes swept over them. Gathering on Li Jun, looked at everyone and thought, these guys are really strong. My name is Li Jun. What are the names of the fellow Taoists? Li Jun said expressionlessly. Welcome to fellow Taoist Li. I am Sister Hu Si from the 6th Hall. I am here to work with you on the formation. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stood up and said with a smile. Although this woman was not beautiful, she still looked quite pretty. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Hu. I am sorry for your disrespect. Li Jun said calmly and walked towards the table. With a glance, Li Jun also took in several unfamiliar cultivators in the hall. There was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, a charming young woman in her 20s, an old man with gray eyes, a young man with a red glow all over his body, and a woman who called herself Sister Hu Si, exactly 5 people. However, the young woman was only at the initial stage of foundation building, and she was very close to the Confucian scholar, looking very intimate, and it seemed that they were a pair of Taoist lovers. When Li Jun was thinking secretly, Hu Sisao said with a sweet smile, Daoyo Li, you came at the right time. I was discussing the changes of the Hunyuan Great Array with you Taoists. If you can practice it well beforehand, I believe you will be more comfortable when setting up the array. But before that, let me introduce other Taoists to Daoyo Li. Hu Sisao was obviously very good at dealing with people. As soon as she said a few soft words, she immediately brought Li Jun and the people in the hall closer. These two are Daoyo Mao, the disciple of Senior Zhan Tai, the owner of Shawu Island, and Daoyo Shui, his Taoist partner. Hu Sisao first pointed at the middle-aged man and the young woman and introduced them to Han Li. Li Jun? A cultivator on Linwu Island. I know a lot of them, but why have I never heard of you? The middle-aged man looked at Li Jun coldly and said arrogantly. For some reason, the middle-aged man seemed to dislike Li Jun and said something offensive as soon as he opened his mouth. This made Mrs. Hu's originally smiling face pause, but she immediately returned to normal. Li Jun was shocked. Damn, you are here to cause trouble for me, right? I am not a monk from Linwu Island. I just came to the island recently. It's normal that you don't know my reputation. Besides, I have never heard of your broken island before. It seems to be very rubbish. Li Jun said in a pretentious manner. You? The middle-aged man showed anger and his face darkened. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Mrs. Hu and changed the subject. Let me introduce you. This old gentleman is Taoist fellow Qing Xuanzi, who is a hermit in Jinwu Island. Although few people know him, his wood magic is rarely matched by anyone in the foundation building period. As for Taoist fellow Yan, he is even more powerful. He has a dark fire body and he can cultivate pure yang true fire to perfection. Taoist fellow Qing. Taoist fellow Yan. Li Jun looked at the old man and the young man and nodded slightly. Although these two people were in the late stage of foundation building like the man, he felt that these two people were stronger, and it was obvious that the skills they practiced were extraordinary. Taoist fellow Ku. Yan is polite. The two people did not show off, and also smiled and gestured to Li Jun. This scene made the middle-aged man feel a little uncomfortable. So, before Hu Sisao said anything else, he suddenly stood up and said with a stern face, I want to go back to the house to meditate for a while, and we will talk about the formation later. After saying this, he turned around and left the hall with a flick of his sleeves. The young woman looked at them apologetically and followed them out. Humph! What's so arrogant about that? Isn't there just a master who is the island owner? The young man surnamed Yan said angrily with a red glow on his body. The others were not very optimistic about the middle-aged man. Li Jun saw that the so-called Diaomao Daoyo was not very good. Everyone disliked him. This was too pretentious. Didn't they say there were 6 people? That Daoyo Shui is not also one of the people who presided over the formation. Li Jun said lightly. There is also a Daoyo Do from Ghost Crab Island, but it is said that he is practicing a powerful technique. He will not leave the house these days. Feng Sanyang smiled and explained. Oh, so that's it? Li Jun nodded and said nothing more. Then Sister Hu asked Li Jun if he knew the Hunyuan formation, and Li Jun said he didn't know. So, Sister Hu smiled and said that the others didn't know it either, and began to explain the mystery of this formation to the others. What a surprise. Feng Sanyang is actually a rare formation master. Although the middle-aged man seemed to have some problems with the others, he finally returned to the hall the next day and listened to Sister Hu Si's explanation of the things to pay attention to when presiding over this formation. After all, the 6th Palace invited them here just to preside over this formation. After another 3 or 4 days, Li Jun finally saw another monk who was in seclusion in the house. He was a bald man 7 feet tall, with a face full of flesh, and looked extremely ferocious. However, this man's words and deeds were very generous, and he got along well with others. In this way, after listening to the mysteries of the formation explained by Sister Hu Si, Li Jun and others stopped the ship and then flew out to the nearby sea area, constantly discussing the evolution and coordination of the Hunyuan Great Formation, so that they could successfully capture the monster in one fell swoop, so that everyone would be happy. In this way, the ship naturally couldn't go very fast, but Lulian Hall didn't seem to be in a hurry. Although it stopped and walked, Sister Hu Si was always smiling, without a trace of urging. But after really practicing several changes of the formation to perfection, Sister Hu Si didn't delay any more time, but let the ship start to move at full speed. A month later, the ship finally dropped anchor and stopped beside an unnamed deserted island more than 10 miles in size. Li Jun and others walked out of the ship under the leadership of Sister Hu Si. As soon as they set foot on the island, a dazzling golden light flew from the sky. After circling in front of several people, the golden light dissipated, revealing an old man with a pale golden face, staring at them expressionlessly. There was no fluctuation of mana on this person. He looked like an ordinary person without any mana, but also looked like he had unfathomable mana that could be restrained at will. Li Jun saw that this old man was probably a master of the Jindan stage. I am Sister Hu Si, and I want to pay my respects to Elder Miao. Sister Hu Si stepped forward without hesitation and bowed deeply to Elder Miao, saying with a respectful look on her face. At this time, Li Jun and others standing behind her, who knew the identity of this person, also stepped forward to pay their respects. A cultivator of the Jindan stage was not someone they could treat with disrespect. No need to be polite. Sister Hu Si, you did a good job this time, bringing these helpers in time. Have they practiced the formation well? The monster we have to deal with this time is very tricky, so we must not be careless. Elder Miao said slowly without changing his expression. Don't worry, Elder. You Taoist friends have thoroughly mastered the several changes of the Hunyuan Great Formation, and you can definitely trap this beast. Hu Sisao said confidently. Okay, fellow Taoists, our 6th hall needs a helping hand from you. As long as you work hard, this hall will not treat you unfairly. Elder Miao glanced at the few people, his expression eased and became pleasant. Don't worry, senior. We will do our best. Before others could speak, the middle-aged man said first, with a smile on his face. Seeing the middle-aged man's flattering look, Li Jun complained in his heart that this grandson was like seeing his own father. The others said a few polite words. Elder Miao was very satisfied with the attitude of everyone. After nodding slightly, he said, the formation was set up half a day ago. You just need to preside over it. Elder Gu is entangled and chasing the monster in the nearby sea, and I will lead this beast over with Elder Gu. I estimate that we should be able to lure the beast into the formation early tomorrow morning, and then it will depend on your abilities. You should take a short rest on the island first. After saying that, the Miao Elder turned into a streak of golden light and flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Fellow Taoists, you have all heard what the Miao Elder said? Let's take a half-day break and recuperate. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, Sister Hu said solemnly. At this point, the others naturally would not say anything else, and all nodded to show that they understood. But at this moment, Qing Xuanzi, who had rarely spoken along the way, suddenly asked woodenly, Fellow Taoist Hu, along the way we asked you what kind of monster you were going to deal with, but you never said it clearly. But we are going to take action tomorrow. Isn't it time to give us a hint? After hearing the old man's question, the other people couldn't help but feel something in their hearts, and they all stared at Mrs. Hu. They had the same question. What on earth is this monster that is worth the 6-line palace's fuss and planning for so long? An ordinary 6th level monster is not worth it. After hearing this, Miss Hu smiled bitterly. She pulled up her bangs in front of her forehead and said, "My fellow Taoists, it's not that I don't want to tell you the truth. It's that I have an order from above that the news cannot be easily leaked before we arrive at this island. But now that we are here, there is naturally no such restriction. I will tell you the truth. It's the giant whale beast. Giant whale beast." Qing Xuanzi and the others cried out with a changed expression when they heard the words. Li Jun looked at everyone indifferently. Although they don't know what kind of monster the giant whale beast is, it seems that it is a whale that has become a spirit. But seeing them so shocked, it seems that this whale that has become a spirit is very powerful. No matter how powerful it is, it can't beat the cards in my hand, haha. No wonder your highness is so cautious. If it is really a giant whale beast, you should be more careful. If other forces know about this, who knows how big a storm it will cause? Qing Xuanzi murmured in disbelief. Li Jun couldn't help but feel moved when he heard this. What's going on? Knowing how powerful the monster is, why would so many people come to rob it? Could it be that this monster has other uses or values? The expressions of the young man surnamed Yan and the bald man were uncertain, and they looked very confused. Only the middle-aged man had an extremely ugly expression, and said coldly to Mrs. Husi, "You 6th-level halls are going too far. Everyone knows that the giant whale beast is a natural water-based spirit beast with extremely powerful water-based magical powers. If it is level 6, it is definitely not much worse than an ordinary level 7 monster in the sea. You are actually asking me to take action under the name of a level 6 monster. Are you deliberately deceiving each other?" The middle-aged man was getting angry as he spoke, as if he had been cheated. The expressions of Qing Xuanzi and the others finally returned to normal, but they were also dissatisfied. However, they were all independent cultivators and did not dare to offend the 6th palace easily. They just watched how Sister Hu responded to the matter without saying a word. "Fellow Taoist Mao, what you said is not right. How did our 6th palace deceive you? Although this giant whale beast is a bit powerful, it is a genuine 6th level monster. You can't force me to say that a 6th level monster is a 7th level monster. Besides, since you knew that I was willing to use such a valuable thing as the upgrade pill as a reward, you should have known that what you were going to deal with was definitely not an ordinary 6th level monster. Otherwise, how could I do business at a loss?" Hu Sisao's face darkened, and she retorted bluntly. This made the middle-aged man not know what to say for a moment. Li Jun was watching them with interest. No matter what they do, it will not affect Li Jun much. He will act according to the situation. If it is beneficial to him, he will do it. If it is not beneficial to him, he will run away. No one can stop him. But at this time, Hu Sisao suddenly smiled at Li Jun and others and said, "Of course, this palace does this more to keep the secret of the giant whale beast. So before I came here, I have already received the promise from above. After the success of this matter, in addition to paying you a level-up pill as agreed, this palace will also give each person another 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for the confidentiality in advance. I wonder if you Taoists are satisfied?" After hearing what the woman said, the anger of Qing Xuanzi and others gradually subsided, and they nodded in agreement with a relaxed expression. The middle-aged man seemed to be a little dissatisfied, but his Taoist companion, the young woman, whispered something in his ear, which made his face change slightly, and he remained silent. Afterwards, everyone dispersed on the Hap Island and found a quiet place to meditate and rest. Li Jun found a huge reef by the sea and sat cross-legged. Everyone was meditating quietly, waiting for tomorrow's battle. On the second day, it was not yet dawn. Sister Hu gathered several people together and flew to a sea area more than 10 miles away from the island. At the same time, on a sea thousands of miles away, a golden light and a yellow light were rushing towards the direction of the nameless island. On the water surface 1 or 2 miles behind them, a large piece of white mist with a diameter of nearly 100 feet was chasing them at the same speed close to the water surface, and a roar was faintly heard. This voice was extremely intimidating, and it made people shudder. "Elder Miao, use the flying sword to send a letter. See if they are ready." A deep voice suddenly came out in the rushing yellow light. "Okay." Elder Miao in the golden light agreed without hesitation, and then the figure flashed and ran into the yellow light next to him. But at the same time, the golden light on his body turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared in a flash. The large piece of white mist behind seemed to be stimulated by this scene, and the roar became more fierce, and the sound of thunder began to sound gradually, and it was getting louder and louder. "Oh no, this beast is going to use the water thunder again. Brother Gu, speed up!" Elder Miao's anxious cry rang out in the yellow light, as if he was afraid of the thunder behind him. "Don't worry, the speed of my magic weapon is not slow." As soon as the deep voice finished speaking, the yellow light accelerated instantly, and in a blink of an eye, the distance between it and the white fog became larger. But the white fog seemed unwilling to give up, and its speed increased a bit, and it actually drew a long white wave on the sea, with no end in sight. Li Jun and others have already stood in front of the formation gate. They presided over, and everyone has a blue flag in their hands. This flag is about 2 feet long, and the whole body is emitting blue light, which is extremely dazzling. The 6 cultivators in the late stage of foundation building, everyone has a solemn expression. Each of them is more than 100 feet apart, floating on the sea with magic weapons under their feet, just forming a semicircular pocket. After a moment, a golden light suddenly broke through the sky and landed on Hu Sisao's hands, attracting the attention of several others. Everyone be careful, the giant whale beast is coming soon. Wait for this monster to enter the formation, then seal the gate immediately. Mrs. Hu seemed to have received some information. She shouted to the others solemnly, then released the golden light again, letting it fly into the sky again. The others also tensed their faces, with a hint of impending storm. After an unknown amount of time, a rumbling sound of thunder was heard in the distance, and as the sound grew louder, 2 stunning rainbows, one golden and one yellow, were seen flying in from afar at lightning speed, followed by a large white patch. Fish fins could be vaguely seen emerging from the water, chasing closely. Is this the giant whale beast? Although Li Jun saw the large white thing behind him clearly, it was just fog. Then he saw the shark fin standing in the middle. Isn't this similar to the shark's fin? Why is it called a giant whale beast? The difficulty is that the shark cheated on the whale, and the two cooperated? Li Jun's mind was a little confused for a while. Start casting spells. Hu Sisao shouted and waved the blue flag in her hand. Suddenly, circles of blue ripples rippled from it. Hearing this, the other people also waved the formation flag silently. In an instant, the blue light covered everyone in it, and then flashed a few times, and everyone disappeared without a trace, completely hiding their tracks. Looking at this place from a distance, there was nothing except the empty sea. A moment later, 2 long rainbows flew here and flew past it quickly without stopping, looking like they were going to continue to escape. The white fog behind continued to chase without any doubt. But just as the white mist flew into the range of the formation, the surrounding blue light shone brightly, and a huge blue light shield appeared out of thin air, trapping it inside. At this time, Hu Sisao, Li Jun and others appeared around. They raised the blue formation flags in their hands and pointed at the light shield at the same time, shooting out 6 bowl-thick blue light beams, which kept melting into the huge light shield, making it more and more dazzling and deep blue. When the yellow and gold long rainbows in front saw this scene, they turned around without hesitation and immediately fled to the top of the light shield. After the light faded, the Miao Elder and a sturdy man with messy hair were revealed. "Good, well done, giant whale beast!" Elder Miao said with a happy face. Then he and the ancient elder looked at each other, and at the same time reached into their arms and took out something. It turned out to be a pair of bronze-long spears with ancient relics, which were dull and inconspicuous. The 2 elders of the 6th hall in the Jindan stage had solemn faces and were muttering something. The long spears in their hands floated up and emitted yellow fluorescence, which became brighter and brighter. At this time, the giant whale beast trapped in the light shield seemed to understand its situation. After a roar, the white fog of 100 feet suddenly shrank towards the center, and in a blink of an eye it became only more than 10 feet in size, forming a layer of milky white fog. At the same time, the thunder in the fog gradually became one piece, like a galloping horse. It shocked the monks who were setting up the formation around, and their ears were buzzing. Everyone was secretly shocked. Suddenly, the roar stopped. Then countless blue fist-sized light balls shot out from the white fog and hit the blue light shield with great momentum. The fierce momentum made everyone's heart tighten. When it was about 10 feet away from the light shield, a large piece of green light appeared. A part of the light ball disappeared in the light and then appeared out of thin air above the white mist and smashed down fiercely. This part of the attack was actually countered by the formation. But there were too many light balls, and most of them hit the blue shield wall. Suddenly, the blue light shield and the white mist burst out with rumbling white light at the same time. But these white lights in the white mist disappeared in a flash. In the direction of the light shield, the entire shield wall shook and the blue and white lights intertwined and flickered, looking shaky. Fellow Taoists, quickly increase your magic power. This is the Water Gang Divine Thunder, one of the 3 killer moves of the giant whale beast. It won't last too long. Just hold on for a moment and you can deal with it. Hu Sisao's face changed drastically and shouted. Then she took the lead in reciting a few mantras, opened her mouth and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the formation flag in her hand. The blue light was strong, and then the bowl-thick light column immediately became several times thicker, making the light shield in front of her stabilized. Seeing this, the other 5 people had no choice but to cast spells one after another, mobilizing all their magic power to forcibly support the formation. Li Jun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would fight so hard just after fighting with the giant whale beast. This monster is really good. Above the formation, the copper spears in front of the two Jindan stage monks began to change. Amid the solemn and mysterious spells, the two long spears emitting yellow light became bigger and bigger, and the tips of the long spears began to slowly point downwards, just aiming at the center of the white fog below. The giant whale beast in the white fog seemed to have sensed the danger in the sky. Suddenly, a piercing cry came out in the fog. Then the white fog slowly rotated, and the speed became faster and faster. After a moment, it turned into a huge whirlwind, rolling up huge waves, and in the huge wave whirlwind, there were also some blue light, which were the extremely dangerous many water thunders. Qing Xuanzi and others saw the shocking changes in front of them, and could not help but glance at Hu Sisao nervously. But she was also full of fear, and seemed to have no idea what amazing magic the giant whale beast was performing. The two elders in the Jindan stage made a strange hand seal, and stared at the giant spear. The sound of the spell did not stop for a moment. They were extremely nervous, and sweat was faintly oozing from their foreheads. With a strange cry of quack, the blue and white huge waves and winds rushed towards the light shield in a certain direction with a speed that was faster than thunder and lightning. It was dozens of feet high, and the momentum was extremely shocking. The faces of the middle-aged man and the young woman beside him suddenly changed drastically, almost pale. Because this extremely terrifying attack was facing the formation gate he was defending, he secretly groaned. In desperation, he gritted his teeth, and his whole body emitted a yellow and blue light that covered the whole person, which was extremely dazzling. Then he held the flag tightly with both hands, and injected all his spiritual power into the flagpole, which turned into an extremely thick beam of light that shot out from the tip of the flag, just hitting the oncoming huge waves, causing its momentum to pause slightly, but then it immediately hit the light shield as if nothing had happened. Thunder, cracking, and exclamations were heard at the same time. The light shield collapsed in a painful whine after only a moment. Li Jun was not affected because his mana was in the system. The other monks who presided over the formation all changed their expressions and spit out blood at the same time. Almost at the same time as the middle-aged man spit out blood, he pulled the young woman beside him without saying a word, and the two immediately fled to a place dozens of feet away. Just as the formation was broken and Hu Sisao and others were pale, a roar came from the sky. "Demon, die quickly!" As soon as the voice fell, two huge yellow lights flashed in the air like thunder and lightning, and then fell from the sky into the huge waves and wind. Roaring sounds were heard, and the sea surface immediately became calm. At the same time, the fog slowly dissipated. The true body of the giant whale beast, hidden in it, was revealed, and the two bronze-long spears that had restored their original form were flashing yellow light and nailing it crosswise on the sea surface. This so-called giant whale beast was really strange. It was a combination of a shark and a whale, but this guy had 4 claws and 2 legs. Li Jun muttered in his heart, "This guy's appearance is really a double cross, and I guessed it right when I put them together." The 4 people held 4 different things in their hands: a huge red crab claw, a blue coral several feet long, a white bead as big as an egg, and a silver clamshell that looked like a shield. These things are all sparkling, and you can tell at a glance that they are rare. At this moment, the shark head of the giant whale beast opened its mouth and roared in pain, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Its carp-like body, which was about 10 feet long, kept swaying its tail and moving around, as if it wanted to escape from the 2 bronze spears. However, these 2 bronze spears seemed to be born to be the nemesis of this monster. No matter how it struggled, it still firmly nailed it to the water surface without moving, as if it had eaten it. The 2 elders of the 6th hall who released the bronze spears looked no better than the other monks, and they looked exhausted. Obviously, releasing these 2 strange treasures had also seriously injured their vitality, but the 2 of them still flew down with ecstasy on their faces. The middle-aged man and Qing Xuanzi stared at the restrained giant whale beast, and couldn't help showing greed on their faces. But when they saw Hu Sisao staring at them covetously, they put aside other thoughts and could only swallow their saliva and watch the 2 people kill the monster and take the treasure. Just when the 2 Jindan stage monks were excitedly flying to a distance of only 20 to 30 feet away from the giant whale beast, a dark and gloomy wind suddenly blew from the sea below the giant whale beast and instantly condensed the sea surface of hundreds of feet and the giant whale beast into a white ice sculpture. Not willing to give up, it rushed to the 2 Jindan stage monks fiercely. Li Jun and others were stunned. Then Li Jun madly complained in his heart. "Wow," I said, "good things are not so easy to get. There will definitely be accidents because that's how TV dramas are played." Frost demonic chi. The 2 elders, Miao and Gu, seemed to recognize the origin of these black chi and shouted in fear. Then the 2 of them split to the left and right as if they saw a poisonous scorpion and instantly flew to both sides. The black chi did not intend to pursue them, and shrank back to the sea surface like a poisonous snake spitting out its core, and condensed into a black whirlwind next to the ice-sculptured giant whale beast. The black wind gradually stopped, and a man and two women appeared on one side of the giant whale beast. The man was short and skinny, with a black face, and the woman was plump and beautiful, wearing a sleeveless short skirt. The three of them were full of cold and evil spirits. The two women were fine, only at the late stage of foundation building, but the ugly, skinny young man was actually a cultivator at the Jindan stage. Jiamingzi, what do you mean? Are you going to go to war with our sixth palace? Elder Miao obviously knew the man, and he said angrily, "Go to war? This young master is not interested in it. It's just that the ancestor of the family is about to come out of retreat from the bottom of the sea, and the demon pill of this giant whale beast will be my gift." Jiamingzi said proudly with his eyes looking up to the sky. "The old demon Han Yin is going to come out of retreat?" The young man's words scared the two elders of the sixth palace, and they looked at each other. When the nearby cultivators such as Qing Xuanzi heard this, their faces turned pale. Even the middle-aged man who had always been arrogant trembled slightly and showed a look of panic. Li Jun looked at the expressions of the crowd and thought, could this old demon Han Yin be a monster in the nascent soul stage? Otherwise, why were these guys so scared? Jiamingzi, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that the old demon had been in the life and death gate more than 100 years ago. Unless he makes another breakthrough in his cultivation, he will never come out of the gate, no matter how big the matter is. Don't tell me that the old demon has cultivated to the middle stage of the nascent soul in just over 100 years. After hearing this, Jiamingzi laughed wildly. Haha, you six-line halls are so ignorant. Who told you that the ancestor of the family was in seclusion in order to enter the middle stage of the nascent soul? The ancestor of the family actually wanted to practice a powerful magic skill. Now that the skill has been perfected, it is natural for him to come out of the seclusion. Jiamingzi said proudly. After hearing this, Miao and Gu were stunned, not knowing whether what the other party said was true or false. Since I know the reputation of my ancestor, I will accept this giant whale beast. I believe that you, the sixth palace, will not refuse to give us Hanyin Island this face. Seeing the expressions of the two, Jiamingzi said gloomily. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Elder Miao's face turned pale, but Elder Gu's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. For a while, neither of them spoke. As for Qing Xuanzi and the others who were invited to help, they couldn't help but step back a few steps, looking like they didn't want to get involved. Seeing this, Sister Hu frowned and had no way to deal with it. After all, these people only agreed to deal with the monsters, but they were not subordinates of their sixth palace. In terms of the current situation, the people of the sixth palace are really at a disadvantage. Although the sixth palace has two cultivators in the early stage of Jindan, Miao and Gu, but they have just lost a lot of vitality in order to drive the two borrowed prehistoric treasures, Gan Tiange. The young man named Jiamingzi, although he is also a cultivator in the early stage of Jindan, is practicing the top magic skill Han Yin Gong in the Winter Sea, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary Jindan cultivators. What's more, the old demon Han Yin behind him is a demon tyrant giant that everyone knows in the cold mist sea, who dares to provoke him easily. But if Jiamingzi takes the giant whale beast away from them, the face of their six-link hall will be lost. Not only will all the previous efforts be wasted, but it will also give people the impression of being weak and vulnerable, which is definitely not conducive to the future development of the six-link hall. At this time, Elder Gu, with messy hair and shawls, moved his lips slightly and talked to Elder Miao secretly. While the two were discussing something, their expressions seemed uncertain. And Jiamingzi snorted coldly and walked arrogantly to the giant whale beast under his feet. A black light flashed in his hand, and a black magic knife appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and the knife fell, and the monster's strange head was chopped off by him, and he searched in the head without hesitation. The two women watched the Miao and Gu in the sky with vigilance. Seeing this scene, Hu Sisao's face was extremely ugly, but the two guest elders of Miao and Gu did not say anything. She dared not act rashly. The middle-aged man and others watched all this silently, and no one dared to speak loudly for fear of getting into trouble. After a while, Jiamingzi took out a turquoise round bead from the head of the giant whale beast, and his ugly face showed great joy. Then he raised his head and looked at the crab claws and other strange things in the four strange hands, and greed flashed across his face. But when he raised the magic knife in his hand again, Elder Gu stopped his action in a deep voice. "Young Island Master, since your ancestors and our Hall Master are old acquaintances, you can take all the other things of the giant whale beast. But the demon pill is something that our sixth hall must obtain, so we must leave it. Otherwise, the two of us will not be able to report to the Hall Master." Elder Gu's voice was indifferent, without any emotion. But Jiamingzi sneered a few times after hearing this. he still ignored it and chopped it down with a knife, grabbing the broken wrist of the demon beast and the blue coral that was tightly grasped in his hand. Seeing this scene, Elder Gu first showed a bit of warmth, but then sighed. He helplessly transmitted the message to Jiamingzi. As soon as these words entered Jiamingzi's ears, the magic knife he had raised suddenly stopped in the air, and his face showed incredible astonishment. Then he put down the magic knife in his hand and opened and closed his lips in disbelief, as if asking something. Elder Gu said a few words with an expressionless face. This strange scene made Li Jun and others confused and puzzled. Elder Miao floated in the air woodenly, turning a blind eye to all this. I don't believe it unless you produce evidence to prove your identity. Jiamingzi suddenly shook his head and said coldly. It was unknown whether this sentence was intentional or unintentional. He said it without the sound transmission technique. Li Jun, Hu Sisao and others heard it clearly and couldn't help but be very confused. Li Jun looked at Jiamingzi and then at Miao and Gu. Could it be that these guys were going to make a deal? This situation is not very good. I hope they don't provoke me, the young master, or I will destroy you all. The expressions of Gu and Miao changed drastically. After looking at each other, they showed anger at the same time. Next, this can prove our identities. Elder Gu raised his hand with a frosty face and a piece of black light flew out of his hand. Jiamingzi took it in his hand effortlessly. Li Jun saw that the token was pitch black and there seemed to be a monster on it, which made him uneasy. It was impossible for a decent person to use such a thing. The others were fine, and they also watched the 3 Jindan stage cultivators' every move with doubts, but Qing Xuanzi's face was extremely pale. He clenched his hands and began to retreat silently. In a blink of an eye, he retreated 20 or 30 feet away. When he saw Li Jun looking at him, he was startled at first, then showed an ugly bitter smile, and then suddenly turned into a green rainbow without saying a word, and flew away desperately. Seeing this scene, Li Jun was shocked. Sure enough, these guys were conspiring, or they were in the same group. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Jun's mind in an instant, and then he sneered and released his flying sword to escape into the distance. Qing Xuanzi and Li Jun's strange behavior stunned Hu Sisao and the middle-aged man who had just discovered it. They were puzzled. Gu and Miao below also noticed this scene, and their faces turned cold at the same time. Elder Gu said grimly, "The 2 of us will be responsible for killing the 2 people who escaped, and the people left here will be killed by Brother Wu." After saying this, regardless of whether Jiamingzi agreed or not, he and Elder Miao immediately turned into 2 shocking rainbows and chased Hanli and Qing Xuanzi separately, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Jiamingzi snorted coldly. Although his face was full of reluctance, he still looked at Hu Sisao and others who were at a loss with murderous intent. Humph, you are unlucky to hear something you shouldn't hear. Just dedicate your soul to this young master. After saying this, Jiamingzi opened his arms. The overwhelming black cold wind suddenly surged from his body, sweeping towards Hu Sisao and others with a huge and astonishing momentum. The flying sword forged before was extremely fast, and with Li Jun's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, it was even faster than an arrow from a string. And with the sound of chi-chi breaking through the air, the flying sword arrived in front of the nameless island. Humph, this is the burial place of you old ghost. A strong momentum suddenly came from behind. Li Jun stomped on the flying sword under his feet without thinking. Suddenly, the man and the magic weapon suddenly floated to one side, and the flying sword escaped from the original place for more than 10 feet. Almost at the same time, a deep yellow rainbow flashed through the place where Li Jun just stood, and after flying forward for another 20 or 30 feet, the yellow light was condensed to reveal the figure of a person. Li Jun looked and found that the person in front of him with messy hair and shawl was the elder surnamed Gu from the 6th hall. At this moment, he was standing on a round earth-yellow magic weapon, looking at him silently, with an extremely cold look in his eyes, as if Li Jun was a dead man in his eyes. Li Jun looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face and did not act arrogantly. He threw out a silver card and summoned a Jindan strongman to kill him. The card flew away quickly. Seeing this, Elder Gu sent out a palm print and slapped the card directly. Unexpectedly, the card directly transformed into a red-haired, black-robed demon man named Motianya. When Motianya appeared, his whole body burst into murderous aura, and the air was distorted. Elder Gu was shocked to see this, because Motianya's strength was actually the late Jindan cultivation, which was much higher than his. Without thinking too much, he fled directly. But Motianya's scarlet eyes looked at the escaping Elder Gu, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a black iron chain shot out. In the blink of an eye, he tied up Elder Gu, and then was quickly dragged in front of Motianya. Elder Gu's face was distorted, and he struggled hard. Dense sweat fell from his face, and his heart was trembling. Li Jun did not hesitate and directly asked Motianya to kill Elder Gu. Suddenly, Moshanya stretched out his left hand, and a bottomless black starry sky vortex appeared in his palm, facing Elder Gu's head and began to suck him. Elder Gu suddenly roared in despair. No, Elder Gu started from the beginning, slowly turned into particles, and was sucked into the black hole of the starry sky. A storage bag fell down and was held in Li Jun's hand. Hey! Not bad. There are a lot of ores, and there are even gold ores. Wow, I made a profit. Li Jun was overjoyed. Li Jun did not leave in a hurry, but waited in place. Sure enough, not long after, a black gas flew over the horizon and came in front of Li Jun. The black gas dissipated, revealing a figure. It was Jia Mingzi. Hey, you didn't run away. Where is the old man? Jia Mingzi landed on the ground and looked around, but didn't look up at the sky. Could it be that you killed him? He is really a useless guy. Jia Mingzi said with disdain. You are not much better than him. You just came up and started talking nonsense. You are going to die. Li Jun said to Jia Mingzi with a smile. What, stinky boy, I'm useless now. No. As soon as Jia Mingzi finished speaking, he found a huge danger message coming from the sky, and he hurriedly pulled back to avoid it. Puff! The black iron chain inserted into the rock on the ground and found a tiny sound. Although the sound was not loud, Jia Mingzi broke out in cold sweat. He could feel that if he was hit by this iron chain, he would definitely die. Then he saw Mochianya in the sky, dressed in a black robe, looking at him coldly, and had already begun to prepare his second move. Seeing this, Jia Mingzi's face turned pale, because this person was obviously in the late Jindan realm, much higher than himself. Even if he had the strongest forbidden technique in Linwuhai, he could only barely reach the late stage, which was completely not the same level as this person. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, put on a black scale armor shield, and then dodged and fled. However, just after he escaped for 2 breaths, he found that a large net woven with iron chains appeared around him and surrounded him in the middle. Jia Mingzi burst out with an extremely powerful momentum, and a big knife made of black air gathered in front of his chest in an instant, and he chopped at the iron chain net in front without hesitation. Boom! The black air exploded. The space exploded, and the black iron chain also made a rattling sound, but there was no sign of damage. Instead, the iron net shrank rapidly, trapping Jia Mingzi in it in an instant. The iron net was getting tighter and tighter, and cracks appeared on his scale armor shield, and it broke with a bang in the breath. Jia Mingzi was trapped tightly and flew back to the front of Mochianya. Then he found himself trapped in the iron net and could not use any mana. At this moment, he panicked and begged for mercy, but Li Jun's idea was very simple. He would kill Jia Mingzi directly, and then he would go to other places to make a living. Begging for mercy and threatening were meaningless to him. Mochianya released a starry black hole. Jia Mingzi's miserable roar sounded, and then he sucked it up. He got Jia Mingzi's storage bag and opened it. Wow, he made a fortune. There are a lot of ores. With the previous silver ores, Li Jun can now summon 5 silver medals. Moreover, Jia Mingzi also has gold mines. After the system transformation, it is enough for a gold medal. There is also a corpse, which is the giant whale beast just now. After the system identification, it turned out to be the fur of an animal in the nascent soul stage. This means that there are enough materials to summon a gold medal. Ha ha ha, Li Jun laughed happily. With a thought, a gilded card was in hand, which looked so dazzling. Ding! Congratulations to the protagonist for successfully summoning the gold medal and killing 2 Jindan stage masters. The protagonist is rewarded with a level upgrade to the Jindan stage. At the same time, it is suggested that the protagonist can travel to other places to further understand the big world of Otherworld. When Li Jun heard the system reminder, he laughed heartily and thanked the system again. He almost knelt down and kowtowed. At this time, Jia Mingzi's storage bag was identified by the system and a jade bottle was found. This jade bottle had a seal rune on it. The system prompted that there was a soul in this thing. Li Jun took out the bottle and shook it in confusion. Oh my, don't shake it, I'll get dizzy if you shake it again. The bottle made a sound. Hey, really a soul, what are you? Li Jun asked in confusion. Ahem, listen carefully. This uncle is the fairy in the bottle, and also a know-it-all in the Otherworld continent. There is nothing I don't know in this Otherworld continent, the bottle said proudly. Oh, I didn't expect that there are things like you in the Otherworld. It is indeed a product of the Otherworld, different from others. Li Jun laughed. Of course I'm very powerful. Okay, if you have nothing to do, go and have a rest. I have to hurry on my way. I will ask you if I have anything else. After saying that, Li Jun put the bottle back into his backpack. After Li Jun traveled for 3 months, he came to a new place. In a canyon, there was a sound of fighting, and Li Jun secretly flew over and hid. Which force are you from? My Tianmen sect has no grudges against you. Why are you forcing me like this? Listening to this voice, it was a woman. No grudges? Ask Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang next to you. See if they still remember what happened in Liwan Lake 3 months ago? Sixth sister, don't listen to him. We don't know them at all. Don't know me? How can you say that? It was my senior brother Lu who first discovered the blooming of the dustless peony in Liwan Lake. But because it was guarded by the mysterious spirit beast Sin Eagle, Senior Brother Lu had to summon several fellow disciples nearby to go over. You overheard the conversation between my Senior Brother Lu and the others, and insisted that you admired the reputation of our sword-casting sect and wanted to help us pick the dustless peony. You said that it was my Senior Brother Lu who provided the information, and that you only needed to take 5 petals, so my senior brothers believed it. I had to go back to the sect for something, so I left early. When I was on the way, I remembered that Senior Brother Lu asked me to bring him something. When I returned to Liwan Lake, I saw the 4 of you sneak attacking several of my sword-casting sect's injured senior brothers. 5 of my senior brothers were killed by you because they believed that you were good people, and now you have the nerve to say that you don't know me. Have the consciences of you people in the Tianmen sect been eaten by dogs? Li Jun, who was listening on the side, smiled. It's so interesting that there is such a thing. A grown man said this with a hint of tears in his voice. Maybe this guy really did something like killing and robbing. Li Jun smiled and continued to peek and did not show up. Seeing that the peace talks were unsuccessful, the 2 sides started fighting again, not far outside the cave. Li Jun poked his head out and began to observe the difference in strength between the 2 sides. On the Tianmen sect side, the strongest one is the woman who was speaking. Various magic weapons of the top-grade magic weapon level. The Juxiao Xuanqi was the main attack, and the Feihun Umbrella was the main defense. The 3 Jindan stage sword cultivators of the Iron Sword sect tied with the woman. However, although there was no master stronger than the woman on the side of the sword-casting sect, this time they dispatched 7 Jindan stage sword cultivators. 3 sword cultivators restrained the woman, and the remaining 4 attacked the remaining 2 cultivators of the Tianmen sect with all their strength, and the situation was precarious. Not far behind the woman was a female cultivator lying, her face pale, but with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Being protected by the woman and other Tianmen sect cultivators, he must be a Tianmen sect cultivator, and he must have been seriously injured before. Seeing this, Li Jun finally decided to take action. Whether the Tianmen sect people killed and robbed first was just one-sided words from the Zhujian sect cultivators. Even if it was true, other cultivators of the Tianmen sect, including the woman, might not know about it. As long as there was a slight possibility that the woman and the injured female cultivator were unaware of the murder and robbery, Li Jun could not stand by and watch them die. To put it bluntly, Li Jun saw that the woman was a vulnerable group, and he wanted to take action in his heart. Seize the bamboo shoots. By the way, he also wanted to understand the situation of this burning wasteland continent. How come there are still sword cultivators? Is it different from other places? The woman fought 3 sword cultivators alone without losing the upper hand, but Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang, who were pointed out to have participated in the murder and robbery, did not have such strength. They were in danger under the attack of the 2 sword cultivators. The flying sword of a sword cultivator from the Zhujian sect was once again knocked away by Li Wanqiang, using the Fanqian seal. Li Wanqiang controlled the Fanqian seal to launch an emergency attack on another opponent, but he did not notice that the flying sword stabilized in the air and flew towards the woman's back. When Li Wanqiang noticed the flying sword, it was already very close to the woman. "Senior sister, be careful." After the woman turned around, she immediately saw the flying sword that was already close at hand, but her flying soul umbrella was blocking the attacks of the other 3 sword cultivators in front, and she had no time to retract it. The woman began to dodge to the side, but how could an ordinary cultivator be as fast as the flying sword of a sword cultivator of the same level, and she was about to be caught up by the flying sword. A blue light flashed, and at the critical moment, the Xuanbing shield appeared in front of the woman, blocking the attack for the woman. "Ice spell!" the woman exclaimed. That's right, Li Jun used his skills to save the woman. The woman saw Li Jun again, smiled and nodded to Li Jun to express her gratitude. "Friend, don't meddle in personal grudges. I don't want to meddle in other people's business, but among the people you besieged, there happens to be a good friend of mine. I had to take action. If you are willing to let it go, I will not hurt you. When I'm not around, you can take revenge on your grudges and avenge your grievances." Good guy. Li Jun is so shameless that he directly made friends out of nothing. This friend is a little too arrogant. You are just in the early stage of Jindan, and we have 7 sword cultivators in the late stage of Jindan. After a disagreement, the battle started again. 2 people from the sword-casting sect held the woman, and 2 held Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang. The sword-casting sect freed up 3 sword cultivators to concentrate their firepower, wanting to teach Lin Feng, the kid who showed up halfway, a lesson. Of course, Li Jun couldn't resist alone, so he directly asked the silver-card man Zhang Daoren, who was released earlier, to come out from hiding and fight with them. Li Jun was making a sneak attack from the side. When old man Zhang took action, he must be invincible. The white giant hand whistled and fought with the 3 late Jindan sword cultivators. It didn't take long for them to be seriously injured. One of them was directly slapped to death by Zhang Daoren. The people from the sword-casting sect finally had to face up to Li Jun's ability, especially the old man who appeared later. After saying a few harsh words, they all fled quickly. "I am Tang Tingting. Thank you very much for saving my life, senior." The woman saluted Li Jun and the card player Zhang Daoren. "Fairy Tang, you are too polite. You should go and see your fellow disciples first," Li Jun said politely. After Tang Tingting saluted, she quickly rushed to the injured female cultivator of Tianmen sect. "The mana is stagnant, and the situation is not very good. We must find a safe place to heal." The woman took out a qi gathering pill from the Qiangkun ring and put it into the female cultivator's mouth. However, after all, the qi gathering pill only restored mana, and it might not be very effective in healing. The most urgent thing was to find a safe place to use their own mana to heal the female cultivator. But the sect is still quite a distance away from here, and those people might have gone to find the elders of the sect. What if they are intercepted on the way? "I found a cave nearby. We can go over and take a look and use it to heal," Li Jun said. Wang Rui and Li Wancheng's eyes lit up immediately. In fact, it's no wonder that these two people reacted like this. In the world of cultivation, finding a cave often means a pretty good harvest. When a cultivator of a low realm is about to break through, he can quickly complete the breakthrough process, and there is no need to build a cave. As long as there is a need to build a cave, then the cultivator has definitely reached a certain level. The cave used for breakthrough generally does not have many valuable things, because after the breakthrough, the cultivator always has to leave. If you want to leave the cave for a long time, you must first collect the valuable things in the cave. Li Jun's situation seems to be quite special. The cultivator should not be prepared to leave for a long time. It's just that I don't know what accident happened after leaving the cave, which led to the final abandonment of the cave. There is generally nothing good in the cave used for breakthrough. However, as long as you find a cultivator's sitting cave, the harvest is often no less valuable than the resources of most third-rate forces and the entire sect. If you really find a supermaster's sitting cave, the value of the treasures in it will be unimaginable. Li Jun said that he found a cave. Although there is an 80% chance that it is just a safe place temporarily found by a cultivator when he breaks through, there is still a 20% chance that it is a cave where a cultivator with a lot of treasures sits and dies. Li Jun did not think too much and led the way in front, bringing the group into the cave. In the hall of the cave, after settling the female cultivator down, Tang Tingting quickly came behind the female cultivator and infused her magic power to start healing her. Wang Rui and Li Wanxiang focused their attention on the 5 passages marked with words. "Hey, where is the senior?" Tang Tingting turned around and found that she did not see Zhang Doran from before. "Oh, my uncle has something to do, so I went back first," Li Jun said with a normal expression. "Oh right, Li." Jun remembered something and took out a spiritual herb from his backpack. "This virtual spiritual grass was found around this cave. See if you can use it for healing." Li Jun did not notice the greedy looks in Wang Rui and Li Wanxiang's eyes. Tang Tingting accepted it gratefully, and after a long time, Tang Tingting let out a sigh of relief. "It shouldn't be a big deal. I'll go back to the sect and ask Senior Sister Luo to get some healing medicine. I should be able to recover soon." While speaking, Tang Tingting stood up, but as soon as she turned around, her face changed immediately. "What do you want to do?" Li Jun turned his head following Tang Tingting's horrified gaze, and saw a Fantian seal magic weapon that was close at hand rushing towards him quickly. Li Jun tried his best to dodge to the side, but he finally failed to avoid this attack. The Fantian seal hit Li Jun's chest hard, and a bowl-shaped magic weapon, following the Fantian seal, also hit Lin Feng's chest after the Fantian seal was withdrawn. Li Jun's body was hit by 2 huge forces and flew into the air. He lay on the ground motionless, but his head did not move. "Senior Sister, this guy said that he found a shuling grass in the cave, which proves that this cave should be the cave left by the senior cultivator. This guy must have a lot of treasures left by the senior." While persuading Tang Tingting, Wang Rui and Li Wancheng once again used magic weapons to attack Li Jun, but this time their attack was blocked by Tang Tingting with the Feihun umbrella. "Senior Sister, what are you doing? This guy must have a lot of treasures left by the predecessors. If we bring them back to the sect, the strength of our sect will definitely be greatly improved." Li Wancheng persuaded Tang Tingting in a rage, and Wang Rui also began to chime in. "That's right, Senior Sister. Now that the sword-casting sect is attacking in large numbers, our sect is in need of help. Are you helping this outsider to destroy the Tianmen sect? He has good things on him, so you want to rob him? What's the reason? How can my Tianmen sect, a prestigious and upright sect, have scum like you?" Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang are fellow disciples after all. Until now, Tang Tingting has not really launched any offensive, but has blocked the opponent's offensive against Li Jun with the Flying Soul Umbrella. Sixth Sister, wake up! What kind of world is still a prestigious and upright sect? Who do you think led us to rob the sword-casting sect? So it was you who really killed and robbed the sword-casting sect first. Murder and robbery? If we don't kill people and rob, what can we do with the little industry we have? But this is not the point. We too are not the masterminds of the so-called murder and robbery. It was our second brother who led us to do it. I will report this matter to the sect leader. You just wait for the sect leader's punishment. Sixth Sister, when will you understand? Our Tianmen sect is not a famous and upright sect at all. The sect leader did not directly participate in the activities led by the second brother. But you think the sect leader didn't suspect that a lot of good things were brought back inexplicably? The sect leader is not unaware that those things are likely to be stolen goods. He just didn't say it. You are talking nonsense. Your uncle is not that kind of person. Tang Tingting was finally enraged, and she attacked Wang Rui fiercely with the Juxiao Xuanqi. One or two late Jindan cultivators found it difficult to resist Tang Tingting's full-strength power. The two were defeated one after another and had to withdraw from the cave and escape from the passage. Tang Tingting didn't bother to chase the two. She turned around and ran to Li Jun and helped Li Jun up. Li Jun pretended to be a little weak and said, "I'm fine. Fairy Tang is a good person." Tang Tingting saw that Li Jun was indeed not very weak. Because of what happened just now, she did not think much about how Li Jun could be fine. Then she kept apologizing to Li Jun. Li Jun waved his hand and said that he would meditate and rest for a while. What happened today flashed in front of Li Jun's eyes again. Fortunately, his body was different from that of ordinary people, and he had skills to protect his body. Otherwise, the two blows would definitely hurt, but he would not die because he had a substitute card. The reason why Li Jun did this was to confirm that Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang were not good people. He did not want Tang Tingting, a little sister, to be kept in the dark. Unexpectedly, everyone in the Tianmen sect had given up. Good guy, a big fish fell out. Tang Tingting had proved that she was not the same kind of person as Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang. Today was not a good day for Tang Tingting. Her junior sister was seriously injured by an inexplicable sneak attack. Then she knew that it was all because of a counterattack by her fellow disciples in the sect to seize the treasure. Soon after, Tang Tingting learned that the sect where she grew up was completely different from what she had imagined. What happened to Tang Tingting made Li Jun start to think that perhaps many of the things he saw with his own eyes were not the truth. Li Jun felt a little sorry for Tang Tingting. She might have been hit hard by such a thing that subverted her cognition. Li Jun sighed. This is the world of cultivating immortals. It is very cruel. You don't know when it will subvert your cognition. The other two things also reminded Li Jun that he should always be vigilant in the future. Several brothers from the Zhujian sect and the people from the Tianmen sect joined forces to repel the spirit beast Sin Eagle guarding Wuchen Peony, but at the last moment, they were ambushed by the people from the Tianmen sect, and eventually their bodies were wiped out. Li Jun did not see this with his own eyes, but it was later confirmed by Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang. What touched Li Jun the most was that he saved several people from the Tianmen sect from the people of the Zhujian sect. But not long after, Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang fought against their benefactors because they heard that Li Jun might have looted the treasures in the cave where the senior had passed away. This is the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. They robbed, as they said, and the benefactors were all bullshit. Maybe there are not many two-faced people like Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang among the cultivators. But Li Jun still strengthened his determination to be vigilant. Trust is right, but trustworthy people may not necessarily have any benefits. When the fairy in the bottle said that the world of cultivation is full of intrigues and deceptions, Li Jun didn't feel anything. But he also maintained a high level of vigilance, otherwise he would have been useless this time. But, after this experience, Li Jun was more convinced of the words of the old man in the bottle. He was indeed a know-it-all. It seems that his appearance in the travel is different. Just sit in meditation and rest for a while to calm down the excitement. And that's about it. Ding! Congratulations to the protagonist for traveling to the other world. He has learned more and seen the differences of the other world. In order to ensure the safety of the protagonist is rewarded to the middle stage of the Golden Core. Brush Li Jun's momentum changed. Tang Tingting felt it immediately. Breakthrough? Yes, it's a blessing in disguise. After the injury was healed, the bottleneck of power disappeared inexplicably. Li Jun said calmly. He was afraid that Tang Tingting would notice something. Since the sword-forging sect wanted to launch a revenge against the Tianmen sect, they must have dispatched a lineup that was not weaker than the entire Tianmen sect. What Tang Tingting and the others encountered should have been just a vanguard team of the sword-forging sect's invading team. Tang Tingting didn't know how serious the crisis of the Tianmen sect was. After the seriously injured sister recovered, Tang Tingting wanted to leave the cave and go back to the sect. Anyway, Li Jun had nothing to do for the time being, and Tang Tingting might need help, so Li Jun followed the two of them out of the cave. Not far from the cave, Li Jun frowned and looked at the hill in the distance. There was a group of people, and Tang Tingting also frowned. Seeing that Li Jun and the others had come out on the hill, they shouted, "Go!" 7 cultivators rushed out from several other places nearby and surrounded Li Jun, Tang Tingting and Dong Shuang, who had recovered from his injuries. It was Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang who surrounded Li Jun and his group, and this time, there were 5 more Jindan stage cultivators. Tang Tingting was immediately a little furious. "What are you going to do? Do you still regard me as the 6th elder of Tianmen sect?" Li Jun also shouted that it was really fucked up. These 2 tigers would feel uncomfortable if they didn't kill themselves. Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang didn't say anything, but turned their eyes to a blue-clothed spiritual cultivator in the late Jindan realm among them. The blue-clothed spiritual cultivator smiled lightly and ignored Tang Tingting's anger. "Junior sister Tingting, is this your friend who found the cave where he sat and died? What do you want to do? Have you forgotten what Master taught us before? Tianmen sect is a famous and upright sect. What you are doing is purely smearing the sect." "Master? Smear? Wake up, junior sister. How many times have you met Master and you keep talking about him? More than 20 years ago, Master died along with several other uncles, and most of the wealth of our Tianmen sect was looted by the enemy. The sect was on the verge of collapse, and it was us, the grown-up brothers and sisters, who worked hard outside to support the sect. Do you think that the elixirs and magic tools given to you by the sect since you were a child were blown away by the wind? Even if our sect has had a hard time, we can't just take advantage of other cultivators. When Master was here, Tianmen sect was a well-known and upright sect in Tianqi. Junior sister, why are you so stupid? Forget it, there's no time to waste. The masters of the Jujian sect may come here at any time. Brothers, capture that kid." Under the command of the young man in green, many Jindan stage monks of Tianmen sect launched an offensive against Li Jun. Tang Tingting used Juxiao Xuanqi and Feihun Umbrella to help Li Jun block the offensive of 3 brothers, while Dong Shuang stood there, wavering. "Sister Shuanger, make a decision. Do you want to fight for the fate of the sect with the brothers? Or do stupid things with your 6th sister?" Dong Shuang gritted her teeth and made a decision quickly. "I'm sorry, sister." Dong Shuang tapped her feet lightly and her body floated back in the air. At the same time, Dong Shuang used the dynamic color training magic weapon to attack Li Jun. Li Jun laughed at this. "This guy is really lively. The sect has a big change. It's a mess." Then Li Jun sneered. "If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" Then Zhang Daoren, who had been hiding around, came out to kill. And then when the silver medal came out, Moqianya also appeared with murderous aura. 2 late Jindan strongmen appeared, and they were old guys who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their aura shocked the other side, but they were already murderous, so how could they give up easily? The blue monk used a green flying sword. As the strongest among the enemies, he attacked Li Jun in the first time, but was blocked by Moqianya. The iron chain flew out and hit the flying sword of the blue monk fiercely. Amid the sound of metal clashing, the flying sword of the blue monk was also knocked away. The blue monk frowned immediately. He was not a sword cultivator, and the power of using a flying sword was much weaker than that of a sword cultivator. But the flying sword was a primary treasure-level flying sword that he was lucky enough to get. Under his control, it could already exert quite good power. However, in the collision with the Black-Robe Man's iron chain just now, it seemed that his flying sword was at a disadvantage. You have to know that the pursuit of a magic weapon like a flying sword is the ultimate attack power. The magic weapons of the other 3 monks approached Li Jun almost at the same time, but were also intercepted by Zhang Daoren. With a wave of his white hand, he slapped the magic weapons of the 3 people back. Although Li Jun was in the middle stage of the Golden Core, he was not idle. He attacked them when he saw the gap. After Li Jun saw that Wang Rui's copper bowl was repelled by Zhang Daoren, he saw the opportunity and a sharp water sword crossed the sky. When the copper bowl was still a long distance away from its owner, and before everyone had time to launch a second wave of attacks, the water sword quickly flew in front of Wang Rui. Wang Rui did not dare to neglect it. He sacrificed a shield magic weapon, blocked it in front of himself, and began to infuse magic power with all his strength. Li Jun's flying sword finally hit Wang Rui's shield magic weapon, making the shield buzz, and then the water sword dissipated. At the same time, Zhang Daoren's white air sword followed, and the tip of the sword instantly pierced in. With the sudden sound of clicking, the cracks on the shield magic weapon gradually spread, and finally broke into pieces with a loud bang. Wang Rui's shield magic weapon was at least a medium-grade magic weapon for defense. Zhang Daoren destroyed a medium-grade magic weapon controlled by a late Jindan cultivator with 1 sword. The green-clothed cultivator finally concluded that this old man was not a simple Jindan cultivator. He asked himself if he could do this. The green-clothed cultivator put away his magic weapon and quickly began to retreat. Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang noticed the actions of the green-clothed cultivator and quickly followed him. The remaining 5 people continued to attack, but Tang Tingting couldn't bear it anymore. "Second brother, Wang Rui and Li Wanqiang have already abandoned you. Do you still want to fight?" After hearing this, the 5 people quickly glanced at the battlefield and found that the 3 people had really left in advance. The 5 people looked at each other and quickly began to retreat. Li Jun was furious when he saw this, so he asked Zhang Daoren and Mo Qianya to kill a cultivator easily. After he vented his anger, Li Jun did not chase after the others. After all, those people were fellow disciples who grew up with Tang Tingting. Since they ran away, Li Jun planned to save some face for Tang Tingting, and it was not appropriate to kill them all. Silence, a long silence. The people from Tianmen's sect had been gone for a while, and Tang Tingting still maintained her original posture and quietly looked at the direction where the brothers left. Li Jun knew that how to deal with what happened in the past few days was ultimately up to Tang Tingting to decide. Li Jun did not speak, just stood not far behind Tang Tingting, accompanying Tang Tingting. Li Jun looked at her for a long time and found that he really couldn't bear to let go of this girl. It was like this, there was nothing to miss, so why bother looking at her? "Let's go to Yubei. The Wuhua Palace where my good friend Wen Wan is located is in Yubei." Li Jun heard that and thought, let's go. "Anyway, we just came here and are unfamiliar with the place. Since this girl is pretty good, let's go for a stroll. Anyway, the system asked us to travel, so let's just travel." Tang Tingting was very quiet along the way. Li Jun could understand her. After all, she just found out that the sect where she grew up was not what she imagined. The famous and upright sect in her mind no longer exists. The brothers and sisters in the sect now have no guilt for killing and robbing. Even the only surviving uncle of the previous generation of Tianmen sect, the current leader of Tianmen sect, has turned a blind eye to these changes in the sect. Tang Tingting is now completely disappointed with the Tianmen sect where she grew up. After giving Tang Tingting enough time to grieve, Li Jun still sacrificed the flying sword to fly. Otherwise, it would be too slow. Unlike Tang Tingting's Tianmen sect, the Wuhua Palace where her friend Wen Wan came from is not an ordinary force. Wuhua Palace has 2 super masters in the early stage of incarnation and 13 masters in the early stage of Yuan Ying. It is a long-established first-class force in Fenhuang continent. Apart from the 1 hall, 1 section, 2 gates, 4 sects and 4 worlds, there are really few forces stronger than Wuhua Palace in Fenhuang continent. In Yubei, no one does not know where Wuhua Palace is if you ask about it casually. Standing on Li Jun's flying sword, Li Jun and Tang Tingting noticed the magnificent building complex from a distance, and they were a little obsessed for a while. The large area occupied by Wuhua Palace is a whole group of luxurious palaces connected together. Before flying to the vicinity of Wuhua Palace, several cultivators flew out from several corners outside Wuhua Palace and quickly came to Li Jun and others. After asking Li Jun and Tang Tingting about their purpose, one of the cultivators flew to the sect to report. Li Jun and Tang Tingting were taken to the entrance of Wuhua Palace. Wen Wan would come out to confirm and then decide whether to take Li Jun and the others into Wuhua Palace. Li Jun and Tang Tingting didn't wait long before they saw 3 cultivators coming out of the exit of Wuhua Palace. Tang Tingting looked closely and found that Wen Wan was not among the 3, but the 3 still walked straight towards the direction where Li Jun and Tang Tingting were. The first one was wearing a brocade robe and holding a folding fan. Looking like a handsome young man, Li Jun saw that the boy was dressed like a martial arts character. This outfit was very common in the mortal world. He had seen many in Huanghuang City and other main cities back then, but in the world of cultivation, Li Jun had never seen this outfit again. The young man stood not far in front of Li Jun and glanced at Li Jun with a contemptuous look that he thought was not easy to detect. "Are these 2 the friends of senior sister Wen? I'm Xiao Pengyu. What are your names?" Although she knew that Xiao Pengyu was not very friendly, Tang Tingting still introduced herself because he was Wen Wan's disciple. Li Jun followed suit. "Xiao Pengyu? What are you doing?" Wen Wan heard about Tang Tingting's visit and ran over excitedly, but her face changed immediately when she saw Xiao Pengyu. "Oh, senior sister, I heard that your friends came, so I came to say hello. Aren't you preparing for the special training before the palace competition? If you slack off again, I'll tell the master." Xiao Pengyu finally left. When Tang Tingting saw Wen Wan coming, she finally showed a happy smile on her face and chatted with Wen Wan and introduced Li Jun to Wen Wan. Then Wen Wan, Tang Tingting and Li Jun to visit Wuhua Palace, but Li Jun began to think about the palace competition. This competition seemed to be a competition between sects or something else. Li Jun stopped thinking about it when he couldn't figure it out. In fact, this temple competition is a competition for the younger generation of the Burning Wasteland continent. The basic requirement for participating in the temple competition is that the cultivator is under 35 years old. or has been a practitioner for less than 30 years. The latter is actually a supplementary condition, specially proposed for cultivators like Li Jun, who were brought up from the cultivation world. If the natives of the cultivation world are found to have a talent for cultivation, they often start practicing from a very young age, and are generally over 36 or 37 years old after entering the world for 30 years. However, many cultivators brought up from the mortal world started practicing in their 20s or 30s. In order to give those cultivators brought up from the mortal world the opportunity to participate in the temple competition, the organizers of the temple competition added the supplementary condition that cultivators who've been a practitioner for less than 30 years can also participate in the temple competition. The temple competition is held every 49 years, and the final result is that each batch of cultivators brought up from the mortal world can participate in the temple competition in the 25th year after entering the cultivation world. Many young disciples from various forces in the burning desolate continent, who are under the age of 35 or have been in the sect for less than 30 years, gathered together to fight each other under the attention of the entire burning desolate continent cultivation world to win the last 5 winners. These 5 winners will receive generous rewards from the Great Desolate Palace, and will also be awarded the honorary title of Fenhuang 5 Sons. Li Jun doesn't care about these reputations. He feels that strength is the first priority. If you are strong, many people will naturally notice you, but the entire cultivation world is a world that attaches great importance to reputation. Especially for the sect forces, false reputation is the primary goal pursued by most sects. The Fenhuang 5 Sons represent the 5 most talented cultivators in the burning desolate continent in the past 49 years, and the sect that can cultivate the Fenhuang 5 Sons is definitely a great honor. Some small sects with low strength do not dare to expect their disciples to win the title of Fenhuang 5 Sons, so the purpose of these small sects is also very simple. That is, to let these juniors come to the palace to see the world and see the gap between themselves and the top talents of the Fenhuang continent. It should have a positive effect on the improvement of the state of mind and cultivation of these juniors. Li Jun came from another place, and he didn't know anything about the palace competition. But Li Jun's cultivation was qualified to participate, so he just reported that his sect was Tianmen sect, and that he was from the same sect as Tang Tingting. Moreover, the time he entered the world of cultivation was also suitable. The key was that his cultivation was given by the system. If he could participate in this competition, the system might find out and maybe raise his cultivation to the late stage of Jindan. While Li Jun was thinking about the palace competition, Tang Tutu kept looking at Wenwan with a sly smile all the way. Before they walked far, Tang Tingting couldn't help it. Then Xiao Pengyu is your pursuer, right? Sister-brother relationship, I like it. Wenwan rolled her eyes at Tang Tingting. He wanted to pursue me, but I never agreed. Now the focus of my life is still on cultivation. The most unforgettable thing about Wenwan is her elegant and fairy-like aura. But because of this, every time Wenwan makes a move that doesn't match the fairy temperament, the conflict between that move and Wenwan's temperament will also make people's eyes light up. Wenwan rolled her eyes at Tang Tingting, instantly pulling Li Jun's thoughts. Jun temporarily put aside his own worries and focused his attention on Wenwan and Tang Tingting. This guy, the temperament of a cultivator is different from that of a mortal, and he looks like a fairy. Very pleasing to the eye, very big, sir. I like it very much. Keep it up. Li Jun smiled inwardly. When she was with Li Jun, Tang Tingting had been holding back her worries in her heart. After finding her sister Wen, Tang Tingting finally had no worries. After quickly returning to the seamless feeling she had with Wenwan, Tang Tingting finally told Wenwan what happened to her. Li Jun finally felt relieved. After what happened, Tang Tingting must have a knot in her heart. It would be better to talk it out and gradually release the emotions. It would be the worst if she kept it in her heart. Now that Tang Tingting has finally found Wenwan to whom she can confide, this knot in her heart should not cause any bigger problems. Tang Tingting, Wenwan took Tang Tingting into her arms and gently patted her back. Li Jun could only wait awkwardly on the side. I know that what my fellow apprentices and uncles in the sect did was wrong, but the words of my second senior brother still linger in my mind from time to time. I have been practicing peacefully since I was a child with the support of my senior brothers and sisters, but when the sect was facing a crisis, I left the sect. In this way, am I not a good person either? You really believe in the nonsense that your second senior brother said. The sect in the world of cultivation originally has no restraining power over the cultivators. After leaving the sect, no one will say anything to you even if you never return to the sect. The reason why the cultivators in the world of cultivation stay in the sect and contribute their strength to the sect when they reach a higher level is not because the sect has given you any actual material support, but because of the cultivator's sense of belonging and honor to the sect as well as the inseparable feelings towards the fellow apprentices, masters, and uncles in the sect. Think about it yourself. How much material support did the sect give you after you entered the sect? Because they are afraid of an unstable foundation, after entering the sect, they generally just start practicing properly under the guidance of their master. Even if the sect has the material foundation, they generally won't give you any high-level elixirs at this stage. Even if your realm is improved, you won't get any high-value elixirs before the nascent soul stage. When you leave the sect should prepare a few low-level magic weapons for you, but how much value can they add up? You owe the Tianmen sect, but what you owe is the Tianmen sect where your master is still. Without your master leading you into the path of cultivation, you might not have become a true cultivator. But for the current Tianmen sect, which is full of smoke and miasma, even if it owes a little in terms of material, the magic weapons you obtained in the Chuyun battlefield and then handed over to your uncle master have long been enough to make up for that debt. After all, this is the sect you grew up with. I can't say these few words to you immediately without any psychological burden. If you still feel that you owe Tianmen sect, then quickly improve your strength. When you are strong enough, return to Tianqi to expel those unfilial disciples of Tianmen sect and rebuild the famous and upright sect that your master maintained in the past. Now you are returning to the sect to help it repel the offensive of Zhujian sect, which means that more scum of the sect will survive, hurt more innocent people, and tarnish the name of Tianmen sect again. So you don't have to have any psychological burden at all, just relax first, and when you feel better, you can work hard to practice. Wenwan took Tang Tingting and Li Jun to wander around Wuhua Palace for 2 days. Tang Tingting finally got rid of the haze temporarily and became active again. As a first-class force, the total number of Wuhua Palace disciples is more than 4 or 5 times that of Tianmen sect. But even so, the space used by the residences of Wuhua Palace disciples can only occupy a small part of the huge building complex of Wuhua Palace. In a building complex as large as Wuhua Palace, most of the buildings actually have other functions. First of all, in Wuhua Palace, nearly 1/5 of the land is used to plant various medicinal materials. In addition, there are places for alchemy and refining, places for storing medicinal materials and minerals, places for storing magic weapons, places for storing alchemy recipes, refining drawings, and various cultivation experiences. There are hundreds of guest courtyards like this where Li Jun is temporarily staying. Usually they are of no great use, but as a first-class force, Wuhua Palace often holds some important events, and at that time, these guest courtyards may not be enough. As a first-class force, Wuhua Palace really has no shortage of talents, and there are monks who can arrange large-scale formations, and there are more than one. These hundreds of guest courtyards are each covered by a complex formation. In addition to providing a certain spirit-gathering effect, when outsiders get involved, they will also warn the monks who are practicing in the bedroom. Li Jun is not in seclusion to break through, so such a courtyard is enough. Tang Feiyu was also settled in the courtyard next to Lin Feng's courtyard. Wenwan would come to Tang Tingting's courtyard every day to chat with her, and Li Jun would also go to the next door to hang out. This stay lasted for 2 months. Wenwan often came to Tang Tingting's place, and Li Jun would go to the next door when he had nothing to do. Gradually, Xiao Pengyu began to appear more often in Tang Tingting's courtyard. Xiao Pengyu's thoughts were known to everyone, and everyone knew what he was thinking when he came here every day. Xiao Pengyu subconsciously had a defensive attitude towards Li Jun, who often appeared in front of Wenwan. Especially after seeing that Wenwan really had no ill feelings towards Li Jun and smiled from time to time when chatting with Li Jun, Xiao Pengyu became even less friendly to Li Jun. Li Jun knew what Xiao Pengyu's attitude towards him was, but why should other male cultivators stay away from Wenwan just because you, Xiao Pengyu, like Wenwan? Although I am not very interested in women at the moment, it does not prevent me from pleasing the eyes. Li Jun wanted to find a deserted place to chop off Xiao Pengyu's little dick and let him come here to show off all day. Xiao Pengyu did not know Li Jun's realm and Li Jun's own situation. He had a competition with Li Jun once under the banner of a competition with a senior, sister and friend. But Xiao Pengyu, who had not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage, was of course not Li Jun's opponent. He soon discovered that Li Jun's way of attacking was unusual, and was rarely embarrassed by Li Jun's various skills. Xiao Pengyu would not underestimate himself. There were people in the Jindan stage who were stronger than him in combat power, but it was the first time that Xiao Pengyu saw someone who could release various magic weapons and moves so easily. From then on, Xiao Pengyu began to take Li Jun seriously. Ding! Congratulations to the protagonist for the first time to exchange skills with others. The system affirmed that he could grow from a rookie to such a level. The protagonist's cultivation was raised to the late Jindan stage. A piece of gold ore was rewarded. Li Jun was a little confused by the sudden reward, and then he smiled happily. After Tang Tingting found out, she said to Li Jun, Are you so happy that you defeated your love rival? Humph? Li Jun was stunned. What was going on? After losing the first competition, Xiao Pengyu disappeared for a while. After appearing next to Lin Feng again, he once again asked Lin Feng to compete with him. But this time was different. This beast had actually broken through to the Yuanying stage. But Li Jun was not afraid at all. His system skills were very powerful and could kill monsters at higher levels. So he was not afraid of Xiao Pengyu's request. A diamond circle shot out from Xiao Pengyu's hand, gradually getting bigger and quickly came to the top of Li Jun. Then, it quickly covered Li Jun. The diamond circle was a very common magic weapon in the cultivation world, just like the Fontian seal and the Hun Tian Ling. However, due to the different levels of equipment cultivation, refining materials, and array talisman combinations, the level spanned the various stages between magic tools and spiritual tools. Xiao Pengyu's diamond circle head reached the level of a treasure weapon. Li Jun had confirmed this in the previous battle. It was a powerful magic weapon with attack control capabilities that could not be ignored. At that time, in the competition between Xiao Pengyu and Jindan, the combination of Xiao Pengyu's diamond circle and Tianlei Shu had made Li Jun's eyes light up. The diamond circle enveloped Li Jun, and Li Jun directly released the skill of Earth Escape to resist, while retreating. A bolt of lightning instantly fell, striking Li Jun's Earth Escape. The diamond circle continued to chase him, and Li Jun saw this and directly hit him back with an Earth Cone technique, shooting at Xiao Pengyu. Xiao Pengyu immediately released a defensive magic weapon to resist. The power of the Sky Thunder technique is not weak, and it consumes a lot of Xiao Pengyu's mana every time. But the strength of spiritual cultivation lies in the abundance of mana. The diamond circle was getting closer and closer to Li Jun, but Li Jun suddenly stopped to dodge. Li Jun used the Earth skill and instantly summoned a lot of rocks to wrap the diamond circle tightly inside. Xiao Pengyu wanted to control the diamond circle to avoid these rocks first, but because he rushed too hard and the rock skill came suddenly, he was wrapped up. Xiao Pengyu was so angry that several more thunderbolts struck Li Jun one after another. After Li Jun used Earth Escape to resist, he also released the Thunderbolt skill. Instantly, the sky was gray. 2 seconds later, a thunderbolt fell. Xiao Pengyu was shocked when he saw such a powerful thunderbolt. He did not dare to be arrogant. He hurriedly increased his magic power and injected it into the defensive magic weapon. With a bang, the thunderbolt dissipated and the magic weapon was broken. Xiao Pengyu took the opportunity to cast 2 thunderbolts on Li Jun, all of which were resisted by Li Jun using Earth Escape. Then various 5-element spells were used on Xiao Pengyu. Xiao Pengyu looked uncomfortable immediately. Li Jun was both offensive and defensive, without any flaws. After a while, Xiao Pengyu's magic weapon was exhausted, and Xiao Pengyu had to admit defeat. Xiao Pengyu was originally quite confident about participating in the palace competition, but now he found that Li Jun, a disciple from a second-rate sect, had reached such a level in less than 20 years. Xiao Pengyu was a little shocked, but he was not the kind of person who was easily defeated by setbacks. From then on, Xiao Pengyu still often appeared in Tang Tingting's courtyard, but his main purpose was no longer to please Wenwan. Every time he came, he would have a sparring with Li Jun, and then go back to his place to recall the gains and losses of that battle. Not long after, Wenwan and Tang Tingting also broke through to the nascent soul stage and joined the queue of mutual sparring. The biggest advantage of spiritual cultivation is the speed of cultivation. The specific combat effectiveness varies from person to person. Wenwan and Tang Tingting are not weak, but Li Jun's skills can be extremely overbearing. The few people who beat him kept calling him perverted. For a while, Li Jun also smiled bitterly. In this small circle, at this stage, Li Jun has indeed become the strongest among the 4. After Tang Tingting failed a lot, she finally became a little indignant, so she always started to pull Wenwan and the other 2 to deal with Li Jun together. Li Jun had never seen such an operation before, and was immediately bullied by the 2 beauties. However, every time under such pressure, Li Jun's proficiency in fighting has also increased a lot. In this frequent exchange, the combat effectiveness of the 4 people has rapidly improved, and they have gained more and more understanding of their respective fighting methods. Li Jun felt that this was also good, and he was so happy that he didn't want to, leave. 6 years passed like this, and Li Jun's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. The time has finally come to hold the palace competition. In Wuhua Palace, there are more than 300 cultivators going together, including those who are going to participate in the palace competition and those who are going to watch the battle. After all, it is a grand event of the sect. If Li Jun, an outsider, joins in, it will inevitably be a bit out of place. Li Jun proposed to go first, and Wenwan did not stop Lin Feng. After all, there are so many disciples in the sect, and she only invited 2 friends to go with her. It is indeed not a good thing. But Li Jun can go first, and Tang Tingting also followed. It can be said that she was born at the wrong time. Wenwan was just over 35 years old. Compared with the lifespan of cultivators who often live for hundreds of years, 35 years old is still very young, but Wenwan's age is indeed beyond the limit for participating in the palace competition. In the last palace competition, Wenwan was not yet born. This is such a coincidence. Li Jun and others left Wuhua Palace in advance and flew in the direction of the Great Wilderness Palace. However, not long after they flew out, Xiao Pengyu flew over quickly. Xiao Pengyu's shield magic weapon is also a good thing of the top-grade magic weapon level. It is a defensive magic weapon, and the shield is also a flying magic weapon with a very fast flying speed. Li Jun and others were not in a hurry, so they did not fly very fast. The direction was also straight to the direction of the Great Wilderness Palace. Xiao Pengyu went back to say hello to his master and quickly caught up. Because they were not in a hurry, everyone had a rare leisure time along the way. If they sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power along the way, they would go down to see if any high-level medicinal materials were mature. Li Jun and his companions were not so lucky, as they did not encounter any high-level medicinal herbs. However, they did not get nothing. They had 2 yellow-grade middle-grade medicinal herbs, a large piece of gold ore, and an earth spirit bead. These things were useless to others, and it was not worth exchanging them for spiritual stones, so Wenwan just piled them all up for Li Jun. Li Jun was stunned. The rest were not worth much, but did he not look down on the gold ore? However, Li Jun did not ask much and accepted them all, feeling very happy in his heart. The 5th spiritual power fluctuation sensed by Li Jun and his companions was finally no longer an insignificant thing. A soul-enhancing grass appeared in the sight of Li Jun and his companions. Soul-enhancing grass, a middle-grade Xuan-grade medicinal herb, is the main ingredient of the Xuan-grade upper-grade pill, soul-enhancing pill. The Yunling pill, which has reached the level of a mid-grade Xuan-level elixir, contains a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual power, which is enough to allow a cultivator in the nascent soul stage to quickly improve to the perfect level of the current small realm. Of course, even if the early nascent soul stage breaks through to the middle nascent soul stage, it will take time. The power of the Yunling pill is not enough to allow a cultivator in the nascent soul stage to cross the barrier between small realms. And this kind of elixir that can improve the cultivator's power without damaging the foundation is at least 3 times more valuable than other elixirs of the same level. 1 Yunling pill is exchanged for a magic weapon of the mid-grade treasure level, and there are many people who want to exchange it. And even if it is just the value of a Yunling grass among many raw materials, it is almost equivalent to an ordinary treasure-level magic weapon. However, good things come hard. Li Jun and others just rushed to the Yunling grass. Coincidentally, another group of people also noticed this Yunling grass. "Don't move. We found it first." Li Jun and others really didn't move, but it was not because of this stupid sentence. There are some rules that must be followed when picking spiritual herbs. For medicinal herbs like the soul-enriching grass, which is full of essence, it is best to pick the whole plant, including all the roots. As long as one root is cut off, it is very likely to cause the spiritual power to leak out, and the essence of the soul-enriching grass will quickly disperse into the world along the broken root. This is a very delicate job. Now that there are foreign enemies, Li Jun and others are not in a hurry to pick the soul-enriching grass first. You found it first? Do you expect others to believe such words? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? You found a natural treasure and didn't pick it first, but went home to sleep for 10 days or half a month before coming back. Xiao Pengyu was not a kind person to begin with. He was like a sly person. When he met a natural treasure on the road, this fight was inevitable. Xiao Pengyu had no reason to save face for the other party. "Boy, do you know our sect? How dare you talk to us like this? Believe it or not, after I tell you, you will be so scared that you will beg for mercy immediately?" It was still the same person just now, still speaking without thinking. There really are people who feel so good about themselves. The Wuhua Palace, where Wenwan and Xiao Pengyu are located, has 2 masters in the God transformation stage. The only forces in the burning wasteland continent that can be considered stronger than the Wuhua Palace are the 1 hall, 1 section, 2 gates, 4 sects, and 4 worlds. And even if this group of people really come from one of the 12 forces, the competition for natural treasures is based on strength. Do you still expect your opponents to automatically withdraw when they hear your name? I'm really scared. You should tell me which sect you come from, so that I can know which sect can actually cultivate a genius like you. The other party did not fail to hear the irony of Xiao Pengyu, but the next sentence of the other party still revealed their master. "Dare to offend our Xuanxi mansion. It seems that you are really tired of living." This Xuanxi mansion is indeed not an unknown sect in the burning wasteland. Xuanxi mansion is a subordinate sect of the Crazy Lion mansion in the 4 worlds. Like the 12 top sects in the burning wasteland continent, their respective sects are already quite large. The industries of the Crazy Lion house are spread all over the burning wasteland region, and these industries always need someone to take care of them, so there are 4 subordinate sects, Tiandi Xuanhuang. The combined strength of these 4 subordinate sects, in addition to the number of top masters, can almost compete with the Crazy Lion house itself. And the strength of a single subordinate sect is not much worse than that of most first-class sects, especially because of the reputation of the Crazy Lion house. Ordinary sects really don't want to offend the 4 lion houses of Tiandi Xuanhuang. However, as the saying goes, the competition for natural materials and treasures is based on strength. It is normal to encounter natural materials and treasures fighting each other in the wild. Could it be that the Crazy Lion House will hate the Wuhua Palace because the disciples of its subordinate sects lost in a competition for natural materials and treasures? The Crazy Lion House can't afford to lose that person. The battle is inevitable. Finally, the people of the Xuanxi House took the lead in launching an offensive. A group of people rushed towards Li Jun and others at a very fast speed. That's right, the people of the Black Lion House did rush towards Li Jun and others. Only then did Li Jun think that close combat was indeed a major feature of the Crazy Lion House. The true disciples of the Crazy Lion House never practiced any regular attack spells such as the Thunder Technique. They mainly practiced a side spell called the Soul Devouring Technique. The mana processed by the Soul Devouring Technique can consume the mana or spiritual power nearby to a great extent. The disciples of the Crazy Lion House are essentially spiritual practitioners, and they also have the characteristics of strong mana, like other spiritual practitioners. During the whole process of using the Soul Devouring Technique to attack the enemy, the disciples of the Crazy Lion House can use their own mana to consume twice the mana consumed by the enemies of the same realm. The only weakness of this Soul Devouring Technique is that it can only work near the cultivators themselves. Seeing that the people of the Crazy Lion House surrounded them, Li Jun and others retreated while also offering magic weapons to attack the people of the Crazy Lion House. Of course, Li Jun used skills. Since the Soul Devouring Technique of the Crazy Lion House can only work in close combat, they must have studied how to get close. In addition to several auxiliary spells that increase speed in a short period of time, the disciples of the Mad Lion House are rare monks who use multiple defensive magic weapons to fight. There are a total of 9 monks in the Xuanxi House, 4 of whom are Jindan stage monks who are very tactful and did not rush up directly. The gap between the great realms is not just talk. If they really dare to rush up, Li Jun and others will just pull out their hands and attack them 1 or 2 times, which is not something they can bear. As for the remaining 5 Yuanying stage Xuanxi House disciples, 4 of them are using double shield magic weapons, 1 on the left and 1 on the right to protect their sides, and rushing towards Li Jun and others with all their strength. And the leader of the Xuanxi House, who is called Feng Da Xiao by others, has a high-end magic weapon made of imitation of the Mad Lion Linian arm in his right hand, in addition to a shield magic weapon of a high grade. The effect of the Soul Devouring Technique on defense is also excellent. The offensive of Li Jun and others was blocked by these 5 Xuanxi House Yuanying stage monks one after another, but the mana on the 5 shield magic weapons did not dissipate much. Several Jindan stage monks approached the soul-enhancing grass, but were struck by Xiao Pengyu's successive thunder spells. Finally, they dared not approach the soul-enhancing grass again. After retreating for a distance, they summoned their backup magic weapons and began to harass Li Jun and others from a distance. Xiao Pengyu's provocation just now attracted too much hatred. 2 Xuanxi Mansion disciples, including young Master Feng, targeted Xiao Pengyu. Xiao Pengyu's offensive was shared by the 2 people and did not cause much actual effect. However, the offensive of the 2 opponents made the mana on Xiao Pengyu's shield increasingly dim, and it seemed that there was a danger. Li Jun's opponent was not weak, but under the bombardment of Li Jun's various skills, he was immediately beaten dizzy, and then turned and withdrew. Then Li Jun came to help others. Seeing this, several people from Xuanxi Mansion immediately came out to intercept. The one who attacked Xiao Pengyu with young Master Feng finally temporarily put down his offensive against Xiao Pengyu and turned to attack Li Jun. However, in the short time just now, Xiao Pengyu had actually consumed quite a lot of his mana. Li Jun could still use his offensive skills to force his opponent back, but Xiao Pengyu did not have this ability. Young Master Feng used the Crazy Lion's rock arm to rush in front of Xiao Pengyu several times, and every time they came into close contact, Xiao Pengyu would consume quite a lot of his mana. Just as Li Jun was fighting with the 2 opponents, Xiao Pengyu was finally exhausted of his mana by young Master Feng. Young Master Feng wrapped his hands around Xiao Pengyu's arms, and Xiao Pengyu temporarily lost the ability to resist. "Attack!" Young Master Feng shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Just as Li Jun and others frowned, the disciples of Xuanxi Mansion, who had been waiting for this opportunity, each took back a shield magic weapon and used their own attack magic weapons to attack Xiao Pengyu with all their strength. Looking at Xiao Pengyu's pale face, Li Jun and others understood that he had no defensive ability now. Li Jun did not dare to neglect it. First, he put a black ice shield on Xiao Pengyu, and then released an earth shield skill to block him. Then Li Jun released earth cones, ice swords, and fireballs to focus on attacking one opponent. The Xuanxi Mansion monk was unable to resist with only one shield and had no choice but to withdraw his offensive. Li Jun frowned, but it was still not enough. Wenwan burst out with all her strength, and her opponent had to defend with all her strength. However, Tang Tingting's opponent was much stronger than Wenwan's opponent. Although Tang Tingting's instantaneous burst of combat power could hurt that opponent, the opponent still carried Tang Tingting's offensive and attacked Xiao Pengyu with all his strength. Li Jun and Xiao Pengyu never had nice things to say to each other when they met, but after several years of fighting, they had already established a friendship. Li Jun couldn't just watch Xiao Pengyu get seriously injured or even die, so Li Jun directly read another skill of the thunder element, 8-direction thunder, and his strength increased and the reading speed also increased. 1 second later, 8 thunders fell at the same time and hit the man. The flying sword controlled by the man was already very close to Xiao Pengyu, but with his own tragic screams, the flying sword lost control and finally fell downwards. He rolled on the ground for a long time and then stopped moving with only a faint breathing sound. Even if he didn't die, he was definitely half crippled. Because of the monk's scream, his fellow disciples also focused their attention, and the attack of Tang Tingting's opponent was also blocked by Li Jun with the black ice shield. The man suddenly stopped moving amid the screams, and the people of Xuanxi Mansion did not dare to neglect them. They also put down their opponents and surrounded the man on the ground. The Yuanying was not injured, and the pulse was still there. Although a large area of his chest had been struck by the thunder and was unrecognizable, his life was not in danger. The young Master Feng looked at Li Jun fiercely, picked up the injured disciple and led everyone to fly away. However, when he was about to leave the battlefield, the young Master Feng sacrificed an attack magic weapon and quickly attacked the Yunling grass. Li Jun and others were not prepared, and the Yunling grass was finally hit by the attack of the young Master Feng, and the spiritual power was scattered. The battlefield was silent for a long time, not because of the Yunling grass, but because of Li Jun's performance. Everyone has always known that Li Jun is powerful. In the one-on-one competitions between the 4 people, Li Jun has not been defeated for a long time. Even under the joint attack of Wenwan and Tang Tingting, Li Jun can hold on for quite a long time. However, this time Li Jun's outburst surprised everyone again. They were very envious of Li Jun's ability. He could launch powerful moves without magic weapons. That attack, within a dozen seconds, made a Yuanying period, Xuanxi Mansion disciple, who is already known for his defensive ability, seriously injured and dying. After a long silence, everyone did not go to Li Jun to ask for clarification. It was familiar, but since Li Jun had never mentioned this kind of move that could be released without magic weapons, it must be a secret that Li Jun did not want others to know. Putting themselves in their shoes, if they had this kind of bottom-level trick, they would definitely keep it secret as much as Li Jun did. Li Jun was very kind to reveal his strongest killer weapon when Xiao Pengyu was in danger, and there was no reason for everyone to find out the details of Li Jun's trump card. Li Jun did not explain why he used a new skill. After all, this was only part of his skill set, and there were new skills that he had not used yet. They would be even more shocked by that. As they got closer and closer to the Great Wilderness Palace, more and more monks flew through the sky. Li Jun and the others no longer paid attention to any spiritual fluctuations. If there were any good things, they would have been collected by the monks who had flown through the sky before, even though they were so close to the Great Wilderness Palace. A magnificent building complex appeared at the end of Li Jun and the others' vision. The scale was at least 2 or 3 times larger than that of the Wuhua Palace. Moreover, the Great Wilderness Palace was suspended in the air. A vast piece of land was suspended in the air, with soil and rocks gathered in the air. Many soil and rocks had already separated from the large piece of land, but they were still suspended and rotating around the central soil and rocks under the influence of an unknown force. The suspended giant city was a major feature of the Great Wilderness Palace. Before they arrived near the suspended city, Li Jun and the others felt a strong repulsive force one after another. In desperation, they could only land on the ground from a distance. This repulsive force is just one of the small functions of the Great Wilderness Palace, sects formation. But since this repulsive force is still there, it proves that the Great Wilderness Palace has not been opened yet. Li Jun and others have to wait for a while before they can enter the suspended city of the Great Wilderness Palace. In fact, everyone should be able to think of it. As long as you pay a little attention, you can notice that there are already many cultivators gathered on the ground near the Great Wilderness Palace without noticing these details. Li Jun and others were a little embarrassed and found a corner to fall down, but they did not notice that when several people in the distance looked up, they saw the figures of Li Jun and others, and resentment flashed in their eyes. Li Jun and others jumped off the flying sword one after another. Not long after, a group of uninvited guests came. Tang Tingting, who was chatting happily with Wenwan, looked up and saw something, and her brows suddenly frowned. Li Jun and others looked over, following Tang Tingting's gaze, and saw the people from the Black Lion Mansion. However, this time, the young master of the Black Lion Mansion was no longer the leader, and was now 2 steps behind a young cultivator with an arrogant aura. When the leader was facing Li Jun and others with an extremely confident attitude, young Master Feng was approaching the leader and looking in the direction of Li Jun and others, whispering something. Finally, the group stopped not far in front of Li Jun and others. "I am Duan Chong, the young master of the Crazy Lion Palace. What are your names?" The young master of the Crazy Lion Palace, no wonder he has such a confident momentum. Xiao Pengyu of Wuhua Palace, Wen Wan of Wuhua Palace, Li Jun of Tianmen Sect, Tang Tingting of Tianmen Sect. "So you are a fellow Taoist from Wuhua Palace." Duan Chong automatically ignored the 2 sects behind that he had never heard of. "From what my junior brother Feng said, did you two have a conflict not long ago? Wuhua Palace and my Guangxi Mansion are friendly forces. Seniors Yufeng and Yushou often visit my Guangxi Mansion. Today I will give you 2 seniors a face. As long as you apologize to my junior brother Feng's disciples, this matter will be over. To be honest, we don't care about a soul-enriching grass. It's just that the reputation of Guangxi Mansion cannot be desecrated." Li Jun and his friends almost exploded at the time. Xiao Pengyu wanted to take action, but was stopped by Li Jun. Li Jun was not afraid of trouble, but he found that a disciple of the Great Wilderness Palace in charge of patrolling in the air had also noticed the situation here and was flying over with a frown. "What a crazy lion palace. They are really crazy. Just let us apologize. We have to apologize for what we did wrong. You can kill my junior brother who has lost the ability to resist, but we have to apologize for hurting one of you to save my junior brother." Even the usually gentle Wenwan was very angry, especially since they still represent Wuhua Palace. For the honor of the sect, they can't just let others bully them. Duan Chong frowned and glanced at the young master of the Black Lion Palace. He also knew that Feng Xiao might not have told him the whole story. But Duan Chong didn't explode at Feng Xiao now. No matter what, the majesty of the Crazy Lion Palace could not be desecrated. "Does that mean you won't give me Duan Chong face? If I give you face, then where will my Wuhua Palace's face be? I found a spiritual herb in the ownerless land, and just when I was about to pick it, someone jumped out to fight for it. The fight for natural treasures is originally for the strong, and I won't bother with you here. You know how strong the spiritual cultivation of the Xuanxi Mansion is. 5 Yuanying stage Xuanxi Mansion disciples who know the soul-devouring technique besieged the 4 of us. We are indeed not the dominant party. The people behind you didn't want to save us face or anything. When my junior brother Xiao's mana was exhausted and he had no ability to resist, the 5 people of the Xuanxi Mansion took advantage of this and launched an offensive against my junior brother Xiao with all their strength. If we hadn't tried our best to rescue him, my junior brother Xiao might have died. As a result, now your Guangxi Mansion has jumped out and asked us to apologize first. If we really do as you wish, how can my Wuhua Palace disciples travel the world in the future?" Wenwan said that they were the first to discover the Yunling grass, which was somewhat different from what the young master of the Xuanxi Mansion said. But for this kind of thing, if both sides stick to their own opinions, there is no need to argue. Duan Chong did not hold on to this point. "Well, you asked for it." Duan Chong turned away with anger. It was not that he did not want to teach Li Jun and others a lesson, but that the disciples of the Great Wilderness Palace had already flown to him. In front of the Great Wilderness Palace, this face must be given. But Duan Chong had already remembered Li Jun and others in his heart. He had decided that if there was a chance, he would not let these guys who did not give him face have an easy time. Not long after, a group of disciples of the Yanyang sect came to the Great Wilderness Palace one after another. After staying in the sky for a while, they landed on a mound. Li Jun and others set out early, but they wasted a lot of time on the road. The day after Li Jun and others arrived at the Great Wilderness Palace, the Wuhua Palace army arrived. Xiao Pengyu and Wen Wan went over to say hello to the elders of the sect, and then returned to Li Jun to stay with him for a day. The Great Wilderness Palace was finally open. Li Jun deliberately avoided the peak registration period, and flew to the Great Wasteland Hall to register on the 3rd day after the registration began. After the registration ended, the Great Wasteland Hall began to collect data. Before the information of the Great Wasteland Hall was released, some people listed 10 top talents of the younger generation, claiming to be the 10 young heroes who are most likely to win the title of the 5 Sons of Burning Wasteland. Li Yu of the 5 Elements sect, a true disciple of the 5 Elements sect, has the top spiritual cultivation physique, the Bodhi swallowing cloud physique, and has cultivated to the nascent soul stage in 19 years. He is the fastest among the monks who participated in the competition in front of the hall. Recently, there are rumors that Li Jun has broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul before the competition in front of the hall. Ping Shiwen of the Dunjia Tianmen is a genius in the art of escape. He is proficient in the 5 elements escape, thunder escape, wind escape, and blood escape. Frontal combat is not his forte, and field battles belong to Ping Shiwen's battlefield. However, even so, his superb escape combined with strange magic weapons is definitely an opponent that no one can ignore. Rao Ying of the Qian sect is the granddaughter of Rao Tianzui, the iron-blooded flying eagle. He started practicing at the age of 5 and showed an extremely outstanding aptitude. He has practiced for 28 years. He broke through to the nascent soul stage 6 years ago, and now he must not be far from the middle stage of the nascent soul. The flying eagle fighting method inherited from Rao Tianzui, the Vajra circle, the Chaos silk, and the ice staff, are all attack magic weapons with excellent control capabilities. Combined with the soul-stealing flying eagle that has been cultivated to the lower level of the Xuan rank, it can often burst out a combat power that is no less than that of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Lin Yifei of the Wanjian sect, a mysterious golden body discovered from the mortal world. He broke through to the nascent soul stage in the 22nd year of his entry, and his top sword cultivation physique is well-deserved. He was given the magic weapon Mirror Moon 3 Talents Sword, which are 3 identical middle-grade treasure-level flying swords. The natal sword energy can be quickly converted among the 3 flying swords. While the attack power is quite good, it is also very confusing. The Xuanling golden body has outstanding combat power. Lin Yifei once used the 3 talent sword to personally kill an opponent in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Fang Jinxian of Jishui sect is a genius of spiritual cultivation with water attribute. She is proficient in various water attribute spells. With 3 water attribute treasures on her body, her combat power is outstanding. Xiao Chen of Xuanyan sect is a genius of weapon cultivation. He has already conquered many treasure-level magic weapons. His combat power is unquestionable. Duan Chong, the young master of the Mad Lion House, is also in the early stage of the nascent soul. With the soul-devouring technique, 2 treasure-level Mad Lion-scaled rock arms, and the wind escape technique of a comparable level, he is definitely an extremely difficult opponent. Dongfang Shu of Langshitian is a rare genius of sword cultivation. Langshitian sect's unique skill, Langshi Sword Art, has been cultivated to the 3rd level. Langshi Sword Finger, ghosts and gods are shocked. Langshi Sword Art is a top-level sword cultivation that is not inferior to Shura Sword Heart's secret record of Wanjin sect. Unlike the weirdness of Shura Sword Heart's secret record, Langshitian's Langshi Sword Art pursues the strongest single attack that is extremely simple. In terms of power, the power of Dongfang Shu using a flying sword may be greater than the power of Lin Yifei's Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword. But the power of a single attack does not mean everything, and so far, Lin Yifei is more famous in the Burning Wasteland. Of course, there has never been a direct collision between the two, and no one dares to be sure that Dongfang Shu is not as strong as Lin Yifei. Qinglong Valley Long Hao. Blood sacrificed the life magic weapon Big Leaf Dragon Scale Armor inherited from Qinglong Valley. It is said that his life magic weapon Big Leaf Dragon Scale Armor has been upgraded to the level of a medium-grade treasure. It can be said that he is the well-deserved #1 defender of the younger generation of cultivators in the Burning Wasteland. He has mastered all the Yuanying stage spells recorded in the Qinglong Valley secret Qingmu Samsara, and his strength is unpredictable. Zhulongju Gongruo King, a mysterious disciple of Zhulongju. Almost no one in Zhulongju knew of her existence before. It was not until a sect meeting 5 years ago that the Grand Elder of Zhulongju, Gong Rushi, who had been out of touch with worldly affairs for many years, appeared in front of everyone in Zhulongju with Gong Ruoqing. Only then did the people in Zhulongju know that Gong Ruoqing was Gong Rushi's last disciple. Gong Ruoqing's seniority in Zhulongju was frighteningly high. Only the few remaining old generation disciples, including the current head of the sect, could be modest as senior brothers and sisters. Most of the disciples in Zhulongju had to call Gong Ruoqing their uncle or even their great-uncle. It is said that Gong Ruoqing's strength is indeed strong. Originally, the eldest sister of Zhulongju had no ability to resist Gong Ruoqing at all. She only held on for a cup of tea before she had to retreat helplessly. The 10 heroes happened to have 1 disciple from each of the 2 sects, 4 sects, and 4 worlds, but there were no disciples from the Great Wasteland Hall and Fentiank. It is not to say that the Great Wasteland Hall and Fentianke have not produced any outstanding disciples in the past 50 years. The Great Wasteland Hall and Fentiank have their own considerations. First of all, among the disciples of the Great Wasteland Palace and Burning Heaven Palace, the cultivators who have been practicing in these 2 sects since childhood are often not the most talented disciples of the Great Wasteland Palace and Burning Heaven Palace. In addition, the reputation of the Great Wasteland Palace and Burning Heaven Palace in the Burning Heaven continent has reached its peak, and they no longer need to use the title of Fenhuang Five Sons to prove their ability to cultivate disciples. On the contrary, if those outer disciples, who are not necessarily top-notch in qualifications, are allowed to participate in the palace competition, it would be embarrassing if they fail to win the title of Fenhuang Five Sons. The efficiency of the Great Wasteland Palace is still quite high. Soon, the latest statistical information about the cultivators participating in the palace competition was announced. Although most of the 10 heroes have broken through to the nascent soul stage for at least 5 or 6 years, Li Jun even completed this step in only 19 years. In fact, breaking through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 35, or within 30 years of entering the sect, is actually a considerable achievement. In the statistical information released by the Great Wasteland Palace, among all the more than 10,000 applicants, only 72 have broken through to the nascent soul stage. This number is not small. If you don't have super talent and super opportunity, it is almost impossible to break through to the nascent soul stage within 30 years of starting to practice. Tang Tingting and the other 4 are actually very talented. Li Jun and Xiao Pengyu are both on the list of heroes published by the Great Wilderness Palace. Even Wenwan and Tang Tingting have very good talents. Wenwan was born at a slightly unlucky time. She broke through to the nascent soul stage in the 26th year of her practice. This speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, the year when the palace competition started, Wenwan was just over 35 years old. Wenwan knew long ago that she was not qualified to participate in the palace competition. Although Tang Tingting barely met the standard of breaking through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 35, because of what happened in the sect, she no longer had the idea of participating in the palace competition. If it is because of her that the current Xuanyue sect is gaining momentum in the Burning Wasteland continent, and if there are really beginners who are attracted to join the Xuanyue sect, then Tang Tingting will be guilty of a great sin. The Great Wasteland Palace copied several copies of the list of all contestants who have reached the nascent soul stage and circulated them among the cultivators. Li Jun and others also got a copy. Except for Li Jun, none of the newest batch of disciples in the Yanyang sect has broken through to the nascent soul stage. The grand competition in front of the palace is actually an opportunity for each sect to become famous. Even for disciples who have not broken through to the nascent soul stage within 30 years of entering the sect, participating in this grand competition in front of the palace is not without the opportunity to become famous. The gap between a great realm is almost insurmountable. All the 72 people who have reached the nascent soul stage will skip the audition stage and directly participate in the semifinals. The remaining more than 10,000 contestants will have to pass the audition before they are qualified to enter the semifinals. Before the audition began, the sect formation of the Great Wasteland Palace changed again. The blue halo above the Great Wasteland Palace gradually turned into a red halo with the strong fluctuation of spiritual power. At the same time, 4 smaller giant pieces of earth and stone were separated from the rugged earth and stone below the Great Wasteland Palace and began to move in the sky. Li Jun was not clear about the situation, but Wenwan from Wuhua Palace knew the legend about the Great Wasteland Palace sect formation. According to the legend, if the sect is invaded by foreign enemies, the 4 pieces of sky-covering mountain stones controlled by the Great Wasteland Palace sect formation can exert extraordinary power. Every attack launched by the sky-covering mountain stone is forcing the supermasters in the early stage of transformation to temporarily avoid the edge. Of course, this time the Great Wasteland Palace mobilized the sky-covering mountain stone not to attack anyone. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people on the ground, the 4 sky-covering mountain stones gradually turned over and formed 4 peaks suspended in the air. The 4 peaks flew towards the several open spaces that had been vacated before the Great Wasteland Palace. With a roar, the 4 peaks landed, and the venue for the audition was the large open space between the 4 peaks. Under the guidance of the disciples of the Great Wilderness Palace, the spectators climbed the 4 peaks one after another. Not long after, the auditions for the competition in front of the palace officially began. The first level of the auditions was provided by the Wanjian sect, which was a reduced version of the Wanjian sect's sect formation, the Guiyuan Wanjian formation. The complete version of the Guiyuan Wanjian formation consists of the Juxiao Juxian sword, a fairy-level flying sword, the Yin-Yang Wuji sword, the Beidou Qixing sword, the Qiao Senluo sword, the Shura Huashui sword, the Swantian Wuxing sword, the Huang'an Huayu sword, the Juying sword, the Longyun sword, and the Taishu Ancient sword, 9 top-level spiritual weapon-level flying swords, as well as many treasure-level spiritual weapon-level flying swords. The saying of 10,000 swords, although insufficient, is not far off. Although the complete version of the Guiyuan Wanjian formation is not as strong as the sect formation of the Great Wilderness Palace Fentiank, among the top sects, such as the Second Sect, the Four Sects, and the Four Heavens and Earth, the Guiyuan Wanjian formation of the Wanjian sect is definitely a powerful sect formation that can be ranked in the top 3. The simplified version of the Guiyuan 10,000 Swords formation does not have any immortal weapons, nor does it even have any treasure weapons. It is composed of 2,000 high-grade magical flying swords. However, even so, for the Jindan stage cultivators, it was still extremely powerful. Under the simplified Guiyuan Wanjian formation, only less than 200 of the first 2,000 Jindan stage cultivators who entered the formation lasted for more than a minute, and only those who successfully lasted for more than a minute were considered qualified to pass the first round of auditions. Thousands of flying swords flew up and down in the sky, and the magnificent scene dazzled Li Jun and others. In this way, batches of Jindan stage cultivators entered the Guiyuan Wanjian formation, and it actually didn't take long to complete the first round of auditions. 6 batches of more than 10,000 Jindan stage cultivators entered the simplified version of the Guiyuan Wanjian formation one after another, and in the end only more than 1,000 cultivators successfully advanced. It took less than 10 minutes to eliminate 90% of the more than 10,000 cultivators. This efficiency is really amazing. The first round of auditions actually tested the cultivators' defensive capabilities to a large extent, while the second round of auditions prepared by the Great Wilderness Palace for everyone was a targeted test of the cultivators' attack capabilities. The Great Wilderness Hall distributed an iron ball made of blue sea iron to each cultivator who entered the second round of auditions and gave the many contestants 5 minutes. As long as they could leave a mark on the blue sea iron, they would pass. However, leaving a mark on the blue sea iron was not as easy as it sounds. Blue sea iron was one of the hardest yellow-grade top-grade ores, but it was not that difficult for Li Jun. His system skills were very powerful, and he could still leave a mark. If a Jindan stage instrument cultivator wanted to leave a mark on the blue sea iron, he would have to use at least 5 bursting runestones or 6 bursting rune papers in a short period of time. If he could complete a double rune combination on the rune paper, it would not make much difference whether he had 6 or 10 runes, and it would be easier to complete this test. However, most instrument cultivators could not complete a double rune combination on the rune paper in the Jindan stage. And if they did not have the ability to complete a double rune combination on the rune paper, even if they passed this round of auditions with a bursting runestone, it would be difficult for them to perform well in the next stage. After 2 rounds of auditions, only 230 of the original 10,000 Jindan stage cultivators were still eligible to continue participating. Among these 230 people, only 88 could enter the semifinals and compete with the 72 Yuanying stage geniuses. Next, these Jindan stage cultivators will fight one-on-one, which is still quite entertaining. But if the audience thinks that the Jindan stage cultivators' fights are boring, the Great Wilderness Palace has other plans. The Great Wilderness Palace specially invited several alchemy masters and weapon masters to refine Xuan-level top-grade elixirs and top-grade treasures in the center of the square in front of the Heavenly Great Wilderness Palace. For cultivators below the God Transformation stage, or even the Fusion stage, whether they are weapon cultivators or not, this kind of display is enough to attract everyone's attention. The cultivation world is relatively open-minded about gambling. It is true that being too addicted may form a demonic barrier, but if you are afraid of gambling from the beginning, the possibility of forming a demonic barrier will increase greatly. In this competition in front of the palace, the Great Wilderness Palace acted as the banker and opened many gambling games. Including the results of the current battle between the Jindan cultivators, all of them are within the scope of the gambling game that started in the Great Wilderness Palace. Li Jun didn't have much expectation for the gambling game, but when he heard that there were alchemy masters performing the refining of elixirs and magic weapons in the square in front of the palace, Li Jun still flew up first, wanting to see the world first. In the square in front of the palace, the first person to perform refining was an alchemy master. The title of master itself is a kind of affirmation of his ability. To get this kind of respect, alchemy cultivators must at least be able to refine earth-level first-grade elixirs, and if weapon cultivators want to become weapon masters, they must at least have the ability to refine first-grade spiritual weapons. Truman Qifeng can be said to be extremely talented, but in the last refining of the great perfection of the Mahayana period, he was unable to refine the Tianyi giant cauldron into a magic weapon of the spiritual weapon level. Although Truman Qifeng's ability to refine weapons has lagged behind due to Qi Yunfeng's responsibility, the difficulty of becoming a weapon master can still be seen from this. In the world of cultivation, even if a weapon cultivator has just advanced to the rank of weapon master, his status is no lower than that of a master in the first or second level of the initial stage of the spiritualization. The first master of alchemy to appear is called Gu Shuhong, an alchemy master of the Xuanyan sect. The disciples of the Great Wilderness Hall on the side introduced the life of Master Gu to everyone, and then began to introduce the elixir that Gu Shuhong was going to refine next. Qingming Pill, a Xuan-level top-grade healing elixir, is mainly used to treat the residual spell damage in the body of the cultivator, and has a miraculous effect on the residual sword essence left at the place where the injury caused by the natal sword essence of the sword cultivator. The refining of earth-level elixirs has quite high requirements for various conditions. Even an alchemist who has achieved the title of alchemy master may not have a high success rate in refining earth-level elixirs. If it is an alchemist who has just broken through to the level of alchemy master, the success rate of refining elixirs is even pitifully low. However, even if it is to refine a Xuan-level top-grade elixir, it will definitely make everyone's trip worthwhile. The competition in front of the palace can be regarded as a major event in the burning wasteland continent, but after all, the level of the cultivators in the nascent soul stage is still a bit low in the entire cultivation world. In addition to the elders leading the teams of each sect, more than 80% of the cultivators from each sect who came to participate in the battle and watch the battle were the cultivators in the golden core and nascent soul stages. For these cultivators, the process of refining Xuan-level elixirs is enough to attract their attention. Gu Shuhong meditated and adjusted his breath, and it didn't take long for him to reach an excellent state. The birth true fire was sacrificed, which first caused a burst of surprise. The color of Gu Shuhong's birth true fire was not ordinary red, but a kind of bewitching pink. Without the introduction of the disciples of the Great Wasteland Palace next to him, Li Jun, who had studied the purple sky strange fire spectrum, recognized that it was the yellow-level strange fire red powder fiber cloud. The flame temperature of the red powder fiber cloud is not much stronger than the ordinary life-defining true fire, and there is nothing outstanding in terms of combat power. However, when refining elixirs, especially when refining healing elixirs, the red powder fiber cloud can evenly distribute the firepower to every part of the medicinal materials. This uniformity of firepower is extremely important in refining elixirs with relatively mild medicinal power. It is also because of this red powder fiber cloud that Gu Shuhong's success rate in refining healing elixirs has increased by at least 20% on the original basis. Gu Shuhong, a male cultivator, was a little embarrassed immediately after offering the pink wind red powder fiber cloud, but there was nothing he could do about it. Being able to subdue the strange fire is already the dream of many instrument cultivators. When it comes to being able to subdue it, who has the mind to pick and choose? The red powder fiber cloud quickly divided into 5 groups. Gu Shuhong took out the main materials of the 5 kinds of Qingming Dan from the Qiankun ring and threw them into the 5 groups of red powder fiber cloud one after another. It is not necessarily difficult to divide the innate true fire into 5 groups, but the cultivators who really know about refining medicine were all shocked by Gu Shuhong's ability to control the 5 groups of innate true fire to refine the 5 medicinal materials with different uniform fire strengths. Gu Shuhong was a little tricky, and the red and pink cloud itself has a miraculous effect on the uniform fire strength. But no matter what, Gu Shuhong did it. The 5 medicinal materials gradually began to melt in the refining of the red and pink cloud, and it didn't take long before 2 of the medicinal materials had already turned into relatively pure medicinal juice. Gu Shuhong controlled the 2 groups of red and pink clouds to approach each other, and finally the 2 groups of strange fire merged into one, and the 2 medicinal juices began to gradually blend under the new fire strength. Soon after, 2 more medicinal materials were refined into medicinal juices. After the 4 medicinal juices approached, they began to merge. Finally, the temperature of the red and pink cloud began to gradually decrease. The Qingming fruit in this group of red and pink clouds is the core material of Qingming pill. Now it has completed the preliminary refining. However, when to add this Qingming fruit juice to the mixed medicine juice is very particular. Mixing it too early or too late may make the alchemy fail. The movement in the larger group of red and pink clouds is getting smaller and smaller. Li Jun knows that it means that the 4 kinds of medicine juice inside have finally completed the preliminary fusion. The 2 groups of red and pink clouds began to move towards each other. Suddenly, the speed of the 2 groups of strange fire increased greatly. The Qingming fruit juice finally came into contact with the other 4 kinds of medicine juice. The red and pink clouds withdrew in an instant, and the mixed medicine juice was suspended in the air. When the life true fire withdrew, the mixed medicine juice would soon solidify. Before the mixed medicine juice began to solidify, compressing the mixed medicine juice to a considerable degree is also a very important process in alchemy. If the life true fire is not withdrawn, the mixed medicine juice will not solidify quickly. It is not completely impossible to compress the medicine juice during the burning of the life true fire. But if you do this, it is inevitable that some residual life fire will be left in the pill that is about to take shape. Most of the pill recipes have achieved a relative balance in various properties. If you rashly add an unknown amount of life fire to this balance, it is very likely to destroy this balance, and ultimately, it is very likely to lead to the failure of alchemy. After removing the life fire, Gu Shuhong gradually put his palms together in front of his chest, and during this process, Gu Shuhong's hands were actually shaking a little. It is not so easy to suppress such a large mass of mixed medicine juice into a suitable size for a pill, especially those medicine juices are high-grade medicinal materials with extremely high density. Among the several steps of alchemy, the step of solidification is not necessarily the most technically demanding step, but it is undoubtedly the one that requires the most mana support. The failure to complete the compression before the medicine juice solidifies due to insufficient mana is also very likely to lead to the failure of this alchemy. Gu Shuhong was a master of alchemy who could refine elixirs. It was not difficult for him to refine Xuan-grade top-grade elixirs. This time, Gu Shuhong did not fail. Amid the compliments of the crowd, Gu Shuhong temporarily left the stage. Li Jun and others were also told that the next master refiner would start refining the elixir in half an hour. Although there were only a few steps, Gu Shuhong spent more than 2 hours refining the elixir this time. It took quite a long time just to refine Xuan-grade medicinal materials. This was because Gu Shuhong, the master of alchemy, had to use 5 fires to smelt the ordinary Xuan-grade top-grade elixir at the same time. If the alchemist who could only barely refine Xuan-grade top-grade elixir was to do this, even if the failure rate was definitely not low, it would take at least 5 hours to succeed once. Anyway, there was still half an hour before the next master refiner would refine the elixir on the spot, so Li Jun and Wen Wan and others just strolled around the square in front of the palace. In addition to the high platform in the center of the square in front of the palace, there are also many specialized stalls around the square in front of the palace. The main function of these stalls is to accept bets, but if someone wants to exchange treasures for spirit stones, these stalls also have special appraisers to assess the value of your mortgaged items. Li Jun and others came to a stall, chatting and watching the excitement. Li Jun first took a general look at the bets that have been opened. The shortest time limit is to guess who will win and who will lose in the next round of the Jindan stage duel that is still going on the ground. The longest time limit is the ultimate bet to directly guess the final list of the Fenwang Five Sons. In this ultimate bet, each person is only allowed to spend 500 low-grade spirit stones to buy one bet. 500 low-grade spirit stones is not a small amount of money, even for Yuanjing stage cultivators, but when Li Jun checked the information, more than 500 people had already participated in this bet. It is very difficult to guess all the members of the Burning Desolate Five, but there are still quite a few people who have joined this gambling game. There is no other reason, just because the Great Wilderness Palace promised to give each person who guessed it a top-grade treasure as a reward, and top-grade treasures. Let's put it this way, even among the masters of the Mahayana period, 99% of them still use magic weapons of the top-grade treasure level. It is not certain whether the Great Wilderness Palace will make a profit or a loss on this project. Yes, the 10 heroes are indeed the 10 most promising people on the surface. If it is certain that the Burning Desolate Five are definitely 5 of the 10 heroes, almost 1 person out of every 200 or 300 people can guess it. 500 bets for 1. 300 bets is 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, and an ordinary top-grade treasure will cost at least 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. If everyone chooses the list among the 10 heroes and the final result is that the Fenwang Five are indeed on the list of the 10 heroes, the Great Wilderness Palace will definitely lose a lot. However, the actual situation is often rarely carried out, as everyone expects. It is true that the 10 heroes are the most promising 10 people, but no one dares to say that these 10 heroes are the 10 strongest people participating in this palace competition. There are many geniuses who are not necessarily weaker than these 10 people, but they are not included in this list because of their less famous reputation. Moreover, most of these so-called 10 heroes are still cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. As long as they are in the same realm, the difference in strength is generally not too shocking. No one dares to say which of the other 62 people who have reached the nascent soul stage but were not selected into the 10 heroes will definitely not become the Fenwang Five Sons. Maybe someone has hidden a few high-level magic weapons, or has already broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul due to a strange encounter. In addition, if they perform well on the spot, they may have achieved the reputation of Fenwang Five Sons. In the past few palace competitions, the number of problems reached more than half. So in fact, in this gamble, the Great Wilderness Palace may not necessarily benefit. If the Great Wasteland Palace wanted to earn some spiritual stones, it could just change the rules or the prizes. Even if it just changed the final prize to a top-grade Xuan-level elixir, the number of participants would not be much less than now, with the gimmick of 500 spiritual stones to draw a top-grade Xuan-level elixir. But the Great Wasteland Palace would be able to make a profit without losing money. However, the Great Wasteland Palace was of such a high level that how could it be short of such spiritual stones? The Great Wasteland Palace opened a gambling game in the competition in front of the palace, which was more to provide more entertainment for the many contestants and spectators. In fact, the Great Wasteland Palace would not deliberately earn such spiritual stones from these Jindan stage and Yuanying stage cultivators, which they did not care about at all. Anyway, it was boring, and at Tang Tingting's suggestion, Li Jun and others decided to play a few games. In addition to the differences between the cultivators and some moves and techniques in this area and Li Linfeng's previous Huanghuang city, spiritual stones here are also a high-end product, because some talisman paper or talisman stones are always used here. Li Jun was curious about it and did not ask others. He could just ask the immortal in the bottle when the time comes. In previous battles and battlefields, Li Jun also seized a lot of these things, as well as the rags from the past few years, which Li Jun kept for the ore. Li Jun sorted out the things he didn't need for the time being, and then followed Wen Wan and others to the stalls. The result was the same here. Silver ore and gold ore were very precious and basically could not be exchanged. It was okay to exchange them for spirit stones. Li Jun had no choice but to exchange some low-level magic tools, low-level medicinal materials, etc. for spirit stones, and they were low-grade spirit stones. You know, Li Jun has a lot of high-grade spirit stones on him, but he knows that wealth should not be exposed. Heh. Li Jun looked at the relevant gambling games for the next round of competitions of the Jindan period cultivators. It is difficult to select 88 people from 230 to enter the semi-finals using the ordinary promotion system. The Great Wilderness Hall added a challenge mechanism to this round of competition. Those who temporarily lost can spend a certain amount of low-grade spirit stones to challenge one of the 69th Jindan stage masters. Regardless of victory or defeat, the spirit stones belong to the challenged, and only by successfully defeating the opponent can the opponent occupy the promotion seat. Li Jun and the others came to the weapon refining site. This weapon refining master also came from Xuanyan sect. The reason why Xuanyan sect is called Xuanyan sect is that at the beginning of the establishment of the sect, there was a kind of Xuan-level strange fire inherited in the sect. The value of strange fire to weapon and alchemy is self-evident. Xuanyan sect gradually gathered a large number of weapon and alchemy talents. Up to now, Xuanyan sect is also the only pure fire cultivation sect among the 2 sects, 4 sects, and 4 worlds. And the Xuan-level strange fire inherited in the sect has reached as many as 3. Xuanyan sect's ability to refine weapons and elixirs is only slightly weaker than that of the superpower Fentianke in the Fenhuang continent. It ranks second among all the sects in the entire Fenhuang continent. Even other super first-class forces often hand over the refining of some elixirs and magic weapons to the masters of Xuanyan sect. The master of refining weapons who performed the competition in front of the hall this time is called Shi Tao. He is just a relatively outstanding middle-level disciple in Xuanyan sect, but his level is enough to make Li Jun and other Yuanying period cultivators amazed. Only the most talented and very few disciples of Xuanyan sect can inherit the Xuan-level fire, but Xuanyan sect also has a variety of yellow-level fires. As long as the disciples have the ability to refine top-level treasures, they have the qualifications to subdue them. Gu Shuhong subdued Hongfen Xianyun, while Shi Tao subdued Zixing Liulian. Zixing Liulian, the 9th yellow-level fire, is actually the essence of Zixing Liulian. The purple star points that burst out from time to time are actually the essence of Zixing Liulian. In terms of even firepower, the purple star glazed flame is indeed not comparable to the red and pink fiber cloud, but it is precisely because of those purple star points that the purple star glazed flame has a stronger smelting ability. Using higher-level refining materials for refining in advance is also a significant improvement in the refining ability of the weapon cultivator. The top-level magic weapon of the Xuan level that Shi Tao refined this time is called the Backer Mountain Seal. Every time it attacks, the mountain-shaped magic weapon will quickly grow larger and then smash the target with the bottom of the mountain. The Backer Mountain Seal's formation is a combination of the Xuan level lower-grade formation, 4 elephants swallowing cloud formation, and the Huang level upper-grade formation, Golden Lock formation. In terms of the choice of inlays, the Backer Mountain Seal is also different. The accumulation of a considerable degree of earth attribute is indispensable for the rune stone. The power of this kind of magic weapon depends on the thickness of the earth attribute. The Golden Lock formation above is inlaid with 9 golden spirit beads that have reached the Xuan level. It is much more difficult to arrange two 4-elephants swallowing cloud formations in a magic weapon than to arrange one 4-elephants swallowing cloud formation and a golden lock formation, which is only a Huang-level formation. If all of them use thick earth rune stones, the accumulated thickness of the earth is much stronger than that of a 4-elephants swallowing cloud formation. In this case, the Backer Mountain Seal and other magic weapons with strong attack capabilities and their own texture that is not so easy to destroy have a certain place to use. The refining of the Backer Seal was still going on, but when Li Jun turned around, he saw a group of people flying out from the interior of the Great Wilderness Hall. The major sects often have some positions similar to the External Affairs Elders, and these External Affairs Elders are mainly responsible for representing their respective sects to participate in some grand events in the cultivation world. The 5 people who came to participate in the competition in front of the hall with many disciples from the Guangxi Mansion, Qinglong Valley, Xuanyan Sect, Wanjian Sect, and Zhishui Sect were the 5 people who used the 5 top spiritual tools to test the spiritual power of Li Jun and others on the Dengtian Terrace. The others who accompanied these 5 people must be the External Affairs Elders of other sects. And behind these 10 people, there are exactly 10 young talents. Li Jun recognized Lin Yifei and Duan Chong among them, and Li Jun almost guessed the identities of the other 8 people. I don't know what these people did when they entered the Great Wilderness Hall, and they only showed up now. There were many people in the square in front of the hall, and Lin Yifei and Duan Chong did not see Li Jun at the first time. However, when Li Jun looked at Lin Yifei, it was as if there was some induction, and Lin Yifei turned his eyes and saw Li Jun. Lin Yifei frowned and called out Li Jun's name unconsciously. Duan Chong, who happened to be next to Lin Yifei, followed Lin Yifei's gaze and also saw Li Jun looking at Lin Yifei. "Brother Lin, do you know that person?" Lin Yifei turned his head and glanced at Duan Chong. "Yes, an enemy." "Oh, this kid is so arrogant and ruthless. He is from a sect I have never heard of, but he dares to make enemies everywhere. 2 of the 10 heroes have made enemies with him." "Oh, Brother Duan also has a grudge against him?" "Not really. He and a few people from Wuhua Palace stole something from an acquaintance of mine in Xuanxi Mansion. I came forward to ask them to reconcile, but that person didn't give me face." Duan Chong didn't think there was anything shameful about this matter. In his eyes, Li Jun and his friends were the mantis blocking the car. Being provoked by them, Duan Chong would not feel ashamed, but instead felt that the inexplicable arrogance of Li Jun and others was a little ridiculous. How did he offend Brother Lin, making Brother Lin, who is extremely talented, regard him as an enemy? Duan Chong showed an incomparable arrogance when facing Li Jun and others, but he was always very kind to Lin Yifei. The same 10 heroes, although they are ranked in no particular order, still have a strong and weak benchmark in the minds of the elders. Lei Yu's strength is self-evident. In order to leave more suspense for this palace competition, the Great Wilderness Hall announced Lei Yu's realm as the early stage of the nascent soul after obtaining Lei Yu's consent. But in fact, Lin Yifei, Duan Chong and others all know that Lei Yu has indeed broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, Lei Yu's combat power has always been famous for its strength. It has been many years since the catastrophe caused by the Dark Wind domain, but the reason why evil cultivators are evil is that they often need living souls and living blood to enhance the power of their own evil weapons. The living souls or flesh and blood of cultivators are the best nutrients for the evil weapons of evil cultivators. Evil cultivators are like rats crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill them. However, there are always evil cultivators who risk their lives to sneak into the Burning Wasteland continent and cause harm to the Burning Wasteland continent. Lei Yu's famous battle was the battle against 3 evil cultivators in the nascent soul stage when Lei Yu had just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul. Evil cultivators are notoriously difficult to deal with. More than 80% of ordinary cultivators have little chance of winning against evil cultivators of the same level. However, Lei Yu relied on his powerful 5-element magic to forcibly kill 1 evil cultivator in the battle with 3 evil cultivators of the same level, and force the remaining 2 evil cultivators to retreat helplessly. Normally, this is something that ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul may not be able to do better than Lei Yu. Ping Xuan's talent is also top-notch. Although Ping Xuan may not have a brilliant performance in such an open battle in front of the palace, the elders of various sects are very optimistic about Ping Xuan. The sophistication of the escape technique means a stronger ability to survive, and in the crisis-ridden world of cultivation, the ability to survive is an important ability that is no less important than actual combat strength. Ping Xuan has a high probability of being able to escape if he cannot defeat his opponent, but if Lei Yu is forced into a desperate situation, it is very likely that he will die. No matter how strong Li Yu is, there will always be someone with better talent than Li Yu in the Burning Heaven Palace of the Great Wilderness Palace. But if we only talk about the escape technique, Ping Xuan is the undisputed #1 among all the cultivators of the same age in the Burning Wilderness continent. Gong Ruoqing is the most mysterious of the 10 heroes. There are not many battles known about Gong Ruoqing in these years. The battle with the original #1 of the disciples of Zhulongzhu 5 years ago is the most well-known one. Qin Mu, the original senior sister of Zhulongzhu, is a very strong genius in herself. She made a great reputation in the Chuyuan battlefield that year, and her record is not worse than Duan Chong of the Crazy Lion Mansion, Dongfang Shu of Langxi Tian, Long Hao of Qinglong Valley, and others. However, in the version spread by Zhulongzhu, Qin Mu, who was already in the nascent soul stage, only lasted less than a cup of tea under Gong Ruoqing. Gong Ruoqing was stronger than Qin Mu, and no one doubted that. Not long after Gong Ruoqing appeared, Qin Mu began a long period of seclusion, and it was not until this palace competition that Qin Mu came out of seclusion. But to say that Qin Mu could not even last a cup of tea under Gong Ruoqing, the so-called claim of the disciples of Zhulongzhu, without other known battle examples, people generally did not believe it. And Lin Yifei was the one who was most famous for his fighting ability among the remaining 7 of the 10 heroes. The Mirror Moon 3 Talents Sword of the Wanjian sect was not given to Lin Yifei casually. After all, they were 3 flying swords of the middle-grade treasure level. When the disciples of the Wanjian sect generally used magic weapon-level flying swords, and only 3 people used low-grade treasure-level flying swords, the Wanjian sect rewarded Lin Yifei with a set of middle-grade treasure flying swords. The Wanjian sect had to give an explanation to the other disciples. Therefore, the reason why Wanjian sect values Lin Yifei so much is no longer a secret in these super first-class circles. The value of a set of magic weapons is much higher than that of ordinary magic weapons. If this set of Mirror Moon 3 Talents Sword is sold, the spiritual stones obtained in exchange are enough to buy another 6 or 7 flying swords of the middle-grade treasure level. The reason why Wanjian sect gave the Mirror Moon 3 Talents Sword to Lin Yifei is that Lin Yifei actually successfully comprehended the ultimate move of the nascent soul period in the secret records of the Sword Heart of Asura. In the early stage of the nascent soul, the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation. The Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation is a unique move of the nascent soul period sword cultivator recorded in the secret records of the Sword Heart of Asura, which is listed as the 2nd sacred book of sword cultivators in the Burning Wasteland continent and the Langyi Sword Art. For most sword cultivators in the Burning Wasteland continent, no matter how many flying swords they control at the same time, their natal sword essence can only be attached to one of the flying swords. Other flying swords can also exert good power, but the strongest attack is always on the flying sword, to which the natal sword essence is attached. After comprehending the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation, the sword cultivator's innate sword essence can be temporarily divided into 3, making the 3 flying swords all have quite powerful power. After coming into contact with one of the flying swords, if the enemy on the opposite side is not very clear about the situation, more than 99% of them may regard this flying sword as the flying sword with Lin Yifei's innate sword essence attached to it. Then at the moment when the next flying sword attacks, the innate sword essence quickly completes the fusion on the second flying sword. Lin Yifei's strongest sword is very likely to hit the vital point when the opponent has little defense. Even if the opponent knows that Lin Yifei has comprehended the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation, the power of this Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation is also not bad. The 3 flying swords attack with all their strength, and the opponent has to deal with each attack with all his strength, comprehending the Heavenly Illusion. 3 Talents Sword Formation directly doubles Lin Yifei's attack ability. The Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation is extremely powerful, and the difficulty of comprehending it is of course not low. In fact, most of the Wanjian sect may not be able to comprehend the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation even in the late nascent soul stage. Lin Yifei did it in the early stage of the nascent soul. It doesn't mean that Lin Yifei's fighting power is stronger than those brothers who have reached the late stage of the nascent soul, but have not comprehended the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation. But at least, Lin Yifei has the ability to fight against ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. After Lin Yifei obtained the Mirror Moon 3 Talents Sword, which is a set of flying swords, tailor-made for the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents Sword Formation, most cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul are no longer Lin Yifei's opponents. Lin Yifei can be regarded as earning a breath of fresh air for the Wanjian sect. In terms of foundation, although the Wanjian sect ranks among the top in the 4 sects and 4 worlds, there is still some gap between it and the 5 Elements sect and the Dunjia Heavenly sect. However, Lin Yifei's talent and perseverance are indeed the best at the time. He comprehended the Heavenly Illusion 3-talent sword formation so early. Even Li Yu of the 5 Elements sect, the first person on the surface of the 10 heroes, did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Yifei. Duanchong is a bit conceited, but Lin Yifei's talent is enough for him to humble himself to make friends. If a few nice words can make Lin Yifei treat him as a friend and lend a hand when he needs help, then this investment is worth it. How did he offend Brother Lin, making Brother Lin, who is extremely talented, regard him as an enemy? After a long silence, Lin Yifei replied lightly, "Just some grudges." Lin Yifei's attitude seemed to be reluctant to say more. Some grudges are also serious. This kid's life is really bad. He actually offended your Brother Lin. With Brother Lin's current strength, it is too easy to seek revenge on him. I can only blame him for his miserable life. Lin Yifei continued to look at Li Jun, but he did not neglect Duanchong, the great-grandson of the head of the Crazy Lion House. I hope so. The voice was long, but after all, there was no gnashing of teeth like many years ago. After several sects' foreign affairs elders said something to the disciples behind them, they continued to fly outside the great wilderness hall, while the 10 heroes who were originally following them flew to the center of the square one after another. Lin Yifei flew in the direction of Li Jun. Without anyone noticing, Duanchong looked at Lin Yifei with a hint of embarrassment, and then turned his gaze to Li Jun. Duanchong was actually a bit vindictive. For someone like Li Jun who didn't know what was good for him, Duanchong didn't mind causing some trouble for Li Jun before. Duanchong really didn't take a person from a sect he had never heard of seriously. But now it was obviously impossible. For an enemy of Lin Yifei's level, he had to do it himself. If he acted rashly, he might cause Lin Yifei's dissatisfaction. It was definitely not worth offending a future supermaster of the Burning Wasteland continent for such a small matter. Lin Yifei and Li Jun finally looked at each other again. After this palace competition, I won't let you run away again. Lin Yifei still had to give face to the Great Wilderness Palace. Lin Yifei didn't plan to cause trouble to Li Jun on the territory of the Great Wilderness Palace, but after the palace competition, it was another matter. What a joke! Who said I was going to run away? Li Jun didn't bother with Lin Yifei about whether he was innocent back then. Decades had passed, and it was meaningless to bother with such things. Anyway, Lin Yifei had identified Li Jun as his enemy, and Li Jun would be the next. Duanchong couldn't help but laugh again. It's really a blessing for a fool. You can still be so arrogant after offending a super cultivation genius who had comprehended the Heavenly Illusion 3-talent sword formation in the early stage of the nascent soul. Li Jun and others came to the betting booth again. After Tang Tingting asked, Li Jun told them about the process of his feud with Lin Yifei. There is no right or wrong between Lin Yifei and me in this matter. Of course, I feel that I am innocent, but I also understand Lin Yifei. Even if there is only a 10% chance that I killed Lin Hao, Lin Yifei would not let me go easily. It's just fate. But then again, we were dealing with evil cultivators at that time. Who knew the scene would be so chaotic? We can only blame that Lin Hao for not learning the skills well and being killed by mistake because he couldn't avoid it. Just thinking about it makes me feel that he is a rubbish. If he wants to seek revenge on me, Lin Yifei is not qualified. Refining equipment is a delicate job. It takes several hours to melt the materials. When it comes to refining top-level spiritual equipment in the future, it is not impossible to retreat for several months in a row. Li Jun and others were watching Shi Tao refining materials with the purple star glass flame in the center of the square in front of the temple. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. When Li Jun and others returned to the stall, the results of the last round of competition had already come out. Zhao Changkun and Huo Yuyan both defeated their respective opponents, and Li Jun's 600 low-grade spirit stones turned into 1,100 in an instant. Now it should have entered the challenge phase. In the next round of battles, Huo Yuyan had no one to challenge, but Zhao Changkun had to fight 2 consecutive battles. The odds of Zhao Changkun's 2 consecutive wins were 1-2, so Li Jun bet 500 low-grade spirit stones on Zhao Changkun. The refining performance in the center of the square in front of the palace was still going on, and it was already quite good to be able to enter the top 230 in the competition. But at this stage, no one was weak. Huo Yuyan was ultimately unable to squeeze into the final 88 places, but Zhao Changkun emerged as a dark horse and broke into the top 10. Most of the strongest disciples of the first-class sects have already advanced to the nascent soul stage. Zhao Changkun has been practicing for 25 years and is still stuck in the great perfection of the golden core stage. There is indeed some gap between him and those geniuses who have cultivated to the nascent soul stage in the same period of time. But among the more than 10,000 golden core cultivators of various sects, Zhao Changkun has squeezed into the top 10 seats, which is enough for Zhao Changkun to be proud of. The semifinals finally began. 72 Yuanying stage cultivators and 88 Jindan stage warriors, who entered the semifinals, a total of 160 people, moved the ring to the square in front of the Great Wasteland Palace and began the real competition in front of the palace. The 4 peaks were also controlled by the Great Wasteland Palace to fly to the 4 sides of the square in front of the palace, and continued to be used for watching the competition. Li Jun got his number, 69. This number was not randomly assigned. From the matchup chart of the first round of the competition that the Great Wasteland Palace had already announced, Li Jun also saw some clues. Lei Yu was number 1, Ping Xuan was number 2, and Lin Yifei was number 3. The first 10 corresponded to the 10 heroes, and the one with number 11 happened to be Zhao Yiping, the genius of the Meteorite sect, who was said to be most likely to squeeze out one of the 10 heroes and enter the top 10. After the 72nd place, it happened to be ranked according to the results of the previous Jindan stage ranking battle. This number is almost exactly arranged according to the strength that the contestants have shown in the cultivation world before. Because other cultivators rarely break through to the nascent soul stage like Li Jun and then stop walking in the cultivation world, this number can actually reflect a rough order of strength to a large extent. There are a total of 72 nascent soul cultivators, and Li Jun got the number 69. The reason why he is in the nascent soul pile is because the recent battles were recorded by the Great Wasteland Palace, so among all the 72 nascent soul cultivators, Li Jun is ranked 69th, which is quite a low position. Regarding this round of competition, the Great Wasteland Palace only opened a gambling game in the 8 duels between the Jindan cultivators. Looking at the burning wasteland continent, there are peerless geniuses who can defeat nascent soul opponents in the Jindan stage, but none of the geniuses who broke through to the nascent soul stage within 30 years who participated in the competition in front of the palace are easy to deal with. They all received more or less support from the sect's magic weapons, elixirs, etc., and they were not ordinary early nascent soul cultivators at all. It was almost impossible to reverse the situation when they were one level lower than these fully armed geniuses. In this case, the bet no longer had any meaning. 72 nascent soul contestants faced off against the 89th to 160th Golden Core contestants. The Great Wilderness Palace deliberately assigned the top 16 contestants of the Golden Core rank battle from the 72nd to the 88th to fight 8 evenly matched fierce battles. Even Li Jun did not expect that Zhao Qiankun would break out again and strongly defeat the master who was ranked 4th in the Golden Core rank battle before, and became one of the only 8 Golden Core cultivators in the top 80. I have seen this Zhao Qiankun and that Huo Xian many times. It turns out that these two people are from the Yanyang sect, which is also a small sect that is not very well known, similar to Tang Tingting's Tianmen sect. So far, among the many medium-sized sects, the Yanyang sect can definitely be said to be worth the trip. The sects participating in the palace competition almost included more than 90% of the forces in the burning wasteland continent. 10 super first-class forces and more than 40 first-class forces had a total of 70 contestants in the nascent soul stage. The remaining 2, one is a first-class spiritual root owner found by the old medium-sized sect Tianlang Mansion among the natives of the cultivation world. The other is Li Jun. Li Jun participated in the palace competition under the name of Tianmen's sect, because Li Jun's sect in another place did not recognize him here. These are 2 areas. The Great Wasteland Palace used a magic array to divide the central part of the square in front of the palace into 4 parts. As long as the attack did not reach the strength of the fusion stage, it would not pass through the magic array to affect the adjacent battlefield. 80 battles were carried out simultaneously in 4 arena spaces, saving a lot of time. After 20 rounds of battles, the top 80 in the palace competition were finally decided. There is a strange magic weapon called a telescope in the cultivation world. It does not improve combat effectiveness, but it is a very practical auxiliary magic weapon. Usually made into a pair, as long as the spiritual power is sufficient, the owners of these 2 telescopes can have virtual face-to-face communication thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away. In addition, the telescope has the function of delaying the scene. Use one telescope to capture the image, and, when you need to show this image to others, use the magic power to activate the other telescope. The principle is actually somewhat similar to those high-level spiritual tablets. The top 80 were all decided, and the Great Wilderness Hall began to use telescopes to reproduce the previous battles worth watching, and the gambling booths were busy again. Not long after the top 80 were all decided, the Great Wilderness Hall announced the list of the next round of battles. Li Jun looked at his opponent, and it was a coincidence that Li Jun's opponent in this round was another Yuanying stage disciple of the Mad Lion House, Wei Changyun. In order to make the battles in front of the hall more intense as the battles get later, when assigning opponents, the Great Wilderness Hall staggered the first 40 and the last 40. Although Wei Changyun was only the second best among the contestants of the Mad Lion Palace, he was ranked number 21 among all the nascent soul contestants. The years that Li Jun spent in Wuhua Palace were the time when the geniuses among this group of cultivators broke through to the nascent soul stage and went out to practice while consolidating their realm and making a name for themselves. Even Xiao Pengyu left Wuhua Palace for a period of time under the instruction of his master. During that time, Xiao Pengyu robbed spiritual mines, seized spiritual herbs, fought spiritual beasts, and destroyed evil cultivators, which made him quite famous. However, even so, Xiao Pengyu's number was only number 32. Since Wei Changyun got the number 21, it proved that what he did was far more shocking than Xiao Pengyu. After watching his own battle, Duan Chong also took a look at Wei Changyun's opponent. In the sect, he and Wei Changyun had a good relationship and often went out to practice together. After seeing that Wei Changyun's opponent was Li Jun, Duan Chong's interest immediately increased. Duan Chong looked around and found Li Jun and his party not far from a stall. Li Jun, who had a life-and-death feud with Lin Yifei, was definitely not going to live long in Duan Chong's opinion. Lin Yifei would definitely want to take revenge in person, and Duan Chong would not affect this process. But this did not affect Duan Chong's idea of having some fun with Li Jun before Lin Yifei took revenge. How can you offend me, Duan Chong, without paying a price? Not long after, Duan Chong and Wei Changyun appeared not far from Li Jun and others. Brother Wei, you should win this round of competition, right? About placing a bet on you and earn some spirit stones. Place as much as you can. An opponent numbered 69 can be defeated in a few minutes. It's just a pity that no one is betting against you, otherwise you can make some extra money. The Great Wilderness Hall opened a public welfare gambling game, and they did not expect to earn any spirit stones from these gambling games. Naturally, the Great Wilderness Hall would not take too many risks. The odds of most gambling games are floating. The winning party will divide the losing party's bets according to the betting ratio. At the beginning of the game, the Great Wilderness Palace also bet 1,000 and 5,000 spirit stones on Li Jun and Wei Changyun respectively, which set the tone for the gambling game. The game has been going on for a while, and the total number of spirit stones bet on Li Jun's victory is only more than 2,100, while the number of spirit stones bet on Wei Changyun's victory has exceeded 12,000. Duan Chong bet 10,000 spirit stones on Wei Changyun, and the total betting pool on Li Jun's side is less than 2,000 spirit stones. Even if he really wins, Duan Chong will still have to share the few spirit stones with others. The bet that Wei Changyun mentioned is that he wants Li Jun to take out a certain amount of spirit stones to bet against Duan Chong, and let the Great Wilderness Palace notarize it. If Wei Changyun wins, all of Li Jun's spirit stones will belong to Duan Chong and his friends. I'm afraid they don't dare. How can a kid who has never been heard of have that kind of confidence? Hey, why don't we go over and threaten them, or pay money to bet? Otherwise, in the next battle, you can severely punish him. Do you think he will surrender? How do you know if you don't try? When Master Feng of Xuanxi Mansion controlled Xiao Pengyu, everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Pengyu, and no one noticed how the Xuanxi Mansion disciple was injured by Li Jun. When the man started shouting, everyone focused their attention on him, and because the man was still in a coma, Master Feng didn't know who hurt him. When Master Feng talked to Duan Chong, he just said that they found the Yunling grass, and then Li Jun and others who came over wanted to rob it, and then they didn't know how to sneak attack their junior brother, and seriously injured him, so the Xuanxi Mansion people had to leave helplessly. Duan Chong didn't know the strength of Li Jun and others. His understanding of Li Jun's strength was about the same as others. Li Jun was able to master the double rune combination on the talisman paper in the late Jindan stage, which proved that Li Jun's talent for refining equipment was not weak. However, in the early Yuanying stage, where it was impossible to complete the 3-rune combination, Li Jun was definitely stronger than ordinary equipment cultivators, but his strength was definitely limited. However, they did not know that Li Jun really did not take Wei Changyun seriously. Li Jun had figured it out a long time ago. Although he was not a person who liked to be high profile, revealing too many cards might cause others to think of killing people for treasures. However, if he wanted to win the title of Fenhuang Wuzi, to win fame for Qian Peak, it was obviously impossible not to reveal some cards. In order to obtain more mineral resources, this title was still very useful. As for how many cards to reveal, Li Jun had to see according to the situation. But since he was aiming at the Fenhuang Wuzi, Li Jun was not prepared to take an opponent numbered more than 20 seriously. After all, Li Jun's 5-element skills were indeed not very useful. However, if Duan Chong wanted to give him spirit stones, Li Jun really had no reason to refuse. So after Duan Chong and Wei Changyun performed what they thought was a superb provocation, and under the surprised gazes of Wen Wan and Xiao Pengyu, unlike his usual indifference, Li Jun looked at Duan Chong and Wei Changyun fiercely, with "I am very angry" written all over his face. Oh, some people seem very angry. But is anger useful? Aren't they still afraid to accept my bet? Don't go too far. Go too far? Who are you? Are you worthy of me bullying you? Don't take yourself too seriously. You forced me to do this. Tell me how big the bet is and I'll take it. Oh, you're quite generous, huh? Do you want to spend money to ward off disaster? How easy is that? A 1-to-1 bet of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dare you take it? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? If you put it directly into the gambling pool of the Great Wilderness Palace, the odds will be more than 1-to-1. You want a 5-to-1 payout? Don't dream on the spur of the moment. I won't bother with you much. I'll pay out these 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and as long as you can take out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, the bet will be considered a done deal. You forced me to do this. Li Jun turned to Wenwan and the others with an angry look on his face. Who of you has spirit stones? I'll lend you some. Tong Ting Ting, Wenwan, and Xiao Pengyu were all wealthy people, and they didn't think much about it. They each gave Li Jun several thousand spirit stones. Li Jun knew that he would win, so he didn't say much. He took 1,500 spirit stones from Tong Ting Ting, Wenwan, and Xiao Pengyu, and added his original 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to make up 10,000. Then he and Duan Chong came to the table to complete the certification. Duan Chong looked arrogant. In his opinion, his provocation was a perfect success. In order to fight for a moment, Li Jun borrowed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and gambled with Duan Chong. But 10,000 spirit stones were enough for Li Jun to bear for a while. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were definitely a huge sum of money for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. With 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was enough to directly buy 2 low-grade treasures. Most cultivators, even in the late nascent soul stage, might not be able to own 2 low-grade treasures. I'm embarrassed to earn so much from these spirit stones. Be content. Even 10,000 spirits can't stop your big mouth. Ah ha ha! The two laughed and walked away, and the people nearby couldn't help but look at them. In a blink of an eye, Li Jun and the others chatted again, as if nothing had happened. In the last round of competition, most of them were collisions between Yuanjing and Jindan cultivators, and there were not many evenly matched battles. When the Great Wilderness Palace chose to replay the exciting competitions, in addition to the peak duels of the Jindan stage, it also replayed the 10 battles of the 10 heroes. These 10 battles were also the first battles of the 10 heroes in this palace competition, and everyone generally saw the 10 heroes take action for the first time. Of course, all of them advanced strongly. However, in the 10 overwhelming victories, 4 of them almost killed instantly, which attracted more attention and made everyone curious about how strong they were. Lei Yu used the 5 Thunders Righteous method to blast his opponent into submission. Ping Xuan used the Wind Escape to instantly appear behind his opponent and hold his back. Lin Yifei's 3 Flying Swords rushed to his opponent in a moment, and the first sword made his shield dim. The opponent looked at the other 2 identical flying swords floating in front of him and quickly shouted to surrender. Gong Ruoqing's opponent even started to vomit blood inexplicably when the competition just started. In addition to these 4 battles, the other 6 battles of the 10 heroes were resolved in a very short time, but they were not as thrilling as the opponents were killed instantly. When the ring battle was going on, these 4 battles had caused quite a stir, and when they were replayed, those who had been paying attention to other ring battles finally saw the strength of these 4 people. Everyone started to discuss enthusiastically with people they knew nearby again, and the sound of Lang continued for a long time above the square in front of the palace. After giving the contestants enough time to recover, the battle of 80 to 40 finally began. Xiao Pengyu came on the field before Li Jun and performed quite well. The weapon cultivator numbered 51 was no match for Xiao Pengyu. After Xiao Pengyu easily blocked all his attacks, the weapon cultivator realized the gap and left the stage after being polite to Xiao Pengyu. Li Jun had just invested his last 500 low-grade spirit stones in the bet on the battle between Li Jun and Wei Changyan in the Great Wilderness Palace. Otherwise, he could have made a small profit by betting on Xiao Pengyu. Not long after, it was finally time for Li Jun and Wei Changyan to face off. The arena was just ready, and Wei Changyan flew to the center of the battlefield in the first place with his flying sword. The cultivators in the nascent soul stage can barely fly in the air by virtue of their harmony with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. But after all, their realm is still low, and they can only barely match the spiritual power of heaven and earth, so it is faster to use flying magic weapons. Before the disciples of the Mad Lion Mansion can reach the fusion stage, they usually get a flying magic weapon that is good at short-distance advances. After being able to fly in the air, the disciples of the Mad Lion House usually also have some powerful magic weapons that can attack from a distance to deal with various possible situations. The flying sword can not only fly, but also has a strong long-range attack. so it has become the first choice of backup magic weapon for the disciples of the Mad Lion House. Li Jun used the flying sword and flew to his own opening position on the battlefield while looking back and forth at the familiar people who came nearby. Wen Wan, Tong Tingting, Xiao Pengyu, all of them were waiting for this exciting battle on the sidelines. Another disciple of the Wanjian sect happened to be fighting at the same time, and only Lin Yifei came to Li Jun's side to wait and see Li Jun's next battle. Duan Chong also came to Lin Yifei and said something to Lin Yifei with a smile on his face. Li Jun stood still in the air, and the flying sword flew out from under his feet and was collected by Li Jun. Then Li Jun stood on the stage with his bare hands. The people around him were confused. Why didn't Li Jun use his magic weapon? Whether it was equipment or something else, the spectators didn't know. The battle finally began. Wei Changjin used his flying sword to rush towards Li Jun. Li Jun immediately released the Earth Cone technique and hit him. The disciples of the Mad Lion Mansion are good at close combat. If they can't even get close to their opponents, how can the Mad Lion Mansion become one of the four worlds? Wei Changjun made a sharp turn in the air and rubbed the edge of the huge Earth Cone. The Earth Cone hit the shield on the edge of the ring and dissipated. However, just after dodging the Earth Cone technique, Wei Changjun saw a huge stone coming to him. Li Jun released the giant stone technique and spun towards Wei Changjun. When Wei Changjun was blocked by the Earth Cone technique, Li Jun knew that the Earth Cone technique should not hurt Wei Changjun, but Li Jun couldn't completely confirm which direction Wei Changjun would dodge from, so Li Jun directly released two skills, Giant Stone Technique and Stone Wind, which appeared in the lower right and upper right directions of the Earth Cone technique respectively. After Wei Changjun dodged the Earth Cone technique, he ran into the Giant Stone technique. Wei Changjun did not think much about it. He quickly placed the top-level Qingyun shield in front of him and sent the Giant Stone technique flying. Wei Changjun continued to charge forward with his flying sword. Li Jun did not stop his skills. He immediately released the Ice Crusher. Dense small ice cubes appeared out of thin air and shot at Wei Changjun like sharp swords. Li Jun had a calm face. He retreated while assessing Wei Changjun's situation and finally made a decision. A ray of lightning shot out from his palm thunder, and rushed to Wei Changjun first. The power of the lightning suddenly caused a burst of surprise among the audience outside the venue. There were quite a few discerning spectators present. Many people saw that Li Jun's lightning attack this time was stronger than some of the lightning spells in the previous battles. It proved that the level of this lightning technique must be not low. Wei Changjun turned his head and saw the lightning that was already close at hand. He did not dare to neglect to move the Qingyun shield over. Seeing the speed and power of the lightning, Wei Changjun thought about it and moved the low-grade treasure Xuanfeng shield that he was protecting by his side to a position not far behind the Qingyun shield. The lightning hit Wei Changyun's Qingyun shield. With a roar, the spiritual power on the Qingyun shield scattered, and then the Qingyun shield and the lightning hit the Xuanfeng shield behind it. The skill of Palm Thunder was finally blocked. The onlookers also saw that Li Jun's attack was not simple, but no one had a deeper understanding than Wei Changjun himself. Although the Qingyun shield that he blocked in front was only a magic weapon of the top level, his own strength in the nascent soul stage, plus the special effect of the magic power generated by the soul-devouring technique on defense, the defensive ability of the Qingyun shield should be quite strong in the early stage of the nascent soul. But Li Jun's attack almost broke through the defense of the Qingyun shield. Li Jun's realm was only the late Jindan stage, but he could actually release such a domineering thunder-type technique. Wei Changjun had an idea in his heart that Li Jun's technique must be special. Otherwise, it would be impossible to release such a powerful move without any magic weapon. Others who knew about Wei Changjun's defensive ability soon had similar ideas. Li Jun smiled slightly when he saw that his thunder-type skill was so domineering. Then he released the Thunderball skill, but the power was still far behind the Palm Thunder. Wei Changjun blocked the attack of the Thunderball with the Xuanfeng shield, and then attacked again with the Qingyun shield that had just stabilized, while Li Jun used the Earth Shield skill to defend. The closer to the monk himself, the faster the monk can replenish the mana in the magic weapon. Wei Changjun should be able to replenish it soon, but the strength of the Palm Thunder was not something he could make up for in a short time. At this time, the Palm Thunder skill had cooled down and was released by Li Jun again. Wei Changjun did not dare to neglect it and quickly blocked it with the low-grade treasure-level Xuanfeng shield. Although the Palm Thunder that showed the level of a mid-grade treasure was strong, it could not reach the level of absolute suppression against the low-grade defensive treasure. Xuanfeng shield controlled by the spiritual cultivator, Wei Changjun of the same realm and with more powerful magic power, which was almost in its complete state. The speed of the Palm Thunder skill is much faster than those low-level skills. When the Thunderball and Fireball were still halfway, Li Jun's Palm Thunder rushed to Wei Changyun first. Wei Changyun's Xuanfeng shield was on top, and the Palm Thunder was forced back again. Without giving Wei Changyun much time to recover, the Thunderball and Fireball finally caught up again. The Xuanfeng shield and Qingyun shield were on top again. Li Jun's frequent and fierce attack of skills dazzled the surrounding audience. The power of Li Jun's Palm Thunder might be a mid-grade treasure-level skill, and the news of such skills quickly spread among the crowd. However, Li Jun's offensive was blocked by Wei Changyun. In the 4 battles that were carried out at the same time, the other ones were the top 30 players against the opponents after the 50th, and the contrast between the strong and the weak was very obvious. In comparison, the battle between Li Jun and Wei Changyun has undoubtedly become the most intense, ongoing battle. The 4 flying mountains and the opponents flying in the air around them have all shifted their attention to the battle between Li Jun and Wei Changyun. While the audience was cheering for Wei Changyun's flawless defense, Wei Changyun himself had some bitterness. Wei Changyun's face was unconsciously pale. That's right, Li Jun's offensives so far have indeed been blocked by him, but his mana is also rapidly consumed by Li Jun's swift offensive. He consumed 1/3 of his mana in 2 minutes after the battle began, which has never happened in Wei Changyun's battles with opponents of the same level. The reason why the disciples of the Mad Lion Mansion are strong is that they can use the new mana generated by the soul-devouring technique to consume the opponent's mana in advance. And now, Wei Changyun knows very well that if this continues, he will be the first to run out of mana before he rushes to Li Jun. The offensive of Li Jun's 3 magic weapons has just been repelled, and Wei Changyun looked at Li Jun fiercely. Wei Changyun bit his fingertips, and a mysterious blood-colored symbol condensed in the air. Li Jun quickly saw that it was a double rune combination talisman, but the basic runes that made up the talisman were not any of the ones Li Jun knew. But Li Jun almost guessed the function of this double rune combination talisman. Fire cultivators have their own true fire, sword cultivators have their own sword essence, and spiritual cultivators have only strong mana. In terms of combat power, it seems that spiritual cultivators are at a disadvantage. But spiritual cultivators still exist today after tens of thousands of years, and even still occupy a dominant position in the world of cultivation. Naturally, there is a reason. In the more advanced realms, the advantage of spiritual cultivators lies in the speed of cultivation. Half of all the geniuses who broke through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 30 in this palace competition were spiritual cultivators. And when the realm is advanced, the combat power of spiritual cultivators is often not the weaker side, relying on the spiritual cultivation secret method. The spiritual cultivation secret method is not a secret method that can only be used by spiritual cultivators. In essence, it is a state-type gain spell. When using the spiritual cultivation secret method, the meridian barrier in the spiritual cultivator's body temporarily fades, and the total amount of mana remains unchanged, but the speed at which the spiritual cultivator mobilizes mana from the Dantian increases significantly. In a short period of time, whether it is casting spells, using magic weapons, or other activities related to mana, the efficiency will be greatly improved. The external manifestation of using the spiritual cultivation secret method is that the spiritual cultivator can cast high-level spells that were difficult to cast before, and cast spells that were previously known and can infuse more mana into them to bring stronger spell power. Infusing more mana into the same magic weapon makes the same magic weapon have greater power. The reason why it is called the spiritual cultivation secret method is that fire cultivators and sword cultivators do not have much mana themselves. In a battle of equal strength, mana is often the first to be exhausted. Therefore, the secret method that only increases the speed of mana consumption without increasing the total amount of mana is not of much value to fire cultivators and sword cultivators. Only spiritual cultivators can burst out with greater combat power after using the spiritual cultivation secret method. Spiritual cultivation secrets usually need to be cultivated after reaching a certain realm, but the Mad Lion Mansion, which is a super first-class force in the Burning Wasteland continent, and is not weak among the super first-class forces, happens to have a widely known spiritual cultivation secret that can be cultivated in the nascent soul stage. Wei Changyun drew the mysterious double rune combination, and the spectators quickly began to suspect that Wei Changyun was going to use the Yellow Lion spell of the Mad Lion Mansion. However, Duanchong and others who knew clearly that Wei Changyun had indeed barely mastered the Yellow Lion spell quickly changed their faces. The Yellow Lion spell is indeed a rare spiritual cultivation secret that can be cultivated by nascent soul cultivators, but the powerful combat power that bursts out in a short period of time certainly does not come without any price. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to just use the Yellow Lion spell whenever there is a battle in the future? After using the Yellow Lion spell, the meridian barriers in the Mad Lion Mansion cultivators' bodies disappear, and the mana can move freely in the body, which accelerates the maximum output of mana as quickly as possible, thereby achieving the result of improving combat power. However, after the effect of the Yellow Lion spell has worn off, the mana remaining in the non-meridian area of the body will become a burden on the cultivator's body. In addition to affecting the normal operation of the cultivator's mana, the remaining mana will also bring the cultivator a continuous and unusual pain. This is an internal injury. Every time a spiritual practitioner uses a spiritual cultivation secret method, similar to the Yellow Lion spell, he has to spend a lot of time to regulate this internal injury until the remaining mana is eliminated. Only then can the spiritual practitioner practice and fight normally again. The 49-year palace competition cannot represent the highest level of the disciples of the Crazy Lion Mansion. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Duanchong also knows that among the 19th generation of disciples of the Crazy Lion Mansion, there are indeed several who are more talented than him. However, Wei Changyun, who was able to successfully practice the Yellow Lion spell in the early stage of the nascent soul, can definitely be called a rare genius in the Crazy Lion Mansion. Among the disciples who entered the sect within 49 years, Wei Changyun's talent is slightly worse than Duanchong. Li Jun and his companions had previously faced Master Feng of the mysterious Lion Mansion, who was using the mid-level treasure-level Crazy Lion scaled rock arm, but he was not necessarily a match for Wei Changyun. However, Li Jun forced Wei Changyun to use the Yellow Lion spell just 2 minutes into the fight. For the first time, Duanchong began to take Li Jun's strength seriously. This kid's strength was not as bad as he had imagined. After Wei Changyun successfully performed the Yellow Lion spell with his own life essence, he immediately felt the surging spiritual power in his body. However, Wei Changyun knew that this state could only last for a short time. He quickly followed his previous idea, put away the Qingyun shield and used only the Xuanfeng shield to block behind him, and used all his strength to control the flying sword under his feet to rush towards Li Jun. Although the cultivators of the Crazy Lion Mansion have different fighting styles, they are still spiritual cultivators in essence. The speed of spiritual cultivation to subdue magic weapons is indeed much slower than that of instrument cultivation with innate true fire. Wei Changyun has broken through to the nascent soul stage for more than 5 years, but it is inevitable that he lags behind the progress of instrument cultivation in subduing the 3 commonly used magic weapons. Before, when he was distracted to control the 3 magic weapons, especially focusing on the Qingyun shield and the Xuanfeng shield, Wei Changyun's flying sword speed actually had a lot of room for improvement. But if he had taken back the Qingyun shield at that time, the Xuanfeng shield alone would have been difficult to block all of Li Jun's attacks. However, the situation is finally different now. After Wei Changyun cast the Yellow Lion spell, the same Xuanfeng shield can barely block Li Jun's attacks. If Wei Changyun wants to defeat Li Jun before the Yellow Lion spell time passes, or before his mana is exhausted, the first thing he needs to do is to get close to Li Jun as soon as possible to let the soul-devouring technique take effect. After the monks advance to the nascent soul stage, the Qinggong of the mortal world has become a joke. Even if they do not use flying magic weapons and just fly in the air, the speed they can reach has already far exceeded the maximum speed that can be achieved by ordinary Qinggong. However, the speed of flying in the air is quite different from that of flying magic weapons. Li Jun retreated with all his strength, but Wei Changyun's flying speed was at least twice that of Li Jun, and the distance between the 2 sides was rapidly shortening. Seeing this, Li Jun was not panicked. It seems that it is not so easy to get close. Gravel tornado. A huge tornado appeared in front of Li Jun in an instant, with dense gravel spinning on it. These gravels are not ordinary, and their hardness can break the defense of the middle and even late nascent soul stage, and rushed straight to Wei Changyun to kill him. It has great power, but its disadvantage is that it is a bit slow. Fortunately, it has a wide range. This is Li Jun's evaluation after releasing the skill. After Wei Changyun performed the Yellow Lion spell, the speed of the flying sword under his feet has been greatly improved. After putting away the Qingyun shield, the speed has risen again on this basis, and it is not much slower than most sword cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. However, this sudden huge tornado made Wei Changyun's speed stagnate. Although the gravel tornado is not that fast, it has a huge suction force, so Wei Changyun has to guard against it. The flying sword was put away. Wei Changyun sacrificed the Qingyun shield and used the Xuanfeng shield to continue to resist Li Jun's other small attacks. At the same time, he used the Qingyun shield to hit Li Jun's gravel tornado. After a burst of gravel, Wei Changyun actually broke the gravel tornado. But he was also quite embarrassed, and the Qingyun shield consumed a lot of mana. Li Jun smiled and didn't care when he saw this. At this time, Wei Changyun had already approached Li Jun. After approaching the opponent, the disciples of the Mad Lion Mansion can use the soul-devouring technique to consume the opponent's mana, while the opponents of the Mad Lion Mansion are inevitably a little stretched when they attack. This is one of the main reasons why the disciples of the Mad Lion Mansion are difficult to deal with. But for Li Jun, these are not a problem. Directly use the wood skill, Ray Flying, and in an instant, dense vines appear around Li Jun to protect him, and then the vines fly, and dozens of vines attack and whip Wei Changyun. For a while, a series of bangs broke out between the Qingyun shield and the vines. Wei Changyun couldn't move forward again. This as Li Jun smiled slightly, and another palm thunder shot out from his right hand, bombarding the Qingyun shield. With a bang, the shield was immediately connected to the person, and Wei Changyun was directly repelled dozens of meters away. In order to resolve the strong impact of the palm thunder, Wei Changyun still consumed a lot of mana. When Wei Changyun recovered from the shock, he looked at Li Jun again, and there was some distance between them. Wei Changyun rushed towards Li Jun, while Li Jun used another wood skill, Rattan Weaving Prison, and Rattan appeared out of thin air and instantly trapped Wei Changyun. Wei Changyun had no choice but to break it open with force, but when he rushed out of the Rattan Weaving Prison, he used wood stake technique again, and big wood as thick and hard as a person's body shot at Wei Changyun one after another. Li Jun stood in the distance and used various skills. Whenever Wei Changyun rushed over from which direction, Li Jun immediately used a wave of auxiliary skills and attack skills, which made Wei Changyun dizzy. Wei Changyun once again sacrificed the flying sword, and his speed suddenly increased again, and he rushed to Li Jun again. However, he was repelled by Li Jun's palm thunder. After forcing Wei Changyun back with the palm thunder, Li Jun actually made a thumbs-down gesture towards Wei Changyun. Wei Changyun was already at the end of his strength, and after this outburst, he was finally a little powerless. Soon, not knowing whether his mana was about to run out or the time for the Yellow Lion spell was about to expire, Wei Changyun's face turned livid and signaled to the referee of the Great Wilderness Hall to admit defeat. Tang Tingting and others cheered, but after all, they were still prepared for Li Jun's strength. When Wei Changyun performed the Yellow Lion spell, they were a little worried, but they were not too surprised that Li Jun could defeat Wei Changyun. Li Jun smiled at Wenwan and others from a distance. Li Jun used his flying sword to follow Wei Changyun not far behind and flew down the battlefield from the direction close to Duanchong. The purpose was nothing else but to make things difficult for Duanchong. Li Jun was not a person who held grudges, but Duanchong used 2 or 3 meetings in just a few days to make Li Jun remember him. It must be said that Duanchong's personality charm is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Looking at Duanchong's livid face, Li Jun knew that his goal had been achieved, and finally he did not continue to approach Duanchong. Li Jun laughed and flew towards Wenwan and others. Wenwan, Lin Kun and others and Li Jun came to a gambling table. Li Jun showed the gambling receipt, and Duanchong's 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and Li Jun and others' 10,000 spirit stones were all in his hands. This is a considerable windfall, and most of the cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage may not have such a family background. Wenwan, Tang Tingting, and Xiao Pengyu each took more than 6,000, and the remaining more than 20,000 low-grade spirit stones all went into Li Jun's backpack. Several people only wanted to take the amount borrowed by Li Jun, but under Li Jun's insistence, everyone did not refuse too much. More than 6,000 low-grade spirit stones are not too little for Wenwan and the other two. When assigning opponents, the Great Wilderness Palace will try to avoid the situation where 2 strong people meet, so before this, the gap in strength between the 2 sides of the battle is still quite obvious. A few battles between the 30s and 40s were quite exciting, but the most exciting one was the duel between Li Jun and Wei Changyun. After this round of competition, the contestants healed their wounds and restored their mana. In the sky in the center of the square, the first thing to play was the battle between Li Jun and Wei Changyun. The fighting style of the Crazy Lion House is still the most restraining to the sword cultivators. In order for the sword cultivators' flying swords to reach the strongest power, they often have to have a very fast speed. In the state of high-speed flight, even the sword cultivators who use their own sword essence to control the flying swords have difficulty turning the flying swords in an instant. Therefore, if they want to attack the disciples of the Crazy Lion House with all their strength, the sword cultivators themselves have to bear a considerable risk of accidentally injuring themselves. Especially if the flying swords are knocked away by the Crazy Lion House with a shield magic weapon or a replica of the Crazy Lion's unicorn arm, this risk will be greatly increased. However, Li Jun's various skills are not something that the disciples of the Crazy Lion House can ignore. To be fair, in the battle with Li Jun, Wei Changyun was indeed somewhat restrained by Li Jun's fighting style. But to be able to defeat Wei Changyun by relying on this restraint, Li Jun's fighting power must be at least similar to Wei Changyun. After the battle between Li Jun and Wei Changyun was played, the next battle was between the contestants ranked in the 30s and the contestants ranked in the 40s. These Yuanying period cultivators have made a strong reputation in the cultivation world, and their fighting power is indeed quite close. Li Jun also took the time to watch a few games, and the battle was indeed quite intense. It didn't take long for the Great Wilderness Hall to announce the matchup chart for the next round of competition. Li Jun defeated Wei Changyan, who was numbered 21, and the Great Wilderness Hall must have re-evaluated Li Jun's strength. This time in the battle of 40-20, the opponent assigned to Li Jun by the Great Wilderness Hall was Yi Chen, a disciple of Jingyun Ancient Temple, whose number was 18, which was almost exactly one of the opponents that Wei Changyan might face if he advanced. In fact, the reason why Li Jun was assigned the opponent ranked 18th instead of 20th was also because of the latest assessment of Li Jun's strength by the Great Wilderness Palace. In the battle with Wei Changyan, Li Jun's various skills at the beginning were instant and did not require any magic weapons. It attracted a lot of attention. The power of Palm Thunder was finally determined by the Great Wilderness Palace to be the power of a magic weapon of the middle grade treasure level or above. Therefore, Li Jun became the 8th person known to have a middle grade magic weapon in this palace competition. However, Li Jun used a middle grade magic weapon with 2 top-level magic weapons, and finally only barely defeated Wei Changyun under the condition of restraining Wei Changyun in his fighting style. Everyone, including the Great Wilderness Palace, finally began to doubt Li Jun's own strength. But what they didn't know was that Li Jun had already upgraded at this time and reached the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Ding! Congratulations to the protagonist for successfully participating in the Alien World event and achieving very good results. In order to prevent the protagonist from dying easily, the cultivation level is hereby increased to early nascent soul stage, early stage. Award 1 gold ore and 1 nascent soul fur. Li Jun did not say anything after hearing the system's voice, but just smiled on the surface. After a few more rewards, I can summon the 2nd gold medal, and there will be 2 masters in the god transformation stage. Haha! My strength is almost the same as the gentle Wuhua Palace. The Great Wilderness Hall gave Li Jun and other contestants 8 hours of recovery time. After playing the exciting battles of the previous round many times, the Great Wilderness Hall replayed the game records of all the top 40 contestants and their battles in units of people. After learning about his opponent, Li Jun paid special attention to the 2 battles that Yi Chen had fought so far. In the first battle, Yi Chen's opponent was a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, who had no research value at all. The time of that competition was also very short, and the battle was over before Yi Chen had much time to play. And Yi Chen's second battle was finally worth watching. The 5 Elements sect is good at the 5 Elements magic, and the combination of the 5 Elements magic can often produce quite impressive combat power. However, human energy is limited after all, so it is often better to specialize in magic of one attribute in the early stage. Lei Yu has excellent talent and started to practice the 2nd attribute early. He is currently specialized in the magic of earth and fire. Relying on the resonance between earth and fire, he can even perform the incomplete 5 thunders. In addition to Lei Yu, the other 2 disciples of the 5 Elements sect who have advanced to the nascent soul stage are only specialized in single attribute spells, and they are all specialized in fire attribute spells. After all, the fire attribute is indeed the strongest attribute in terms of attack power. If you choose to specialize in water and wood attributes in the early stage, you may have some advantages in other aspects, but you will definitely be a little weak in direct combat power. Yi Chen's opponent Wu Hao, his fire attribute spells already have quite impressive power. Wu Hao's main magic weapon is not like the general magic weapon used directly for attack and defense, but a dead wood staff used to amplify the power of fire attribute spells. The fire attribute spells, which are already powerful, are combined with the deadwood staff that amplifies the fire attribute spells to reach the level of a lower grade treasure. Wu Hao's burst of combat power is quite impressive. Yi Chen is a standard Buddhist cultivator. There is a big difference between the Buddhist Dharma practiced by Buddhists and the magic practiced by ordinary cultivators. The Buddha power cultivated is very different from ordinary magic power, and the fighting style is also very different from that of ordinary cultivators. It is far from being clear in 2 sentences to say who is stronger and who is weaker. There are some super Buddhist sects in the cultivation world that can be said to dominate one side, which is incomparable to forces like the Great Wilderness Palace and the Burning Heaven Palace. However, in the Burning Desolate Continent, Buddhists are indeed much weaker. The Jingyun Ancient Temple, the first Buddhist sect in the Burning Desolate Continent, has a comprehensive strength at the level of first-class forces. It is not even ranked in the top 5 among first-class forces, let alone compared with super first-class forces, such as the 2 gates, 4 sects, and 4 worlds. However, As the most outstanding disciple of the Buddhist sect in the burning desolate continent in the past 49 years, Li Jun's strength has indeed reached a point that any cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul cannot ignore. Buddhists emphasize compassion, and in terms of fighting style, Buddhist disciples rarely have any offensive means with too strong destructive power. One of the most well-known characteristics of Buddhist disciples is their strong defensive ability. Li Jun didn't have any defensive magic weapon, and Wu Hao's crazy fire attribute spells were blocked by Li Jun. The golden light on Li Jun's body surface changed from bright to dim, which was definitely not without any damage, but from the outside, Li Jun was not really injured. Li Jun's defensive ability is so outstanding, so of course his attack must be weaker. Li Jun is a rare nascent soul cultivator who only used 2 magic weapons in this palace competition. The power of the Vajra subduing demon pestle and the great sun thunder sound bowl cannot be said to be too weak, but in the palace competition where geniuses gather, this offensive is indeed a little weak. Fortunately, Wu Hao's magic power was exhausted in the battle with Wu Hao. Wu Hao saw that there was no hope of victory, and Li Jun's Vajra subduing demon pestle and the great sun thunder sound bowl still had sufficient Buddha power, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. After Li Jun studied the battle between Li Jun and Wu Hao several times, the palace competition of 40-20 officially began. Xiao Pengyu went on the field before Li Jun, but Li Jun and others did not have high expectations for Xiao Pengyu in this battle. Xiao Pengyu's number is 32, which is a number that fits Xiao Pengyu's own strength. Xiao Pengyu won the previous few battles relatively easily. But in this round, his opponent is one of the 10 heroes, Qinglong Valley Long Hao. The so-called 10 heroes are a list drawn up by the gossipers after comprehensive examination based on the background of power, the combat effectiveness that has been shown in the world of cultivation, and the reputation that has been made. The world of cultivation is a world where the strong are respected. If you don't make a name for yourself, it may be because you have been concentrating on cultivation and have not been in the world of cultivation. Your strength is stronger than the possible strength represented by your reputation. However, if your strength and reputation do not match the Lang Lang reputation, you should have become a stepping stone for others to dominate the world of cultivation. Long Hao's claim to be the best defense among the contestants in this palace competition is not just talk. The defense of the large leaf dragon's scale armor that has reached the level of a medium-grade treasure is unparalleled. Although Long Hao's opponent in the last round of battle was not very strong, he had some friendship with Long Hao. Long Hao just floated in the air and let the weapon cultivator attack him with all his strength for a while. Not to mention being injured, he didn't even move. Xiao Pengyu's strength is still much stronger than that weapon cultivator who just entered the nascent soul stage, but it is indeed unrealistic to say that he can defeat Long Hao. This battle was as expected by everyone. Although Xiao Pengyu fought with all his strength, he ended up losing. Not long after, it was finally the battle between Li Jun and Yi Chen. Li Jun stood in the air and quickly played various small skills to test the water first. Then Palm Thunder followed, and flew in front of Yi Chen first. Yi Chen controlled the Vajra subduing demon pestle and hit him hard. With a roar, the Vajra subduing demon pestle flew back and the Palm Thunder dissipated. The level of the Vajra subduing demon pestle is definitely not as high as the power of the Palm Thunder, but brute force is also a major force against Buddhism. For example, the body can resist thunder and refine the body, which is itself a major feature of the collision magic weapon, controlled by Buddhist monks with the power of Buddha. Although the violent collision may not have much damage, the brute force is enough to surpass the level of magic weapon to repel Li Jun's Palm Thunder, which is acceptable. Li Jun's other skills also went hand in hand and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen's Vajra subduing demon pestle and the great sun thunder sound bowl blocked Li Jun's small skill offensive. However, at this time, Li Jun released the 8 directions thunder, and 8 lightning bolts approached Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen controlled the great sun thunder sound bowl of the lower grade treasure level and barely moved sideways to finally block the attack of the 8 directions thunder. However, not long after, Li Jun's Palm Thunder and various fireballs, ice cones, etc. approached Yi Chen almost at the same time. Yi Chen frowned as he watched the 3 magic weapons approaching him. He gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. The string of Buddhist beads on Yi Chen's neck moved without wind, quickly left Yi Chen and flew fiercely towards the Palm Thunder, another magic weapon. He defeated Wu Hao, who was quite powerful in the 5 Elements sect, with the 2 magic weapons, the Vajra subduing demon pestle and the Candle Yin bowl. Now, Yi Chen has used his 3rd magic weapon. It is more difficult to subdue a magic weapon suitable for Buddhist practitioners with the power of Buddha than to subdue it under normal circumstances. Originally, Yi Chen only used 2 magic weapons to fight, and the audience in front of the hall thought that Yi Chen had only subdued these 2 magic weapons. Now everyone knows that Yi Chen actually hid his strength. The Buddhist beads are not a magic weapon like the turbid sound bowl that is used for direct collision. It is more of a side door magic weapon that has miraculous effects against evil practitioners, demons, and monsters. But under the cover of Yi Jun's Buddha power, it still has a very good impact. A string of Buddhist beads collided with the lightning of Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder was still stronger, knocking the Buddhist beads back together. However, as the resistance from the Buddhist beads gradually increased, Palm Thunder finally dissipated. But Yi Chen rarely felt uncomfortable. He felt that Li Jun's moves were like some disposable consumables. As long as these consumables were enough, he, Li Jun, could release various powerful moves continuously, which made people very uncomfortable. Fighting with ordinary cultivators is not the main function of this string of Buddhist beads, but this string of Buddhist beads hidden by Yi Chen is at least a magic weapon of the lower grade treasure level. Under the control of Yi Chen's Buddhist power, it still exerted considerable combat power. Yi Chen used the 3 lower grade treasures of the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl, the Dustless Zen Beads, and the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle to stalemate with Li Jun's various skills. To be fair, Yi Chen was already proud enough. After all, Li Jun's skills were of the power of the middle grade treasure level, which was indeed much stronger than his lower grade treasure, and Buddhist cultivators were not very strong in attack ability. Li Jun didn't feel anything after the stalemate, but Yi Chen gradually became anxious. The current situation was indeed not good for Yi Chen. The Buddha power of Buddhist practitioners was very effective in dealing with spell damage, especially the damage from evil practitioners and demons, but it could not show this advantage in the collision of magic weapons. Moreover, Li Jun was not a magic weapon, but a skill. Isn't it infuriating? Li Jun's Palm Thunder and 8-Direction Thunder were indeed powerful. Yi Chen's Buddha power covering the 3 magic weapons was rapidly consumed. Buddha power had an advantage in defense, but Yi Chen could not ignore Li Jun's attack like he did against Wu Hao. For the other small skills, Yi Chen could mobilize the powerful Buddha power in his body to fight against the opponent's attack. Only Palm Thunder was not good. This attack method concentrated the attack power on one point, and it was extremely powerful. Yi Chen did not dare to use only his Buddha power to try to resist the Palm Thunder. The Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl and the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle resolved Li Jun's attack one after another. When Wu Chen Zen Beads once again resisted the Palm Thunder, the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl and the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle made new movements. The main body of the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle slowly floated into the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl. The upper part of the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle did not move, but the lower part shook slightly and hit the inner wall of the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl. The world roared. The collision of metal and iron caused the resonance of the air. The sound instantly reached Li Jun. With a shockwave, Li Jun's body could not help but be shaken back a distance. However, the impact on the body was nothing. When the sound wave reached Li Jun suddenly felt that the world was stagnant, and there was a violent roar in his ears, and the blood in his body was instantly boiling. Soundwave attack, the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl and the Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle were not just 2 ordinary low-grade magic weapons, but a set of magic weapons that could perform soundwave attacks. Its actual value is already far higher than that of ordinary medium-grade treasures. It was not until then that many viewers knew why the bowl-shaped magic weapon Yi Chen announced by the Great Wilderness Hall was called the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl. It turned out that the masters of the Great Wilderness Hall had already determined the actual function of Yi Chen's magic weapon from the appearance of the magic weapon and some magic array fluctuations. A single soundwave attack generally does not cause much direct damage, but soundwave attacks are indeed the most difficult means of attack to defend against. Feeling the boiling blood in his body, Li Jun knew that Yi Chen's soundwave attack was not just a superficial effort. If it happened a few more times, he might really lose to the combined soundwave attack of these 2 low-grade treasures. Li Jun did not dare to neglect it. After a slight hesitation, he put on the Xuanbing shield, which really blocked the soundwave attack. Then he raised his right hand, and a thick lightning bolt struck the sky after a short time. Thunderstorm shooting. Then Li Jun used both hands to frantically send out various small skills in succession, and at the same time, he interspersed various thunder and earth spells to attack Yi Chen in an orderly manner. This situation caught the eyes of the spectators and quickly set off a wave of noise. The audience who were originally watching other ongoing battles also quickly shifted their attention to the battle between Li Jun and Yi Chen. There were several powerful moves in the thunder spell alone, and now there were earth spells interspersed. This operation made the audience's eyes light up. The many spectators of the competition in front of the hall finally confirmed that Li Jun's last battle was not a fluke. His own strength has indeed surpassed the level of the representative of number 21. At this time, everyone also knew that Li Jun's ability in the last battle was not all. Li Jun actually had the ability to hit a variety of different elements. The last battle with Wei Chongyun was just that there was no need to use multiple elements. Various attacks greeted Yi Chen in various ways. Such a wide variety of moves has exceeded the level of these cultivators controlling 4 magic weapons at the same time. Li Jun's powerful skills are all aimed at Yi Chen's magic weapon, trying to make his magic weapon have no mana. Yi Chen was a little helpless when he saw this. He could use his body's Buddhist power to resist some small skills, but this kind of powerful skills was not enough. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and grabbed a corner of his cassock from his shoulder with his backhand. He pulled it out and the cassock flew quickly into the sky. The 4th magic weapon. The cassock swelled with the wind and instantly became larger, resisting all of Li Jun's skills. Except for a few points on the cassock where pure Buddhist power remained, the Buddhist power in other places was generally very mixed. Due to some circumstances, Buddhist practitioners are slower than ordinary cultivators in subduing magic weapons. However, the steps of subduing are no different from those of ordinary cultivators. The first step is to infuse the essence of one's life into the center of the magic weapon array. Judging from the mixed Buddhist power, Yi Chen has only completed the initial subjugation of the cassock magic weapon. But even if the backup magic weapons were all low-grade treasures, Yi Chen's family background was already rich enough to be called rich. However, Yi Chen's Buddha power was not good enough after all. To block Li Jun's fierce attack, Yi Chen's Buddha power was consumed very quickly. Seeing that the cassock had a strong defensive effect, Li Jun did not need to use small skills, and directly used a set of big skills, Palm Thunder and 8-Direction Thunder, to bombard it at the same time. For a while, the lightning was raging, and after a while, Yi Chen's cassock magic weapon quickly became dim. Yi Chen stared at Li Jun for a while, took back the cassock and declared to the referee that he admitted defeat, and Li Jun smiled and nodded. After Yi Chen flew to the ground and picked up his 2 treasures, he turned around and flew out of the battlefield without looking at Li Jun again. Tens of thousands of spectators outside the field cheered. An unexpected strong duel. Yi Chen used the 2 magic weapons, the Vajra-subduing Demon Pestle and the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl, to break into the top 40 of the Hall Preview competition. His combat power is very strong. However, among the more than 10,000 spectators, no one knew that Yi Chen actually had 2 other magic weapons of the treasure level hidden, and the Great Sun Thunder Sound Bowl and the Vajra-subduing Demon Pestle were actually a set of magic weapons that could launch powerful sound wave attacks. If Yi Chen had shown all these trump cards when walking in the world of cultivation, his number in this Hall Preview competition would definitely not be just number 18, but at least he would have to move up 4 or 5 places. It is not impossible to be in the top 10 of the Hall Preview competition. However, Yi Chen's trump cards were all revealed and he still failed in the end. He lost to a disciple of a medium-sized sect and to a cultivator who was number 69 in the Hall Preview competition. Yi Chen must be very depressed. His goal of making a name for his sect was ultimately ended because of Li Jun, who showed up halfway. However, losers are destined to be ignored. The tens of thousands of spectators present raised a huge wave of voices, all of whom were discussing Li Jun, the grassroots cultivator who had made a comeback, especially the method that did not require any magic tools or magic treasures to attack. Everyone had never heard of it or seen it before. In this round of 40 to 20 competition, the Great Wilderness Palace still adopted the mode of 4 battles at the same time. In fact, only 5 rounds of competition are needed to complete this part of the competition. The competition between Li Jun and Yi Chen was in the 3rd round, and it was also the longest one in the 3rd round. Not long after Li Jun and Yi Chen left the stage, the 4th round of competition began. The competition going on above the square in front of the palace was fierce. Not long after the top 20 in the palace competition were decided, the story about Li Jun had quickly begun to spread among the crowd. In fact, about 60 to 70% of the contestants in this palace competition were those who were brought up from the mortal world that year. But among the 10 heroes, only Lin Yifei, a unique Xuanlingjin body, was a cultivation genius from the mortal world. In addition to Lin Yifei, among the people who were brought from the mortal world to the cultivation world, only Peng Fei from Xuanyan sect and Li Jun squeezed into the top 20 of the competition in front of the palace. The match map of the 20 to 10 competition was also announced early, and the Great Wilderness Palace still did not let the original 10 heroes meet each other in advance. But everyone knows that at this stage, it is difficult for even the 10 heroes to retain much strength. Li Jun's opponent is the most mysterious one among the 10 heroes, Gong Ruoqing from Zhulongzhu. Speaking of mystery, after several fierce battles, Gong Ruoqing's mysterious veil has actually faded a lot. Now these cultivators near the Great Wilderness Palace have figured out some of Gong Ruoqing's characteristics from the previous battles. Mind attack. Gong Ruoqing used mind attack to make the opponent lose the ability to resist in a moment in the first battle. Not long after the audience had this speculation, a series of information that few people knew began to circulate among the crowd. The so-called four heavens and earths are actually four caves and blessed places in different spaces from the world of cultivation. The four super first-class forces, Qinglong Valley, Julongju, Guangxi Mansion, and Longxi Heaven, are gradually established around the four isolated caves and blessed places. When the predecessors of Julongju first discovered this cave and blessed place, they named this space as Kanglong Valley. It is not because of anything else, but because there are a large number of dragon beasts that are almost extinct in the outside world. Dragon beasts are not real dragons. The legendary dragons are at least beyond the scope of human classification of spirit beasts. However, the dragon beasts in Kanglong Valley are generally not of low grade. Even the weaker ones are at least spirit beasts of the first grade of the earth rank. When converted into the strength of the world of cultivation, they are the combat power of the first grade of the earth realm. The strongest dragon species in Kanglong Valley is the Emperor Minglong, which has reached the 9th grade of the earth rank. It is not so easy to tame a spiritual beast. Only a very small number of people in Julongju gradually possess a dragon beast companion after their realm is improved. In the world of cultivation, if you see a dragon beast flying in the sky, then there is a 99% chance that it is someone from Julongju and a top figure from Julongju who is on the way. And taming dragon beasts is not the only benefit that Kanglong Valley gives to the disciples of Julongju. Where dragon beasts gather, there must be a dragon tomb, and Kanglong Valley is no exception. Before dying, dragon beasts will enter the dragon tomb as long as conditions permit and wait for death. And because of the structure of the dragon tomb, there are very few dragon beasts whose souls will not directly dissipate between heaven and earth in a short period of time after death, but form a wisp of residual soul wandering in the dragon tomb. After a long enough time, these residual souls gradually merge with the blood in the dragon tomb, resulting in a new phenomenon, dragon soul blood sacrifice. Flesh and blood creatures walk into the dragon tomb, and sometimes inexplicably complete the fit with a wisp of residual soul in the dragon tomb. So the dragon soul blood sacrifice occurs. The dragon soul blood sacrifice is a top opportunity that can improve the talent level of cultivators. Even if a person originally only possessed a third-class spiritual root, or even did not possess a third-class spiritual root, as long as he or she was truly compatible with a certain dragon soul, it was not impossible for all 5 spiritual roots to be upgraded to the first-class level after the dragon soul blood sacrifice. However, the most attractive thing about the dragon soul blood sacrifice was not the direct improvement of talent. Those who were qualified to enter the dragon tomb were all direct descendants of the older generation of Julongju, and they generally had a fairly strong talent level. Although the dragon soul blood sacrifice could turn mortals into first-class spiritual root owners, if they already had first-class spiritual roots, the improvement in talent was very limited. What attracted the disciples of Julongju the most about the dragon soul blood sacrifice was not the direct improvement in talent, but the other talents that the dragon soul blood sacrifice might bring to the recipients of the blood sacrifice. After being tempered by the dragon soul blood sacrifice, the disciples of Julongju often had some other talents. Some people gained a faster speed in refining the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Some people's physiques changed drastically. In addition to the improvement in their cultivation talents, they also had a physique that was extremely suitable for practicing escape techniques. But the most common is the direct strengthening of flesh and blood, and this level requires the cultivator to use mana to temper the flesh and blood, which is often more useful than a defensive magic weapon corresponding to the cultivator's level. Because the probability of the dragon soul blood sacrifice is extremely low, very few disciples of Julongju can trigger it. However, because of the value of the dragon soul blood sacrifice, Julongju will never let outsiders try to trigger the dragon soul blood sacrifice. For this reason, Julongju does not need to and will not easily accept disciples from the outside world. Julongju divides the dragon soul blood sacrifice that has occurred before into 4 levels: heaven, earth, and yellow. There is only one kind of heaven-level dragon soul blood sacrifice, and it has only appeared once in the thousands of years of history of Julongju. However, it is this kind of heaven-level dragon soul blood sacrifice that allows Julongju to transcend the first-class forces and grow into a member of the super first-class forces. The heaven-level dragon soul blood sacrifice has only appeared once since the discovery of this dragon tomb, and even the earth-level dragon soul blood sacrifice is a rare opportunity that only appears once in hundreds of years. Among the 4 known earth-level dragon soul blood sacrifices, one comes with the talent of mind attack, Fulong Xiaoyue. Mind attack does not necessarily come from the dragon soul blood sacrifice, but if Gong Ruoqing really triggered this dragon soul blood sacrifice called Fulong Xiaoyue, then it can be almost concluded that Gong Ruoqing is the most talented person in Julongju in the past 500 years. Of course, Having this super talent does not necessarily mean that Gong Ruoqing is really invincible. First of all, it is impossible for Gong Ruoqing to master mind attack for too long. Gong Ruoqing herself is still in the exploratory stage. It is almost impossible to dominate by relying on mind attack in the exploratory stage. In addition, even if Gong Ruoqing has mastered mind attack to a considerable extent, the situation will still not be that simple. Mind attack is more advanced than sonic attack, but it actually has a lot in common with sonic attack. In addition to being invisible and extremely difficult to defend, a very important common point is that it is also extremely divergent and extremely difficult to concentrate on attacking the same opponent. Each time you attack a single opponent, the consumption of yourself may be higher than the consumption of the enemy. Masters who can attack mind are stronger than facing multiple enemies with lower mental cultivation than themselves. In a one-on-one battle, this advantage will be much smaller. In the previous battle with another Yuanjing stage opponent, Gong Ruoqing's main fighting method was still the same as that of ordinary spiritual practitioners, but she used 2 mental attacks at critical moments. The 2 mental attacks caused Gong Ruoqing's opponent to have 2 similar dizziness states. Before the opponent recovered from the first mental attack, Gong Ruoqing took this opportunity to let several of her magic weapons bypass the opponent's magic weapon defense and rush to the opponent. Then when the opponent was about to switch back to the defensive magic weapon to prepare for defense, Gong Ruoqing launched a second mental attack and bought herself a certain amount of attack time. So before the opponent's magic weapon approached Gong Ruoqing first used a wave of rapid attacks to establish an advantage. After performing the mental attack twice, Gong Ruoqing's face was a little pale. Obviously, this mental attack also consumed Gong Ruoqing greatly. At this stage, she could not launch this attack many times, but it was enough. Gong Ruoqing's own strength was already quite good. With the advantages established before, Gong Ruoqing quickly won that battle without any mistakes. Mind attack! Li Jun frowned, but he was not too worried, because his various attribute shields could block such attacks. However, after thinking for a while, Li Jun finally stopped betting on himself. The 10 heroes were the strongest disciples of the 2 sects, 4 schools and 4 worlds in the past 30 years. With the foundation of these 10 superforces, these 10 people can definitely be called the top geniuses in the entire burning desolate continent in the past 50 years. Li Jun would not arrogantly think that no one could stop his path to promotion. Li Jun knew that Gong Ruoqing might not be as threatening to him as to others, but he did not dare to guarantee that Gong Ruoqing did not have more cards hidden. Therefore, Li Jun decided to be safe and not bet on this battle. After the battle with Yi Chen, Li Jun's assets had increased to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Jun did not use these spirit stones, but used them to exchange for ore later. By now, every battle has become quite exciting, and the Great Desolate Palace has also removed the magic circle in the center of the square in front of the palace. Starting from this shift, only one battle will be held at the same time in the square in front of the palace, and each battle will occupy a large area in the center of the square in front of the palace. The battle between Li Jun and Gong Ruoqing was arranged to be the first in this round of competition. There is no ugly female cultivator in the world of cultivation. Gong Ruoqing is on the same level as Wenwan and Huo Yuyan in terms of appearance. In comparison, her dress is more similar to Wenwan, but unlike Wenwan's extraordinary temperament, Gong Ruoqing's temperament is more cold and aloof, even a little cold. Gong Ruoqing didn't bother to be polite with Li Jun. As soon as the competition started, 2 treasure-level attack magic weapons flew towards Li Jun under Gong Ruoqing's control. Li Jun released the mysterious ice shield at the first time. Because he was too skilled, the first thing he thought of was the mysterious ice shield, and then he started to fight back with the rest of his skills. The small skill combined with the big skill, Palm Thunder, approached Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords one after another. That's right, Gong Ruoqing is a spiritual cultivator, but she uses 2 treasure-level flying swords. This situation also made the sword cultivators watching the battle angry, but people with the same fate have different fates. The world of cultivation itself is not a fair world. If you really count, a few treasure-level magic weapons are not something that everyone should be jealous of. The Dragon Soul Blood Sacrifice is. It is not unreasonable for Gong Ruoqing to choose 2 flying swords as her attack magic weapons. With the backing of Mind Attack, Gong Ruoqing does not need control-type magic weapons to restrict the opponent in most cases. On the contrary, after using Mind Attack to impact the opponent's mind, the strong single attack of the Flying Sword can make the most of the short gap created by the Mind Attack. Seeing that the magic weapons of both sides are getting closer and closer, the spectators subconsciously began to worry about Li Jun. In the last round of battle, Gong Ruoqing launched the Mind Attack at this time, and it must be said that this is indeed a good choice. In the collision with other magic weapons, the Flying Sword cannot show the attack advantage of the Flying Sword to the greatest extent. Only when it is close to the opponent and launches a fierce offensive against the opponent, the power of the flying sword can be regarded as reaching the maximum extent. When facing a cultivator who uses a flying sword as a magic weapon, the best way is to use the magic weapon to block the opponent's flying sword at a certain distance. However, Gong Ruoqing's mind attack directly killed this possible response method in its infancy. As long as Gong Ruoqing's flying sword is close to her, Gong Ruoqing will use the mind attack again to attack the opponent's mind. Even if the mind attack is effective for cultivators of the same realm, the effect will not be too strong. Generally speaking, it will only last for a few seconds. However, generally speaking, even if it only takes a few seconds, Gong Ruoqing can use the flying sword to bypass the opponent's defensive magic weapon and launch an offensive against the opponent's body. It is not so easy to kill a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Even if there is no mana protection at all and the flying sword directly pierces 2 holes in the body, it is not so easy to die. But the reason why flying swords are difficult to deal with is not just because they can poke holes in the enemy. If the cultivator's flying sword directly attacks the enemy, the cultivator will take the opportunity to leave some extremely destructive mana in the opponent's body. When a flying sword pierces through the body, the cultivator not only has to consume mana to recover from the injury, but also has to spend a lot of energy to dispel the destructive mana in the body. If it is a sword evil left by a sword cultivator, it will be even more difficult. It is precisely because of the special effect of the mind attack and the difficulty of the injury caused by the flying sword that Gong Ruoqing can establish a sufficient advantage in the first time of the battle. In the last round of competition, Gong Ruoqing's opponent was at least the top 40 Yuanying stage masters in the palace competition, but under a series of attacks from Gong Ruoqing, who was at the same level, it didn't take long for Gong Ruoqing to defeat him. Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords were getting closer and closer to Li Jun's magic weapon. Many viewers couldn't help but take a deep breath, because they knew that the time for Gong Ruoqing to perform a mind attack was coming soon. Ruoqing looked at the flying skills with a cold face, and finally did not perform a mind attack now, but just controlled the 2 flying swords to disperse to resist various skills. Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords were not weak in attack, but Li Jun's attack was not something that anyone could ignore. Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords broke all of Li Jun's small skills, and against Li Jun's Palm Thunder, Gong Ruoqing's only defensive magic weapon, the Hun Qianling, was of little use. Gong Ruoqing's face became even colder, and her brows furrowed. However, Gong Ruoqing's reaction was still very fast, and the Hun Qianling quickly flew towards the lightning of the Palm Thunder. As the Hun Qianling and the Palm Thunder approached, the spectators suddenly found that Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords were about to clash with Li Jun's various small skills, and many people quickly understood Gong Ruoqing's idea. Gong Ruoqing wanted to use the Hun Qianling to resist Li Jun's big skill attack. Thus, they fell into a stalemate. In terms of the effects that can be achieved by the attack, the mind attack and the sound wave attack are still very similar. But Li Jun has many big skills, and the Hun Qianling is certainly not so easy to block them all. But if a mind attack is carried out at this time, it will be different. But Li Jun was also on guard against her move. Feeling a slight mental fluctuation, Li Jun immediately put on the mysterious ice shield, but he still had to perform on the surface. Many people unconsciously began to cheer for Gong Ruoqing's decision. From the previous battle, everyone has seen that although Gong Ruoqing has mastered the mental attack, she must not use it too much. Last time, after performing the mental attack twice, Gong Ruoqing's face was already a little pale. Buzz. Mind attack is the same as sonic attack. It is difficult to completely control the range. The people watching near the battlefield felt a shock in their hearts at the same time. Gong Ruoqing's main target of this mental attack was not these spectators, and there was a protective shield, which did not have any actual impact on the spectators, but everyone already knew that Gong Ruoqing had just performed a mental attack. The audience hurriedly looked at Li Jun, wanting to see how Li Jun was affected by this mental attack. Everyone was in an uproar. Under Gong Ruoqing's mental attack, although Li Jun's face was not very good, it seemed that he was not affected at all. However, the black ice shield that appeared on Li Jun made everyone wonder, can this thing resist mental attacks? Gong Ruoqing's face became very ugly. While trying her best to control the Hun Qianling to hide to the side, she frowned and attacked again. In an instant, Li Jun felt it, and then performed it for a while, and Li Jun recovered again. Palm Thunder and 8 Directions Thunder bombarded the Hun Qianling. Li Jun understood that if they lost the power of their magic weapons, they would admit defeat, which was more convenient than beating people. It was not very clear about the situation just now. This time, the onlookers finally confirmed that Gong Ruoqing's mental attack had a very limited effect on Li Jun. As a wave of sound quickly rose in the square in front of the palace, Duanchong also subconsciously looked at Lin Yifei on the side. In his opinion, Since Lin Yifei regarded Li Jun as an enemy, he should know Li Jun very well. Lin Yifei noticed Duan Chong's eyes, but did not answer, just frowned. It gave everyone a false impression that Gong Ruoqing's mental attack was not ineffective against Li Jun, but Li Jun's loss of consciousness was too short, and Gong Ruoqing was not able to do anything to restrict Li Jun in this short time. As Li Jun's big skills increased frequently, a hole was finally split in the middle of the Hun Tianling. If Gong Ruoqing wanted to, she could give the Hun Tianling some time to repair it, but before that, because of the spiritual power leakage caused by the hole, the Hun Tian not even be able to exert the power of a medium-grade magic weapon. Gong Ruoqing still couldn't believe that the mental attack that had always been invincible had no effect on Li Jun. Seeing that the Hun Tianling was split into a hole, Gong Ruoqing launched another mental attack. After being affected by the mental attack again, Li Jun used the same trick again. Seeing this, Gong Ruoqing's face became even uglier. After gritting her teeth, she raised her right hand and threw a new magic weapon into the air. It is shaped like a mirror, but the center is not a mirror, but a layer of slightly moving water. The mirror is suspended in the air. Gong Ruoqing pointed at the lightning with her finger, and a green light quickly crossed the sky, directly dissipating the lightning. The runestone is actually the most basic model of a magic weapon. If the runestone is replaced with an ore that can store mana and will not be destroyed after only one rune transformation, and then when Li Jun has a stronger fit with the rune combination of the exploding fire rune, he can infuse more mana into the rune every time he engraves it. The exploding runestone is not just an exploding runestone, but a spell storage magic weapon that stores the exploding fireball spell. Gong Ruoqing's magic weapon is obviously a rare magic weapon that seals spells. The green light column is extremely fast and powerful. Li Jun felt it and found that the light column attack launched by Gong Ruoqing's magic weapon is actually as powerful as the thunder spell performed by Wenwan and Tang Tingting with all their strength. Moreover, Wenwan and the others still need some preparation time to perform the thunderbolt spell, but the green beam of light cast by the mirror magic weapon is instantaneous. Of course, no matter how powerful this magic weapon that seals spells is, there is a limit. Li Jun, who has recently become interested in this kind of magic weapon, knows that although this kind of magic weapon can cast spells in a straight line every time, after each use, the cultivator must quickly replenish the energy of the magic weapon while stabilizing the aftermath of the previous spell inside the magic weapon. In simple terms, during the process of Li Jun releasing his skills again, Gong Ruoqing cannot use this mirror magic weapon to attack Li Jun himself. Gong Ruoqing still frowned after using one of her own magic weapons to block the Palm Thunder that has long been confirmed to be a mid-grade treasure. This Bue Light Mirror is a trump card hidden by Gong Ruoqing. It is a very powerful mid-grade treasure-level magic weapon. Otherwise, how could it be possible to block the Palm Thunder with strong attack capabilities? 2 flying swords of the lower-grade treasure level, 1 Hun Tianling of the lower-grade treasure level, and 1 Bue Qing Liu Jing of the middle-grade treasure level, these 4 magic weapons are exactly Gong Ruoqing's strongest magic weapon configuration. Moreover, Gong Ruoqing's talent is indeed outstanding. As a spiritual practitioner, she has reached the level of controlling 4 magic weapons at the same time. 4 powerful magic weapons, combined with the all-pervasive mental attack, are exactly what Gong Ruoqing relies on to participate in this palace competition. And it must be said that even among the 10 heroes, there are not many who can withstand Gong Ruoqing's offensive. If the trump card is exposed too early, the opponent behind will inevitably consider strategies based on his trump card. Gong Ruoqing feels that before facing those top geniuses, who are also the 10 heroes, the coordination of his mental attack and 3 magic weapons should be enough to ensure his smooth advancement. The battle of 40 to 20 was the first time that Gong Ruoqing encountered an opponent in the nascent soul stage. But the victory in that battle was too easy, which further deepened Gong Ruoqing's confidence. Before the battle with Li Jun, Gong Ruoqing was prepared to continue to hide the Bue Qingliu mirror, which was considered the best among the middle-grade treasures. However, in the first round of contact between the two sides, Gong Ruoqing found that Li Jun almost ignored her biggest reliance, mental attack. Gong Ruoqing's real strength lies mainly in the mental attack. The mental attack did not have the desired effect, and Gong Ruoqing's combat power was immediately weakened by half. This was the first time that Gong Ruoqing's mental attack failed against an opponent in the early stage of the nascent soul. Qin Mu has a mental state that matches his realm of skill, second only to Gong Ruoqing among the disciples of Zhulongzhu. But Qin Mu has no ability to resist Gong Ruoqing's mental attack. It was relying on mental attack and the powerful magic weapon offensive that Gong Ruoqing defeated Qin Mu in a cup of tea. So when the battle with Li Jun just started, Gong Ruoqing didn't even consider the possibility that Li Jun could ignore her mental attack. That's why, when Li Jun's Palm Thunder flew over Gong Ruoqing's 2 flying swords and quickly flew towards Gong Ruoqing, Because of her confidence in her mental attack, Gong Ruoqing chose to use the Chao Sky Ribbon to resist the Palm Thunder, instead of using the Biwei Light Mirror to directly resist the Palm Thunder. One wrong move, all is lost. Even without mental attacks, Gong Ruoqing's 4 magic weapons can work together to burst out quite good combat power. If you add the spells that Gong Ruoqing herself casts from time to time, it's really not that easy for Li Jun to win. But now, Gong Ruoqing's Chaos Sky Ribbon has been damaged. Li Jun suddenly intensified his offensive. The big skill blasted towards Gong Ruoqing crazily. Gong Ruoqing didn't use the flying sword to intercept in vain. After all, the flying sword is not a defensive magic weapon. A flying sword can also defeat a lightning at the same time. Li Jun had too many lightning strikes, and it was impossible to block them with a flying sword. However, even if Gong Ruoqing blocked Li Jun's big skill attack, there was no room for maneuver in this battle. The only defensive magic weapon had been temporarily destroyed, and Gong Ruoqing had no defensive ability at all. The Biwei Qingliu mirror tried its best to resist the lightning attack, but Li Jun had too many skills, and finally 8 Directions Thunder approached Gong Ruoqing. Gong Ruoqing relied on the thick magic power protection layer, although embarrassed, but still blocked this wave of attacks. But Li Jun came up with another set of lightning and thunder, and Gong Ruoqing finally had no choice. In the first match of the 20-10 competition, one of the 10 heroes was eliminated. While some people cheered for Li Jun, many people began to abuse Li Jun. There is no doubt that these are people who thought Gong Ruoqing would win and placed a lot of bets on Gong Ruoqing. Li Jun defeated Gong Ruoqing, who was definitely not a weakling among the 10 heroes, and his reputation was once again shaken. Of course, while being jealous of Li Jun, many people also felt sorry for Gong Ruoqing. The opportunity to improve the state of mind is notoriously hard to come by. The reason why the Jade Sword sect has been able to occupy the Butterfly Valley for thousands of years is not because of how strong the Jade Sword sect is, but because the major forces know that if a person enters the Butterfly Valley once and does not encounter the flying butterflies turning into rain, then he will be in seclusion in it for hundreds of years. If it is not yours, it will never be yours. The Jade Sword sect opens the Butterfly Valley once every 10 years, which is enough for all forces. In addition to the flying butterflies turning into rain, the other spiritual gathering functions of the Butterfly Valley are really not valued by all forces. Even with the foundation of the 2 gates, 4 sects, and 4 worlds, which are the top-notch forces in the 10 directions, there are definitely no more than 2 of the 10 heroes who have the opportunity to improve their state of mind. And because the opportunity to improve the state of mind depends more on chance, and generally has nothing to do with the strength of the cultivator himself, it is more likely that none of the 10 heroes have experienced the opportunity to improve their state of mind. Originally, with the strength of Gong Ruoqing's mental attack, plus the Biwei Qingliu Jing, a medium-grade treasure, and 3 other low-grade treasures, Gong Ruoqing had a high chance of breaking into the top 5. As a result, because of Li Jun's bad luck, Gong Ruoqing was eliminated in the 20-10 competition. Because there are still challenges later, Gong Ruoqing is not without the possibility of competing for the title of Fen Huang Wuzi. But even if she succeeds, she will be the one who has lost among the Fen Huang Wuzi. There is a gap in gold content compared to those Fen Huang Wuzi who have never lost. The top 10 seats have finally been announced. Except for Gong Ruoqing, although some of the other 9-10 heroes are in a more embarrassing situation, they have at least retained their seats in the top 10. Among the top 10, the most promising ones are still Lei Yu from the 5 Elements sect and Lin Yifei from the 10,000 Sword sect. In the last round of battle, the 2 still performed well. Their opponents were not weak. After all, they squeezed into the top 20 list. No one who could do this was a weakling. But they still had no room for resistance and were soon blasted out of the battlefield by Lin Yi's powerful attack. Ping Xuan had a relatively simple attack method and no effective defense method, so every battle was very entangled. But Ping Xuan's escape technique was indeed too profound. After several battles, only one person relied on the all-pervasive group attack to directly attack Ping Xuan himself. Therefore, among the tens of thousands of spectators, there were still quite a number of people who were optimistic about Ping Xuan. In addition to these 3 people, the other 6 promoted 10 heroes also had quite a few supporters. Dongfang Shu of Langxiechen, Xiao Chen of Xuanyanzong, and Duan Chong of Guangshifu were all relatively popular candidates. Although the remaining 3 were less popular than others, they could not be said to have few supporters. Only Li Jun. Many people thought that Li Jun had come to this point because of his good luck. No one thinks that Li Jun is a weakling. In the battles with Wei Chongyun and Yi Chen, Li Jun has proved this. Among the remaining 10 people in the top 20, even if Li Jun is not the strongest, he is definitely a master in the top few. But the battle that Li Jun defeated Gong Ruoqing was because Li Jun's shield had too strong a restraint on Gong Ruoqing. Although the strength he exerted was strong, it was not enough to amaze everyone. Therefore, many people still think that although Li Jun has quite good strength, there is still some gap between him and the other 9 people who entered the top 10. The list of the top 10 opponents was quickly arranged. Lei Yu, Lin Yifei, and Ping Xuan did not play against each other. Li Jun took a look and found that Lin Yifei's opponent was another sword cultivation genius in the top 10, Dongfang Shu of Langxiaqian. And Li Jun's own opponent happened to be another of the top 10 heroes who did not get along with Li Jun, the young master of the Crazy Lion Mansion, Duan Chong. Li Jun looked towards where Duan Chong was and saw Duan Chong's arrogant expression. After seeing Li Jun looking over, Duan Chong's mouth corners curled up a little more, looking at Li Jun with a playful smile. Li Jun smiled disdainfully in response and walked towards Duan Chong with a flamboyant look. Li Jun was getting closer and closer to Duan Chong, and Duan Chong still kept looking at Li Jun with the look of, "You can't escape from my palm." Li Jun knew what Duan Chong meant. When the two met for the first time, Li Jun knew that Duan Chong was the kind of arrogant madman. Li Jun had rejected Duan Chong's face several times, and Duan must have wanted to teach Li Jun a lesson. At other times, he had to be cautious and not leave the impression that the Crazy Lion Mansion was bullying others with power. But in a one-on-one battle in front of the palace, even if Duan Chong was a little cruel to Li Jun, no one would say much. Li Jun had no opinion on whether he was crazy to others, but if you came to be crazy with Li Jun, please forgive me for not pampering you. Li Jun came all the way to Duan Chong, and just when Duan Chong wanted to say something, Li Jun turned around and came to the gambling table in front of him. "I bet 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on my victory. I am so confident." Li Jun deliberately shouted loudly. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough to attract the attention of everyone nearby. When the people around saw Li Jun, they immediately became interested. Then quickly, these people turned their eyes to Duan Chong, who was right in front of them. More and more people noticed the situation nearby, and Duan Chong's face was no longer the same as before. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones is definitely a huge sum of money for a Yuanying stage cultivator. As a weapon cultivator who can refine high-grade magic tools, Li Jun's net worth was only 5,000 low-grade spirit stones before he came to participate in this palace competition. Duan Chong's grandfather, Duan Quangfeng, is the current master of the Guangxi Mansion. Tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones are simply a drop in the bucket for Duan Quangfeng, but if Duan Chong is spoiled too much, it will definitely not be a good thing for the growth of Duan Chong's state of mind. So although Duan Chong's previous net worth was much richer than that of an ordinary Yuanjing stage cultivator, it was actually less than 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. None of the 10 heroes were weak, and Duan Chong was not sure that he could win the title of Fen Huang 5 Sons without losing. So for the challenge later, Duan Chong still left some low-grade spirit stones to prevent accidents. The 30,000 low-grade spirit stones that he gambled with Li Jun at that time were almost the largest integer that Duan Chong could take out. Then Li Jun, a kid with number 69, really defeated Duan Chong's junior brother Wei, who was definitely not weak. Duan Chong had less than 40,000 low-grade spirit stones left at that time, and he gambled a few more times later, but the total was less than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the gambling game in front of the palace, if you want a high return, you still have to bet on those players with lower numbers. But the gold content of the numbers allocated by the Great Wilderness Palace is indeed quite high. Except for Li Jun, there are not many examples of the weak defeating the strong. There are many people who earn spirit stones in the gambling game in front of the palace, but few earn as much as Li Jun. Now in the gambling game between Li Jun and Duan Chong, the odds of Li Jun winning are almost exactly 1 to 2. If Duan Chong really wanted to show that he was more confident than Li Jun, he would have to at least have 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on him. But now, Duan Chong didn't even have 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing Duan Chong's gradually livid face, Wei Changyun also guessed that possibility. He took 2 steps forward to Duan Chong, and while trying not to attract attention, he placed a Changkun ring in Duan Chong's palm. Feng Peng, who had led the Xuanxi Mansion and Li Jun and others to compete for the Yunling Grass, was stunned when he saw Wei Changyun's actions, and then he was delighted. Feng Peng's status in Xuanxi Mansion is not low, but after all, Xuanxi Mansion is just a subordinate force of Guangxi Mansion. Feng Peng actually always wanted to have a good relationship with Duan Chong, but he never had the chance. This time, the opportunity is right in front of him. Feng Peng quickly brushed his Changkun ring off his finger, not caring about the fact that there were still a lot of other things in it. He took 2 steps forward to block half of Duan Chong's body, thinking that he could pass his Changkun ring to Duan Chong behind him without attracting attention, and letting Duan Chong see that it was Feng Peng who extended a hand. Duan Chong took the Changkun ring, but his face was even more embarrassed. Duanchong had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Feng Peng suddenly blocked Duanchong, and everyone's attention was naturally divided on Feng Peng. Whether in front of or behind the two of them, there were many people who had been paying attention to Duanchong. Feng Peng blocked some of the vision, but those behind could still clearly see the movements between the two, so those behind watched Feng Peng pass a Qiangkun ring to Duanchong without knowing it. And even those in front were not fools. Feng Peng's obvious movements, even if they didn't clearly see the small movements under Feng Peng's hands, they could almost guess it. Feng Peng is not usually so aggressive. He has been waiting for this opportunity to make Duanchong owe him a favor for too long. He was so excited that he didn't think too much. Duanchong squeezed out from behind Feng Peng and walked to the gambling table. It's just 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's not a big deal. I'm also betting 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on myself. The momentum is much less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Duanchong has no choice. Wei Changyan and Feng Peng each have about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones in the Qiangkun ring. With Duanchong's original nearly 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, the total is only a little over 80,000. If you say 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, it is clear to others that the young master of the Crazy Lion Mansion now has only more than 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The wealth of other young masters of other super first-class forces is unpredictable, and they are not short of spirit stones at all. Duanchong has a total of 80,000 spirit stones on his body. If he really meets someone who is interested, Duanchong's name of Duan Bawan will never be washed away. Rather than being called Duan Bawan, Duanchong would rather choose to bet 50,000. Even if everyone guessed that Duanchong did not have enough 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, Duanchong could explain to others later that he was too lazy to argue with Li Jun, a disciple of a medium-sized sect. After placing the bet, Duanchong did not say anything more and took a few people away from the gambling table. After no one paid attention to Duanchong anymore, Duanchong turned his attention to Li Jun. Looking at Li Jun's playful face, Duanchong's face became more and more gloomy. The first battle of the top 10 is between Rao Ying of the Chuyun sect and Long Hao of the Qinglong Valley. If the disciples of Zhulongju are strong enough, they can try to subdue the dragon beast in the Kanglong Valley. If other cultivators can subdue a spirit beast that matches their realm, it is of course a very good thing. However, although spirit beasts can assist cultivators in fighting, they have no positive effect on the improvement of the cultivator's own realm. Moreover, compared with magic weapons, the resources required to raise spirit beasts are indeed too much. Xiaohei is only a yellow-grade upper-grade spirit beast, which is equivalent to the golden elixir stage. Now he has already looked down on the Hanyan fruit he ate before. Now if Li Jun does not give him a qi-gathering pill every day, Xiaohei will also make a fuss. It is precisely because of the high cost of raising spirit beasts that the cultivators in the world of cultivation have a more optional attitude towards whether to subdue spirit beasts. Chuyun sect is one of the few sects in the Burning Wasteland continent that begins to cultivate the ability of disciples to subdue spirit beasts shortly after they enter the sect. In the sect, Chuyun sect also raises a large number of yellow-grade and black-grade exotic beasts for the disciples to selectively subdue. The disciples of Chuyun sect began to try to subdue young spirit beasts very early. With the guidance of the sect elders, the success rate of Chuyun sect disciples in subduing those captive spirit beasts is much higher than that of outsiders, but only a few people have really succeeded. As long as a spirit beast is successfully subdued, the status of this Chuyun sect disciple in the sect will be greatly improved. Chuyun sect will subsidize a considerable part of the spirit beast's physical objects and medicines similar to qi-gathering pills that need to be fed from time to time. But even so, the large amount of spirit stone consumption cannot be ignored for the Chuyun sect disciples who have just graduated. Most of the disciples of Chuyun sect do not have too many surplus spirit stones to buy magic weapons because they have to feed spirit beasts, so they are often inferior to other cultivators of the same realm in terms of magic weapons. However, with a few slightly inferior magic weapons, plus spirit beasts that are in tune with their minds and cooperate tacitly, the disciples of Chuyun sect who have subdued spirit beasts are generally much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Rao Ying is one of the few disciples in Chuyun sect who has enough spiritual stones to train his spirit beast to the same level as himself, and still has enough spiritual stones to equip himself with a set of low-grade treasures. However, Rao Ying's opponent is Long Hao, who is known as the best defender in this palace competition. It is not without reason that all the cultivators in Qinglong Valley sacrificed the large leaf dragon scale armor as their life magic weapon. Thousands of years ago, when the Qinglong Valley's grand ancestor found Qinglong Valley, where the top fairy beast Qinglong sat in the Qinglong Valley, In addition to discovering the Qinglong Absolute Vein in the Qinglong Valley, the biggest gain was the forging drawings of the fairy beast Qinglong's life magic weapon, the large leaf dragon scale armor. The complete version of the large leaf dragon scale armor drawings is the only complete version of the fairy weapon forging drawings in the entire Burning Wasteland continent. The large leaf dragon scale armor can be said to be the easiest to forge fairy weapon in the Burning Wasteland continent, but also the most difficult to forge. The reason why it is the easiest to forge is because the large leaf dragon scale armor drawings are extremely detailed. The required materials, the amount of each material, the details of the ground level combination array, when to melt which material, when to mix the materials, when to brand the array, and when to perform the inlay. All this information is recorded in the drawings. As long as the materials are complete and the instrument cultivator in charge of refining the instrument does have the ability to refine immortal instruments, the success rate of refining the immortal level large leaf dragon scale armor is much higher than the success rate of refining other immortal instruments. The reason why the large leaf dragon scale armor is the most difficult immortal instrument to refine in the Burning Wasteland continent is that the Azure Dragon Spirit Blood required to refine the large leaf dragon scale armor is almost impossible to find in the outside world because of the extinction of the Azure Dragon. The central valley of the Azure Dragon Valley is where the top-level immortal beast Azure Dragon sat and transformed, and the magnificent valley is where the Azure Dragon's body was originally. The reason why the Azure Dragon Valley is called a blessed land is not because of the effect of the Azure Dragon Valley quickly absorbing spiritual power from the outside world, but because of the Azure Dragon Absolute Veins terrain formed by the place where the Azure Dragon sat and transformed. When the disciples of Qinglong Valley complete the breakthrough to the Qi training stage in the Qinglong Absolute Veins terrain, that is, the first step into the road of cultivation in the Qinglong Absolute Veins terrain, a Qinglong karma will be generated in the bodies of these cultivators. In the future, every time they complete a breakthrough in a major realm in the Qinglong Absolute Veins terrain, they will accumulate more or less Qinglong karma. In addition, the Qinglong karma is integrated into the blood and qi of the Qinglong Valley cultivators. As the realm of the Qinglong Valley cultivators is improved, this karma will gradually become stronger. At the beginning, this Qinglong karma seems to have no practical effect, but when the disciples of Qinglong Valley cultivate to the Earth Yuan realm, this Qinglong karma will make the Qinglong Valley cultivators show a momentum similar to the dragon's might. This momentum does not have a special effect on human cultivators, but when facing spirit beasts, in addition to preventing the opponent's spirit beasts from exerting their strength 100%, there is also a high probability that the spirit beasts of the opposite realm that are not higher than the Qinglong Valley cultivators will directly flee or even surrender. Especially when facing dragon beasts, the probability of surrender is greatly increased. The monks of Qinglong Valley wanted to find dragon beasts to subdue, while Zhulongju did not want the opportunity to subdue dragon beasts in Kanglong Valley to be taken by others. This is the reason for the discord between these two top-notch forces. It is almost impossible to find wild Qinglongs. However, after the monks with Qinglong karma cultivate to the Tianyuan realm, they condense all the Qinglong karma into a drop of blood essence. This drop of blood essence can be used as Qinglong spiritual blood in the refining of large leaf dragon scales. The effect of Qinglong karma was discovered by the monks of Qinglong Valley later. At the beginning, the martyrs of Qinglong Valley settled in Qinglong Valley just because of the powerful spirit-gathering effect of Qinglong Valley. Before finding Qinglong Juemai, Qinglong Valley was a spiritual cultivation force. It was unrealistic for them to directly switch to weapon cultivation because of a weapon refining blueprint. But the feeling of being unable to use the immortal weapon blueprint in front of you is really not so pleasant. After a long period of exploration, some of the pioneers of Qinglong Valley began to simplify the drawings and then try to imitate the large leaf dragon scale armor as their life magic weapon through blood refining. Finally, these pioneers succeeded. Although the power of the simplified version of the large leaf dragon scale armor is much worse than that of the complete version, the effect of blood refining makes it possible to gradually improve the large leaf dragon scale armor. At the beginning, only a few people in Qinglong Valley took the path of blood sacrifice to the large leaf dragon scale armor, but when the result came out that the blood condensed by the karma of the Azure Dragon in the Tianyuan realm can be used as the Azure Dragon's spirit blood, this school quickly became the mainstream of Qinglong Valley. It is unreasonable that the blood-refined simplified version of the immortal artifact is not powerful. Long Hao's life magic weapon, the large leaf dragon scale armor, is usually worn on the Yuanying and assimilated with the Yuanying. Even at this time, it can already provide Long Hao with a fairly strong protective ability. When Long Hao fights with all his strength, The large leaf dragon scale armor covers his body, and the protective ability it provides has long exceeded that of ordinary medium-grade shield treasures. Moreover, the large leaf dragon scale armor provides full body protection. Generally speaking, for defensive magic weapons such as shield magic weapons, cultivators have to distract themselves to control them to resist attacks from the enemy. For example, although Li Jun can control 4 magic weapons at the same time, he often has to sacrifice the black iron chessboard to prevent unexpected situations, so he can generally only control 3 attack magic weapons to attack the enemy. As for the large leaf dragon scale armor, which has been integrated with the cultivator and has no defensive blind spots, the disciples of Qinglong Valley only need to replenish the mana on the large leaf dragon scale armor at any time, and there is no need to invest much energy in the large leaf dragon scale armor. Long Hao can control 3 magic weapons at the same time, that is, 3 attack magic weapons. The large leaf dragon scale armor does not need Long Hao to bother to show the protection ability that is not weaker than the medium-grade shield treasure. Rao Ying's magic weapons are still the 3 known ones, the mixed sky silk, the ice staff, and the diamond circle. Among them, the diamond circle has been determined to be a medium-grade treasure. At the beginning of the battle, Rao Ying and Long Hao each used their 3 magic weapons and shot towards their opponents. Rao Ying's soul-snatching flying eagle deliberately flew over from a high altitude, but Long Hao did not use his magic weapon to intercept Rao Ying's flying eagle. The attacking magic weapons of both sides crossed each other, but none of them intercepted the attacking magic weapons of the other side. Long Hao had the large leaf dragon scale armor, and it was Long Hao's usual routine to use 3 attacking magic weapons to attack the enemy with all his strength. But why didn't Rao Ying intercept? In the previous battles, Rao Ying used the magic weapon Hun Tianling, which was both offensive and defensive, to control 2 magic weapons with extremely strong restrictive abilities to cooperate with the soul-snatching flying eagle to attack the enemy. This time, the Hun Tianling was sent out. What would Rao Ying use to protect herself? Could it be that Rao Ying actually already had the ability to control 4 magic weapons? It's not impossible. Although weapon cultivators have an advantage in the speed of subduing magic weapons, and generally speaking, they can master the ability to control 4 magic weapons earlier than ordinary spiritual cultivators. But no one says that spiritual cultivators cannot achieve this step in the early stage of the nascent soul. Tens of thousands of spectators had their doubts in their hearts, but the flying speed of the magic weapons in the battle did not slow down. When Long Hao was about to rush to Rao Ying with a flying sword, a piercing cloud shuttle, and a soul-chasing whip, Rao Ying's diamond circle immediately enveloped Long Hao. It's not that Rao Ying's diamond circle was so mysterious, but Long Hao didn't hide at all. The large leaf dragon scale armor on Long Hao's body did not move, but a translucent phantom of the large leaf dragon scale armor flew out from the original large leaf dragon scale armor and quickly grew larger. The diamond circle was about to shrink, but it was supported by this phantom. Long Hao's 3 magic weapons came to Rao Ying one after another under his control. While the flying sword-piercing cloud shuttle suddenly accelerated, the soul-chasing whip did whip towards Rao Ying with a movement of Long Hao's hand. In mid-air, the whip of the soul-chasing whip also began to lengthen rapidly. The 3 magic weapons approached Rao Ying almost at the same time, and the combined attack was about to hit Rao Ying. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Rao Ying did not use another defensive magic weapon as everyone had imagined before. Seeing that Long Hao's attack was about to hit Rao Ying quickly approached with both hands, and the chaotic spell was quickly completed. The eyes of the few spectators quickly lit up. The spell that Rao Ying pinched was clearly very similar to the spell that Ping Xuan pinched when he performed the escape technique before. Sure enough, just when the 3 magic weapons were about to hit Rao Ying, a blue wind, attribute spiritual power near Rao Ying burst out in an instant. The 3 magic weapons penetrated through the blue wind attribute spiritual power group without encountering any obstacles at all. The blue spiritual power group dissipated, and Rao Ying was no longer there. Wind escape. Rao Ying was not hiding the 4th magic weapon, but the wind escape technique that was much more difficult than mastering the 4 magic weapons. There are 2 main reasons why the art of escape is so rare in the world of cultivation. One is that there are too few cultivators with the talent for practicing the art of escape, and the other is that the spiritual tablets that record the way to perform the art of escape are rare. The art of escape itself exists as a life-saving secret, and because of the complexity of the art of escape, even if one has the talent for it, it takes too long to successfully master it through pure practice. The spiritual tablet became a shortcut, and because it can save a lot of time, it quickly became the only way to record the art of escape. And because of the special nature of the art of escape, all the sects that have the jade tablets of the art of escape do not want the art of escape to spread among ordinary cultivators. Over time, Those sects that have the Jade Tablets of the Art of Escape have unanimously jointly blocked the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape. All the sects that have the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape will never easily copy the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape, and the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape are absolutely placed in the safest important places of the sect. The disciples with the talent for the Art of Escape can absorb the information in the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape in the important places of the sect. But no one can take the Spiritual Tablets of the Art of Escape out of the important places of the sect. It is normal for the forces in the world of cultivation to fight against each other. In the process of their step-by-step growth, these super first-class forces, the 2 sects, the 4 sects, and the 4 worlds, have more or less annexed some other forces. With the foundation of super first-class forces, it is not impossible for the sect to have a Jade Slip of Escape technique. But even if there is a Jade Slip of Escape technique, it is definitely a blessing from heaven for Rao Ying to successfully practice an escape technique. The battle is still going on. When Long Hao saw Rao Ying performing wind escape to escape from his magic weapon attack, he frowned. At this time, Rao Ying's Hun Tianling and Han Bing wand had already arrived in front of Long Hao. Long Hao ignored it and let Rao Ying's 2 magic weapons attack the Phantom of the Big Leaf Dragon Scale Armor. The Phantom of the Big Leaf Dragon Scale Armor protected Long Hao in all directions. Rao Ying's attack could speed up the consumption of the mana of the Big Leaf Dragon Scale Armor, but Long Hao didn't need to worry too much for the time being. With the sound of the cry, the soul-stealing eagle swooped down towards Long Hao. Long Hao noticed the soul-snatching eagle under the shadow, but after taking a look at it, Long Hao turned his attention back to Rao Ying. Under Long Hao's control, the 3 magic weapons surrounded Rao Ying again. Seeing that they were about to approach Rao Ying, Long Hao used both hands to grasp his magic weapons in the distance. With a slight humming sound, the magic power of the 3 magic weapons suddenly began to vibrate. This vibration quickly spread in the air, covering a large area nearby. Then, Long Hao pinched the magic formula with his hands, and a thunderbolt struck from above Rao Ying's head. Rao Ying's face was not very good, but she still dodged again with the wind escape technique. However, Rao Ying, who appeared again in the distance, seemed to have a pale face. Li Jun was confused, but Wen Wan from Wuhua Palace reacted quickly. Wen Wan had read a volume of senior's notes, which recorded that the same escape technique would have different effects due to different mastery of the technique. The so-called effect of escape technique mainly refers to the direct effects such as distance and casting speed, but there is another more important point, which is the ability to resist interference. Rao Ying has already learned the wind escape technique, but the specific amount of mana consumed each time the wind escape technique is high or low. First, it depends on the distance. Second, it depends on the degree of fit of Rao Ying to the wind escape technique. And third, it depends on whether there are any other interferences in the 2 places of disappearance and reappearance. Long Hao controls the spiritual power in the magic weapon to vibrate, thereby causing the spiritual power of heaven and earth near Rao Ying to vibrate, which is a kind of interference. With this kind of interference, as long as Rao Ying's level of wind escape technique is not too advanced, Rao Ying's mana consumption in this case is definitely not small. Judging from Rao Ying's slightly pale face, Rao Ying has definitely consumed a lot of mana, but it is also impossible not to use the wind escape technique. Rao Ying, who has no defensive magic weapon, dares not take on the coordinated offensive of Long Hao's 3 magic weapons and the thunder technique. So Rao Ying still used the wind escape technique, but Long Hao smiled slightly when he saw Rao Ying's pale face. He made the right bet. Although Rao Ying had mastered the wind escape technique, she had only mastered it not long ago, and her level of wind escape technique was still very immature. In the mana vibration environment created by Long Hao, Rao Ying still consumed a lot of mana to successfully perform this wind escape technique. Long Hao saw Rao Ying's decline, and Rao Ying knew it as well. In order to perform the wind escape technique just now, Rao Ying consumed more mana than Long Hao's combined offensive. In the previous confrontation between the 2 sides, Rao Ying was not the dominant party. Rao Ying's face did not move, but he was actually quite impatient. First, it was for the sake of the sect's reputation. And second, Rao Ying was indeed very jealous of the reward for the burning desolate 5 suns in the grand competition in front of the palace. Rao Ying controlled the 3 magic weapons to launch an emergency attack on Long Hao, and the soul-snatching eagle also began to output at full strength, as if it was in tune with Rao Ying. However, Long Hao's reputation as the best defender was not to be underestimated. Rao Ying's intensified offensive did increase Long Hao's mana consumption rate dramatically. The shadow of the large leaf dragon scale armor also flickered, but it was still far from a complete collapse. On the other hand, under Long Hao's offensive, Rao Ying's situation became increasingly bad. After escaping from Long Hao's pursuit and interception again with the wind escape technique, Rao Ying covered his chest with his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Cultivators also get tired, but physical strength is generally not a problem. Cultivators get tired mainly because of the large consumption of mana. Rao Ying stared at Long Hao fiercely, seeing that Long Hao's magic weapon surrounded him again, and his offensive still failed to break through the protection of Long Hao's large leaf dragon scale armor. Rao Ying finally had no choice but to admit defeat. Several magic weapons were taken back by Rao Ying one after another, and the soul-snatching flying eagle also fell on Rao Ying's shoulder after becoming smaller. After Rao Ying took another look at Long Hao, he finally left the square in front of the palace. Rao Ying's eyes were somewhat helpless. Although there are still challenges to come, Rao Ying knows that it is almost impossible for her to get the title of Fenhuang Wuzi. Lei Yu and Lin Yifei are definitely her opponents. With Gong Ruoqing's strong mental attack, Gong Ruoqing can almost regain a place in the top 5. However, among the few people who have the opportunity to occupy the place of the Burning Five Suns, at least Long Hao and Dong Fengshu are not opponents for Rao Ying. Even for Duan Chong and Xiao Chen, Rao Ying dare not say how high her chance of winning is. As for Ping Xuan, because there are too many unforeseen factors, whether Ping Xuan wins a place in the Burning Five Suns, Rao Ying will not be surprised. Only Fang Jinxian, Rao Ying thinks that her chance of winning is quite high. Rao Ying has never considered the possibility of Li Jun winning a place in the Burning Five Suns. Rao Ying has never taken Li Jun seriously. A disciple of a medium-sized sect, even if he is lucky enough to squeeze into the top 10, what qualifications does he have to compete with the top disciples of these super first-class forces? To be able to enter the top 10, that kid has accumulated such good luck after doing good deeds for 8 lifetimes. Does he really want to defeat the 10 heroes head-on without restraining them? In fact, before that, Rao Ying had prepared himself mentally that he could not take the seat of the burning desolate Five Suns. But after all, there is a difference between being successfully challenged by others after entering the top 5 and not even entering the top 5. So Rao Ying has been fighting very hard. But in the end, Rao Ying still lost. He did not lose to top masters such as Lei Yu and Lin Yifei, but to Long Hao, who was nicknamed Dragon Turtle by everyone. Long Hao won and entered the top 5 list first. In the second battle, Lin Yifei faced Dong Fengshu, the peak duel of sword cultivators in the palace competition. Lin Yifei, a genius disciple of the Wanjian sect, practiced the Wanjian sect's unique skill, Shura Sword Heart Secret Record, and comprehended the Wanjian sect's unique move, Tianhuan Sankai Sword Formation in the early stage of Yuan Ying. The magic weapon also happened to be a set of flying swords, Jingyue Sankai Sword, which matched the Tianhuan Sankai Sword Formation. In addition to the Mirror Moon 3-talent sword, Lin Yifei must have a defensive magic weapon, but in the previous few battles, Lin Yifei used the Mirror Moon 3-talent sword to directly complete the strong attack, and he defeated the opponent without any defensive magic weapons. Dong Fengshu, a genius disciple of Langshi Tian, has cultivated the Langshi Tian's unique skill, Langshi Sword Art, to the 3rd level. So far in the palace competition, Dong Fengshu has only used 2 magic weapons, the middle-grade treasure-level flying sword Powei Wanjin Sword and the middle-grade treasure-level Qimen defensive magic weapon Yin Yang, Wuji Shield. However, these 2 magic weapons are not simple. Even if they are the same middle-grade treasures, their actual value is also different. Because Lin Yifei's Mirror Moon 3-talent sword is a set of flying swords, the market price of the 3 flying swords combined is at least 5 times that of ordinary middle-grade treasures. And Dong Fengshu's Powei Wanjin Sword has almost reached the peak of middle-grade treasures, and there are people who exchange it for 3 middle-grade treasure-level flying swords. Cultivators are not stronger if they have more magic weapons. A truly handy magic weapon may be able to exert more power than the sum of 3 ordinary magic weapons. Of course, the so-called handy is not so easy to achieve. Especially at the current stage of the nascent soul stage, there are few magic weapons that can meet the handy standard. All the contestants in this palace competition generally control 3 magic weapons at the same time. Those who can control 4 magic weapons are already rare masters, and Dong Fengshu is a rare cultivator in this palace competition who pursues the quality of magic weapons rather than the quantity. The Breaking Yue Wanjun Sword is a super strong mid-grade treasure-level flying sword. The so-called Wanjun refers to the weight of the Breaking Yue Wanjun Sword, far exceeding that of the same level flying sword, and it is also a manifestation of the powerful power of this flying sword. The single attack power has almost reached the limit of the middle grade treasure. With one sword, ordinary defense magic weapons of the same grade may not be able to withstand it. If you use a magic weapon level defense magic weapon to break the attack of Yue Wanjun's sword, 99% of the time it will be broken immediately. Such a powerful flying sword, combined with Langshi Tian's Langshi Sword Art that pursues the limit of single attack power, the power of one sword can scare ghosts and gods. Yin Yang Wuji Shield, Dong Fengshu's second magic weapon, is also a rare boutique among the middle-grade treasures. Yin-Yang Wuji shield has two sides, both of which can be used to resist attacks from opponents. The dark side is more feminine, similar to the defense magic weapons, such as Hun Tianling and Kasa, with a strong ability to unload force. In addition to unloading force, the dark side of Yin-Yang Wuji shield can also collect part of the overflowing mana in the opponent's attack and gradually store it in the space inside the shield. When it comes to a head-on collision or when the opponent's attack is too strong for the silver shield to withstand, it is time for the Yang shield to take action. In addition to the super strong defensibility of the Yang shield, which has already reached the limit of the middle grade treasure when it is really necessary, it can activate the large amount of mana originally stored, forming a shield phantom similar to the phantom of the large leaf dragon scale armor to block the front of the shield. If this Yin-Yang Wuji shield is sold, the spiritual stones obtained in exchange can at least buy 2 or 3 more ordinary middle-grade shield treasures. When the cultivators in the cultivation world reach the later realm, they will still pursue more top-grade magic weapons such as the breaking Yue Wanjin sword. One magic weapon can exert the power of many magic weapons, and the cultivators don't have to spend too much effort. Of course, it is good to have such a magic weapon. At the beginning of the fight, the breaking Yue Wanjin's sword flew towards Lin Yi under the control of Dongfang Shu. As a top sword cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, Lin Yifei's speed of the Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword is still far behind that of the breaking Yue Wanjin sword. Judging from the power shown in speed, Dongfang Shu's breaking Yue Wanjin sword should be the best in this palace competition. But Dongfang Shu's medium-grade treasure-class flying sword should not be able to match Lin Yifei's 3 combined flying swords in terms of total power. Many viewers, including Li Jun, had the same idea. Lang Shi Tian's Lang Shi sword technique combined with the Po Yue Wanjin sword made Lin Yifei dare not neglect it. The Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword slightly staggered and rushed towards the Po Yue Wanjin sword. The first Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword quickly collided with the Po Yue Wanjin sword and was instantly knocked back. The Po Yue Wanjin sword, except for a slight shake, did not lose its power at all and continued to fly forward. The second Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword collided with it and was instantly knocked back, while the Po Yue Wanjin sword continued to move forward. Everyone was shocked. Even if Lin Yifei's natal sword essence was above the last flying sword, the first 2 flying swords were medium-grade treasure-class flying swords under the control of Yuanying period sword cultivators. 2 consecutive attacks did not block Dongfang Shu's Po Yue Wanjin sword. Everyone had a new understanding of Dongfang Shu's top-grade flying sword. The third Mirror Moon 3 Talent sword finally collided with the breaking Yue Wanjin sword. This time, the sword with Lin Yifei's innate sword energy finally knocked the breaking Yue Wanjin sword back. But Lin Yifei's own flying sword also flipped back under this collision. 1 flying sword knocked away 3 flying swords of the same grade, and everyone's desire for this top-grade magic weapon became stronger. The 4 flying swords quickly stabilized under the control of the 2 people, and quickly shot towards each other again. The reason why the flying swords of both sides collided in succession last time was that both wanted to use the first round of contact to feel out the strength of the other party, so Lin Yifei's 3 flying swords could hit the breaking Yue Wanjin sword one after another. But in fact, the speed of the flying sword is so fast that as long as it changes direction slightly at the critical moment, the flying swords that are shooting towards each other will not have time to react. This time, when the flying swords of both sides were about to approach, Dongfang Shu pinched his sword formula, and the flying swords suddenly accelerated again and began to deviate downward. Lin Yifei did not chase the Po Yue Wanjin sword in vain. Under Li Jun's control, the Jingyo Sankai sword rushed past the Po Yue Wanjin sword one after another and shot towards Dongfang Shu with undiminished momentum. After all, Dongfang Shu's Po Yue Wanjin sword was faster, and it approached Lin Yifei 1 step ahead of the Jingyo Sankai sword. Lin Yifei's right palm flashed, and a small translucent bell-shaped magic weapon appeared on Li Jun's palm. Lin Yifei raised his right hand and the bell-shaped magic weapon quickly grew larger, flipped in the air, and covered Lin Yifei. After the bell-shaped magic weapon grew larger, it became more transparent than before. Li Jun and others were outside the battlefield so far away, they could clearly see Lin Yifei's movements through the layer of glass. However, this layer of glass bell, which seemed to be very fragile, actually blocked the Po Yue Wanjin sword controlled by Dongfang Shu's Lang Shi sword art under everyone's gaze. The flying sword hit the transparent glass, and it actually made a sound of fine iron clashing. The Po Yue Wanjin sword was bounced away, and this glass bell, which emitted a faint blue halo, actually withstood the full force of the Po Yue Wanjin sword that had just knocked away 3 flying swords of the same level. After this blow, the whole bell began to vibrate violently, and the buzzing sound from the vibration quickly spread throughout the square in front of the palace. The blue halo flickered, and the magic power on it was indeed much dimmer. The glass bell must have suffered some damage in blocking Dongfang Shu's attack, but the onlookers were already amazed that it could block an attack that was almost the strongest in this palace competition. 5 Treasures Glass Bell. Wenwan called out the name of Lin Yifei's magic weapon. Even if a master refiner were to refine a mid-grade treasure, the success rate would certainly be quite high, but he would not be able to refine a mid-grade treasure like the breaking Yue Wanjun sword. If he replaced some good materials and put more effort into it, he could improve the quality of the magic weapon to a certain extent. But even if he could refine a top-grade magic weapon, he would not be able to refine a top-grade mid-grade treasure like the breaking Yue Wanjun sword. Top-grade magic weapons like the breaking Yue Wanjun sword, which are extremely strong among magic weapons of the same level, have another name in the cultivation world. That is ancient treasures. The reason for this name is that it is almost impossible to refine such powerful magic weapons that have reached the limit of magic weapons of the same level directly. They have all experienced a long period of time, come into contact with magic weapons of various attributes and states, and have been burned by fire magic spells and electrocuted by thunder magic spells. After decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, this magic weapon, which originally had good quality, gradually grew in power and became an ancient treasure. It is not impossible to upgrade, and it was originally an ancient treasure. After upgrading, because of the blessing of the laws of heaven and earth, it will become an ancient treasure of the next level. The so-called ancient treasure is a magic weapon that has existed in the world of cultivation for at least dozens or hundreds of years. If it has experienced too few battles, it is almost impossible to become an ancient treasure. Therefore, these ancient treasures have generally made a great reputation in the world of cultivation. This 5 Treasures Glazed Bell is obviously such an ancient treasure. Otherwise, Wenwan would not know the name of this magic weapon. And if it is not an ancient treasure, this 5 Treasures Glazed Bell would not be able to easily block the full force of the middle-grade treasure-level ancient treasure flying sword, Po Yue Wanjun's sword. Before Dongfang Shu launched the second wave of offensive, Lin Yifei's flying sword finally approached Dongfang Shu. One of the Mirror Moon 3 talent swords began to accelerate early and quickly went around to the back of Dongfang Shu. 3 flying swords came. Lin Yifei successfully performed the Heavenly Illusion 3 talent sword formation, and a layer of light golden halo appeared on the 3 flying swords. Then the Mirror Moon 3 talent sword shot towards Dongfang Shu from 3 different directions at the same time. Under the blessing of the Heavenly Illusion 3 talent sword formation, the speed of the 3 flying swords suddenly increased greatly, which had already exceeded the limit speed of the previous breaking Yue Wanjun sword. The Mirror Moon 3 talent sword was getting closer and closer, but Dongfang Shu did not make any new moves for the time being, but just focused his attention and scanned the 3 flying swords back and forth. There is no false reputation under a great reputation. Although Dongfang Shu had never fought directly with Lin Yifei before, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Yifei. The reason why he did not use the Yin-Yang Wuji shield to block it now was not because Dongfang Shu underestimated Lin Yifei, but because Dongfang Shu had other ideas. From the foreign affairs elder who led the team of Langshi Tian this time, Dongfang Shu had a clearer understanding of the specific situation of Lin Yifei's famous Tianhuan 3 talents sword formation. The Heavenly Illusion 3 talents sword formation allowed Lin Yifei to control the transfer of his natal sword essence quickly within the 3 flying swords, but this was based on the fact that the Heavenly Illusion 3 talents sword formation had not been cracked. If the formation was forcibly cracked, then the natal sword essence within that flying sword at that moment, before the Heavenly Illusion 3 talent sword formation was formed again, it would not be so easy to transfer this natal sword essence. Therefore, the essence of using the Heavenly Illusion 3 talent sword formation was to transfer the natal sword essence to the flying sword that targeted the opponent's defensive weakness at the last moment. If Dongfang Shu attacked too early, the Mirror Moon 3 talent sword that he was resisting would definitely not be the flying sword where Lin Yifei's natal sword essence was located. At that time, Dongfang Shu, who did not have enough defensive magic weapons, would be in a very bad situation. The Mirror Moon 3 talent sword was getting closer and closer, and Dongfang Shu suddenly turned around. As the Yin-Yang Infinite Shield pushed back, a layer of shield phantom spread out from the Yin-Yang Infinite Shield and quickly grew larger. It was big enough to block the 2 Mirror Moon 3 talent swords that were originally behind and to the right of Dongfang Shu. After activating the shadow of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield, Dongfang Shu did not stop his action. He turned around and pushed his right forearm forward. With a ding, the last chapter of the Mirror Moon 3 talent sword was also blocked and flew back. Of course, Dongfang Shu did not really use his arm to block it. In front of Dongfang Shu's right arm, there was a small silver shield. Dongfang Shu used this silver shield magic weapon to block Lin Yifei's attack. This shield can certainly become bigger, but although the defense surface is greatly increased, the defense ability at one point will decrease. To deal with magic weapons such as flying swords and shuttles that attack at one point, if possible, it is better to shrink this shield magic weapons so that the effect can be greater. Dongfang Shu's face was not so good after using a low-grade treasure-level shield to block Lin Yifei's attack. Dongfang Shu has tried his best to speed up his movements, but in such a short time between activating the Yin-Yang Wuji shield and turning around to resist, Lin Yifei still completed the transfer of his life sword energy. The attack that this silver shield blocked was the sword that contained Lin Yifei's life sword essence. Although it was blocked, the flying sword that contained Lin Yifei's life sword essence was too powerful. Although nothing happened, Dongfang Shu already felt that this silver shield would definitely not be able to withstand many attacks of this level. The breaking Yue Wanjun's sword once again hit the 5 treasures glazed bell. The first vibration of the 5 treasures glazed bell had not completely stopped, and it was strengthened again in this attack. The spiritual power of the 5 treasures glazed bell fluctuated violently, and it was obviously consumed a lot, but it should not be so easy to break its defense. Dongfang Shu also recognized this 5 treasures glazed bell, knowing that since it was a mid-grade treasure, the 5 treasures glazed bell would definitely not be so easy to break. But Dongfang Shu felt that his silver shield might not last too long. Just now, Lin Yifei launched his second attack. Dongfang Shu turned around at full speed at the last moment, but Lin Yifei's Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword, which contained his own sword essence, still hit the silver shield. As the first move in Shura Sword Heart's secret record, that can be called a special move, the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents sword formation is indeed not easy to deal with. His attack could not have any practical effect for the time being, but Lin Yifei's attack made the mana inside his silver shield chaotic. Dongfang Shu knew that if he didn't do anything, the silver shield would be broken, and he would be defeated. Dongfang Shu's breaking Yue Wanjun's sword did not attack again, but turned around and flew back to where Dongfang Shu was at full speed after being knocked away. The speed of the breaking Yue Wanjun sword itself is already extremely fast, and when a cultivator withdraws a magic weapon, the speed that the magic weapon can reach is faster than when it attacks the enemy. Before the breaking Yue Wanjun sword flew back to Dongfang Shu, Lin Yifei only completed 3 combinations of the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents sword formation. Dongfang Shu breathed a sigh of relief after obtaining the flying sword. The Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents sword formation was indeed worthy of its reputation. The speed of the transfer of the natal sword essence was really too fast. Dongfang Shu tried his best, but Lin Yifei's 5 consecutive waves of attacks, the sword with the natal sword essence really concentrated all on the silver light shield, which was the weakest point of Dongfang Shu's defense. Just now, Dongfang Shu had already felt that the surface of the silver light shield had cracks. Lin Yifei once again combined the Heavenly Illusion 3 Talents sword formation. Dongfang Shu quickly replenished the mana in the Yin-Yang Wuji shield. Even without the natal sword essence, the power of the 2 Mirror Moon 3 Talents swords was definitely not weak. At least it was stronger than the middle-grade treasure-level flying swords controlled by ordinary Yuanying early-stage instrument cultivators and spiritual cultivators. In order to maintain such a large shield phantom, the consumption of spiritual power and mana was also quite large. Although the spiritual power absorbed by the Yin shield before was not exhausted, there was not much left. Dongfang Shu began to use his own mana to replenish the consumption of the shield phantom. After blocking 2 swords with the Yin-Yang Wuji shield, Dongfang Shu quickly lifted up the Poye Wanjun's sword with his right hand, and Lin Yifei's last Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword was knocked back again. The audience immediately became lively. This was the first time that everyone saw someone holding a flying sword in the competition in front of the palace. Even most people had never seen such a situation since they entered the cultivation world. But Dongfang Shu was indeed helpless. He used the Yin-Yang Wuji shield to block 2 Mirror Moon 3 Talents swords. The Yin-Yang Wuji shield was already an extremely powerful defensive magic weapon. Dongfang Shu had no other defensive magic weapon except the silver shield that was almost unable to hold up. And if he wanted to use the flying sword to resist the offensive of the opponent's flying sword, it would definitely not work. In the state of the Tianhuan Sankai sword formation, Lin Yifei's control over the Mirror Moon 3 Talents sword increased greatly. If he flew as fast as usual, just like the second round of the 2 people's confrontation just now, as long as one of them slightly deviated from the direction, the opponent would not be able to make the same change in time. Swinging the sword became Dongfang Shu's only choice. However, this method is still very practical when using a flying sword to resist a flying sword. A flying sword flying at full speed is difficult to change direction in a moment. Relying on his mastery of distance, Dongfang Shu used this method several times to repel Lin Yifei's 3rd flying sword. In this case, because of the continuous input of mana, Dongfang Shu actually didn't spend much effort every time, and used the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword to successfully resist Lin Yifei's last Mirror Moon 3 Talent Sword. An ancient treasure flying sword that can be used against 3-sin attack, but in the end, it was only used to resist the attack of the opponent's flying sword in defense. Of course, it was a waste of talent, but what else could Dongfang Shu do? The Mirror Moon 3 Talent Sword under the combination of Lin Yi's Feitian Huan Sankai sword formation was extremely powerful. If he didn't call back the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword, he would have been defeated as soon as the Silver Shield was broken. Dongfang Shu had thought of using the Silver Light Shield to withstand a few more attacks and using the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword to attack Lin Yifei's 5 Treasures Glazed Bell with all his strength. However, the 5 Treasures Glazed Bell itself was a defensive ancient treasure of the middle grade treasure level, and even if the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword attacked with all its strength, it would take a long time to break its defense. On the contrary, the Silver Light Shield was facing the Mirror Moon 3 Talent Sword that contained Lin Yifei's Life Sword essence, and it could not last for a few rounds. Dongfang Shu promptly recalled the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword, which was considered to have solved the urgent problem of the Silver Light Shield being about to break. But soon, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse again. Seeing that Dongfang Shu used the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword to resist his attacks several times, Lin Yifei soon realized that it was not cost-effective to use the Mirror Moon 3 Talent sword that contained his Life Sword essence to fight against the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword that had a constant supply of mana. So in the next Tianhuan 3 Talent Sword formation, Lin Yifei let his Life Sword essence be contained on a flying sword that attacked the Yin-Yang Wuji shield. With the sound of breaking through the air, the 2 Mirror Moon 3 Talent swords hit the shadow of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield almost at the same time. Under the swift impact, Dongfang Shu immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Lin Yifei's last flying sword had a very good speed under the bonus of the Tianhuan 3 Talent sword formation, but in fact, there was not much mana attached to it. Dongfang Shu's full-strength swing was like a punch on cotton, making Dongfang Shu's body unstable. It was not until then that the attack effect caused by Lin Yifei's previous 2 flying swords was really revealed. Just like a stone falling into the water, there were 2 ripples on the shadow of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield. One of them was the same as the previous attacks, but it was just a slight ripple that was not very violent. But the other one was different. The violent fluctuation did not need anyone to explain. Everyone knew that this time, Lin Yifei transferred his Life Sword energy to this Mirror Moon 3 Talent Sword. Along with the strong shaking ripples, the mana on the Yin-Yang Wuji shield also began to fluctuate violently. Although the fluctuation of mana was quickly suppressed under Dongfang Shu's suppression, at that moment, the Yin-Yang Wuji shield had consumed a considerable part of the spiritual power stored in its internal space. Then, it was another Tianhuan Sankai sword formation. Dongfang Shu knew that Lin Yifei should be thinking of breaking the phantom of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield, but Dongfang Shu could only continue to use the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword to block one of Lin Yifei's flying swords. If he swung the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword with all his strength and encountered the Mirror Moon Sankai sword that did not contain the innate sword essence, he would just be unstable and look a little ugly. And if Dongfang Shu did not swung the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword with all his strength, and Lin Yifei saw the clue, and Lin Yifei transferred his innate sword essence, Dongfang Shu might be stabbed in the back. At this point in the battle, the situation was actually very clear. It is only a matter of time before Lin Yifei breaks through the phantom of Dongfang Shu's Yin-Yang Infinite Shield. By then, how can Dongfang Shu, who only has 2 magic weapons, withstand the attack of Lin Yifei's Feitian Huan Sankai sword formation? In fact, to be honest, when Dongfang Shu had to withdraw the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword, the suspense of this battle was already very small. After all, sword cultivation is a school that pursues attack. No matter how powerful a flying sword is, it is impossible to really have such an outstanding performance when used for defense. After several more Tianhuan Sankai sword formations, the spiritual power in the internal space of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield finally ran out. With a sound like shattering glass, the phantom of the shield shattered in the air under the attack of Lin Yifei's Mirror Moon Sankai sword. There was no need for Lin Yifei to take action again. Dongfang Shu took the initiative to fly outside the battlefield. It was meaningless. The defense of the Yin-Yang Wuji shield without the phantom was still not low, but the coverage area was too small. Even if Dongfang Shu wanted to use the Yin-Yang Wuji shield to resist Lin Yifei's 2 Mirror Moon Sankai swords at the same time, Lin Yifei had to give him a chance. The Yin-Yang Wuji shield and the Breaking Yue Wanjun sword had no problem blocking Lin Yifei's 2 Mirror Moon 3 Talent swords, but the essence of the Tianhuan 3 Talent sword formation was to use the flying swords containing the Life Sword essence to attack the enemy's weakest defense. Anyway, there was no hope of a comeback, so Dongfang Shu didn't bother to make Lin Yifei poke a hole for fun. The peak duel between the two top sword cultivators of the burning wasteland continent was of course very intense. Lin Yifei was not much stronger than Dongfang Shu, but the fighting style of sword cultivators was the kind of fast-paced suppression of opponents. In fact, this battle didn't last long in total. The audience was still not satisfied, but fortunately, the third battle was about to begin. Ping Xuan versus Fang Jinxian. This battle was fierce, and the two sides fought back and forth for a long time. But to be honest, there was nothing to see. Ping Xuan can be said to be a popular candidate for the Burning Five Sons of the Palace competition. Although Fang Jinxian is also listed as one of the 10 heroes, many people know that Fang Jinxian is almost the one with the lowest combat effectiveness among the 10 heroes in the Palace competition. It's not that Fang Jinxian's talent is not good. In terms of talent, Fang Jinxian is not worse than Xiao Chen, Duan Chong, and Long Hao. However, Fang Jinxian's major water attribute spells are still somewhat weak in the early stage. The extremely soft nature of the water attribute is not something that can be comprehended at such an early stage of the nascent soul stage. After comprehending this point, the combat effectiveness of the water attribute spiritual cultivator can be immediately improved to a higher level. But before comprehending this point, the water attribute cultivator exists more as an auxiliary treatment in the team, and its actual combat effectiveness is indeed a bit worse. The Palace competition is a round of 10-5. After 3 battles, Long Hao, Lin Yifei, and Ping Xuan advanced, and Rao Ying, Dongfang Shu, and Fang Jinxian were temporarily eliminated. There are 2 battles left. In the 4th battle of the 10-5 competition in the Palace front, Li Jun faced Duan Chong of the Mad Lion House. Everyone thought that Li Jun was lucky to enter the top 10, and Duan Chong was one of the 10 heroes. Although he was not the strongest, he had always firmly occupied a seat in the second echelon. Duan Chong believed that his winning rate should be very high for Fang Jinxian, Xiao, Chen, and Long Hao. Rao Ying exposed the wind escape technique, which added a lot of variables to the possible battle between her and Duan Chong, but because he also had a hidden card, Duan Chong believed that his winning rate against Rao Ying was still not low. Even without counting that trump card, the large number of spectators in the Palace front competition also believed that Duan Chong was also in the middle level among the 10 heroes. As a result, Li Jun invested 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in his winning pool in the gambling game. Not counting the seniors from the sects who came to watch the game, among the many elites of the newest generation of the burning desolate continent who came to participate in the Palace front competition, there must be less than 20 people who can take out 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The number of 20 has already taken into account the situation that some cultivators have extraordinary experiences. Li Jun swept the battlefield of Chuyan for a year, and some magic weapons he refined were only worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a family background, he can be regarded as rich. Li Jun bet 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on himself. Most people guessed that Li Jun should be sensational. First, he told others that, "I am so confident," without losing the battle. Second, the interesting news that the young master of the Crazy Lion Mansion, who was suppressed in the gambling game, only took out the same 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, will soon spread in the burning desolate continent. At that time, the reputation of Yanyang's sect and Li Jun will undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Only a very small number of people think that Li Jun may really have hidden some trump cards, which makes Li Jun feel that he really has a good chance of winning against Duan Chong. These people did not persuade others, but just quietly ran to the gambling table and followed to bet more spirit stones on Li Jun. Some people thought that Li Jun was just trying to attract attention, but they also placed some bets on Li Jun out of speculation. When the bets on Li Jun and Duan Chong ended, those who bet on Duan Chong's victory naturally took up the majority, with a total of more than 1.6 million low-grade spirit stones. And because of the speculation of those people, those who bet on Li Jun's victory actually reached 670,000 low-grade spirit stones. The battle began. A person in charge of the Great Wilderness Palace issued an order to start the battle, but the actions of Li Jun and Duan Chong made many viewers confused. Duan Chong did not control the flying sword to rush towards Li Jun. From the beginning, he stood on the ground without even thinking of flying. He just stared at Li Jun with a contemptuous smile. Li Jun's actions were also puzzling. He also did not move at all, just looked at the other party with contempt. Now Li Jun's idea is very simple. He does not intend to follow the kid's nonsense, and directly uses the big skill to defeat him. Facing Duan Chong, Li Jun still looked relaxed, as if he didn't take Duan Chong seriously at all. Many people in the audience were confused. According to the previous relationship between the two, they should both burst out with all their strength to defeat each other as strongly as possible and leave an indelible memory for each other. However, now, apart from their distinctive facial expressions, neither of them actually made the next move. Not long after, Duanchong's face became gloomy. It's normal for me, Duanchong, to play unfathomable. You, a disciple of a medium-sized sect, why are you playing unfathomable with me? Finally, Duanchong took action first. Without offering the magic weapon, his hands began to make hand seals quickly. The principle of casting a spell is to let the spiritual power of the corresponding attributes of the heaven and earth gather nearby, and then move and combine according to the origin of the spell, to finally conform to the rules of heaven and earth, and trigger the expected spiritual power. Different forms of spiritual power are finally manifested as various spells. The casting of spells does not necessarily require hand seals in spells. However, before mastering the corresponding spell to a certain extent and having a deep enough understanding of the origin of this spell, the necessary hand seals and spells are still necessary. Especially in the more advanced realms, most cultivators need the assistance of hand seals to cast spells. And the small movements broken down by a coherent hand seal are actually guiding the nearby heaven and earth spiritual power to move and combine according to the needs of casting the spell. That is why each hand seal represents a different spell. From the hand seals made by the cultivators can verify the hand seals they have seen before and infer what spell the other party is casting. However, Duanchong's hand seals made most of the audience a little confused. This set of hand seals is not very similar to the spell hand seals they know before the nascent soul stage. Only a few people, including Ping Xuan, recognized it. After Ping Xuan saw Duanchong's hand seal and spell combination, his eyes lit up immediately. Soon, Ping Xuan's face had an interesting smile. The hand seal was finally completed, and the ground under Duanchong's feet suddenly began to fluctuate like the surface of the water. Then, Duanchong's body sank rapidly. Now, not only Ping Xuan, but everyone guessed the magic Duanchong used. Earth Escape Technique. Ping Xuan must know the Earth Escape Technique. There is no doubt about that. But in the situation of the palace competition, because the battle is generally carried out in the air, most of the wind escape techniques are more suitable. Before this, no one had seen Ping Xuan's hand seal when he performed the Earth Escape Technique, but judging from the effect of Duanchong's disappearance, it must be the Earth Escape Technique. Rao Ying's comprehension of the Wind Escape Technique did greatly increase her combat effectiveness, but for opponents of the same level, it was not a very strong trump card. But Duanchong's comprehension of the Earth Escape Technique, the situation was different. The difficulty of the Crazy Lion Mansion's soul-devouring technique shocked the burning, desolate continent. Although the disciples of the Mad Lion House have no direct attack capabilities, they have a strong defensive ability and the cooperation of the soul-devouring technique, and they have occupied a seat in the top 12 forces of the burning wasteland continent, and it is definitely not a seat at the back. In fact, in addition to the 4 forces of the 1 hall, 1 section and 2 sects in the burning wasteland continent, among the 4 sects, 4 worlds, and 8 super first-class forces, only the Wanjian sect and Langxi Heaven can be said to be forces of the same level as the Mad Lion House. There is still a big gap between the other 5 forces and these 3 forces. The Mad Lion House does not have the Kanglong Valley of the Kanglong Residence and the Qinglong Absolute Veins of the Qinglong Valley, but it has achieved a reputation that exceeds these 2 forces. The close-range soul-devouring combat method of the Mad Lion House has played an indispensable role. Facing the disciples of the Mad Lion House, the best way is to rely on spells and magic weapons to force the disciples of the Mad Lion House back again and again, so that the opponent cannot get close. This method is not necessarily easy to implement against the disciples of the Mad Lion House, who have more than 2 defensive magic weapons and are quite fast, but it is already the best way for most cultivators to deal with it. Since Duanchong entered the world of cultivation, he has defeated enemies one after another with his close-range soul-devouring tactics. Among the 10 heroes, even if Duanchong is not ranked in the top 3, he can still be ranked in the top 5 or 6. Duanchong has made such a reputation with only 2 imitations of the Crazy Lion Rock Arm and the known Yellow Lion spell that he has successfully practiced. Now, Duanchong has mastered the art of Earth Escape. The speed of moving underground using the Earth Escape technique is related to the cultivator's mastery of the Earth Escape technique. Duanchong escaped into the ground for only a dozen seconds. The ground under Li Jun's feet began to fluctuate, and Duanchong flew out quickly with his flying sword. This speed is not much slower than the speed Duanchong can reach in the air. However, Li Jun, even after seeing Duanchong fly out from the ground, still looked calm. Just now, everyone was amazed at Duanchong's Earth Escape technique. Now, everyone realized that after discovering that Duanchong had escaped underground, Li Jun had not been nervous at all. He was still controlling a magic weapon floating in the air. He did not even move to delay Duanchong's approach to him. There was no time for everyone to figure out Li Jun's thoughts. Duanchong had already approached Li Jun with his flying sword. Li Jun was still floating in the air, motionless, just looking at Duanchong quietly. Duanchong finally came to him, and Li Jun finally made a move. A large number of rocks with green light appeared in the air in an instant, quickly surrounding Duanchong's skillier. Then a flying sword appeared under Li Jun's feet, taking Li Jun to fly quickly away. Duanchong's speed was not slower than Li Jun. He chased Li Jun closely. It was really amazing that he could still fly while being wrapped in rocks, but then the rocks began to rotate and twist, as if to grind the things inside. Duanchong immediately felt something was wrong. Many viewers also saw it. There was a sound coming from the rock, and it was obvious that Duanchong began to resist the attack of this solid barrier. However, no one knew what happened next under the solid barrier. Duanchong suddenly began to scream, and his body shook and he fell to the ground with the rock. Earth Attribute attack is a very common attack method in the world of cultivation. However, Earth Attribute, especially in the more advanced realms, is more of an auxiliary or defensive existence. In the battle, when it is necessary to confuse the enemy's vision and give the cultivators more room to move, when dealing with a large number of enemies with a slightly lower realm, when dealing with things like Hun Tianling and Casox, consuming the mana of the opponent's magic weapons, the Earth Attribute can play a role. But in terms of direct damage ability, not to mention flying swords, even some ordinary magic weapons that use smashing as a means of attack are stronger than Earth Attributes. But the effect of these things is different when Li Jun uses them. The power of the system products is amazing. Now, Duanchong had 2 imitations of the crazy lion scale rock arms of the middle grade treasure level, plus the soul-devouring technique, which had a stronger defensive effect. As a result, it took only a dozen seconds for Duanchong to fall to the ground with a scream after being wrapped in the rock. All the spectators thought of this possibility. Duanchong continued to scream, and Li Jun slowly flew back to Duanchong, watching Duanchong rolling on the ground in the air. After a while, the solid barrier dissipated, and the skill time was up. The rocks dispersed, revealing the upper hand, but even so, Duanchong's current image was already extremely embarrassed. The crazy lion-scale rock arms on both arms had been deformed, and the clothes on the chest and back were twisted by friction to form several holes. The exposed skin had a few scratches, and even the skin that was not scratched was now all black. Duanchong panted fiercely, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Li Jun was not only hatred, but also an unconcealable fear. If it wasn't a duel in front of the palace, but a life-and-death duel in the wild, Li Jun could have killed him. Facing an opponent who was fully capable and, in Duanchong's opinion, fully motivated to kill him, how could Duanchong not be afraid? Li Jun didn't think he had to kill Duanchong, but Duanchong was narrow-minded. Looking back, if someone treated him like he treated Li Jun, Duanchong would definitely not let him off easily. Judging others by himself, in Duanchong's heart, Li Jun already had a reason to kill him. The cultivators in the world of cultivation had better looks than each other, and many people saw the fear in Duanchong's eyes. Dian Yang, the foreign affairs elder of the Mad Lion Mansion, saw it and subconsciously snorted. He snorted at Li Jun's aggressiveness and Duanchong's disappointment. Once the emotion of fear appears, it is not so easy to eliminate. Unless Duanchong defeats Li Jun once in a one-on-one battle, Duanchong will subconsciously feel afraid whenever he thinks of Li Jun in the future. This is a kind of demonic barrier which cultivators try their best to avoid. If Duanchong does not handle it well, and his state of mind is not up to par, this trace of fear may grow into Duanchong's inner demon. Dian Yang looked at Li Jun with a hint of hatred. What did Duanchong do? It's worth your killing. Li Jun is actually a little innocent. Li Jun's original idea was to defeat Duanchong with force, so that Duanchong would remember it and not act like he is the second best in the world like he does now. But a battle with a strong contrast between the strong and the weak should not easily produce demonic barriers even if it fails. But who would have thought that Duanchong was so timid that he would produce demonic barriers after being frightened like this? In fact, it's not that Duanchong is timid. Li Jun didn't think of killing Duanchong, but Duanchong thought that Li Jun had enough reasons to kill him. In an emergency, he didn't expect that Li Jun would definitely not kill Duanchong in the battle in front of the palace and make a deadly feud with the Guangxi mansion. A failure does not cause a demon barrier, but in the short period of time just now, Duanchong thought he was going to die. This shock, coupled with Duanchong's somewhat lagging state of mind, led to such a result. However, although a demon barrier has occurred, Duanchong is not sure that he will go all the way to the end. From now on, if he works harder on the state of mind, he should be able to ignore this demon barrier. But for this reason, Duanchong will definitely not dare to let his realm of skill exceed his state of mind too much like most cultivators in the future. Li Jun won the battle. Duanchong and Li Jun left the battlefield one after another, and the battle between Lei Yu and Xiao Chen followed. But Lei Yu and Xiao Chen have already started to fight. While watching the battle between Lei Yu and Xiao Chen, many viewers have not stopped discussing Li Jun. Li Jun's combat power was not much higher than before, but now he showed the power of Earth attribute. It was this Earth attribute, as an unconventional weapon that should not appear in the early stage of Yuanying, that made Li Jun the one who completed the promotion in the shortest time in the 10-5 battle. Sects like the 2 sects, the 4 sects, and the 4 worlds certainly have no shortage of treasure-level magic weapons. The reason why they don't give disciples such good magic weapons is mainly because they are afraid that disciples will become dependent on high-level magic weapons, and it is not necessarily a good thing to spoil them too much for their state of mind. Li Jun knows the situation of his skills, but the audience does not know, and quickly identified Li Jun's solid barrier with a peak treasure-level attack method. Of course, even if Li Jun has a peak treasure-level attack method, the audience will not think that Lin Feng is invincible in this palace competition. In the eyes of these cultivators, earth-based spells are generally powerful as auxiliary spells and are essentially no different from ordinary spells. It is also related to the user's own mana infusion. No matter how powerful the earth-based magic controlled by a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage is, it should not be stronger than the innate true fire of a cultivator in the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Try to keep a distance from Li Jun, use magic to fight against Li Jun's earth magic or directly attack Li Jun himself, or use defensive magic weapons to fight against Li Jun's earth magic. It is not impossible to defeat Li Jun in the end. In fact, although the auxiliary ability of earth magic is strong, speed is not the advantage of earth magic. The previous 3 methods are quite feasible. When dealing with opponents with strong auxiliary skills as a means of attack, cultivators can deal with them in many ways, but they can't run to the opponent to show their face. From this point of view, Duanchong's luck is really bad this time. The Earth Escape technique is combined with the 2 middle-grade treasure-level Mad Lion Unicorn arms and the effective soul-devouring technique. Except for Lei Yu, Ping Xuan, and Gong Ruoqing, who used mental attacks to defeat Duanchong, the other 10 heroes, namely Lin Yifei and Dongfang Shu, may still have the strength to fight Duanchong, and the remaining few people will not be Duanchong's opponents at all. With such a configuration, the possibility of sneaking into the Burning Desolate 5 is indeed very high. As a result, he ran into Li Jun, who had earth-based spells that shouldn't appear at this stage, and his fighting style was completely suppressed by earth-based spells. Now, in addition to losing in this battle, because of the damage to the crazy Lion Linyan arm, it was impossible for him to fight again through the challenge. But they must not forget that Li Jun's strength is not just an earth-based one, and in their eyes, the earth-based one is also a defensive one, so they were misled by Li Jun. Lei Yu versus Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's strength is still quite strong. They have all participated in their previous battles, and they have also accumulated a strong family background during the Izumo battlefield. The configuration of 1 medium-grade treasure and 3 low-grade treasures. The gap between magic weapons and treasures is too big, whether it is power or the ability to store mana. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen used the exploding fire talisman to cooperate with 3 attack magic weapons to burst out a powerful offensive, which cannot be ignored by any contestant in this palace competition. But in terms of attack power, even if Xiao Chen's 3 attack magic weapons and the explosive fire talisman were fully unleashed, they were not as powerful as Lei Yu's 5 Thunders orthodox method. Just like the difference between bare hands and using tools, the power of a cultivator directly mobilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to launch a spell is often not as strong as the power that can be exerted by using magic weapons. But there are exceptions. Spiritual cultivation is the most powerful branch of all cultivators, and spiritual cultivation is often the group of people who have the most thorough understanding of the origin of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Some spiritual cultivations with outstanding talents can often comprehend more profound spells at a lower level. The power of the 5 Thunders orthodox method is definitely not something that ordinary Yuanying early-stage spells can achieve. The 5 Thunders orthodox method belongs to the Thunder method, but it is closely related to the 5 elements of magic. The 5 Thunders orthodox method is divided into multiple levels. After mastering the 5 Thunders orthodox method's strongest attack, the 5 elements heavenly derivative shock method, even Tianyuan realm masters cannot ignore it. Of course, it is impossible for a Yuanying cultivator to master that level of the 5 Thunders. Even the lowest level of the 5 Thunders is not something that an ordinary Yuanying cultivator can master. Only when one has a sufficient understanding of the spiritual power source of the corresponding attribute can one master the 5 Thunders of the corresponding attribute. As the top 4 sects in the total power of the Burning Wasteland continent, the 5 Elements sect has a very high standard for accepting disciples. All cultivators who are fortunate enough to join the 5 Elements sect have at least 1 in 10,000 talents. But even so, Lei Yu is the only disciple of the 5 Elements sect who has mastered the 5 Thunders. And not just one, Li Yu has mastered two types of five thunders, the Gold Thunder method and the Water Thunder method. It's not because Li Yu has the best talent in these two attributes, but because these two attributes themselves have an unclear relationship with the Thunder method. If the guess is correct, the next five thunders that Li Yu will master should be the Fire Thunder method. The most basic five thunders orthodox method, in addition to being able to attack the enemy like ordinary thunder methods, can also use the principle of the five elements to restrain the opponent's defense methods. Not to mention the Golden Thunder method, Li Yu only used the Water Thunder method of five thunders, orthodox method, to completely destroy Xiao Chen's explosive fire talisman tactics. The hand gesture of the Water Thunder method alone can be completed quickly. The power mainly depends on how much mana the caster gathers. If only one explosive fire talisman is blocked, because the water attribute spell restrains the explosive fire talisman, Li Yu only needs to gather a small amount of mana. So as long as Xiao Chen sends out an explosive fire talisman, the explosive fire talisman will be struck down by a thunderbolt. The explosive fire talisman was struck down by thunder, but the talisman paper was not detonated in the air, but fell to the ground with the thunder. If you walk up to it, you will find that the symbol on the explosive fire talisman is still there, but the entire fire talisman has been soaked in water attribute mana. It looks wet, and the fire attribute mana contained in it has disappeared. Xiao Chen's bursting fire talisman was not slower than Li Jun's, but it didn't work at all. If he only poured less mana, Li Yu's water mine method would definitely not be slower than Xiao Chen's bursting fire talisman. Xiao Chen's attack had to consume the bursting fire talisman, a consumable that was prepared in advance, but Li Yu directly cast spells on the spot. However, Li Yu still used the water mine method to completely resist Xiao Chen's bursting fire talisman attack. Li Yu in the early stage of the nascent soul may not be so strong, but Li Yu in the middle stage of the nascent soul is so strong. Li Jun watched from the side and wondered how Li Yu's thunder method compared to his own thunder skills. It was probably not as strong as his own. After all, his thing was produced by the system and was invincible. The water mine method was used to resist Xiao Chen's bursting fire talisman. In this battle, Li Yu also cast the Gold Thunder method many times. Xiao Chen didn't have any wood-attributed magic weapons, so the restraining effect of gold on wood attributes was not reflected in this battle, but the strength of the Gold Thunder method itself had already surprised many viewers, including Li Jun. The Five Thunders orthodox method attacks the enemy in the form of a thunderbolt that strikes the opponent. The specific effect will only be revealed after the thunderbolt strikes the opponent. Li Yu's Gold Thunder method struck Xiao Chen's Dark Sky Ruler, and the Dark Sky Ruler immediately fell downwards as if it had been hit by a huge force. This effect is almost the same as a collision magic weapon of a low-grade treasure. To cast such a strong Gold Thunder method, Li Yu certainly couldn't be as casual as he had cast the Water Mine method before. In order to make each Gold Thunder method have enough power to shake Xiao Chen's magic weapon, Li Yu had to spend a long time to gather mana for that Gold Thunder method. Originally, Li Yu had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the preparation time required to cast the Gold Thunder method that could shoot down a low-grade treasure should not be that short. But the whisk in Li Yu's hand greatly accelerated this process. The Golden Silk Jade Balance Whisk is another ancient treasure of the middle-grade treasure level. It has no other effect, but when casting gold attribute spells, it speeds up the gathering of mana and increases the power of spells to a certain extent. The function seems simple, but if the increase is large enough, then this kind of magic weapon cannot be ignored. Even among ancient treasures, there are gaps between them. Some magic weapons have grown into the first-level ancient treasure in 50 years, but after hundreds of years, the power has been greatly improved, but it has not yet reached the standard for promotion. At this time, the power of this ancient treasure is much stronger than many ancient treasures of the same level. It is not absolute, but in most cases, the older the ancient treasure, the stronger its power. And Li Yu's Golden Silk Jade Balance Whisk, under the hands of a disciple of the Five Elements sect, made a great reputation as an ancient treasure in the burning wasteland continent 150 years ago. It cannot be used directly for attack and cannot store spells, but because of the improvement in mana condensation speed and the power of gold-attributed spells, the Golden Silk Jade Whisk has become the top-level existence among the known middle-grade treasures in the burning wasteland continent. In terms of the ability to control magic weapons, Xiao Chen is similar to some people. Similarly, there are a maximum of 4 magic weapons, or while controlling 3 magic weapons, pouring out the explosive fire talisman with all his strength. Undoubtedly, the explosive fire talisman tactics can burst out the strongest power in a short period of time. In this battle, Xiao Chen left a defensive magic weapon by his side and controlled 2 offensive magic weapons to assist the crazy explosive fire talisman in attacking. From the beginning, Xiao Chen's explosive fire talisman was always shot down by Li Yu. But Xiao Chen did not stop. Even if he attacked against the attack and broke Xiao Chen's explosive fire talisman, Lei Yu's consumption would not necessarily be less than Xiao Chen's consumption. Instead of letting Lei Yu spare more energy to deal with his other magic weapons, it is better to let Lei Yu invest more energy in shooting down the explosive fire talisman. Anyway, Xiao Chen only needs to send the explosion fire talisman in one direction, but Lei Yu needs to use the water thunder method to accurately strike the explosion fire talisman in order to break the attack of a explosion fire talisman. Lei Yu used the golden thunder method for the first time and knocked Xiao Chen's dark sky ruler down. Xiao Chen controlled the flying sword Go Chen sword, which was a medium-grade treasure, and continued to rush towards Lei Yu. Another thunderclap. This Go Chen sword was at least a medium-grade treasure. Although it was unstable for a while, it was not out of control. It continued to fly towards Lei Yu under Xiao Chen's control. However, immediately after Lei Yu fired another thunderclap, the Go Chen sword finally lost control. Xiao Chen also saw that Lei Yu came with the idea of competing. If he really wanted to win, he would not attack Xiao Chen's attack magic weapon, but directly attack Xiao Chen himself. Xiao Chen's Wuling umbrella, which was a low-grade treasure, would not last long. Xiao Chen thought about it, and he would be a failure if he continued like this, so he might as well try his best to attack and see how big the gap between him and Lei Yu is. Xiao Chen put away the Wuling umbrella, and with a wave of his right hand, a magic weapon wrapped in a rope appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. As Xiao Chen raised his right hand, the audience outside the venue, who already knew that Xiao Chen had a low-grade control magic weapon, the mysterious wind and ghost silk rope, also rushed towards Lei Yu. Lei Yu struck down with another golden thunder spell, and the mysterious wind and ghost silk rope immediately fell downwards. Xiao Chen finally mastered the dark sky ruler again, but before he flew far, he was intercepted by the golden thunder spell again. Even Lei Yu in the early stage of the nascent soul would not be weaker than Xiao Chen, let alone Lei Yu in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Every time Xiao Chen's three magic weapons flew forward a little, they were shot down by Lei Yu's golden thunder spell. There was no chance to even get close to Lei Yu. It didn't take long before Xiao Chen finally admitted the huge gap between himself and Lei Yu, put away the magic weapon, and left the square in front of the palace dejectedly. The top five were all decided: Lei Yu, Ping, Xuwen, Lin Yifei, Long Hao, Li Jun. The list of the Burning Desolate Five may still change, but if they can pass many challenges and squeeze into the top five list, even if they don't become the Burning Desolate Five, their names will definitely spread throughout the Burning Desolate continent in a very short time. It may be because of the identity of the Burning Desolate Five, or it may be because of the identity of the other Burning Desolate Five. The promotion of Lei Yu, Ping Xuan, Lin Yifei, and Long Hao is not a big news. From the beginning of the palace competition, these four people have been the hot candidates for the Burning Desolate Five. Although they are not all the most popular ones, no one will say much when they are selected. However, Li Jun's promotion is really beyond everyone's expectations. The Burning Desolate Five every year are not necessarily the 10 heroes selected before the palace competition. There are often one or two dark horses that break into the list of the strongest five. But these dark horses generally come from the top forces among the first-class forces in the Burning Desolate continent. Many years later, they have all become pillars of their respective sects. For many years, no disciple from a second-rate force has been able to squeeze into the top five list. The disciples of a super first-rate force often mean top qualifications, top skills, top master teachings, and top training resource allocation. However, with so many superior conditions, the disciples they cultivated are not as strong as a disciple from a second-rate force. This is simply a slap in the face. The elders of the sects from several super first-rate forces who came to watch the battle without disciples on the top five list all felt a little embarrassed. And those first-rate forces were not polite to them. Some people just wanted to watch the fun and didn't mind the big things. The words spread among the crowd were, generally, not so nice. Getting a false reputation is already a relatively harmonious statement. Before the challenge session, the Great Wilderness Hall set aside another 12 hours for the contestants to heal their wounds and adjust their status. This time, in addition to repeating the previous 5 fierce battles, the Great Wilderness Hall also spent a lot of space to introduce the 5 contestants who first entered the top 5 list. Li Jun's battle lasted only a short while this time. He didn't need to rest at all. He gathered with everyone to chat and so on. The 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones that Li Jun had put on him before also paid off. Counting Li Jun's original 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a total of nearly 170,000 lower-grade spirit stones were in hand. I just don't know how much ore I can buy. The challenge phase finally began. The challenge phase of the palace front competition is for those contestants who originally had the strength to advance to the top 5, but were eventually eliminated because they met a strong person in advance. As long as you successfully defeat the target you challenge, you can occupy the opponent's original top 5 seats. After blocking all the challenges that followed, the 5 strong men who finally occupied the 5 seats were the final Fenhuang 5 sons of this palace front competition. Of course, if you want to challenge the top 5 seats, you can't be completely without conditions. Otherwise, if everyone wants to see the gap between themselves and the top 5 contestants in the palace front competition, they will be exhausted and can't finish beating the original top 5. And it is easy for others to take the top 5 seats in a round-robin battle. The Great Wilderness Palace stipulated that contestants who wanted to challenge for the top 5 seats needed to take out 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones before they could register. Regardless of whether they successfully defeated their opponents, the 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones would belong to the challenged. In this way, whether to challenge or not was worth considering. 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones were definitely not a small amount, but there were more than 10 heroes, and among the many contestants in the palace competition, there should be more than 50 people who had such wealth. In this case, if they knew they could not get a place in the top 5, these people would definitely not challenge the top 5 players casually. Even if they had more than 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones, for cultivators in the nascent soul or golden core stages, 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones were definitely worth the pain. Li Jun knew that he would definitely be challenged. Li Jun knew his own situation. Not to mention one battle, there would be no problem in 10 more battles. He released various skills by himself and it didn't waste any mana at all, just do it. Xiao Chen is a strong contender for the first place in the hall competition. Li Jun is the only one who made it to the top 5. However, in the last 2 battles, Li Jun defeated Gong Ruoqing, whose biggest trump card was mental attack because of his mysterious ice shield. In the other battle, he defeated Duan Chong, who had to get close to him to exert his full combat power because he used his big skill Solid Barrier. Facing the first place in the hall competition, Li Jun was sure to win. After all, he still had the card man. As it was related to the glory of the sect, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to be polite to Li Jun. At the beginning of the battle, he sacrificed 3 magic weapons and sent 2 fire talismans at the first time. Li Jun was not polite either. He added Mysterious Ice Shield to his own home and then blasted out with the big thunder skill. There was a series of gasps in the audience. It was too shocking. In the previous battle between Li Jun and Xiao Chen, one was an instant move, and the other was an extremely fast fire talisman. Everyone watching the battle from a distance felt that the speed of the 2 people's moves was indeed ridiculously fast. But who was faster? Because the frequency was too fast, the audience couldn't really tell. It was just because of the preconceived idea that Xiao Chen had already made a great reputation in the world of cultivation, most people still thought that Xiao Chen was faster than Li Jun. This time, the 2 finally faced off directly. Gradually, many people saw that Xiao Chen's speed of launching the exploding fire talisman was fast, but it was still not as fast as Li Jun's moves. When Li Jun just started to use various skills, Xiao Chen's face was not very good at that time. Although helpless, Li Jun did not need various magic tools to attack instantly, but he did not have this ability. Even Xiao Chen had to admit that Li Jun was indeed one step faster than him in this regard. Then Li Jun sent out the solid barrier he used last time, instantly trapping Xiao Chen, and then Li Jun began to read the bar, and a golden earth sword instantly appeared in the sky, with the skill Thick Earth Judgment. It was powerful and imposing. All the audience members concentrated and calmed down, and began to look forward to Li Jun's next fierce attack. Xiao Chen's strength was indeed extraordinary. He withstood the damage caused by the rotation and twisting of the solid barrier, but it also destroyed one of his high-level defensive magic weapons. The skill dissipated and Xiao Chen felt something was wrong and looked up. Xiao Chen's face turned pale. How could it be? Just now, he had barely resisted Li Jun's attack with all his strength. How could Li Jun have such a powerful move brewing? Could it be that even the exploding fire talisman that he thought was enough to surpass all the early Yuanying weapon cultivators could not defeat him? Xiao Chen did not have much time to worry. The Earth Golden Sword of Thick Earth Judgment was getting closer and closer. Xiao Chen quickly gave up control of the other magic weapons and let them fall to the ground. An umbrella-shaped magic weapon appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen held the umbrella handle and shook it with his right hand, and the umbrella surface spread out. Wu Ling Umbrella. Wu Jin is the skeleton, and Ying Ya is the surface. Wu Ling Umbrella is a defensive magic weapon with dual attributes of gold and wood. Among the defensive magic weapons of the same level, the magic weapons such as shields, armor, and bells have stronger defensive capabilities. With Xiao Chen's wealth, if he wanted a shield or armor of the lower grade treasure level, he would definitely not lack such defensive magic weapons. But he chose to use Wu Ling Umbrella as his only defensive magic weapon. Wu Ling Umbrella is an ancient treasure, an ancient treasure of the lower grade treasure level. For collision-type magic weapons, Wuling Umbrella's defensive ability is not as strong as those of the lower grade treasure level, Hunqianling and Kasa magic weapons, but at least it has Yingya as the umbrella surface, so it is not much worse. The Wuling Umbrella's defense against flying swords and spike-like magic weapons is often not as strong as the shields and heart-protecting mirrors of the lower grade treasure level, but because the umbrella ribs are made of Wujin, they are not much weaker. The Wuling Umbrella's defense against spell damage is the Wuling Umbrella's strongest point. The Wuling Umbrella's defense is already extremely comprehensive, and it generally has good defense capabilities against various attacks. It is also for this reason that the Wuling Umbrella has gradually grown into an ancient treasure-level existence. The only weakness of the Wuling Umbrella is that it is afraid of spell damage of the fire attribute. Fire overcomes gold, and wood produces fire. Whether the Wuling Umbrella uses gold or wood for defense, the fire attribute's ability to damage the Wuling Umbrella far exceeds other attributes. But Li Jun used earth, so it's okay. Xiao Chen thought he could block it. At this time, the thick earth judgment was getting closer and closer to Xiao Chen himself. Xiao Chen pinched the magic formula with his right hand, and the Wuling Umbrella quickly rotated with the umbrella handle as the axis. The earth gold giant sword instantly pierced Xiao Chen's Wuling Umbrella. With a bang, a circle of light golden shockwaves spread out in all directions. However, it didn't last long. Under the attack of the thick coating judgment, the earth gold giant sword with great force, the Wuling Umbrella soon became shaky. After a while, the Wuling Umbrella finally couldn't hold on. With a hissing sound, the veil on the umbrella finally broke, and the Wuling Umbrella's spiritual energy leaked out and quickly fell to the ground. The earth gold giant sword also dissipated in the air when the time was up. Xiao Chen's face was extremely ugly. He controlled the previous magic weapon to fly back in his direction. After taking another fierce look at Li Jun, he turned around and left a little lonely without waiting for the magic weapon to fly back completely. From now on, no one will regard him, Xiao Chen, as the first person of the same age to cultivate weapons. And now, the audience of the competition in front of the palace finally have to admit that Li Jun can get to this point not by luck, but by relying on real and strong fighting power. In the battle with Xiao Chen, Li Jun made the attribute of a magic that they thought was an auxiliary earth spell so imposing and powerful. He was so strong that he suppressed Xiao Chen, who was not a weak one among the 10 heroes, and finally defeated the original #1 weapon cultivator in this palace competition. No one dared to underestimate Li Jun anymore. Xiao Chen left the battlefield, and Li Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was expected, it still felt not so simple when the battle really started. Dongfang Shu had already submitted a challenge to Long Hao. After the battle between Li Jun and Xiao Chen, the battle between Dongfang Shu and Long Hao began immediately. The strongest single-target attack in the palace competition against the strongest defense in the palace competition. This gimmick only looks lively, but in fact everyone knows the most likely outcome of this battle. Long Hao's attack ability is not weak in other places, but in the competition for the 5 Sons of the Burning Wasteland, Long Hao's attack ability has indeed become a shortcoming of his strength, and Dongfang Shu's Yin-Yang Wuji shield is enough to resist all of Long Hao's attacks. The final focus of this battle shifted to the duel between Dongfang Shu's Breaking Yue Wanjin sword and Long Hao's Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor. Breaking Yue Wanjin's sword is an ancient treasure of the middle grade treasure level. There are definitely not many defensive magic weapons that can block the offensive of Breaking Yue Wanjin's sword under the control of Dongfang Shu's Langxi sword art. At least it must be an ancient treasure-level defensive magic weapon of the same middle-grade treasure level, and the defensive ability of Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor after Long Hao's blood sacrifice is no weaker than any ordinary defensive ancient treasure of the same level. However, one side attacks and the other side defends. Once or twice, or even 10 or 20 times, the defending side may still be able to block it. However, as time goes by, it is only possible that the attacking side finally breaks through the defense of the defending side, and the defending side will never be able to do anything to the attacking side. Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor is very strong. It withstood 30 rounds of offensives under the strongest single attack in this palace competition without showing any signs of fatigue. But Long Hao finally admitted defeat in advance. The power of the blood sacrifice magic weapon is definitely very strong, but there is a weakness that cannot be ignored. If the blood sacrifice magic weapon is really destroyed, its owner will also be seriously injured, and it will be difficult to recover from such injuries without a considerable period of time. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, the cultivators who have the blood sacrifice magic weapon will definitely not let the blood sacrifice magic weapon be easily damaged. Then those who want to challenge the seat of the 5 Sons of the Burning Desolate need to take out 20,000 low-grade spirit stones each time they apply for a challenge. This number is indeed quite large. Without a certain success rate, no one will challenge the seat of the five sons of the Burning Desolate: Lei Yu, Lin Yifei, Dongfang Shu, Ping Xuan, Li Jun. The strength of the first four has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and now even Li Jun, no one dares to despise him. Li Jun has proved himself by the battle with Xiao Chen. Among the 10 heroes, Lei Yu and Lin Yifei are known for their direct combat effectiveness. Ping Xuan is known for the magic of escape techniques, and Gong Ruoqing is known for the weirdness of mental attacks. Apart from these four people, Dongfang Shu, Long Hao, Duan Chong, and Xiao Chen have already made a name for themselves in the world of cultivation. Before the battle, there was no consensus on who was stronger and who was weaker. Rao Ying and Fang Jinxian both made a name for themselves in the world of cultivation, but their actual combat power has always been considered to be slightly weaker than the other 10 heroes. The 5 people numbered 11 to 15 may not have made a name for themselves in the world of cultivation that is not less than these two. It is just that Rao Ying and Fang Jinxian are contestants from top-notch forces, and they may have some powerful hidden cards. Perhaps the person who spread the word of the 10 heroes also had a little idea of taking care of the face of the top-notch forces, and finally selected those 10 people as the so-called 10 heroes. It is indeed not a failure to include these 2 people in the 10 heroes. Rao Ying really has a hidden card of escape technique, and Fang Jinxian did not let down the chain and won the battle with the opponent numbered 13. Besides Lei Yu and Lin Yifei, who firmly hold a position, the most qualified candidates for the title of the 5 Sons of Burning Desolation are Ping Xuan, Gong Ruoqing, Dongfang Shu, Long Hao, Duan Chong, and Xiao Chen. Now there is Li Jun, who has emerged as a dark horse with the number 69. As for Rao Ying, there is actually no need for that. If she challenges in advance, she may be able to squeeze into the top 5 list temporarily, but as a weak persimmon, she will almost certainly become a stepping stone for others. And when the dust settles, the remaining people will not be weaker than Rao Ying. Apart from these people, the others really do not have the ability to compete for the title of the 5 Sons of Burning Desolation, so they did not come here to spend that money. Xiao Chen wasted his chance on Li Jun, and Duan Chong was obviously completely helpless because of the damage to the 2 crazy lion scale rock arms. And because the contestants who lost to the challenger for the first time also have 1 chance to challenge, now only Gong Ruoqing and Long Hao are left who should challenge again. Gong Ruoqing waited for a while, and seeing that Long Hao did not challenge first, she chose her own challenge opponent, Ping Xuan. Just as many people guessed, this was actually a one-sided battle. The mental attack was too strong a restraint on Ping Xuan, whose skills were all in the escape technique. Gong Ruoqing's Hun Tianling was still unusable, but after replacing it with a spare magic weapon, even without the mental attack, his combat effectiveness was still not low. Ping Xuan put too much thought into the escape technique, and it was inevitable that he lagged behind in other aspects. Soon, he was forced by Gong Ruoqing to perform the escape technique. The mental attack came at the right time. Ping Xuan's escape technique was forced to be interrupted. The first time was okay, although it was a bit embarrassing, he managed to survive. But when Ping Xuan performed the escape technique for the second time, Gong Ruoqing's mental attack was interrupted again, and this time, the spell finally backfired. If a cultivator is interrupted forcibly while casting a spell, there is a certain chance that the spell will backfire. Because of the large amount of mana that begins to become chaotic, at that moment, it is considered good if the cultivator can exert 80% of his strength. If the strength of the spell backfire is too strong, it is not impossible that he will lose the ability to resist at that time. Spell backfire is not a small matter. It is possible that he will not be able to exert his full strength for a long time. Ping Xuan is not unaware of the problem of spell backfire, but his fighting power mainly lies in his escape technique. If he does not use the escape technique, he is no match for Gong Ruoqing. On the contrary, Gong Ruoqing's mental attack will definitely not be able to be used many times. As long as he is lucky enough not to form a spell backfire under Gong Ruoqing's 3 or 4 mental attacks, Ping Xuan can fight with all his strength. However, today, Ping Xuan's luck is obviously not as good as he imagined. The second time the spell was interrupted, the spell backfired, Ping Xuan's strength was greatly reduced, and it didn't take long for him to finally admit defeat. Because of the backlash of the spell, Ping Xuan could not exert his full combat power in a short period of time. After thinking about it, Ping Xuan finally did not continue the challenge. Long Hao still had 1 more challenge opportunity. Originally, he also wanted to try to challenge Ping Xuan, but he knew that Gong Ruoqing would definitely challenge him, and he thought he was not Gong Ruoqing's opponent, so he had no reason to challenge before Gong Ruoqing. As a result, Gong Ruoqing succeeded in challenging Ping Xuan. After watching for a while, Long Hao finally gave up the challenge dejectedly. Lei Yu and Lin Yifei are of course not to be mentioned. Dongfang Shu had defeated Long Hao once, and Long Hao had no way to deal with Gongruo King's mental attack. Only Li Jun was left, but Long Hao knew that he might be even worse off against Li Jun. The attributes of the Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor are mainly wood, and supplemented by gold. Because of the wood attribute in the Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor, the top-level spiritual weapon level Big Leaf Dragon Scale armor could be used to test the wood attribute qualifications of Li Jun and others on the Tiantai that year. Because of the gold attribute of the Large Leaf Dragon Scale armor, the Large Leaf Dragon Scale armor will not be restrained when facing magic weapons such as flying swords. However, the main wood and auxiliary gold, just like Xiao Chen's Wuling Umbrella, is most afraid of fire attribute damage, and Li Jun can be said to be the #1 fire attribute output in this palace competition. Long Hao finally found out helplessly that no matter whether he avoided Gong Ruoqing or not, he really had no chance in this palace competition. The 5 sons of the palace competition were finally confirmed: Lei Yu, Lin Yifei, Dongfang Shu, Gong Ruoqing, Li Jun. These are the 5 most talented people in the cultivation world of the burning desolate continent in the past 49 years. 2 sword cultivators, 2 spiritual cultivators, and 1 weapon cultivator. They were respectively from the 5 Elements sect, one of the 2 sects, the Wanjian sect, one of the 4 sects, the Langxi Heaven, one of the 4 heavens and earth, the other 4 heavens and earth Candle Dragon residents, and the Yanyang sect, a medium-sized sect that had no reputation in the burning desolate continent before. Ping Xuan of Dunjia Tianmen was not included in this list, but everyone knows that Ping Xuan's talent is definitely not much worse than that of the 5 sons of burning desolation. It's just that, while he is proficient in the art of escaping, his combat power is definitely a little behind. And because of Ping Xuan's profound escaping skills, Ping Xuan's ability to survive in the world of cultivation is much higher than that of other people of the same age, and he will definitely have some advantages in the competition for natural materials and treasures. In another 100 years, Ping Xuan's reputation in the world of cultivation will probably be so great that even among the 5 sons of burning desolation, few people can match him. The 5 sons of burning desolation are ranked in no particular order, but are just a general term for the 5 people with the strongest combat talents in the burning desolation continent in the past 49 years. However, in everyone's mind, the gold content is still different. After all, Dongfang Shu and Gong Ruoqing have both suffered defeats, while Lei Yu, Lin Yifei, and Li Jun have never lost a single battle. When people in the burning desolation continent chat, they always mention this point. In the past 49 years, the strongest sword cultivators, spiritual cultivators, and weapon cultivators of the younger generation of the burning desolate continent have all been undefeated in the palace competition. The burning, desolate 5 sons were finally confirmed, and the great desolate palace began to prepare for the final so-called Fengshan meeting. The identities of Li Jun and others as the burning desolate 5 sons were certified by the previous burning desolate 5 sons, and the final awarding of the prizes also implemented this link. In addition to the increase in fame, winning the title of the burning desolate 5 sons also has quite good physical rewards. Moreover, this involves the rewards given to the winners of the title of 5 Sons of Burning Desolate by the palace competition of most sects in the burning desolate continent, which is enough to be called luxurious. There are a total of 100 types of rewards for the burning desolate 5 sons to choose from in this palace competition. The first type of reward is a top-level treasure. Treasures are divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top level. The Taiyi Giant Cauldron refined by True Man Qifeng back then was already a top-level treasure. True Man Qifeng used enough refining materials to refine spiritual artifacts. Although he only refined a top-level treasure in the end, it was much stronger than ordinary top-level treasures. With such a good foundation, it has almost reached the level of ancient treasures after more than 10 years. The instrument cultivators who have always had the most and stronger magic weapons still use top-level treasures in the Mahayana period, which shows the value of top-level treasures. Super first-class forces like the 2 gates, 4 sects, and 4 worlds should not be short of magic weapons of this level. However, they will not easily give them to low-level disciples for use, fearing that the disciples will develop the mentality of getting something for nothing and further generate demonic obstacles. But there is no problem in choosing this one from the rewards of the competition in front of the palace. This is the reward they are eligible to get if they stand out from thousands of their peers. They can use it with peace of mind. It is worth mentioning that among these top-level treasures, there is also a pot-shaped magic weapon that stores yellow-level strange fire. If other weapon cultivators had taken down the 5 burning desolate sons, they would have more than 80% chance of choosing this reward. However, since Li Jun had the dark light cinders burning fire, he would certainly not waste his reward here. The second option was a combination of 2 top-level Xuan-level elixirs. One of them was the Tianji Creation Pill, which could improve the skills of Yuanying stage cultivators. A Tianji creation pill could save about half the time for a cultivator who had just entered the early stage of Yuanying to reach perfection in the early stage of Yuanying. Even for top geniuses like the 10 heroes, it could be equivalent to 5 or 6 years of hard work. As for the other, top-level Xuan-level elixir, the cultivator could freely choose it from a list listed in the Great Desolate Hall. The Tiangong Poe pill, which improves the degree of condensation of the natal sword essence, and thus improves the penetration ability of the natal sword essence of the sword cultivator. The Wujuan Zhenlei pill, which improves the affinity of the cultivator to the thunder attribute spiritual power, and thus improves the power of thunder magic and the speed of casting. The Qingmu Yiqi pill, which can generate a kind of strange wood attribute elemental power in the body of the instrument cultivator, and thus improve the ability of the instrument cultivator to refine the natal true fire, the healing elixir. Taiqing Rongsha pill, which treats the damage of spells, and the Juqiao Shusui pill, which increases the speed of mana flowing in the meridians in a short period of time, similar to the Stool Cultivation's secret method to improve the combat effectiveness of spiritual cultivation. All of these are top-level Xuan-level pills that have left a great reputation in the Burning Wasteland continent. The efficacy is also famous for its strength. These things are useless to Li Jun, so Li Jun continues to watch the rest of the rewards. The third reward listed by the Great Wasteland Hall is a variety of magic jade slips. The more advanced the spell, the more complex the mana activity required when casting it, and the difficulty of handprints and spells also increases accordingly. Just like the art of escape, if a cultivator comprehends a profound spell from scratch step by step, it will take too much time. Lingjian solved this problem. Countless years ago, the predecessors in the cultivation world came up with a spell classification system, which classified the known spells in the cultivation world into 4 levels of spells: heaven, earth, black, and yellow, according to their power and the special effects that the spells can achieve. If a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the human Yuan realm, that is, a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana stage, casts a certain attack spell, and its power does not reach the strength that can be achieved by a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana stage using an attack-type low-grade treasure weapon, then this attack spell can only be classified as a yellow-level spell. Then the standards of the black-level spells, the earth-level spells, and the heaven-level spells are greatly improved on the basis of the previous level of spells. Later, other auxiliary spells were also classified into the spell classification system according to their actual effects and the difficulty of casting. Yellow-level spells are often relatively rough, and they are more about gathering enough mana and then focusing on attacking the enemy. It is indeed a little worse to say that they are mysterious. However, yellow-level spells are actually the main means of combat for the vast majority of spiritual practitioners in the world of cultivation, and only a few people can master spells above the mysterious level. It's not that the requirements for casting high-level spells are very high. Some high-level spells do require some magic power or other conditions of the cultivators, and they can only be cast after reaching a certain realm. Some high-level spells can actually be tried in the nascent soul stage or even earlier. It's just that the same high-level spells can be cast with different power by the Earth Element Realm cultivators and the Human Element Realm cultivators. Only a few cultivators can master the spells above the Xuan level, mainly because the spell Jade slips are rare, and the spell Jade slips above the Xuan level are not available to everyone. For cultivators of the same realm, the power of casting Xuan-level spells is still much stronger than the power that can be achieved by casting Wang-level spells. The third type of reward listed by the Great Wilderness Hall is dozens of spell Jade slips that record the methods of practicing Xuan-level spells. Those attack spells are not attractive to Li Jun, but 3 Jade slips of Xuan-level auxiliary spells have attracted Li Jun's attention: Howling Wind Escape, Flying Cloud Blood Escape, Ghost Shadow Secret Art. At the same time, 3 gold ores were given as gifts, which was what Li Jun wanted. Howling Wind Escape is a type of wind escape technique. It is also an escape technique that relies on wind attribute spiritual power, but the specific effects are different. Howling Wind Escape is the wind escape technique that the 5 Elements sect monks practiced in the early stage. However, even though it is a relatively low-level wind escape technique, the level of Howling Wind Escape has reached the advanced level of the Xuan level, and both the effect and anti-interference ability are already quite strong. Flying Cloud Blood Escape is a blood escape technique. The same Xuan level advanced escape technique, the effect is very different from Howling Wind Escape. Howling Wind Escape is like most wind escape techniques. It is more of a combat escape technique with low consumption and often a short escape distance. However, Flying Cloud Blood Escape is a real escape technique. Consuming the essence of one's own life to perform Flying Cloud Blood Escape, depending on the amount of essence consumed, the monk will instantly appear several miles away or even farther away. The life essence and blood are extremely important to the cultivator. In addition to being difficult to replenish, the sudden loss of too much life essence and blood is likely to cause the cultivator to suffer injuries similar to but stronger than the backlash of spells. The blood escape technique, such as flying cloud blood escape, is used to escape, and the effect is very strong. Even if the opponent is a big realm stronger, it is not so easy to stop the cultivator from performing the blood escape technique. However, because of the great consumption of life essence and blood, the cultivator will never easily perform the blood escape technique unless it is absolutely necessary. Ghost Shadow Secret Technique is an auxiliary spell that allows the cultivator to hide the fluctuations of his own spiritual power. In addition, it can also allow the cultivator to temporarily transform into a shadow to avoid the enemy. There are simple methods of hiding spiritual power fluctuations in the cultivation world, but the crudest method can only be used when the opponent is far away and the realm of the opponent is not much higher than that of the caster. There is no such problem with the Ghost Shadow Secret Art. According to the introduction given by the Great Wilderness Palace, if the Ghost Shadow Secret Art is successfully cultivated in a relatively dark environment, as long as the opponent does not have any detection spells or magic weapons, after the cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul uses the Ghost Shadow Secret Art, the cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul may not be able to detect it, even if he walks by. The three auxiliary spells are very effective, but after considering it, Li Jun finally chose the Flying Cloud Blood Escape. After getting the reward, since Li Jun could not use the Flying Cloud Blood Escape, he exchanged it for gold ore with some people present. In the end, he asked an elder of the Great Wilderness Palace to help his disciple exchange it, offering 5 pieces of gold ore. This is already a lot. After all, gold ore is priceless. In this way, Li Jun collected enough for the second gold card. You must know that the characters in this system have very explosive combat power. Although the gold card is a nascent soul strongman, it is not in vain to beat the strong man in the god transformation period of this place. Lei Yu and Lin Yifei have never lost a game, so no one can be sure that they don't have a hidden card of escape. Gong Ruoqing and Dongfang Shu should be sure that they can't practice escape at present, but it's not certain in the future. Maybe they can practice it when they reach the god transformation stage, or they may not be able to practice escape even when they reach the earthly realm. But in any case, they don't need to choose escape from the rewards of the competition in front of the palace. Lei Yu chose a combination of 2 top-level Xuan-level elixirs, Tianji Creation Pill and Juqiao Shusui Pill. The top-grade magic weapon will be available sooner or later, and with the strength of the 5 Thunders Orthodox method, Lei Yu is not so eager for ordinary magic weapons. As for the magic Jade Slip, Lei Yu doesn't need any offensive magic because he already has the 5 Thunders Orthodox method. The Ghost Shadow Secret Art is good, but in fact, let alone 2 top-level Xuan-level elixirs, even if there is only 1 Tianji Creation Pill, Lei Yu will still choose the elixir instead of the Ghost Shadow Secret Art. Magic is just a means after all, and the improvement of realm is more important for cultivators. The pills that directly improve the power are hard to come by, and choosing Tianji Creation Pill is indeed a very mature choice. In fact, including Lin Yifei, Dongfang Shu and Gong Ruoqing, they all chose the combination of Tianji Creation Pill and another pill. Only Li Jun, a country bumpkin who had never seen the Jade Slip of Escape technique, chose the Flying Cloud Blood Escape, which he most likely had no talent for. Lei Yu chose Tianji Creation Pill and 9 Apertures Shu Sui Pill. Tianji Creation Pill can allow Lei Yu to quickly complete the first half of the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the 9 Apertures Shu Sui Pill, which can achieve similar effects to the spiritual cultivation secret method, is combined with Lei Yu's already powerful 5 Thunders Orthodox method. Lei Yu, who swallowed the 9 Apertures Shu Sui Pill, is afraid that he can compete with the masters of the nascent soul great perfection. Lin Yifei and Dongfang Shu both chose Tianji Creation Pill and Tiangang Poe Pill. Gong Ruoqing chose Tianji Creation Pill and 5-turn True Thunder Pill. The 5-element sect cultivators mainly practice the 5-element spells, but in fact, more spiritual cultivators in the cultivation world are more proficient in thunder methods. Gong Ruoqing's trump card is Mental Attack, but in essence, she is still a spiritual practitioner. She must also improve her spiritual combat power. Li Jun and the other 5 chose their rewards, and then came to the gatehouse in front of the palace. When they received their rewards, they also accepted the Feng Shan of the previous 5 burning desolate 5 suns. Amid the cheers of thousands of people, Li Jun and the other 5 walked down the gatehouse one after another and returned to the teams of their respective sects. The palace competition has ended, and most of the cultivators have begun to leave the Great Desolate Palace in groups. Wen Wan, Tang Tingting and the others did not say anything sensational, and followed Li Jun to join the crowd, leaving the Great Desolate Palace. Li Jun's participation in this palace competition is a very good experience, and the system has also given rewards for this. Ding! Congratulations to the protagonist for participating in a very good event. For you who travel in the other world, you have gained a lot of experience. I hope the protagonist will continue to travel in other areas of the other world. The reward for this trip is 5 pieces of gold ore. System prompt: to facilitate the protagonist's travel in other worlds, some references are given. The next place, the protagonist can travel to the soul-devouring domain. So Li Jun decided to go to the soul-devouring domain. Since the system has given references, there is no need to refer to it. Just go there. Tong Ting had mentioned going to the soul-devouring domain with Li Jun before. Wen Wan seemed to have the same idea at the time, but Li Jun certainly did not agree. Li Jun went to the soul-devouring domain for other things. Wen Wan had too many concerns in the burning wasteland continent, and even Tong Ting did not need to go to the soul-devouring domain with Li Jun. Swallowing and exhaling the spiritual power of heaven and earth has become an instinct for cultivators in the nascent soul stage. There is no need to enter a state of concentration. Even when flying with a sword, you can slowly practice. But in the end, it is more efficient to enter a state of concentration to practice. If Wen Wan and Tong Ting have already reached the perfection of the early stage of the nascent soul, there would be no problem in following Li Jun to practice. The problem is that the two have not reached the perfection level of the early stage of the nascent soul. It is more conducive to their improvement of their skills to find a place where they can enter a state of concentration and practice with peace of mind. The Great Wasteland Palace is located in the center of the burning wasteland continent. After leaving the Great Wasteland Palace, Li Jun and others flew all the way to the north. The name of the Great Wasteland Palace is not for nothing. The large area around it is an endless wasteland. Cultivators don't need much food and drink, but it is also a kind of enjoyment after all. In addition, some items need to be replenished, so cultivators often need to go to some more prosperous places for supplies. There are 3 cities closest to the Great Wasteland Palace, located in the north, southeast, and southwest of the wasteland. After participating in the competition in front of the palace, there are nearly 5,000 people who chose to fly north with Li Jun and others. The Wanjian sect is not in this direction, but Lin Yifei followed from a distance. It's been a while since they left the Great Wasteland Palace, but Lin Yifei hasn't made a move yet. He should be waiting for the opportunity for Li Jun to be alone. Li Jun has won the title of Fenhuang 5 Sons with his strength, and Lin Yifei has no reason to despise Li Jun anymore. To be on the safe side, Lin Yifei is relatively open and above board without any interference from the outside world, and he did not hide his whereabouts. Li Jun knew what Lin Yifei meant, but he had no intention of hiding. Along the way, Tong Ting had been trying to liven up the atmosphere by telling some interesting stories about the past, but Li Jun was about to leave after all. Even if she smiled at that time, the sadness of parting would soon fill the air again. Cheer up, it's not like you won't come back. The lifespan of a cultivator is so long. Not to mention a few years, decades will pass in a flash. I will try my best to come back after I finish the work of the soul-devouring domain. Do you dare to be so positive? Who said we are not happy that you are leaving? Xiao Pengyu always said this, but after a few years of bickering, Li Jun and Xiao Pengyu had already become friends. Li Jun knew that the more indifferent Xiao Pengyu said, the more sad he felt in his heart. Li Jun was about to have another argument with Xiao Pengyu, when suddenly the sky darkened. It was not the kind of black that covered the sun with dark clouds, but pitch black. The ground did not change, but a pitch-black cover like an upside-down bowl appeared in the sky, covering a large number of cultivators and causing fear on the faces of other people nearby. There was no reason for many Jindan and Yuanying cultivators not to be terrified. They all felt the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations on the pitch-black cover. Several flashes of light flashed across the sky and quickly appeared above the center of the crowd. The light emitted by many magic weapons gathered together was not weak. Li Jun quickly recognized that the people above were several masters of the early stage of Huashan, including the Foreign Affairs Elder of Wuhua Palace. It's an isolation formation. It looks high-grade. The evil spirit is overwhelming. It must be an evil cultivator. Yao Di, the Foreign Affairs Elder of Wuhua Palace, is a master of the early stage of Huashan. The Hun Qianling protects the body, a graceful scene. Hun Qianling is one of the most common magic weapons for female cultivators in the world of cultivation. The Foreign Affairs Elder will not be one of the top masters of the sect, but he will not be too weak. After all, he is also the face of the sect. Prepare to attack, reveal the center of the formation so that we can break it. Lei Feng, the Foreign Affairs Elder of Yutian Pavilion, a first-rate faction, is also a master of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. The signature outfit of Yutian Pavilion is a big red robe. The defensibility is average, and the purpose is to be coquettish. I will go to the east. Qin Laoju, you have high attack. You stay in the middle. The middle-aged cultivator in brown tights is Rao Tianzui, Rao Ying's grandfather, the foreign affairs elder of Chuyun sect, a master of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. You don't usually praise me, but you think of me when you are risking your life. The Qin Laoju mentioned by Rao Tianzui is actually named Qin Feihong, the foreign affairs elder of Zhulongju. He is a person of the same period as Ying Tian, but his realm is also the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. Stop talking about this, I'm leaving first. Yao Yao, you guys hurry up and take your positions. Female cultivator called Yao Yao by Rao Tianzui is Fang Yao, the foreign affairs elder of Yuhuan's sword sect, who has reached the realm of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. These foreign affairs elders represented their respective sects to attend various grand events on the burning wasteland continent, and they often met each other. After decades or even hundreds of years, they were already very familiar with each other. After the palace competition, the only top-notch forces that went north together were the Chuyun sect, Zhulongju, and Jishui sect. The foreign affairs elders of these three top-notch forces had at least reached the realm of the initial stage of the spiritual transformation. The weaker first-class forces, the sect masters and the supreme elders were also at this level. Although Wuwa Palace, Yutian Pavilion, and Yohuan's sword sect were not as strong as the two sects, 4 sects and 4 worlds, they were all old first-class forces, after all. And they all found masters in the initial stage of the spiritual transformation in their sects to serve as foreign affairs elders to support the sects. These evil sects were probably limited in strength and could not intercept all the people heading north, so after letting 60 to 70% of the cultivators pass, they used the isolation formation to cover the last people flying. However, these evil people probably didn't expect that the last 2,000 people, although only 1/3 of the total number of people heading north, actually included 2 super first-class forces and 3 old first-class forces. Did you call Yao Yao? Be careful or I'll tear your mouth apart. Fang Yao wanted to say something, but Rao Tianzui had already guessed it and rushed to the east quickly after saying that sentence. You run pretty fast. With magic power in the mouth? These masters deliberately made their conversations quiet, and the originally noisy crowd gradually quieted down. In this level of battle, Li Jun and his friends couldn't help much, so they could only gather together and look up at how those supermasters dealt with this sudden situation. Most of the cultivators sacrificed their defensive magic weapons. Although they knew it might be useless, they felt more at ease with defensive magic weapons in their hands. The 5 masters quickly took their positions, looked at each other a few times, and saw that they were all in position. The offensive suddenly began. Rao Tianzui's iron-blooded flying eagle had no advantage in breaking the formation, but the spiritual weapon level Vajra Circle and the spiritual weapon level Condensation Frost Breaking Delusion Flute were still quite outstanding in attacking ability. The 2 magic weapons directly hit the dark light curtain, and 2 blue ripples appeared on the dark light curtain one after another, and quickly spread outward. Yao Di Lei Feng and Fang Yao launched attacks, one after another, and more ripples gradually spread out on the light curtain. After the ripples spread out, they quickly returned to silence. Several foreign affairs elders found another attack point, and quickly launched another offensive. Finally, a ripple caused by Fang Yao had just spread not far away, and a human figure appeared on the dark light curtain. Qin Feihong had been waiting for this moment. After seeing the human figure, the 7 evils breaking heaven cone, suspended above Qin Feihong, quickly accelerated and rushed to the front of the figure in a moment. A shield magic weapon suddenly appeared in front of the figure, barely blocking Qin Feihong's attack this time. The 7 evils sky-breaking cone was blocked, but the figure was not doing well either. The shield magic weapon was knocked back and hit the figure. Li Jun and others clearly heard the figure groan. A flash of light flashed, and the figure of the man emerged from the darkness.